I clearly awakened an SSS rank ultra-rare talent, yet I was mocked by everyone as a flashy piece of trash, simply because I changed classes to the most useless profession of all, the artificer. However, I didn't panic in the slightest, because I had bound the god-tier crafting system. By using achievement points, I could not only perform crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion on rare unit weapons, but I could even craft nuclear bombs with my bare hands. Completely breaking free from the shackles of materials for upgrades and evolution, I became invincible in an instant. A sharp alarm pierced the early morning mist, jolting Lin Shi awake from a beautiful dream. He sat up abruptly, his heart pounding violently in his chest, the lingering sleepiness leaving him momentarily dazed. However, the moment he realized what day it was, his drowsiness vanished, replaced by uncontrollable excitement and a trace of imperceptible tension. The annual Student Awakening Ceremony. This was the critical moment that would determine their future destiny. 3 years ago, he had crossed over from Earth to become an orphan, struggling to survive in this strange and dangerous world. After living here for several years, he had long known that to survive, one must become a class holder. And he had been waiting for this very moment. According to what Lin Shi knew, this world was called Azure Star. It was originally just an ordinary planet, but long ago, it was swept by a sudden cosmic energy storm. This storm completely changed the fate of Azure Star and altered the trajectory of human civilization. Cosmic energy tore through spatial barriers, and dangerous dungeons descended upon the land one after another. Countless otherworldly monsters now roamed the wilderness. The appearance of these monsters pushed Azure Star to the brink of peril. To cope with this unprecedented crisis, the nations of Azure Star set aside their past grievances and united to establish a brand new order. They began to vigorously train class holders with extraordinary abilities to resist the invasion of otherworldly monsters and protect their homes. In an instant, class holder became the most respected and admired profession on Azure Star. They were brave and fearless, fighting hard to guard the last hope of humanity. Every young person yearned to possess powerful strength and become a hero-like figure to protect their homeland. And today was the first step toward realizing their dreams. After hastily wolfing down a few bites of bread, Lin Shi hurried to the school's class change plaza. The moment he stepped into the plaza, the deafening clamor nearly overwhelmed him. Looking around, he saw a dense, black mass of people, with the boundaries of the plaza almost invisible. Heads were bobbing everywhere as students gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing what kind of class they would change into. I heard that warrior is the coolest of all classes. If I can become a warrior, I'm going to challenge the monsters in the Mistwood Forest. A tall boy waved his arms, his face glowing with high spirits. Oomph, you brute! Mage is the most powerful. Controlling elemental power, how cool is that? A girl with a ponytail rolled her eyes. If only I could become a priest saving the dying and healing the wounded, and being respected by everyone. A quiet girl spoke softly. Lin Shi listened silently to the discussions of the students around him, his heart thudding in his chest. As the principal stepped onto the high platform, the noisy square gradually quieted down. Everyone looked up at the kind old man, eagerly awaiting his speech. The principal cleared his throat and said in a resonant voice, "Students, please remain quiet. The awakening ceremony is about to begin." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the young faces. "Please line up and approach the crystal ball one by one. Place your right hand on it, concentrate, and feel the strength hidden within your body." As soon as the principal finished speaking, a slight commotion rippled through the square. Students nervously straightened their clothes and began encouraging one another. "Good luck. Try to transfer into a top-tier class. Don't get too nervous. What if you faint? Don't worry, I've prepared everything I could." At the same time, a giant crystal ball slowly rose in the center of the square, emitting a soft glow. The awakening ceremony had officially begun. Following the principal's instructions, the students stepped onto the stage in sequence, placing their hands on the crystal ball to face the judgment of fate. "John, warrior." A loud announcement was followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. John's face flushed red with excitement as he waved his arms clumsily at those around him. "Fey priest." A gentle girl stepped forward timidly. Upon hearing her class, a smile of relief bloomed on her face. She pressed her hands together and whispered a prayer. Leo Mage. A thin boy wearing glasses pushed them up the bridge of his nose. Behind the lenses was uncontrollable excitement and a hint of pride, as if he had already foreseen a future where he controlled thunder and lightning. One student after another completed their class transfer. Cheers and gasps erupted periodically across the square as various emotions surged through the air: joy, disappointment, envy, and jealousy. Finally, it was Lin Xia's turn. He took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the turbulent emotions within. He walked to the crystal ball and placed his hand gently upon it. The icy sensation against his palm made him shiver involuntarily. The soft white light gradually dissipated, and the crystal ball returned to its calm state, like a mirror reflecting Lin Xi's slightly pale face. There was no blinding radiance, no clear pattern, only an empty void. In the square, the noise gradually died down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Xi, waiting for the final result. Their gazes held curiosity, expectation, and a trace of thinly veiled contempt and doubt, as if saying, "What could an orphan possibly achieve?" Lin Xi, class potential rating, SSS rank. The voice of the teacher presiding over the awakening ceremony was loud and clear, echoing across the entire square like a clap of thunder exploding amidst the silent crowd. Wow! SSS grade. It's the highest rating. My God! Did I hear that right? Our school actually produced an SSS grade genius. Bursts of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Everyone's faces were filled with envy and jealousy, and the way they looked at Lin Xi underwent a earth-shattering transformation. Reverence, longing, greed, all sorts of complex emotions intertwined. SSS grade meant possessing infinite potential and a future without limits. Perhaps he would become a guardian of the Azure Star and the hope of humanity. However, Lin Xi remained indifferent to everything around him, his entire focus fixed on the crystal ball. He desperately wanted to know exactly what powerful class he had awakened to be worthy of such an SSS grade evaluation. The crystal ball lit up again, and this time, the light was even more dazzling than before, nearly illuminating the entire square. Everyone held their breath, staring unblinkingly at the crystal ball, waiting to witness the birth of a legend. Yet, fate seemed to have played a massive joke on Lin Xi. As the light dissipated, the class icon that surfaced on the crystal ball was actually a hammer. Artificer? A cry of shock erupted from the crowd. This was immediately followed by even louder clamoring and mockery. No one expected that Lin Xi, who possessed an SSS grade talent, would actually awaken as an artificer, the most trash tier class among all professions. Ha ha ha, am I seeing this right? This kid's luck is way too terrible. What a waste of such a high talent, to actually awaken as such a garbage class. What use is an artificer? Aside from forging some scrap metal, what else can they do? I bet he couldn't even kill a chicken. Ha ha ha. Look at what you're saying, at least he can repair equipment. Ha ha ha. For some reason, I suddenly feel capable again. I want to take on 10 artificers, ha ha ha. How pitiful, I actually feel a bit of sympathy for this student named Lin Xi. Listening to the surrounding mockery and pity, Lin Xi's expression remained calm. He paid them no mind and walked straight down from the high platform. Lin Xi, you've really outdone yourself. I thought you were going to be some big shot, but it turns out you're just an artificer. A harsh voice came from behind, filled with undisguised mockery and contempt. Lin Xi stopped in his tracks and turned toward the direction of the voice. The speaker was a tall boy named Tianming, a high school classmate of his. Tianming had a reasonably handsome face, but at this moment, it was twisted with malicious pleasure, and his eyes were filled with jealousy and venom. You finally have your day. Tianming sneered inwardly, looking at Lin Xi with schadenfreude. The reason he harbored such deep resentment was entirely because, before Lin Xi arrived, he had always been the star of Sunlight City. Since elementary school, he had excelled in academics and achievements in sports, making him a golden child in the eyes of teachers and students alike. However, since Lin Xi arrived at Sunlight City High School, his brilliance had been completely overshadowed. Whether it was academic performance or athletic talent, Lin Xi far surpassed him. Even in other areas, Lin Shi displayed astonishing talent, developing holistically in morals, intelligence, physique, and arts, becoming the perfect student in the hearts of teachers and classmates. All of this was unbearable for Tianming, who had always prided himself on being a genius. His self-esteem took a massive hit, and the seeds of jealousy sprouted in his heart, rapidly growing into a towering tree that clouded his reason and judgment. He began to resent Lin Shi, viewing him as a thorn in his side, believing that Lin Shi had stolen everything that rightfully belonged to him. At today's awakening ceremony, he had successfully changed classes to a powerful rare profession berserker. This made him even more arrogant, believing he could finally trample Lin Shi under his feet. He couldn't wait to see Lin Shi's expression of despair and decadence to soothe the years of accumulated resentment and jealousy in his heart. Especially after seeing Lin Shi become an artificer, a class ridiculed by everyone, his resentment and contempt reached their peak. He was desperate to see a look of hopelessness on Lin Shi's face. What? Are you jealous? The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled into a cold arc, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Jealous? I'd be jealous of you? You're just a pathetic artificer. What right do you have to make me jealous? Tianming laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, his laughter brimming with scorn and contempt. Lin Shi, I suggest you just crawl back home early. Stop embarrassing yourself here, ha! Tianming pointed at Lin Shi's nose, mocking him wantonly. The surrounding students also began pointing and whispering about Lin Shi. Exactly. An artificer acting so arrogant? He really doesn't know his place. Sigh, what a waste. I thought we were going to see a peerless genius, but it turns out he's just trash. Do you think he's gone crazy from the shock? He actually dares to mock Tianming. He's really asking for it. Lin Shi remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard a word. He didn't pay any further attention to anyone, silently returning to the ranks of the crowd. Lin Shi didn't care at all about the mockery from outsiders, because the moment he changed classes, a cold, mechanical voice had echoed in his mind. Ding! God level. Crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion system bound. Since he was currently at the class awakening ceremony with many eyes watching, it wasn't convenient for Lin Shi to examine exactly what this system could do. But just by the name alone, Lin Shi knew that this crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion system was destined to be extraordinary. The ceremony continued. Although Lin Shi's SSS grade talent had given everyone a brief shock, his useless artificer class caused them to quickly push the name Lin Shi to the back of their minds. After all, no one was willing to waste effort on a piece of trash. Enduring the wait until the ceremony ended, Lin Shi hurried back home under a barrage of strange looks, unable to wait any longer. System, what can you do? After locking all the doors and windows, Lin Shi inquired within his mind. This system can help the host crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion various items. Ranging from small items like daggers and short swords to large-scale weapons like nuclear and hydrogen bombs. Even cutting-edge equipment such as planetary annihilation cannons and Gundams can be crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion. The system's emotionless voice responded. What? Lin Shi's eyes widened instantly, his heart filled with shock and wild joy. Sure enough, this system lived up to the title of God level. If what the system said was true, wouldn't his artificer class be absolutely game-breaking? Setting aside the equalizer nuclear bombs whose power he had already witnessed back on Earth. Even the planetary annihilation cannons that only existed in science fiction could actually be crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion. One must realize that a single shot from such a weapon could destroy an entire planet. Detected that the host has become an artificer. You have received one starter pack. Would you like to open it? The system's voice rang out again, interrupting Lin Shi's thoughts. Open it, of course open it. Lin Shi said without the slightest hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained Tactical Nuke Launcher Blueprint X1 in free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion uses X3. Tactical Nuke Launcher. A cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see exactly what kind of earth-shattering waves he, the bottom-tier artificer in everyone else's eyes, could stir up in this world of global class awakening. Today you ignore me, tomorrow I will be far beyond your reach. Lin Shi eagerly opened the system panel and began checking his specific attributes. Host Lin Shi. Class, Artificer. Level 10. Strength 1. Constitution 5. Agility 5. Spirit 10. Skills, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion. Equipment, none. System inventory, Tactical Nuke Launcher Blueprint X1. Achievement points 0. Overall evaluation, a weakling artificer. It is recommended that the host increase his strength as soon as possible, otherwise, he will be easily killed. Ignoring the system's malicious evaluation, Lin Shi first clicked the crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion button. The next second, small square grids with icons appeared before his eyes. Within these, each small square represented a type of item. However, all these icons were currently grayed out. Curious, Lin Shi clicked the first square in the first row. Ding! System has detected that the host has not learned how to craft, repair, enhance, or fuse novice shortsword. Would you like to spend 100 achievement points to purchase the blueprint for this weapon? 100 achievement points. Lin Shi repeated the words in a low voice, his brows furrowing slightly. He first selected no, then immediately asked, System, how do I obtain achievement points? Achievement points can be earned by completing system missions, clearing dungeons, or achieving certain honors. The system's cold, electronic voice answered his question without a hint of emotion. I see. Lin Shi's heartbeat settled slightly. Fortunately, it sounded like there were plenty of ways to earn achievement points. He nodded gently, as if affirming himself and responding to the system. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he pressed further. Can achievement points only be used to purchase blueprints? No! The functions of achievement points go far beyond that. The system's voice remained steady, yet it was like a stone cast into the lake of Lin Shi's mind, stirring up 1,000 waves. It can also substitute for the materials required when the host is crafting, repairing, enhancing, or fusing items. It can do that too? Lin Shi cried out in shock, a storm surging in his heart. What did this mean? It meant that as long as he had enough achievement points, he could completely break free from the constraints of materials and craft, repair, enhance, or fuse any item he desired at will. It is important to understand that more often than not, what limits the development of an artificer is not their skill, but the materials. The blueprints for some top-tier items may not be complex. In fact, they might have been widely circulated for ages. However, because the required materials are so rare, perhaps even unique to the entire Azure Star, many artificers spend their entire lives unable to complete the crafting, repair, enhancement, or fusion of these items. But now, the system has granted him the ability to ignore material restrictions. This function could only be described as perverse. Lin Shi's mind immediately became active as all sorts of whimsical ideas surged like a spring. He could almost see himself standing at the pinnacle of Azure Star, with countless powerhouses kneeling at his feet, weeping and begging to purchase the items he had performed crafting, repair, enhancement, or fusion upon. Just as Lin Shi was lost in his fantasies, the system's voice rang out again, interrupting his daydream. Ding! There are 23 hours left until the entrance examination. Host, please increase your level as soon as possible. Complete the system task, clear a dungeon for the first time. Task reward, achievement points plus 100, 1 random blueprint. Understood. Lin Shi gave a faint response and closed the system prompt. Since the entrance exam was only 3 days away, he needed to raise his level quickly. Only by reaching level 5 would he be eligible to participate in the exam. Furthermore, the higher the level, the better his results would be during the exam, and the greater his chances of entering those top-tier academies. And to increase one's level, the fastest method was to grind dungeons and kill monsters. However, due to Lin Shi's status as an artificer, absolutely no one was willing to party up with a deadweight like him. After all, in this world, an artificer was a pure support class, and the kind of support class that was tasteless and useless to the extreme. Therefore, Lin Shi had no intention of teaming up with others from the very beginning. Mistwood Forest, on the outskirts of Sunlight City. This was the lowest level dungeon near Sunlight City, with a maximum entry level of 5, making it a novice dungeon. At this moment, many students had gathered on the outskirts of Mistwood Forest. They were in groups of 3 to 5, preparing to enter the dungeon to grind levels. Look, isn't that Lin Shi? Why is he here? Ha, he doesn't actually want to grind the dungeon alone, does he? Alone? Him? He's going to make me die of laughter so he can inherit my debts. Hey, do you think he has a screw loose? Why refuse to stay in his lane as a support and insist on running off to grind some dungeon? Upon seeing Lin Shi arriving at Mistwood Forest all by himself, the surrounding students immediately erupted into an uproar, pointing and whispering about him. Lin Shi ignored their stares and walked straight to the dungeon entrance. Welcome to Mistwood. Hell. Lin Shi chose the hell difficulty without a second thought. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? He actually chose hell difficulty? He's crazy, absolutely insane. He's just an artificer, yet he dares to choose a hell difficulty dungeon? Isn't that just seeking death? It's over, it's over. This kid is dead for sure. I bet he won't even make it past the first stage of Mistwood Forest. Seeing Lin Shi actually choose the hell difficulty dungeon, the surrounding students became even more excited. One by one, they widened their eyes and craned their necks, eager to see how Lin Shi would meet his end. After entering the dungeon, Lin Shi didn't go deep. Instead, he found an open area and opened his system inventory. Use a free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion used to craft a tactical nuke launcher. Ding! Crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion successful. As the system notification sounded, a palm-sized silver metal device suddenly appeared in Lin Shi's hand. The device looked ordinary, but it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. You're the one. With a slight curl of his lips, Lin Shi aimed the silver metal device in his hand directly at the central area of Mistwood Forest. Fire! At Lin Shi's command, the silver metal device instantly fired a miniature missile. The miniature missile trailed a long tail of flame, streaking toward the center of Mistwood Forest. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening explosion rang out, and the entire Mistwood Forest shook violently. Holy F! The shockwave from the nuclear explosion sent Lin Shi, who was back at the dungeon entrance, flying backward. He slammed against the dungeon's spatial barrier like a gecko, landing with a splat. Dust, sand, and dirt filled Lin Shi's mouth and nose. Deep within Mistwood Forest, the monsters that were leisurely strolling suddenly saw a giant mushroom cloud rise up, the likes of which they had never seen before. Before they could even react, a world-destroying storm of energy instantly swallowed them whole. Roar! A massive giant bear boss stared in horror at the mushroom cloud rising in the sky. It gave a desperate roar, but before it could even take a step, it was torn to shreds by the shockwave. Behind it, a swarm of little wood sprites who couldn't dodge in time were instantly vaporized, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Colorful poisonous spiders that had been perched on the branches fell from the sky like raindrops before they even hit the ground. They were roasted into charcoal by the high temperature. Even the venomous scorpions deep underground, which had been preparing to ambush passing adventurers, were shaken to pieces by this terrifying surge of energy. The once lush green forest was transformed into scorched earth in an instant, leaving nothing but widespread devastation. On the outskirts of Mistwood Forest, the class-transferred individuals who were still discussing how to clear the dungeon suddenly noticed the ground beginning to tremble violently. Holy crap! What's happening? Is it an earthquake? I don't know, but this commotion is way too big. Look! Inside Mistwood Forest, it looks like it exploded? What? Exploded? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned by the sight before them, staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the portal to Mistwood Forest. The portal, which had previously been shrouded in thick fog, was now enveloped in a blinding, dazzling light. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds and dyeing the entire heaven a crimson red. A surging wave of energy erupted from within the portal, sending all the nearby adventurers flying. Ding! Successfully killed magic patterned bee, experience plus 10. Ding! Successfully killed magic patterned bee, experience plus 10. Ding! Successfully killed emerald poisonous snake, experience plus 20. Ding! Successfully killed boss, poison barrier demon centipede, experience plus 700. Ding! Successfully killed boss, steel bristled bear, experience plus 700. Ding! Ding! Congratulations host for successfully clearing Mistwood Forest Hell difficulty, experience received, level increased to 7, achievement points plus 100. Ding! Congratulations host for breaking the record for the fastest clear of Mistwood Forest Hell difficulty, 13 seconds. Achievement points plus 100. Ding! Since the host is the first player to solo clear Mistwood Forest Hell difficulty, rewards, gold treasure chest x1, achievement points plus 20. Ding! Lin Shi, who was busy spitting dirt out of his mouth, subconsciously swallowed hard as he listened to the string of system notifications ringing in his head. As expected of the all life or equal bomb, this power is certainly impressive enough. Ugh, Tui. Tui. Tui, Tui. 13 seconds. It looks like the world is about to change. Lin Shi muttered indistinctly, then immediately chose to hide his name. Because he understood that if people found out that he, an artificer, had built a nuclear bomb and obliterated the Mistwood Forest in just 13 seconds, he would never have another day of peace. On the outskirts of the Mistwood Forest, the students were even more shocked when they saw the clear record announced by the system. 13 seconds? Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? They cleared the Mistwood Forest Hell difficulty in 13 seconds? How is that possible? Even an SSS rank genius couldn't do that, right? And this is a solo clear record. Do you know what that means? It means someone cleared the Mistwood Forest Hell difficulty all by themselves. This is just insane. In an instant, the entire outskirts of the Mistwood Forest erupted in a frenzy. Everyone was stunned by the news, and everyone was talking at once, speculating about who could have performed such a miracle. However, just as everyone was reeling from shock and confusion, something even more shocking happened. Holy shit! Look! The entrance to the Mistwood Forest, it's gone? What? Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward the entrance of the Mistwood Forest. The oval-shaped portal that had been there just moments ago had completely vanished. In its place was a bottomless crater, its dark depths seemingly connected to hell, radiating a heart-palpitating aura. What is going on? Does this mean the Mistwood Forest has been destroyed? How is that even possible? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This was beyond ridiculous, it was absolutely, mind-bogglingly absurd. A dungeon can actually be destroyed? And, in just a mere 13 seconds. At this moment, someone gulped, stiffly pulled a communicator out of their pocket, and dialed a number. Hey, honey, come out and see God. Ha, isn't that the artificer? He's actually still alive, unbelievable. The crowd, who were busy spreading the news, spotted Lin Shi looking disheveled with his clothes in tatters and immediately cried out in surprise. The overconfident fool. He must have been forcibly teleported out because the dungeon was destroyed. This kid is lucky as hell to be alive. Forget it, ignore him. Hey! Oldly, my life is complete. You have no idea what I just saw. After a brief moment of attention on Lin Shi, the crowd ignored him and went back to sharing what they had just witnessed with their friends and family over their communicators. The news of Mistwood Forest being destroyed quickly spread across the entire Dragon Kingdom. For a time, the whole nation was shaken. Countless people were shocked. At first, those who heard the news didn't believe it at all. It wasn't until more and more people personally visited the entrance of the Mistwood Forest dungeon that they finally accepted the truth. Meanwhile, in a secret conference room in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Everyone, what are your thoughts on the Mistwood Forest incident? An old man sat at the head of the table and asked in a deep voice. Based on the intelligence we currently have, Mistwood Forest was destroyed by a bomb of immense power. Furthermore, according to the system records, the person who destroyed Mistwood Forest only took 13 seconds. 13 seconds? The old man frowned, and after a moment of contemplation, asked, "Can we find out who did it?" "We can't. The party involved has hidden their name." Hidden their name. A sharp glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he said solemnly, "It seems that our dragon kingdom is about to produce a truly extraordinary figure." However, just as the top brass of the dragon kingdom were reeling in shock, a man dressed in black robes suddenly snapped his eyes open in an ancient palace thousands of miles away from the Mistwood Forest. Mistwood Forest was destroyed. A flicker of disbelief flashed through the black-robed man's eyes as he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? Who is it? Who on earth possesses such terrifying strength?" It seems that during the years I've been slumbering, many interesting things have happened in this world. The man in black snorted coldly, a dangerous glint shimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, the culprit behind all of this, had returned home as if nothing had happened. After taking a quick cold shower and changing into clean clothes, he hurriedly began to check his spoils. Gold treasure chest, open. Lin Shi rubbed his hands together, speaking with a hint of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Artifact Void Ring X1, Random Teleportation Scroll X1, Skill Book, Space Leap X1. Oh! Not bad at all, this luck is decent. Lin Shi's eyes lit up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The difficulty of clearing a dungeon determines the quality of the items dropped. The lowest common difficulty only drops high-quality gear. Only hell difficulty carries an extremely small probability of dropping a divine artifact. If Lin Shi remembered correctly, there were fewer than 10 divine artifacts in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yet, he had obtained one on his very first dungeon clear. This luck could only be described as extraordinary. Suppressing the excitement in his heart for a moment, Lin Shi examined the attributes of the Void Ring. Item name, Void Ring craftable, reparable, enhanceable, fusible. Item type, accessory. Item grade, divine artifact. Equip level, level 1. Class restriction, none. Special effect, Pocket World LV1, possesses 100 cubic meters of independent space, capable of storing living creatures. Description, a divine artifact forged by an ancient powerhouse after mastering the laws of space. A mustard seed that holds Mount Sumeru, containing a world within itself. As expected of a divine artifact, this function is truly heaven-defying. Lin Shi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The best storage rings currently on the market offer only 50 cubic meters of space, and they are often unavailable even if one has the money. As for a 100 cubic meter storage ring, Lin Shi had never even heard of such a thing. What's more, the Void Ring can undergo crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion, and it can even store living creatures, something that is completely unprecedented. If he truly maximized the crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion levels of this ring, Lin Shi himself couldn't imagine just how massive its capacity would become. Without any hesitation, Lin Shi decisively put on the ring and continued to check the rest of his loot. Item name, Random Teleportation Scroll. Item type, one-time consumable. Item grade, none. Level requirement, level 1. Class restriction, none. Special effect, randomly teleports the user to a location within a 1,000-kilometer radius. This is a good item that can save one's life at a critical moment. As for the skill book, Space Jump, there was no need to even mention it. It was absolutely a god-tier skill. Although Lin Shi was only an artificer and Space Jump was a mage skill, this wouldn't stop him. Without any hesitation, Lin Shi decisively opened his artificer interface and clicked on Crafting, Repair, Enhancement, Fusion. Crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion can merge different items to generate a new item. The newly generated item will inherit the attributes and special effects of the original items. In addition to items, one can also fuse an item with a skill book. Lin Shi dragged the skill book to the left side of the crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion interface, then took off the ring and placed it on the right side.
crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion.
Lin Shi thought to himself.
Ding!
Detected that the void ring is undergoing its first crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion success rate is 100%. Congratulations host, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion successful. As the system notification sounded, Lin Shi impatiently checked the ring's attributes once again.
Item name, void ring craftable, reparable, enhanceable, fusible. Item type, accessory. Item grade, divine artifact. Equip level, level 1. Class restriction, none.
Skill 1, Pocket World LV.1 possesses 100 cubic meters of independent space, capable of storing living creatures. Skill 2 Crafting, Repair, Enhancement, Fusion, Space Jump LV.1 Ignore terrain and obstacles to instantaneously teleport to any location within a certain range. Movement distance equals 1 meter. X Wearer's Spirit Attribute.
A look of pleasant surprise immediately appeared on Lin Shi's face. So strong. Is this the power of a space-type skill?
Lin Shi thought to himself. Although his current movement distance was only 70 meters, it didn't matter.
As his level increased, the teleportation distance would only grow further. Furthermore, as the void ring's crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion level improved, this distance would increase even more.
In the future, even crossing vast distances of thousands of mountains and rivers would be a matter of a single instant.
With this skill, I can easily escape even if I encounter danger in the future.
Lin Shi thought, his face filled with excitement. Meanwhile, as time passed, the news of the Mistwood Forest's destruction had become the sole trending topic across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Major media outlets scrambled to report on it, and online forums were in an absolute uproar, with various speculations emerging one after another.
Holy crap! No way? The Mistwood Forest dungeon is gone?
Having finished counting his loot, Lin Shi lay on his bed, constantly scrolling through his phone. Explosive headlines flashed before his eyes, accompanied by pictures showing the shocking giant crater at the entrance of the Mistwood Forest dungeon. Because he had left in a hurry earlier, he hadn't noticed at all that he had literally blown the dungeon out of existence. Lin Shi clicked on the comments section, watching the general public's detective theories with great interest.
Heavens! What level of powerhouse would it take to achieve this? Damn! My goddess finally agreed to go into the dungeon with me yesterday, and today it's just gone? To the guy above, you think that's bad? Think about me.
I just stocked up on a batch of supplies yesterday to set up a stall at the dungeon entrance, and today I'm unemployed. I have a whole warehouse of goods and no idea what to do with them. Hey, do you guys think there's a possibility that the officials thought the dungeon difficulty was too high, so they just
get out of here? If the officials could control dungeons, would they have waited until today? Maybe some hidden big shot failed their tribulation and blasted the dungeon apart with lightning?
For a while, people were saying everything imaginable. Some claimed a prehistoric behemoth had awakened, others said it was an invasion by demons from beyond the realm, and some even suggested a secret weapon test.
But not a single person could provide a rational explanation. News notifications popped up one after another, each headline more exaggerated than the last.
Without exception, every single one was reporting the news of the Mistwood Forest's destruction. Looking at the forest entrance, which had been blasted beyond recognition, an awkward expression couldn't help but surface on Lin Shi's face. His heart felt like a spilled spice rack, a complex mix of emotions.
Ahem, it seems I went a bit overboard. He couldn't help but touch his nose, thinking to himself.
He had originally just wanted to test the power of the nuclear bomb, but who would have thought this thing was so potent it would straight up vaporize the entire dungeon?
Well, this is great.
The new class holders are in for a rough time. They probably won't be able to grind this dungeon ever again. At this thought, a flicker of guilt rose in Lin Shi's heart, much like accidentally stepping on an ant, insignificant, yet still slightly unsettling. He began to imagine the scene of those enthusiastic rookies, ready to level up in Mistwood Forest, suddenly
discovering the dungeon was gone. Would they curse at the empty air? Would they storm the official forums? Forget it, forget it. Stop thinking about it. It's not like I did it on purpose anyway. Lin Shi shook his head, trying to toss these messy thoughts out of his mind. It's better to keep a low profile from now on.
He made a silent resolution. After all, he didn't want to become public enemy number one. Turning off his phone, Lin Shi began to contemplate the aftermath of the nuclear peace incident.
It seems I can't just throw nukes around whenever I feel like it.
Lin Shi stroked his chin, lost in thought. His intention was merely to clear the dungeon quickly, but he didn't expect to just delete the dungeon entirely.
If he kept blasting everything in his path, wouldn't the class holders of the Dragon Kingdom eventually have nowhere left to level up? Cutting off someone's path to leveling up is as grave an offense as desecrating their ancestral graves.
Sigh, these days, being too powerful is its own kind of trouble. Lin Shi sighed narcissistically and opened the system interface.
Host Lin Shi. Class, Artificer. Level 710. HP, 700. MP, 1400. Physical defense, 0. Magic defense, 0. Strength 7. Constitution 3-5. Agility 3-5. Spirit 7-0.
Skills, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion.
Equipment, Void Ring. System Inventory, Random Teleport Scroll X1, Random Blueprint X1. Achievement Points 220.
Overall evaluation, even though you've reached level 7, you're a level 7 weakling at best. It is recommended that the host continues to increase their strength, otherwise, you'll likely be beaten to death by others. Looking at his pitifully low achievement points balance, Lin Shi decided to go scavenging first. After all, the entire Dragon Kingdom's eyes were currently fixed on the Mistwood Forest dungeon. The competitive pressure in other dungeons should be much lower.
Let's see what this random blueprint can give me.
Lin Shi rubbed his hands together and used the blueprint with high expectations.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! You have learned to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse Blue Flame Gatling. But as the blueprint turned to ash, the system's voice rang out.
Blue Flame Gatling consumes energy crystals, possesses an extremely high fire rate and wide ballistic coverage, capable of dealing continuous fire damage to targets. Blueprint price, 1000 achievement points. Holy crap, this thing is pretty cool.
The description of the Blue Flame Gatling instantly ignited Lin Shi's passion. He could almost see himself holding the Gatling gun, with blue flames spewing out and drowning his enemies.
Now this is a man's romance.
He couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Although his base attributes were low and unsuitable for close combat, it didn't mean he couldn't play the ranged game.
Who says an artificer can't carry the whole game?
Lin Shi secretly resolved to show everyone what true ranged output looked like.
I choose you.
Since he couldn't just throw nukes whenever he wanted, Lin Shi had to find a handy weapon for himself.
This Gatling gun perfectly solved his predicament. Moreover, it saved him 1000 achievement points. Lin Shi couldn't wait to open the crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion interface. 2 free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion uses. He looked at the system prompt and secretly felt lucky. Good thing I didn't use them all up earlier. I can save another bundle now.
Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shi decisively chose to use 1 free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion opportunity.
Ding!
Congratulations, host! You have successfully crafted, repaired, enhanced, or fused Blue Flame Gatling. But accompanied by the sound of mechanical operation, a stylishly designed Gatling machine gun appeared in Lin Shi's hands. This Gatling gun was pitch black, its body engraved with intricate and exquisite patterns, while a faint blue glow emanated from the muzzle. One look was enough to tell its power was extraordinary.
Haha, with this baby, clearing dungeons will be a breeze from now on. Equipment name, Blue Flame Gatling. Equipment type, two-handed ranged. Equipment quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 5. Attack power, 200x strength stat. Attack attribute, physical, fire. Rate of fire, 6,000 rounds minute. Ammo capacity, 200 rounds. Special effect, attacks deal bonus fire damage, inflicts burn damage equal to 10% of attack power per second for 5 seconds. Durability, 1000. Class restriction, none. Status, soulbound. Evaluation, a powerful Gatling gun that consumes energy crystals to operate. Its blue flames provide terrifying suppressive fire and continuous burn damage. Due to its massive recoil, users with a strength stat below 100 are advised not to attempt using it. Lin Shi stroked the blue flame Gatling in his hands, unable to put it down, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Although his strength was only 7 points, he didn't care. Since the item was soulbound, it meant he could ignore the effects of the recoil. Next, he used his remaining 220 achievement points to exchange for 2 sets of energy crystals, totaling 200 pieces. It didn't look like much, but the energy provided by a single crystal allowed Lin Shi to fire continuously for 5 minutes. That was enough for a single dungeon run. After these maneuvers, his 220 achievement points had dwindled to just 20. In an instant, he was back to being penniless. Let's head to the Forest City dungeon. Lin Shi pulled out a map, rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, and decided to head to the Lin Shi dungeon, which was closest to Sunlight City. Forest City, suburbs. Have you heard? The genius of the Lin family, Shi Chang, is planning to solo the Damp Grotto today. For real? That's a B-rank dungeon. He's only a level 7 berserker, he actually dares to go in solo? What do you know? Young Master Lin awakened the S-rank talent berserker's heart. Challenging higher level enemies is child's play for him. At the entrance of the teleportation point, a young man clad in silver battle armor and wielding a massive great axe was basking in the crowd's flattery. Young Master Lin, that thunderclap armor of yours is absolutely stunning. I heard it cost a fortune at the auction house, didn't it? Of course. Who do you think our young Master Lin is? He's the pride of Forest City. An S-rank talent is a once-in-a-century rarity. Young Master Lin, what's your target clear time this time? I'd say under 10 minutes is a guaranteed success. Faced with the crowd's fawning, Shi Chang merely offered a faint smile, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, looking every bit the part of a top-tier expert. His gaze swept contemptuously over the surrounding crowd before finally settling on the light screen at the entrance of the teleportation point. 11 minutes and 32 seconds? Shi Chang muttered the dungeon record displayed on the screen. It was currently the best time in Forest City, set by an 8th level squad. Humph, a bunch of useless trash. He let out a cold snort, a flash of disdain crossing his eyes. Without further hesitation, he turned and stepped into the teleportation point. Good luck, young Master Lin. Victory is yours, young Master Lin. Outside the teleportation point, the crowd continued to cheer loudly, as if they could already envision Shi Chang's triumphant return. A few minutes later, Lin Shi arrived at the Damp Grotto dungeon portal, bundled up like a mummy. Who's this guy? Why is he acting like a thief? Haha, look at that newbie starter set. Is he here for a comedy routine? Looking as cowardly as he does, is this his first time running a dungeon? Bursts of laughter erupted from the surroundings, but Lin Shi remained unmoved, walking straight toward the dungeon portal. He had specifically changed into a low-profile gray cloak today, using a hood and a mask to hide his face. His goal was to avoid exposing his identity and causing unnecessary trouble. Ding! System detects the host is approaching the Damp Grotto dungeon portal. Would you like to enter the dungeon? Enter. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Hell mode. Holy crap! Hell mode? Did I hear that right? Is this kid crazy? The Damp Grotto is a B-rank dungeon. A guy wearing nothing but a novice set actually dares to challenge Hell mode? He probably got kicked in the head by a mule. He's trying to copy young Master Lin and solo the dungeon. Are you joking? Is young Master Lin someone just anyone can be compared to? Lin Shi's choice once again caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd, with various sneers and voices of doubt echoing endlessly. Ignoring the cold mockery and sarcasm, Lin Shi stepped straight into the portal. The other side of the portal was a dark and damp underground cavern. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the damp grotto dungeon. Current dungeon difficulty, Hell. Dungeon objective, slay the final boss, Venomous Spider Queen. Dungeon time limit, 30 minutes. Good luck, host. Ding! System quest, successfully reach level 10. Reward, 1000 achievement points. Hearing the system prompts in his head, the corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold sneer. Is that all? In the next second, with a thought, a heavy weapon glowing with an eerie blue light, the blue flame Gatling, appeared out of thin air in his hands. Before the light from the teleportation array had fully dissipated, Lin Shi had already aimed the heavy muzzle forward. His current position seemed to be the entrance of a cavern. Beneath his feet was a damp bluestone path, flanked by towering stone walls covered in wet moss that emitted a nauseating stench of decay. The air was thick with the heavy scent of blood mixed with the smell of damp earth, making one feel waves of nausea. In this narrow space, a strong smell of gunpowder quickly began to spread. The trigger was pulled, and the blue flame Gatling let out a deafening roar. The muzzle spat out angry tongues of fire, casting flickering light and shadows on the surroundings. The eerie blue glow looked exceptionally strange within the damp cavern. Day. Countless blue flame bullets poured out like a torrential rain, submerging all the surrounding monsters that were gnashing their teeth and letting out series of roars. The first to bear the brunt were several massive rubble magic spiders. They had hard shells and sharp spider legs, and were currently waving their chelicerae, lunging out from clumps of viscous spider silk while hissing in Lin Shi's direction. The blue flame bullets pierced through their hard shells without any resistance, exploding their bodies into charred fragments. 1000. 1000. 1000. A dense cluster of damage numbers floated up from the monsters' heads like red snowflakes. The torrent of blue flames surged forward, felling monsters in swaths wherever it passed. The air was thick with the savory aroma of roasted meat, though it was tainted by a nauseating stench of blood and the foul odor of singed fur. Successfully killed stone-crushing demon spider. EXP plus 90. Stone-crushing demon spider venom sac X1. Successfully killed stone-crushing demon spider. EXP plus 90. Stone-crushing demon spider venom sac X2. Successfully killed burrowing rat. EXP plus 70. Burrowing rat incisor X2. The notifications for experience points chimed incessantly as Lin Shi's experience bar climbed rapidly at a pace visible to the naked eye. Lin Shi remained expressionless, his eyes cold and detached, resembling a killing machine devoid of emotion. The blue flame Gatling in his hands spat tongues of deadly fire, tearing into pieces any monster that dared to stand in his path. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Alarm bells rang in Lin Shi's mind as he instinctively leaped backward, narrowly dodging a massive figure that erupted fiercely from beneath the earth. Roar! A colossal giant stone golem burst through the soil, blocking Lin Shi's path. Its entire body was encased in thick rock armor, with glowing magma flowing through the crevices of the stones, radiating a suffocating heat wave. A pair of massive, crimson eyes flickered with a murderous light, staring fixedly at Lin Shi as if wishing to swallow him alive. It opened its cavernous maw and let out a deafening roar at Lin Shi, sending a wave of foul-smelling heat crashing toward him that was enough to make one gag. Seeking death. A disdainful sneer curled at the corner of Lin Shi's mouth. Facing such a behemoth, he showed no fear whatsoever. He tightened his grip on the blue flame Gatling and pulled the trigger, causing the weapon to spit out even more violent tongues of flame. Day. The torrent of blue fire was like a bursting dam, instantly submerging the giant stone golem. The searing blue flames licked at the golem's rock armor, and the air became filled with the suffocating smell of scorched stone. 1000. 1000. 1000. The rock armor that the giant stone golem took such pride in was as fragile as paper under the assault of the blue flame Gatling. The giant stone golem struggled in agony, letting out deafening bellows, yet it could not budge the blue tongues of fire even a fraction of an inch. After holding out for only a few seconds, the giant stone golem collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of charred rubble. Scattered sparks of blue flame still lingered on the debris,
as if testifying to the intensity of the battle that had just occurred.
Successfully killed giant stone golem, EXP plus 70, golem eyeball x2. In less than a minute, the monsters that were originally crowding the outskirts of the dungeon were completely cleared out by Lin Shi. The damp ground was scattered with the severed limbs and broken bodies of monsters, along with some flickering blue flames that had yet to extinguish, as if recounting the intensity of the battle just now. The smell of gunpowder permeating the air gradually masked that nauseating, bloody stench. Stowing away the blue flame gatling, Lin Shi looked around. After confirming there were no stragglers, he nodded with satisfaction and continued walking toward the depths of the dungeon. Following the damp and dark cave passage deeper in, flickering blue firelight illuminated the surroundings. The stone walls were covered with various bizarrely shaped plants, emitting a revolting odor. After walking for about 5 minutes, a massive cavern appeared ahead. In the center of the cavern sat an altar built from bleached bones. The altar was surrounded by burning torches, lighting up the entire cave as bright as day. Densely distributed around the altar were hundreds of venomous spiders. They were massive in size, their bodies covered in black hair, with 8 crimson eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty light. Their sharp spider legs were stained with green venom, sending chills down one's spine. It seems this is the venomous spider queen's nest. Looking at the scene before him, a glint of excitement flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. With a thought, the blue flame gatling in his hand once again spat out tons of angry fire. Countless blue flame bullets poured out like a violent storm, enveloping those venomous spiders within. Although the venomous spiders were numerous, they were completely defenseless against Lin Shi's overwhelming firepower, falling one after another into pools of blood. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. The dense clusters of damage numbers were dazzling to the eye. Successfully killed venomous magic spider, EXP plus 90, venomous magic spider hind leg x2. Successfully killed venomous magic spider, EXP plus 90, venomous magic spider hind leg x5. Successfully killed venomous magic spider hatchling, EXP plus 50, venomous magic spider hind leg x1. Successfully killed venomous magic spider, EXP plus 90, venomous magic spider hind leg x3. Ding! Host's level has increased to level 8. Roar! Just as Lin Shi was ruthlessly slaughtering those spiders, a deafening roar resounded, causing the entire cave to tremble. A giant spider, dozens of times larger than the ordinary venomous spiders, slowly crawled out from behind the altar. Its entire body was covered in a hard black carapace, its 8 crimson eyes were as large as lanterns, shimmering with a heart-palpitating light. Its sharp spider legs were as keen as steel blades, making one shudder with fear. As the appraisal skill was activated, its name and level were suddenly revealed. Name, Venomous Spider Queen Elite Boss. Level 15. HP, MP, 2000. Physical attack, 400. Magic attack, 350. Physical defense, 450. Magic defense, 150. Skills, Blade Claw, Poison Nova, Viscous Web. Description: the final boss of the Mistwood Forest, possessing extremely high defense and attack power. It is exceptionally difficult to deal with. Finally showed yourself. Looking at the behemoth before him, a glint of excitement flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He gripped the blue flame gatling in his hands and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-did-day-day-day. Countless blue flame bullets poured out like a torrential rain, whistling toward the venomous spider queen. Carrying scorching heat, the blue flame bullets slammed violently into the venomous spider queen's carapace, producing deafening explosions. Flames splattered everywhere as thick smoke filled the air. Under the searing heat of the blue flames, the venomous spider queen's hard carapace actually began to melt, sending up clouds of pungent white smoke. However, the venomous spider queen was an elite boss after all, and its vitality was incredibly resilient. Although heavily wounded, it did not fall. It let out a roar and swung its massive spider legs, launching a frenzied attack at Lin Shi. The Blade Claw skill was instantly activated. The razor-sharp spider legs sliced through the air like steel blades, whistling sharply as they hacked down violently toward Lin Shi. If this strike landed, Lin Shi would likely be killed instantly.
Yet Lin Shi remained calm, continuing his frantic firing as if he hadn't even seen the incoming attack. Only at the very moment the blade-like spider leg made contact did Lin Shi's figure suddenly flicker, vanishing from the spot in an eerie manner. The venomous Spider Queen's attack missed, smashing heavily into the ground with a deafening boom. Debris flew everywhere, and a deep trench appeared in the earth. Seeing its intended prey vanish into thin air, a hint of confusion flashed in the venomous Spider Queen's crimson eyes. Its massive body turned slowly, seemingly searching for any sign of Lin Shi. In the next instant, Lin Shi's figure abruptly materialized behind the venomous Spider Queen. The blue flame gatling in his hands spat out tongues of furious flame, pouring out scorching bullets that slammed violently into the venomous Spider Queen's back. 1500. 1500. 1500. The backstab damage bonus elevated Lin Shi's attack power to an entirely new level. The venomous Spider Queen let out a roar of agony, her massive body trembling violently as if she might collapse at any moment. Roar! The venomous Spider Queen's painful shrieks echoed through the cavern, her 8 crimson eyes filled with rage and indignation. Roar! The venomous Spider Queen suddenly wrenched her maw wide open, and a dark green sphere of venom the size of a washbasin slowly began to coalesce in her throat. In just a matter of moments, the diameter of the venom sphere expanded dozens of times over. Seeing this, Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly. This was the boss's signature skill, Poison Nova. Not only could it deal direct damage, but the dispersing toxic mist would inflict damage over time and reduce the target's defensive capabilities. Boom! The venom sphere slammed into the ground and instantly exploded, transforming into a vast cloud of dark green toxic mist. It spread rapidly, filling the entire cave with a nauseating, rank stench that made one want to retch. Lin Shi quickly held his breath and used space jump once more, reappearing in a far corner of the cavern. It was now a race against time with the Grim Reaper. The blue flame Gatling's assault grew even more ferocious, its bullets streaking out like meteors to land precisely on the venomous Spider Queen's wounds. Finally, with one last wail of resentment, the venomous Spider Queen's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon. As time ticked away second by second, the crowd outside the teleportation point gradually fell silent, everyone staring tensely at the timer on the light screen. Young Master Lin has been in there for 10 minutes, why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? Someone began to voice their concerns. Shut up! Don't jinx him! Young Master Lin awakened an S-grade talent, how could anything happen to him? Someone nearby immediately retorted. Just then, a brilliant light suddenly flared at the entrance of the teleportation point, and Lin Shi's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. He's out. Young Master Lin is out. The crowd erupted instantly, every face flushed with excitement. Brother Chang is the GOAT. Soloing the Damp Grotto on Hell difficulty in 10 minutes and 33 seconds, that's insane. Young Master Lin, you're amazing. I knew you'd pull it off. Young Master Lin, can I get a picture with you? Or maybe an autograph? Young Master Lin. A group of players in various gear surrounded a tall young man, showering him with sycophantic praise and looks of pure adoration. Oomph, it's just a minor damp grotto. No need to make such a fuss over it. Shi Chang waved his hand in a display of feigned humility, though his heart was already bursting with joy. He knew that with his current strength and gear, soloing the Damp Grotto on Hell difficulty was a top-tier feat in all of Forest City, and perhaps even the entire Dragon Kingdom. By the way, young Master Lin, I heard that over in Sunlight City, some idiot artificer actually tried to challenge Mistwood Forest on Hell difficulty. He got wrecked so hard his own mother wouldn't recognize him. It's hilarious. A young man with sharp, monkey-like features leaned into Shi Chang's ear, speaking in a sarcastic, mocking tone. Oh? Such a thing happened? Shi Chang raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. I'm telling you. That guy clearly didn't know his place. An auxiliary class who doesn't stay in the back and play healer, but actually dares to charge into the fray? He must have a death wish. The monkey-faced youth vividly described Lin Shi's tragic encounter in Sunlight City.
Hearing about Lin Xia's pathetic state sent Shi Chang into fits of laughter. Ha ha, what a complete moron.
Shi Chang laughed so hard he doubled over, tears nearly streaming down his face.
An artificer who doesn't stay home crafting potions and cooking, but dares to try and clear dungeons like the big boys? He clearly doesn't know how to spell the word death.
Oh, and there's more, young Master Lin. Just now, some noob wrapped up like a mummy also chose to solo Damp Grotto on Hell difficulty.
It's a joke. Trying to compete with you?
I bet he's already been turned into monster bait by now.
Exactly, just another guy who doesn't know his limits.
Shi Chang's heart had initially skipped a beat when he heard someone else had chosen to solo the dungeon, as it reminded him of the mysterious person who had ruined the Mistwood Forest dungeon.
But upon hearing his lackeys call the person a noob, he relaxed.
He smiled and said, he has got courage, I'll give him that.
It's just a pity it's backed by nothing but arrogance.
Man, young Master Lin, you're just too powerful.
When will we ever be as strong as you?
Yeah, young Master Lin, please teach us your ways.
The lackeys looked at Shi Chang with worshipful eyes, their gazes filled with longing.
Shi Chang's lips curled up slightly, and just as he was about to offer some pointers, a sudden burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd.
Holy crap! What's going on?
Why did the dungeon record change?
Ha!
Everyone present was drawn by the shouting, and they all turned their gaze toward the leaderboard. They saw that Shi Chang, who was originally in first place with a record of 10 minutes and 33 seconds, had now dropped to second.
7 minutes and 1 second? Am I seeing this right? 7 minutes and 1 second? That's impossible.
The system must have made a mistake.
An even louder uproar broke out among the crowd.
Some people rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if they were witnessing something inconceivable.
My God! Am I hallucinating? Someone actually broke young Master Lin's record. How is this possible? 7 minutes and 1 second. This score is terrifyingly good. Who is it? Who on earth is that powerful? Everyone craned their necks, trying to see who had broken the record, but their vision was blocked by the blinding light of the teleportation point. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the final boss, Venomous Spider Queen.
Dungeon cleared. Clear time, 7 minutes and 1 second.
Rewards obtained, experience points plus, level increased to level 9, gold coins plus 1000, achievement points plus 20, Damp Grotto Dungeon Chest 1.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for breaking the Damp Grotto Dungeon Hell Mode fastest clear record.
Rewards obtained, achievement points plus 150, Mysterious Chest 1. Ding!
Congratulations to the host. Listening to the string of system notifications echoing in his mind, Lin Xi nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad. It looks like I've gained quite a lot this time.
Lin Xi ignored the barrage of system notifications in his head. To him, breaking the record was just something he did in passing. What truly interested him were the 2 chests rewarded by the system.
I hope I can pull some good stuff this time.
Lin Xi rubbed his hands together, praying silently to himself, and then opened one of the wooden chests that exuded an ancient aura.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for opening the Damp Grotto Dungeon Chest.
Rewards obtained, Legendary Equipment, Blade of Venom 1, Legendary Equipment, Spider Queen's Greaves 1, Minor Health Potion 5. Equipment name, Blade of Venom. Equipment type, One-Handed Melee. Equipment quality, Legendary. Equipment level, Level 10. Attack power, 5x strength value. Attack attributes, Physical, Poison. Attack frequency, 0.5.
Special effect, Poison King Mucus. Each attack has a 50% chance to inflict a severely poisoned state on the target. Under this state, HP cannot be restored through any recovery methods, losing 5% of max HP per second.
Stacks up to 3 times, lasting for 5 seconds. Durability, 100-100. Class restriction, none.
Evaluation, a dagger tempered with the deadly toxins of the venomous Spider Queen. It is incredibly sharp and seals the throat upon drawing blood.
Not bad at all.
Lin Shi looked at the equipment description and nodded with considerable satisfaction. An attack speed of 0.5 is already considered top tier among dagger-type weapons. This meant that Lin Shi could perform 2 attacks per second. As for the special effect of the Blade of Venom, it was even more exaggerated. Losing 5% HP per second might not look like much, but it can stack up to 3 times, which is a maximum of 15% per second. In other words, without any detoxification methods, a full health enemy who gets poisoned would have only 25% of their health remaining after 5 seconds at most. Against those thick-skinned, high HP enemies, this was nothing short of a god-tier artifact. After playing with the dagger in his hand for a moment, Lin Shi turned his gaze toward the other piece of equipment, the Spider Queen's Greaves. Equipment name, Spider Queen's Greaves. Equipment type, heavy armor. Equipment quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 10. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 80. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 15. Stamina plus 20. Special effect, resilience passive. When receiving an attack, there is a 10% chance to block 20% of the damage. Special effect, Spider Silk active, releases a cluster of spider silk to entangle the enemy for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Durability, 100-100. Class restriction, none. Evaluation, Greaves crafted from the carapace of the venomous Spider Queen. They are incredibly tough and imbued with the special abilities of the venomous Spider Queen. Looking at the overall stats, this piece of equipment wasn't as stunning as the Blade of Venom, but as a legendary great item, its attributes were still quite decent. The Cobweb skill, in particular, was the first crowd control skill Lin Shi had acquired so far. After putting on the Greaves, Lin Shi opened his attribute panel. Host Lin Shi. Class, Artificer. Level 9 300. HP, 900. MP, 1800. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 80. Strength 9. Constitution 4-5. Agility 4-5. Spirit 9-0. Skills, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion spider silk equipment skill, blink equipment skill. Equipment, Blue Flame Gatling, Spider Queen's Greaves, Void Ring. System inventory, Blade of Venom. Achievement points 190. Overall evaluation, although you have reached level 9, you are at most a level 9 weakling. It is recommended that the host continues to increase their strength, otherwise, you might easily be beaten to death by others. Looking at the overall evaluation, Lin Shi was somewhat speechless. Was it possible that no matter what level he reached, he would always be a weakling in the eyes of the system? Muttering a few words under his breath, Lin Shi turned his attention to the other treasure chest. This was a metallic chest, pitch black all over and carved with strange runes, looking incredibly mysterious. Ding! Mysterious treasure chest opened successfully. Obtained, Mysterious Treasure Map X1, Mysterious Vault Key X1, Detection Potion X5. A mysterious treasure map? Lin Shi frowned slightly as he took the treasure map into his hand. He saw a weathered parchment blueprint with messy lines sketched across it, seemingly depicting mountains and rivers. Among these, one specific location was marked with a red circle. Where is this? Lin Shi turned the map left and right, looking at it for a long time, but he couldn't find any corresponding location in his memory. Could it be that it needs to be used in conjunction with the detection potion? Forget it, I'll leave this place first. Tucking the treasure map away, Lin Shi looked around. The area was littered with the severed limbs and fragments of spiders, and the air was thick with a rotting, fishy stench. He had no desire to stay in this godforsaken place any longer, so he decisively used a random teleportation scroll. The reason he didn't use the dungeon's main exit portal was that Lin Shi knew the outside world must already know about him breaking the record. There would definitely be people closely watching anyone who walked out of the dungeon alone. Last time, he had nearly been exposed. It was only because of his identity as an artificer that no one associated him with the mysterious figure.
Percent, but this time, it was hard to say. After all, what kind of coincidence would lead to records being shattered wherever he went? Percent for him, making a fortune in silence was the right way to go. As for fame? There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Percent to brush off one's sleeves and leave after the deed is done, hiding both merit and name, was his favorite approach. Percent a flash of white light flickered, and Lin Shi instantly vanished from the spot. Percent meanwhile, outside the dungeon teleportation point of the damp grotto, a crowd had gathered, buzzing with discussion. Percent 7 minutes and 1 second. How is that possible? Percent it must be cheating. Definitely cheating. Percent damn it, I worked my ass off for half the day just to barely make it into the top 10, only to be pushed down to 11th place in an instant. This is just too ridiculous. Percent who is it? Who exactly is this badass? Percent I don't know. He hid his name, so there's no way to find out who it is. Percent could it be the same freak who blew up the Mistwood Forest dungeon last time? Percent it's possible. I heard that the final boss of the Mistwood Forest dungeon was insta-killed. Now that the record for the Damp Grotto dungeon has been shattered so absurdly, it might really be the work of the same person. Percent holy crap. If that's true, then this guy is terrifying. Percent in the crowd, Shi Chang's face was ashen, and his fists were clenched so tightly they creaked. Percent him again. It's that damn guy again. But this time, it might not be the case. After all, how could it be such a coincidence that wherever he goes, the record gets broken? For him, making a fortune quietly was the way to go as for getting famous. There would be plenty of opportunities for that later. Walking away after the deed is done, hiding his merit and fame, was his favorite way to act. A flash of white light occurred, and Lin Shi instantly disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, outside the Damp Grotto dungeon teleportation point, a crowd had gathered, buzzing with discussion. 7 minutes and 1 second. How is that possible? It must be cheating. Definitely cheating. Damn it, I ground my heart out for ages just to barely make it into the top 10, only to be pushed down to 11th place in an instant. This is too ridiculous. Who is it? Who exactly is so badass? No idea. He hid his name, so there's no way to find out who he is. Could it be that pervert who blew up the Mistwood Forest dungeon last time? It's possible. I heard the final boss of the Mistwood Forest dungeon was insta-killed last time. Now the Damp Grotto dungeon record has been shattered so absurdly maybe it really is the same person. Holy crap! If that's true, then this guy is terrifying. In the crowd, Shi Chang's face was ashen, his fists clenching until they cracked. Him again. That damn guy again. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. 7 minutes and 1 second. Just what is this guy's background? Shi Chang violently thrust his longsword into the ground. The steel blade sank over an inch into the earth, showing the intensity of the rage in his heart. The hidden ID meant he didn't even know who his opponent was, let alone seek revenge to clear his shame. He, the top genius of Forest City, had prepared for a long time to break the Damp Grotto clear record, but before he could even enjoy the moment, he was suppressed by a nobody. It was a complete public humiliation. How could he swallow this insult? After all, just minutes ago, he had boasted and vowed that no one could break his record. Young Master Lin, don't be angry. Maybe this kid has some hidden class and just got lucky. A young man with monkey-like features cautiously offered comfort from the side, fearing he might accidentally trigger Lin's wrath. Dumb luck? My luck isn't half bad either. Investigate him. I want to find out exactly who this kid is. I'm going to teach him what it means to be in over his head. Shi Chang kicked over the treasure chest beside him, sending the equipment inside scattering across the ground. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a forest on the outskirts of Luochang, Lin Shi's figure appeared out of thin air. Help! Help me! Ha ha, little beauty, keep screaming. We're in the middle of nowhere, no one's coming to save you no matter how loud you yell. That's right, just be a good girl and have some fun with us brothers. We'll make sure you're feeling on top of the world. Lin Shi had just been dropped into the wilderness by the random teleportation scroll. Before he could even figure out where he was, he heard bursts of lewd laughter from a short distance away, mixed with a girl's cries for help. Tisk, tsk, tsk. In broad daylight and under the clear sky, someone actually dares to commit such a beastly act of bullying? It seems I am destined to play the hero and save the damsel in distress today. With a slight smirk, Lin Shi walked brazenly toward the source of the sound. Passing through a patch of low shrubs, the view opened up before Lin Shi. He saw 7 or 8 thuggish-looking men surrounding 3 young girls, their faces filled with lecherous grins. The girls' clothes were disheveled, and their faces were masked with terror and despair. It was clear they had been cornered here by these scumbags for some time. Little babe, stop struggling. Just play with us, and I guarantee you'll be in paradise. One burly man with a face full of fatty flesh and a thick gold chain around his neck spoke as he reached out to stroke one of the girls' faces. Help! Help me! The girls were pale with fright, desperately trying to dodge the brute's wandering hands, but it was all in vain. Ha ha, little beauty, keep screaming. We're in the middle of nowhere, no one's coming to save you no matter how loud you yell. Exactly, just be a good girl and have some fun with us. I'll make sure you're feeling great. As the blonde-haired thug spoke, he reached out to tear at one of the girl's clothes. Tisk, tsk, tsk. In broad daylight and under the clear sky, someone actually dares to commit such a beastly act of bullying? It seems I am destined to play the hero and save the damsel in distress today. With a slight smirk, Lin Shi walked out into the open, clapping his hands as he spoke. Wonderful, truly wonderful. I didn't expect to see such a great show right after coming out of the dungeon. This trip was definitely worth it. Hearing Lin Shi's voice, everyone was stunned and turned their heads to look at him. Startled, the group followed the sound and saw a youth dressed in a cloth shirt and heavy boots walking toward them with a swagger. Kid, who the hell are you? You got a death wish or something? Seeing someone ruin his fun, the blonde-haired thug instantly flew into a rage and asked fiercely. Lin Shi ignored the blonde youth's bluster. Instead, he stood at a distance with his arms crossed, scanned the crowd, and then said leisurely, Tisk, tsk, tsk, quite fierce, aren't we? What's the matter, looking for a fight? Yo, kid, you've got quite the mouth on you. Do you even know who we are? Interfering in our business, I think you've got a death wish. The green-haired youth shouted arrogantly. Everyone has a responsibility to clear out trash, so I'm definitely getting involved in this. Lin Shi curled his lip, his eyes full of disdain. Kid, you're asking for it. Seeing that Lin Shi wasn't giving him any face at all, the blonde youth was instantly consumed with rage. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush forward to start a fight. Wait! The green-haired youth grabbed him, sized Lin Shi up from head to toe, and a cold, sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Kid, which family are you from? State your name. Maybe we'll show you some respect. Lin Shi sneered and said indifferently, I have no sect or clan. I'm just an ordinary artificer. Artificer? The crowd froze for a moment, then erupted into a roar of laughter. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? This kid actually said he's an artificer? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. An artificer? What kind of crap is that? Is it even edible? Is this kid a complete idiot? He dares to come here alone and play the hero, and he's just a trashy artificer at that? He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. On the Azure Star continent, the artificer had always been regarded as the absolute worst profession, without exception. This was because artificers not only had low combat power themselves, but the items they produced through crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion were mostly flashy but useless, possessing almost no practical value. Therefore, when the crowd heard Lin Shi say he was an artificer, they were filled with such contempt and disdain. Kid, I see you'd rather do this the hard way. Since you're looking for death, don't blame us for being ruthless. The blonde youth gave a cruel laugh and charged toward Lin Shi once again. Wait, Blondie, let me teach this arrogant brat a lesson myself. The green-haired youth suddenly stopped him,
a sinister glint flashing in his eyes.
What? Greenie, you afraid I'll steal your credit?
The blonde youth said with some dissatisfaction.
He, since this kid is an artificer, maybe he's carrying some good stuff on him?
Let me scout him out first so you don't waste your energy for nothing. The green-haired youth chuckled with ill intent.
Fine.
But be careful, don't go tripping up in a shallow ditch. The blonde thought about it and felt that the green-haired guy had a point, so he nodded in agreement. The green-haired man stretched his muscles and walked up to Lin Shi with an arrogant air.
Kid, I'm a level 8 assassin, he said condescendingly.
You're just a trash artificer.
I could crush you with one hand.
If you know what's good for you, get on your knees, give me 3 kowtows, and hand over everything you've got.
Then maybe I'll consider letting you live.
The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world.
A level 8 assassin?
To him, the guy was no different from a weakling.
A level 8 assassin? Gosh, you're scaring me.
I thought you were someone impressive, but you're just a clown.
Lin Shi intentionally feigned fear, patting his chest and speaking with exaggerated drama. Kid, you're fucking dead. Utterly enraged by Lin Shi's attitude, the green-haired man let out a roar.
The dagger in his hand turned into a flash of cold light, lunging straight for Lin Shi's throat.
Watch out!
The girls behind them cried out in alarm, instinctively closing their eyes, unable to watch. However, the expected scream never came. The green-haired man's dagger stopped a few paces away from Lin Shi. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized a bizarre-looking firearm was pressed against his chest. The rings of thumb-thick muzzles emitted a faint, ominous aura. Although he didn't know what it was, his keen instincts as an assassin told him that this thing could end his life.
What is this thing?
The green-haired man swallowed hard and asked, his voice trembling with suspicion.
You wanted to know what an artificer is? I'll show you right now.
Lin Shi sneered and pulled the trigger.
Rat-tat-tat-tat.
A rapid series of gunshots rang out, and the powerful impact sent the green-haired man flying backward.
Bang!
His body slammed heavily onto the ground. Blood stained the earth and mirrored in the wide eyes of the onlookers.
Everyone was stunned.
They stared at the scene before them, frozen as if a binding spell had been cast upon them.
How is this possible?
The blonde was the first to react. He looked at Lin Shi in disbelief, his voice shaking.
A level 8 assassin, killed in an instant? This kid, who exactly is he?
The surrounding onlookers also snapped back to their senses, their faces pale and eyes filled with terror. They had originally thought Lin Shi was just a reckless fool who had come here purely to seek his own death.
You, who exactly are you?
Yellow Hair suppressed the fear in his heart, asking with a facade of bravado.
Me? Heh, I'm your daddy.
Lin Shi looked at Yellow Hair and spoke in a contemptuous tone. You. Enraged by Lin Shi's disdainful attitude, Yellow Hair pointed at Lin Shi's nose, unable to find words for a long moment.
Kid, I see you're choosing the hard way over the easy way. Quick, form the array. Focus fire and burst him down. Completely provoked by Lin Shi's contempt, Yellow Hair roared at his subordinates behind him.
The lackeys dared not delay, drawing their weapons one after another and fanning out into formation, surrounding Lin Shi completely. The array mage standing in the back row was named San, someone Yellow Hair had spent a fortune to recruit.
Brother San, I'm counting on you.
You must trap this kid.
Yellow Hair shouted anxiously to San. Don't worry, Brother Mao. This kid won't escape today even if he grew wings.
As San spoke, his hands rapidly formed seals while he muttered obscure incantations.
An array totem glowing with a faint blue light quickly took shape beneath his feet.
Within the totem, mysterious runes flickered, emitting heart-palpitating waves of energy. With a soft hum, the array totem suddenly blazed with light, and a beam of blue light descended from above, enveloping Lin Shi within it. Seeing Lin Shi trapped in the array, San finally let out the breath he had been holding and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Ha, kid, are you scared now?
This is a level 4 trapping array, even a level 15 adventurer would be stuck. Brother San, stop wasting time. Do it now, finish him off quickly before something else goes wrong. Yellow Hair looked at Lin Shi, a deep sense of wariness flashing in his eyes as he urged San. Although Lin Shi was now trapped in the array, the sense of unease in Yellow Hair's heart grew stronger, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping his throat, making it hard to breathe. Don't worry, Brother Mao, watch me. The mage standing behind the array mage was named A Chang, A San's younger brother. Hearing Yellow Hair's urge, A Chang dared not hesitate. He raised his staff high. The large red magic crystal embedded at its tip was currently emitting a dazzling red glow. A Chang chanted his incantations in a low, rapid voice that seemed to carry a mysterious strength. The surrounding fire elements began to grow restless, and the temperature in the air rose accordingly. In the next second, 6 washbasin-sized fireballs materialized out of thin air at the tip of Ah Chang's staff. These fireballs blazed with roaring flames, emitting a searing heat that caused the surrounding air to warp and distort. Go! With a low shout from Ah Chang, the 6 fireballs aligned in a single row and hurtled toward Lin Shi inside the formation, carrying a scorching aura. This was a mage's single target skill, Fireball Volley. The damage from each of the 6 fireballs would stack if all of them hit. Even a thick-skinned warrior wouldn't be able to withstand the impact. Seeing this, the warrior standing at the very front let out a roar. He raised a tower shield as tall as a man and charged toward Lin Shi, intending to engage in close-quarters combat once the fireball spell concluded. Trapped within the pale blue light of the formation, Lin Shi appeared to the onlookers like a fish on a chopping block, left entirely at their mercy. Watching this scene, a cruel sneer crept onto the yellow-haired man's lips, and a cold voice escaped his mouth. "Humph, kid, in your next life, learn to live with your tail between your legs." In his eyes, there was no longer any suspense to this battle. The scales of victory had long since tilted in their favor. The speed of Ah Chang's incantations grew more urgent, and the surrounding fire elements churned violently like boiling lava. The air became thick with a suffocating, scorching heat. The 6 washbasin-sized fireballs, trailing long plumes of flame, let out a whistling roar as they hurtled toward Lin Shi inside the formation. Boom! 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 One after another, the fireballs slammed into the pale blue light curtain, erupting in deafening explosions. The resulting flames soared into the sky, tinting half the horizon a crimson red. Simultaneously, the warrior at the front gave a thunderous roar. His legs exerted sudden force as he leaped high into the air, his longsword flashing with a cold, glinting light as he swung it down toward Lin Shi's head. Heroic Strike. This skill not only possessed a 50% power bonus but also had a 25% chance to trigger a critical hit. The warrior roared, unleashing his strongest blow. The longsword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. He was determined to end it with this strike. "Kid, just die." A look of ferocity flashed in the warrior's eyes, as if he could already foresee the scene of Lin Shi being cleaved in two by his sword. But the outcome was not at all what he had imagined. As the longsword swung through the air, the warrior felt as though he had struck cotton. There was no point of impact whatsoever. A powerful sense of unease immediately surged in his heart. The warrior hurriedly steadied himself, raising his great shield high as he scanned his surroundings warily. Thick smoke and dust filled the air, making him cough violently from the irritation, and he could see nothing clearly. In the distance, Ah Chang also sensed that something was wrong. His brow furrowed slightly as an ominous premonition rose within him. He quickly checked the system notifications, only to find that there was no information regarding Lin Shi taking any damage. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed the scorched and blackened earth. However, Lin Shi, who should have been standing there motionless, had vanished without a trace. Seeing this, everyone present turned pale, their faces filled with utter shock and bewilderment. What happened? Where is he? Doubt spread through the crowd like a plague. Every face was etched with shock and disbelief as they looked at one another, their eyes filled with questions. My formation, it seems to have failed. Asen's voice carried a hint of confusion and bewilderment, breaking the deathly silence. His brow was furrowed, and a storm of turmoil raged within his heart. How is that possible? His formations had never failed before, especially considering the opponent was merely a level 9 adventurer.
Just a moment ago, he had clearly received a system notification. The cold words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Target lost. Failed? Huang Mao was also shaken by the words, a chill running up his spine to his forehead. He had been staring intently at Lin Shi the entire time, yet he hadn't seen the other party use any dispel skills. Moreover, Lin Shi was an artificer. It was fundamentally impossible for him to possess a dispel skill. But if the formation hadn't been broken, how did Lin Shi disappear? Could this guy have some hidden trump card? An ominous premonition surged in his heart, causing a wave of inexplicable panic.
Everyone, you've had your fun. Is it my turn now?
Just then, Lin Shi's voice suddenly drifted in from a distance. His tone carried a hint of mockery, sounding as if it came from the depths of hell, sending shivers down everyone's spines.
Space jump. This is space jump.
A Chang's voice rang out from the team.
He screamed as if he were witnessing something unbelievable.
As a mage, he understood instantly how Lin Shi had escaped.
An artificer actually possesses a skill that every magic-based class dreams of. What a waste, a total waste of a god-tier talent.
A Chang looked at Lin Shi, his eyes now filled with pure greed. Having this skill versus not having it represented two completely different realms of power. Imagine, on a rapidly changing battlefield, you possess the ability to traverse space at will, coming and going as you please.
Enemies could never track your movements.
Whether on offense or defense, you would remain invincible. Even more terrifying was that space jump could be used for escape. Once cornered, you could simply activate the skill to instantly flee from danger, leaving the enemy helpless. And that's not even considering the synergy with a mage's unparalleled destructive power. This combination was nothing short of terrifying. A Chang also knew that as an artificer, it was impossible for Lin Shi to learn this skill. That left only one possibility: the other party had used crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion to imbue the skill into his equipment. Therefore, all he had to do was kill Lin Shi and take his gear. Quick! Whoever kills him, I'll pay 10,000 gold coins. A Chang could no longer be bothered with anything else. Greed had completely stripped him of his reason. Once again, the trigger was pulled. Da-day. The deafening roar of gunfire erupted as tongues of fire spat from the barrels. Countless bullets poured out, tearing toward the henchmen. Ag! Screams rose and fell one after another. Before the henchmen could even realize what was happening, they were riddled with holes and collapsed into pools of blood. The young lady looked at Yi Chen with suspicion, but her professional training prevented her from saying anything further. Witnessing this scene, everyone was struck dumb, their faces masks of pure horror. Who else? Lin Shi stood proudly in place, looking as invincible as a god of war. Instant kill. This was a fucking insta-kill. Where the hell did this kid come from? How? Could he possess such terrifying firepower? You, who exactly are you? Looking at his subordinates lying in pools of blood, Huang Mao's legs turned to jelly. He slumped to the ground, pointing at Lin Shi with a trembling hand as he stammered the question. Still asking? Didn't I already tell you? Lin Shi spoke indifferently, casually hoisting the Gatling gun onto his shoulder as he walked toward Huang Mao step by step. You, don't come any closer. I am. Scared out of his wits, Huang Mao scrambled backward desperately, only to find he had nowhere left to run. A massive tree blocked his path. You're what? Let's hear it. Lin Shi stopped in front of him, looking down from above with a playful, mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I'm a member of the Black Wolf Gang. If you dare touch me, our boss won't let you get away with this. The yellow-haired man spoke with a fierce expression but was trembling inside, attempting to use his backers to intimidate Lin Shi. The Black Wolf Gang, the most powerful group of bandits in the Luochang area. The yellow-haired man originally thought that bringing up the Black Wolf Gang would scare Lin Shi, but to his surprise, the other party looked completely blank. Black Wolf Gang? Never heard of it. Lin Shi thought for a moment and then shook his head. You don't even know the Black Wolf Gang? The yellow-haired man was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Which remote mountain valley did this guy crawl out of? He doesn't even know the Black Wolf Gang? Is this Black Wolf Gang very powerful?
Lin Shi asked curiously.
Nonsense.
Our Black Wolf Gang is the strongest force around here, and our gang leader is.
Enough, I'm not interested in your bullshit gang.
Lin Shi waved his hand impatiently, cutting the yellow-haired man off. He said in an indifferent tone, "All right, stop the nonsense.
Open your backpack. I want everything inside."
The yellow-haired man froze at first, doubting if he had misheard. It took several seconds for him to process it. His eyes widened, and he asked with a face full of disbelief, You, what are you doing?
Are you robbing me?
He simply couldn't believe that someone would dare to rob him in broad daylight, right in front of everyone.
Robbing you? Why not?
Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a faint, mocking smile.
You?
The yellow-haired man was suddenly speechless, stammering you for a long time without being able to form a sentence.
You what?
Hurry up, don't waste my time. Lin Shi urged him impatiently.
You?
The yellow-haired man wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Shi's cold eyes and remembering the ruthless way he had killed his lackeys without hesitation, he immediately swallowed his words in fear. He knew very well that if he dared to talk any more nonsense, he would likely end up like his subordinates, dead on the spot. To save his life, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly took the items out of his backpack one by one until it was completely empty.
Can I go now?
The blonde youth asked cautiously, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz.
Hand over everything you're wearing, too.
Lin Shi pointed at the blonde's clothes and spoke flatly.
Ha!
The blonde froze again, doubting if he had misheard.
What are you ing for? Do you not understand human speech?
Take off your weapons, clothes, pants, shoes, everything.
Oh, right. The rings and accessories too.
Lin Shi repeated impatiently.
Isn't this going too far?
The blonde was on the verge of tears. He never imagined he would be mugged to such an extreme extent.
Cut the crap, move it.
Lin Shi urged him impatiently. Under the pressure of Lin Shi's intimidation, the blonde could only tearfully strip off his equipment piece by piece. Finally, he stood there shivering in nothing but his boxers, looking exactly like a plucked rooster. Lin Shi nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, you can beat it. Kid, you just wait.
I'll remember you. This isn't over."
The blonde spoke through gritted teeth and then bolted like a flash, fearing Lin Shi might change his mind.
Are you all right?
Watching the blonde's retreating figure, Lin Shi turned around to face the three girls. A warm smile appeared on his face, as if the cold-blooded demon from moments ago wasn't him at all.
Ah. We're fine. The three girls finally snapped out of it and shook their heads quickly.
Their eyes were filled with a mixture of gratitude and awe as they looked at Lin Shi.
Good to hear.
Lin Shi gave a slight smile and said, "Take this equipment."
No. How could we? This belongs to you.
The three girls hurriedly waved their hands in refusal.
Not only had the young man before them saved their lives, but now he was offering them equipment? How could they possibly accept it? These were meant for you anyway.
Consider them an apology from those pieces of trash. If you don't want them, just leave them here. Lin Shi didn't press the matter after speaking, he simply turned around and left.
This.
The three girls looked at each other in bewilderment, but eventually, they bent down and collected the pile of items from the ground. They had just finished tidying up the battlefield when they saw Lin Shi, who had already left, unexpectedly returning the way he came.
Is he worried about us? Did he come back specifically for that?
At that moment, one of the girls couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Unknowingly, the image of Lin Shi, this boy they had never met before, began to grow tall and imposing in her mind.
Ahem, excuse me, could I ask, where exactly is this?
Lin Shi cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and asked. To be honest, he really had no idea where he was, considering he had been teleported here randomly by a scroll.
The girls?
Oh, This is the level 10 grinding zone on the outskirts of Luocheng.
One of the girls snapped out of it and spoke up. Oh, then.
Lin Shi hesitated, the words trailing off.
Put. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail burst out laughing. She had figured it out. It turned out this heroic young man who had swooped in to save the day was actually lost. It just so happens we're heading back to Luocheng too. Why don't we go together?
She spoke up just in time, saving Lin Shi from his embarrassment.
Okay. Lin Shi nodded.
The four of them then walked side by side, heading toward Luocheng.
During the walk, one of the girls seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, Dear benefactor, we haven't asked for your name yet? I'm Lin Shi.
Lin Shi replied calmly.
Lin Shi? That's a nice name. The three girls nodded.
Then, one of them said, Lin Shi, thank you for saving us.
We will definitely find a way to repay you in the future.
It was nothing, don't mention it. Lin Shi said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Since all four were young, the conversation was a bit stiff at first, but they gradually warmed up to each other. Through their chat, Lin Shi learned the names and classes of the three girls. The petite, Lolita-style girl wearing a floral dress and a ponytail was named Xia Yu, a level 9 summoner. The other girl, tall with shoulder-length hair, was named Li Yi, and level 11 frost mage. The last girl, who looked slightly older than the other two and was their senior, was named Wang Fangrui, a level 11 archer.
Lin Shi, you actually didn't know where this was? Then how did you get here?
Xia Yu had the most cheerful and lively personality, so she did most of the talking.
I actually flew here.
Lin Shi said after a moment of thought.
Put, liar. What level are you even?
Xia Yu looked completely skeptical. Seeing Xia Yu's expression, Lin Shi felt helpless.
He really had flown there. Lin Shi, are you really an artificer? Your attack power is so high. Lin Shi, what is that gun of yours? It looks so powerful. Lin Shi, can you make a weapon like that for me too? I'll pay. Lin Shi, what are you doing in Luocheng? Lin Shi, you.
Along the way, Xia Yu turned into a total curiosity kitten, peppering him with all sorts of questions without stopping.
She didn't give Lin Shi any time to think at all. As the last rays of twilight completely vanished, the four of them arrived safely back in Luocheng.
Lin Shi was the first to speak. It's getting late, you all should head home quickly. Be careful in the future and try not to run into this kind of trouble again.
We understand. Thank you, Lin Shi.
The three girls thanked him once more before turning to leave. After the three girls left, Lin Shi rested his chin in his hand and began to think.
Should he head back to Sunlight City now, or take the opportunity to level up here in Luocheng?
On the other side, after the three girls left, they didn't go straight home but instead went to a cafe.
Xiao Yu, how do you think we should repay Lin Shi?
Wang Fangrui asked, resting her chin on one hand while stirring with a metal spoon in the other.
Yeah, Lin Shi saved us. We must find a way to repay him. Li Yi chimed in. But what can we actually do for him? Xiao Yu frowned, falling into deep thought. How about, we offer ourselves to him in marriage? Wang Fangrui suddenly suggested. Offer ourselves in marriage?
Upon hearing this proposal, the other two girls were instantly stunned.
Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xia Yu said hesitantly. What's wrong with it?
Lin Shi is so handsome and his strength is so formidable. Between the three of us sisters, at least one of us should be able to catch his eye, right?
Wang Fangrui said nonchalantly. But Xia Yu wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the other girl. All right, Xiao Yu, stop with the buts. It's settled. On the outskirts of Luocheng, outside the dark forest dungeon.
Lin Shi stood at the entrance, sizing up the dungeon before him.
Luocheng truly lived up to its reputation as an ancient city with a 1,000-year history.
Even though night had fallen, there were still many adventurers forming parties to enter the dungeon. Lin Shi stared at the system interface. The faint glow of the experience bar looked like it was flirting with him, beckoning him to level up.
Just a little bit more. He silently calculated the experience points needed to level up.
Based on the current progress, I just need one more dungeon run to successfully reach level 10. By then, he would successfully complete the task issued by the system and receive the achievement points reward. And if possible, he could also snag the speedrun record along the way, killing several birds with one stone. He stood up and stretched his limbs, his joints letting out a series of crisp crackling sounds that chased away all the discomfort from standing for so long. Taking a deep breath, with a flick of his mind, Lin Shi pulled the wildly cool blue flame Gatling directly out of the system space. With the insane firepower of this weapon, taking down monsters in a mere level 10 dungeon would be as easy as slicing through butter. At that thought, a flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he whispered to himself, "Let's make this quick." With that, he strode confidently into the dungeon entrance.
Ding!
System detects that the host is approaching the Dark Forest dungeon portal.
Would you like to enter? Enter. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Hell mode. Ding!
System detects that the host has entered the Dark Forest dungeon.
Current difficulty, Hell.
Dungeon objective, slay the final boss, the ancient Treant.
Dungeon time limit, 30 minutes. Good luck, host. Ding! System quest, successfully reach level 10. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. Ignoring the horrified looks of the onlookers, Lin Shi chose the highest difficulty Hell mode without hesitation. The moment he stepped inside, a gust of sinister wind hit him full force, sending chills down his spine. The surrounding trees were twisted and gnarled like demonic claws swaying in the night wind, making eerie creaking sounds that would make anyone's skin crawl. The mist was so thick it was almost palpable, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. The low growls of beasts and the buzzing of insects echoed one after another. It was like a scene straight out of a horror movie. According to data released by the Adventurers Guild, the Dark Forest dungeon is divided into 5 distinct areas. Lin Shi was currently in the first area, Mistwood Forest. As the name suggested, it was a primeval forest shrouded in dense fog. To advance to the next level, one had to find the portal hidden somewhere on the map.
Lin Shi moved forward cautiously, his Gatling gun at the ready. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something moving in the bushes ahead, a dark shape he couldn't quite identify.
Lin Shi stopped immediately, holding his breath. He slowly raised the blue flame Gatling, its dark muzzle pointed directly toward the movement.
Rustle, rustle. The shaking of the bushes grew more violent, accompanied by a series of hair-raising scraping sounds, as if something was slowly crawling toward him. Lin Shi held his breath, every muscle in his body tense, his eyes locked onto that direction. A massive black spider leg poked out from the bushes, followed by a second, a third, until all 8 thick spider legs were fully revealed. The spider was enormous, the size of a small calf, its body covered in a hard black carapace that reflected a cold luster in the dim light. Its 8 crimson eyes glowed like the fires of hell, shimmering with a greedy and cruel light that sent shivers down one's spine. A trace of dark red blood still clung to its sharp fangs. Clearly, it had just finished a hearty meal. Level 10 Venomous Demon Spider. Lin Shi recognized this monster immediately and cast an appraisal skill right away. Name, Venomous Spider Common Monster. Level 10. HP, 2000. Mana, 1200. Physical attack, 200. Magic attack, 100. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 50. Skills, Bite, Venom. Description, a common monster in the Dark Forest. It is extremely poisonous and moves with incredible speed. It prefers to lurk in the shadows to ambush prey. Once bitten, the victim will die of poisoning within seconds. Roar! At the same time, the venomous demon spider spotted Lin Shi. It let out a deafening hiss and lunged forward violently. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning, reaching Lin Shi in the blink of an eye. Its 8 sharp spider legs, like steel blades, stabbed fiercely toward Lin Shi's chest. At the critical moment, Lin Shi was well prepared. The second the venomous demon spider pounced, he pulled the trigger.
Da-did-day-day-day.
The blue flame gatling spat out angry tongues of fire as countless blue flame bullets whistled forth, accurately striking the body of the venomous demon spider.
1,500. 1,500. 1,500.
The temperature of the blue flames was extremely high. The hard carapace that the venomous demon spider took pride in offered no resistance at all. It was incinerated instantly, exposing the bright red muscle tissue beneath. The venomous demon spider let out a shrill, agonizing scream. Its massive body was knocked back by the impact of the flame bullets, slamming heavily onto the ground. After a few brief struggles, it went still. Successfully killed venomous spider, EXP plus 90, venomous spider's hind leg X3. As the system notification chimed, this monster, whose stats were multiplied several times over by the hell difficulty crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion, was easily slain by Lin Shi. It had taken barely a few seconds from start to finish. Just as he finished putting the loot into his system inventory, movement stirred once again in the distant thickets. And this time, the sounds were coming from all directions. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, dozens of venomous spiders had completely surrounded Lin Shi. Faced with such a situation, any other adventuring party would have to endure a bitter struggle to escape, if they weren't wiped out entirely. But for Lin Shi, there was no need for such trouble. Under the pressure of overwhelming firepower, no matter how many came, the final result would be the same. They would all be converted into experience points for Lin Shi to level up. For a moment, the hissing of the venomous spiders, the roar of the blue flame gatling, and the sound of bullets tearing through flesh intertwined to form a symphony of death. The blue flame bullets streaked across the night sky like a rain of meteors, illuminating the originally gloomy forest as bright as day. The speed and venom that the venomous spiders prided themselves on appeared pathetic in the face of absolute firepower. Like moths to a flame, they rushed toward the muzzle one after another, only to let out desperate wails and fall into pools of blood. A heavy scent of blood permeated the air, mixing with the smell of damp earth to create a nauseating stench. One by one, the venomous spiders struggled and contorted within the blue flames before finally turning to ash, leaving behind only scattered fragments of black carapace as proof of their existence. As the system notifications chimed continuously, Lin Shi's experience points grew at a rapid pace. By the time the gunfire ceased, the forest had returned to silence once more, with only the smell of gunpowder and blood lingering in the air to tell the tale of what had just occurred. Successfully killed venomous spider, EXP plus 90, venomous spider's hind leg X3. Successfully killed venomous spider, EXP plus 90, venomous spider's poison sac X1. Successfully killed venomous spider, EXP plus 90, venomous spider's poison sac X2. Successfully killed venomous spider, EXP plus 90, venomous spider's fang X2. After successfully dealing with a wave of monster attacks, Lin Shi didn't linger and continued heading deeper into the forest. Not long after he started moving, Lin Shi suddenly felt a sharp sting in his ankle. HP 50. The moment the system notification sounded, Lin Shi reacted instantly. He transformed into a streak of white light and vanished from the spot, reappearing several meters away as the light manifested again. Looking back at where he had just been standing, several thick vines had lunged from the tree trunks like venomous snakes, lashing the ground with such force that cracks spiderwebbed across the hard rock. That was close. Lin Shi felt a secret sense of relief at his quick reflexes. Had he been ensnared by those vines, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Name, corpse-eating vine common monster. Level 15. HP, 3000. MP, 1000. Physical attack, 300. Magic attack, 100. Physical defense, 300. Magic DEF, 75. Skills, entangle, devour. Description, a type of vine that parasitizes trees. It usually disguises itself as an ordinary vine, launching sudden attacks when prey passes by, using its coils to entangle and consume its victims. As expected of a dungeon near a major city, the difficulty is on a completely different level compared to the dungeons in Sunlight City. Lin Shi cast aside any trace of complacency, his gaze warily scanning his surroundings.
He noticed that the surrounding trees were all draped in seemingly ordinary vines.
These vines were dull in color, blending almost perfectly with the trunks, making them incredibly difficult to spot without careful observation. However, he didn't panic over the sudden ambush of the corpse-eating vines. Instead, he raised his Gatling gun and began to return fire, simultaneously analyzing the monster's attack patterns and weaknesses.
While their camouflage is excellent, these vines seem to have a significant flaw: their attack range is limited.
As long as I stay at a safe distance, these vines pose no threat to me. After just a few short bursts of fire, Lin Shi quickly figured out the method to deal with the corpse-eating vines. The maximum attack range of these vines was only 20 meters. The Gatling gun in his hand, meanwhile, had an effective attack range of 100 to 150 meters. So as long as he utilized this advantage correctly, he could kill the ghoul vines without taking any damage. At this thought, Lin Shi no longer hesitated. He raised the blue flame Gatling in his hands, aimed it at the ghoul vines, and pulled the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. Blue tongues of fire spewed forth, blowing all the ghoul vines that had been disguised as ordinary vines into fragments. Some of the vines attempted to counterattack, but unfortunately, Lin Shi was standing too far away for them to reach. Even though their level is much higher than the poisonous spiders, they are unexpectedly easier to grind than the former. Lin Shi stood his ground, comfortably pouring out firepower as vine after vine fell to the ground.
Successfully killed ghoul vine, EXP plus 140, vine spore X1. Successfully killed ghoul vine, EXP plus 140, decayed fiber X3. Successfully killed ghoul vine, EXP plus 140, vine spore X2. System notifications chimed one after another, and Lin Shi's experience points soared at that moment. Gradually, however, he noticed something slightly off. The number of vines he had killed did not match the number of system notifications. Just as suspicion arose in his mind. Lin Shi was shocked to discover that the ghoul vines he had blown to bits were actually regrowing after hitting the ground, spreading toward his direction at a speed visible to the naked eye. This thing can regenerate?
Lin Shi's expression changed slightly. The information from his previous scan hadn't mentioned this skill.
Inspection. Lin Shi cast the skill toward the frantically proliferating vines. Name: Splitting Vine Elite Monster. Level: 20. HP: MP, 2000. Physical Attack, 500. Magic Attack, 200. Physical Defense, 450. Magic Defense, 150. Skills: Entangle, Split. Description: usually lives in symbiosis with corpse-eating vines, surviving by absorbing their nutrients. It possesses no inherent attack power. However, upon the death of a corpse-eating vine, it will absorb the carcass, rapidly split, and evolve into an offensive splitting vine. He hadn't expected elite-level monsters to be hidden among these vines. Lin Shi quickly realized that Gatling gun fire alone was no longer effective for killing them. No matter how high his attack power was, it would only accelerate the rate at which these vines split. In that case, don't blame me for showing no mercy. A look of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He immediately opened the system's crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion interface and located the blueprint for the Molotov cocktail. Ding! System detects that the host has not learned crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion for Molotov cocktail. Would you like to spend 100 achievement points to purchase this item's blueprint? Purchase. This time, Lin Shi did not hesitate for a second. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion for Molotov cocktail. Insufficient materials detected for crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion of the Molotov cocktail. Would you like to use a free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion opportunity? No. With only one free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion opportunity remaining, Lin Shi intended to save it for later. Spend 20 achievement points to craft, repair, enhance, or fuse Molotov cocktails? Yes, sir. After spending 100 achievement points to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse Molotov cocktails, Lin Shi has 90 achievement points remaining. As the saying goes, you have to bait the hook to catch the fish.
While achievement points were precious, they had to be spent when the situation called for it.
Achievement points 20, obtained Molotov cocktail X5. Item name, Molotov cocktail. Item type, consumable. Item grade, none. Level requirement, level 1. Class restriction, none. Special effect, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion fuel, deals fire damage equal to 10% of maximum health per second. The flames cannot be extinguished until the fuel is completely exhausted. Go to hell.
Lin Shi lit the fuse at the mouth of the bottle and threw the Molotov cocktail with all his might.
Boom! The Molotov cocktail traced an arc through the air and exploded above the thicket of vines.
The glass bottle shattered into countless sharp shards, scattering in all directions along with the splashing liquid. In the next instant, the flames erupted violently, devouring everything around like a ferocious beast.
Scorching waves of fire rolled through, turning every inch of space into a living purgatory.
The vines writhed frantically amidst the blaze, charred sap oozing from the severed ends with a bone-chilling sizzle. Since the forest was filled with flammable materials, the fire spread throughout the entire woods with lightning speed. Raging flames soared into the sky, accompanied by billowing thick smoke. The dense fog that originally shrouded the forest was devoured by the fire and vanished
entirely.
The entire sky turned from its original grayish-white to a murky charcoal black, and a nauseating, pungent smell of burning permeated the air. Lin Shi retreated to a safe distance and watched the sea of fire before him calmly, without a shred of pity in his heart. By the time the fuel from the Molotov cocktail was completely spent, the once lush forest had been reduced to a wasteland of scorched earth, and a suffocating silence hung in the air. As the flames consumed the forest, a rapid-fire succession of system notifications rang out incessantly in Lin Shi's ears. Successfully killed splitting vine, EXP plus 180, parasitic spore X1. Successfully killed splitting vine, EXP plus 180, vine fiber X5. Successfully killed splitting vine, EXP plus 180, vine fiber X3. Successfully killed splitting vine, EXP plus 180, parasitic spore X1. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. Current level, 10. Achievement system unlocked. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and reaching level 10. Reward, 1000 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining special item, Heart of the Vine. Heart of the Vine? What is this? Lin Shi keenly grasped the keypoint from the string of system messages. He hurriedly opened his backpack to check the information on the item named Heart of the Vine. Heart of the Vine. Type, special material. Grade, unique. Description, the essence of the splitting vine, possessing powerful vitality. It can be used as a material for refining elixirs or for crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion of special equipment. Looks like good stuff. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Although the heart of the vine was just a material, its grade was unique, which was several levels higher than all the materials he had obtained before. Its value was naturally self-evident. Material quality ranks from low to high as follows: primary, intermediate, advanced, and rare. However, above these grades, there is an extremely special existence known as unique. As the name suggests, only one will ever be produced in the entire dungeon, so these materials often possess powerful special effects. This is an unexpected windfall. Lin Shi nodded with satisfaction. He had originally just come to level up, never expecting to accidentally obtain the unique material of the Mistwood Forest. Putting the material away, Lin Shi turned his gaze toward the achievement system. On the original system interface, following the crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion buttons, a new button had appeared, Achievements. Curiously, he clicked open the achievement interface. Icons resembling dialog boxes appeared before Lin Shi's eyes. Achievement name, I am not a weakling. Achievement description, to prove to the system that you are not a weakling, you must work hard to level up. Harder, harder, and harder still. Go, and go again. Current progress, 10%. Achievement points reward. Looking at this achievement description, Lin Shi once again felt the deep malice from the system. Speechless, Lin Shi continued to look at the other achievements.
Achievement name, severe OCD patient.
Achievement description: as someone with OCD, you vow to kill one of every type of monster in this world.
Current progress, 1%. Achievement points reward. What is all this junk? Is there anything normal in here?
Lin Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse, and patiently flipped through the pages. Finally, just as he was reaching the bottom of the achievement interface, he spotted one that was nearing completion.
Achievement name, small reputation.
Achievement description: a great man born into a chaotic world should perform legendary deeds.
As a newcomer, you must do something shocking to garner the world's attention. Breaking 5 dungeon clear records is your first step toward success. Current progress, 40%. Achievement points reward, 1,000. Setting 5 dungeon clear records was incredibly easy for Lin Shi. He had already completed 2, and the Dark Forest would likely be the 3rd. Let's see how many achievement points I have now. Talking to himself, Lin Shi navigated back to the system attribute interface. Host Lin Shi. Class, Artificer. Level 10 122. HP, 1000. MP, 2000. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 80. Strength, 10. Constitution, 50. Agility, 50. Spirit, 100. Skills: crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, achievements, spider thread equipment skill, space leap equipment skill. Equipment: blue flame gatling, spider queen's greaves, void ring. System inventory: heart of vines, blade of venom, mysterious treasure map X1. Achievement points 1170. Overall evaluation: you're just a level 10 weakling. Hurry up and level up. Ignoring the system evaluation, Lin Shi fixed his gaze on his achievement points. 1,170 points. This was the wealthiest he had been to date. Roar! Just as Lin Shi was checking the crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion interface, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the distance. The sound was filled with rage and killing intent, as if it were about to shatter the entire forest. Lin Shi's expression shifted slightly. This roar was clearly far more powerful than any of the monsters he had encountered before. It was likely a boss-level entity. Could it be that killing so many splitting vines alerted their boss? But the guide didn't mention any boss being here. Though confused, Lin Shi immediately closed the system and heightened his vigilance. He gripped his Gatling gun tightly, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. After the roar, the ground began to tremble violently, as if some gargantuan creature were approaching. Dense smoke billowed in the distance, and a massive dark shadow was moving rapidly toward this direction. A moment later, Lin Shi finally saw the opponent's true form. It was an incredibly massive monster, standing over 10 meters tall, its entire body covered in dark green scales. Its thick limbs looked as if they were cast from steel, and every step it took caused the ground to shudder. Its head was hideous and terrifying, featuring a gaping bloody maw with sharp fangs like daggers that shimmered with a cold, eerie light. Behind it, it trailed a massive tail dozens of meters long, the end of which was covered in sharp barbs that emitted a hair-raising chill. What kind of monster is this? Lin Shi's pupils constricted sharply as waves of shock surged through his heart. This was the first time he had ever seen such a terrifying monster. Lin Shi looked at the massive, hideous monster before him and couldn't help but gasp. This guy looked like something straight out of a horror movie. He dared not be careless and quickly activated his appraisal skill. Name: Thistle Behemoth Hero Grade Boss. Level: 20. HP: Mana, 5000. Physical attack, 1000. Magical attack, 500. Physical defense, 800. Magic defense, 300. Skills: Thistle Armor, Vine Entanglement, Toxic Spikes, Death Trample, High-Speed Regeneration. Description: a hidden boss of the Mistwood Forest, possessing extremely high defense and attack power. It is incredibly difficult to deal with and only appears under special circumstances. Holy crap! A hero-grade boss? Lin Shi's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Monster levels are generally categorized as common, elite, and lord grades. These correspond to minions, mini-bosses, and final bosses respectively. As for the heroic grade, they are a rather special category. They do not appear every time as the description states, they are only activated under specific circumstances. Furthermore, heroic grade bosses often possess immense attack power, with some being even more terrifying than lord grade ones. I didn't expect to actually summon this kind of monster. Lin Shi could now be certain of one thing: this must have happened because he wiped out every single vine in the entire forest, including both the corpse-eating vines and the splitting vines. Many adventuring parties kill these two types of vines, some even come specifically to farm them for fast leveling, yet there has never been any data on the thorny giant lizard in the outside world. Therefore, simply killing a large number of them is not the trigger condition. That left only one other possibility. After all, these vines usually hide themselves extremely well. They won't reveal themselves at all unless one enters their attack range. And since this forest is so vast, there would bound to be survivors unless a carpet-style search was conducted. Ding! System quest: slay the hidden boss, the thorny behemoth. Reward: 1 random blueprint, 3 free uses of crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion, 1000 achievement points. The system quest was issued at just the right moment. At the same time, the thorny behemoth's crimson eyes remained locked onto Lin Shi. A deafening roar erupted from its mouth, as if venting its fury at having its slumber disturbed. Roar! With a furious roar, the thorny behemoth's massive body charged toward Lin Shi like a bulldozer, smashing every tree in its path to splinters. Space jump! Lin Shi decisively used his jump skill. Simultaneously, he pulled the remaining Molotov cocktails from his system inventory and hurled them at the thorny behemoth. Bang! 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 The Molotovs shattered against the thorny behemoth, and flames instantly engulfed it. 100! 100! 100! A string of damage numbers popped up above the thorny behemoth's head. However, compared to its massive health pool, this damage was a mere drop in the bucket. Roar! Burned by the flames, the thorny behemoth grew even more enraged, and its attack speed increased. It raised its forelimbs high before slamming them violently into the ground. The skill, Death Trample, was activated. The shockwave from the Death Trample radiated outward from the thorny behemoth, visible to the naked eye as it spread ring after ring at incredible speed. The first to bear the brunt were the towering trees. Before the shockwave, they were like tissue paper, instantly torn apart, crushed, and turned into sawdust that scattered into the air. Immediately afterward, the giant boulders scattered throughout the forest could not escape their fate either. They were shattered into fragments by the shockwave, bursting apart in every direction. Even the solid ground could not withstand this immense strength, cracking inch by inch as fissures spread out like a giant spiderweb. Seeing this, Lin Shi's brow furrowed. Realizing the immense power of this move, he dared not be the slightest bit careless and immediately activated Space Leap again to distance himself from the thorny behemoth. He then raised his Gatling gun and began to fire. Frenziedly. 500. 500. 500. The Gatling gun, which had been invincible until now, had its attack power cut in half when faced with the thorny behemoth's formidable armor. Should I drop a nuke? Or... Seeing that the Gatling gun would not be able to eliminate the enemy anytime soon, Lin Shi couldn't help but ponder his strategy. After weighing his options, he finally decided to resolve the problem through nuclear pacification. This time, he wasn't worried about the dungeon being destroyed. Because the Dark Forest was different from the Mistwood Forest in Sunlight City. This dungeon had 5 floors in total, and each floor was an independent space. In other words, at most, he would only destroy the first floor. According to Lin Shi's understanding, as long as he didn't blow up all the spaces in the entire dungeon at once, the dungeon would not disappear, and the destroyed space would be restored the next time he re-entered the dungeon. Having made his decision, Lin Shi wasted no more time. He directly used his last free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion opportunity to create a portable nuclear missile launcher. Fire! Seeing that the thorny behemoth was about to launch another attack, Lin Shi gave the command to fire without hesitation. Whoosh!
A miniature missile immediately roared out from the device.
Lin Shi did not hesitate for a second, frantically using space leap to flee toward the dungeon entrance. Last time, because he hadn't realized the true power of this thing, he had ended up in a pathetic state, covered in dust and grime.
Roar! At the same time, the thorny behemoth seemed to sense a fatal threat.
It let out an earth-shaking roar, its massive body twisting frantically as it attempted to burrow underground to evade the impending strike. Unfortunately, all its struggles were in vain. In an instant, a blinding light illuminated the entire forest, as if a sun were rising amidst the trees.
Boom!
A violent explosion resounded through the heavens, and the very earth trembled as if doomsday had arrived. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward from the epicenter of the explosion, wantonly destroying everything in its path.
Towering ancient trees were uprooted and turned into flying woodchips. Giant boulders were shattered into powder and scattered with the wind.
Even the hard ground was torn apart, leaving behind a series of shocking fissures. The center of the explosion was transformed into a purgatory of fire, with temperatures high enough to melt anything in existence. As for the once arrogant thorn behemoth, it had long since been vaporized into nothingness the moment the explosion occurred, leaving not a single trace behind. A moment later, the aftershocks of the explosion gradually dissipated, and the foggy forest returned to silence except the once dense woods had now been turned into a scorched wasteland, riddled with scars. Because he had retreated in time, Lin Shi was not heavily affected by the blast this time. Looking at the spectacular yet terrifying scene before him, his heart remained calm instead, an indescribable surge of excitement welled up within him. Even though he had witnessed the power of nuclear bombs before, seeing it again with his own eyes made him marvel at the sheer destructive force of such a weapon. At the same time, he became increasingly curious about what level of devastation could be achieved by hydrogen bombs and neutron bombs, which were even more powerful than nuclear ones.
Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the hidden boss, Thorn Behemoth.
You have gained 1 million experience points and obtained 3x exclusive treasure chests.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing the system mission.
Rewards received: 1x random blueprint, 3x free uses of crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion, 1000 achievement points.
The system's notification sounded at the perfect time, pulling Lin Shi's thoughts back from his wandering imagination.
Let's see what good things I can get this time.
Lin Shi rubbed his hands together and opened the blueprint with great anticipation.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have learned to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse titanium external armor portable.
Titanium external armor? What is this?
Hearing the system prompt, Lin Shi was slightly stunned.
He immediately clicked on the crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion interface to check the attributes. Equipment name: Titanium external armor portable. Equipment type: accessory. Equipment quality: legendary. Equipment level: level 1. Physical defense: 500. Magic defense: 500. Strength plus 500. Constitution plus 500. Agility plus 500. Spirit plus 500. Special effect: kinetic absorption passive, reduces physical damage taken by the user by 30%. Special effect: energy shield active, consumes 1 energy crystal to actively deploy an energy shield that can absorb damage equal to the target's maximum health x5. Cooldown: 30 minutes.
Special effect: matrix radar passive, scans nearby terrain once per minute. Scan radius equals user's spirit x 1 meter and presents it to the user as dynamic data.
Durability: 100/100. Status: soulbound. Class restriction: none. Evaluation: an exoskeleton armor forged from a special titanium alloy.
It requires energy crystals for power and effectively enhances the user's strength, agility, and defense.
An essential piece of equipment for exploring dangerous areas.
After reading the attribute description of the equipment, Lin Shi was completely shocked.
Not only did it provide plus 500 to all attributes, but it also featured 30% damage reduction.
More importantly, this equipment with such god-tier attributes was actually just an accessory, meaning it didn't interfere at all with his ability to equip other armor normally. Then there was that energy shield skill. If Lin Shi remembered correctly, the priest class also possessed a similar god-tier skill called Divine Shield. But even that heaven-defying god-tier skill only absorbed damage equal to the target's maximum health x1. Yet, the effect of the energy shield was a full 5 times that. If one had to find a flaw in this skill, it would only be the 30-minute cooldown. However, Lin Shi felt that didn't matter, as this kind of skill was typically used for saving one's life. Consume free attempt to crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion the external armor. Completely ignoring the system's prompts, Lin Shi issued the command directly. Ding! Titanium external armor portable, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion complete. Would you like to equip it? Equip it, hurry up and equip it. Lin Shi urged. Then, he impatiently opened his attribute interface. Host Lin Shi. Class, Artificer. Level 10. Health, 1500. Mana, 1200. Physical defense, 600. Magic defense, 580. Strength 510. Constitution 550. Agility 550. Spirit 600. Skills, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion achievement spider silk equipment skill space leap equipment skill energy shield equipment skill. Equipment, blue flame gatling, spider queen's greaves, void ring, titanium external armor portable. System inventory, heart of vines, blade of venom, mysterious treasure map x1, exclusive treasure chest x3. Achievement points 1170. Overall evaluation, congratulations on shedding the title of weakling. You can now be called Little Trash. Looking at his attribute values, Lin Shi couldn't help but grin. Although only level 10, his HP had already broken the 10,000 mark. In comparison, even a defensive warrior known for being thick-skinned and tanky even with an SSS grade talent and a full set of god-tier equipment would have less than 3,000 HP at level 10 at most. Not to mention that Lin Shi currently only had one piece of armor-type equipment, the greaves. As for attributes like strength, he completely crushed everyone below level 20. If I had these attributes earlier, I wouldn't have needed a nuclear bomb at all to kill the thorny behemoth. Lin Shi muttered to himself. Activate armor. At Lin Shi's command, he saw a surge of silver-white liquid. Metal gush out from his body, slowly enveloping his entire frame. It felt icy and cool, as if he were wearing a suit of clothes made of water. Lin Shi reached out curiously to touch it, but it didn't feel as soft as water. Instead, it felt like touching hard metal, carrying a trace of a chilly sensation. Why does this feel like I'm filming a sci-fi movie? Lin Shi laughed at himself with a grin. In the next second, the silver-white liquid metal spread rapidly, covering his entire body, with even his head being tightly encased. He suddenly felt his vision go dark, seeing nothing at all as the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. Titanium external armor portable mode activated. Performing biometric binding. Binding successful. Adjusting for optimal comfort. Adjustment complete. Have a pleasant game. As the system's voice faded, Lin Shi's vision brightened, and the pitch-black darkness was instantly replaced by light. He found himself standing where he was, clad in a suit of shimmering silver metal armor. Its streamlined design exuded a futuristic sense of technology, looking exactly like something out of a science fiction movie. The armor fit his physique perfectly without a single gap, yet it didn't feel restrictive at all. It was as if it had merged into one with his body. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Lin Shi couldn't help but click his tongue. This was even more perfect than he had imagined. He eagerly moved his limbs. Thanks to the all-attribute bonus, his strength and speed had been significantly enhanced. This feeling, if I were to pick up a broadsword right now, I'd be a full-fledged weapon warrior. Lin Shi excitedly threw a few punches, feeling the surging strength within him. He was dying to find a place to test the power of this armor right away. He looked down at his hands. His originally fair and slender fingers were now encased in silver metallic gauntlets, with several blue energy stripes glowing on the back of his hands, radiating a sense of power. Ding!
Scan complete.
Just as the system's voice fell, Lin Shi noticed a panoramic projection of the thick fog forest appearing before his eyes. Furthermore, at a position 800 meters to his southeast, there was a swirling purple icon.
Recalling the scanning function of the external armor, Lin Shi quickly understood the meaning of this icon. Without a doubt, this was the entrance to the next level. It can even scan and find hidden objects?
In Lin Shi's memory, the portal for this stage was supposed to be hidden, only becoming visible when one was within a range of less than 5 meters. But now, the radar had scanned it directly and even provided an accurate location marker.
Since it can be displayed on the map, then.
With a thought, Lin Shi fixed his gaze on the purple icon and tentatively issued a command to the system.
Start navigation. Target tracking. Optimal route has been planned for you.
Immediately following that, a red line connected Lin Shi's current location to the portal.
It actually works.
This unexpected gain brought joy to Lin Shi once again.
He no longer hesitated and sprinted directly in the direction indicated by the system.
Passing through a curtain of light, Lin Shi's figure appeared in an entirely new area. The moment he landed, a nauseating stench hit his nostrils, so foul it nearly made him vomit on the spot. Suppressing the churning in his stomach, Lin Shi carefully observed his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were dark, damp marshlands filled with mucky, bottomless mud pits. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and bleached white bones were visible everywhere. Unknown insects crawled over rotting flesh, emitting a spine-chilling buzzing sound. Dark green miasma drifted everywhere, blotting out the sky and making the already dim environment appear even more eerie and terrifying. This place must be a germaphobe's nightmare. Having finally adjusted to the smell, Lin Shi complained under his breath.
Ding! Scan complete. Current area, Withered Bone Swamp.
Players, please stay alert. As the system notification sounded, the scene before Lin Shi's eyes changed once again. The marshland, which had been pitch black, now became as clear as daylight in his vision. On the map, in addition to the dense clusters of red dots representing rotting zombies, there were also many large green dots lurking in hidden corners. Those were venomous pythons and giant swamp crocodiles. These must be the monsters for this stage, right? Lin Shi thought to himself as he activated the marking function of the Matrix radar.
Name, Rotting Zombie Common Monster. Level 15. Health points, 5,500 5,500. Mana points, 500 Physical attack, 300. Magic attack, 50. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 150. Skills, none.
Description: a monster transformed from a human corpse. It moves slowly but possesses great strength. Its attacks carry
cadaveric poison.
In addition to the rotting zombies, information regarding the venomous giant pythons and swamp crocodiles hidden at the bottom of the marsh also began to surface one by one. The strength of these monsters was not to be underestimated, especially those pythons and crocodiles lurking in the shadows, which were nearly impossible to guard against. Under normal circumstances, if any other adventuring party reached this stage, the melee classes would typically draw aggro, attracting the visible monsters before eliminating them on the spot. Next, the melee fighters would cautiously inch toward the depths of the swamp first, while the healers in the party would stand ready at all times to cast health recovery skills. The reason for such caution was that they had no idea which patch of silt concealed a monster, forcing them to resort to the clumsy method of using melee players as live bait. Lin Shi, however, had no such concerns. With his God's view active, he strode forward, bolting toward the portal marked on the map with swagger. Roar! Hiss hiss hiss! Everywhere he passed, deafening roars and spine-chilling hisses erupted one after another. The giant crocodiles and pythons hidden deep within the swamp poked their heads out of the muddy water, attempting to swallow Lin Shi, their prey, into their bellies. Perfect timing. Seeing this, Lin Shi showed no fear. Instead, he licked his lips in excitement. With his three-dimensional attributes skyrocketing, he had long been itching to test his newly boosted attack power. An agility as high as 550 allowed him to move across the muddy swamp as if he were on level ground. Knowing the dangers hidden in the marsh in advance allowed him to dodge the monster's sneak attacks with relaxed ease.
At
the same time, the blue flame Gatling in his hands began to pour out fire frantically.
Da-day-day-day-day-day.
The deafening gunfire echoed through the swamp as countless tons of fire spat out, riddling the rotting zombies with holes. Green blood splashed everywhere, staining the surrounding mud pits an eerie dark green. Though the venomous giant pythons and swamp crocodiles were massive and powerful, they had nowhere to hide before Lin Shi's matrix radar. Before they even had a chance to launch an attack, Lin Shi would lock onto them in advance, unleashing a volley of bullets that tore through their hides and flesh, leaving them wailing in agony. The second stage of the terrifying Dark Forest dungeon thus turned into a completely one-sided slaughter. With the enhancement of the titanium external armor and the blue flame Gatling, combined with the early warnings from the Matrix radar, these monsters which seemed incredibly perilous to outsiders were like lambs to the slaughter before Lin Shi, completely powerless to fight back. Lin Shi rampaged all the way, leaving fields of corpses and rivers of blood in his wake. At this moment, he seemed like a Terminator from a sci-fi movie, wantonly harvesting the lives of the monsters before him. It didn't feel like he was grinding mobs, but rather playing an exhilarating roguelike game.
5,000. 5,000. 5,000.
Bright red damage numbers constantly flashed before Lin Shi's eyes. Almost every single bullet claimed the life of a monster. Even the massive poisonous giant pythons were blasted into smithereens in an instant.
Successfully killed rotting zombie, EXP plus 160, decayed phalanges x5. Successfully killed poisonous giant python, EXP plus 160, giant python scales x5. Boom!
Amidst the deafening roar, the unwilling howl of the marsh great lizard king echoed as its massive body crashed to the ground, splashing up a wave of turbid mud. Lin Shi stood before the great lizard king with a calm expression, the muzzle of the blue flame Gatling in his hand still emitting wisps of blue smoke. The great lizard king stared with its cloudy eyes in resentment, the silhouette of the human before it gradually blurring. It could not understand why it had been defeated so utterly. The bone-withered swamp, which once struck terror into the hearts of countless adventurers, had been torn through so easily by a single human. The hard scales it took pride in were like thin paper before the opponent's weapon, easily shredded to pieces. It didn't even have time to unleash its ultimate trump card skill before it collapsed in a pool of blood, becoming nothing more than experience points for the opponent. The final memory in its mind was that human's cold gaze and that terrifying weapon that constantly spat tons of fire.
Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss Marsh Great Lizard King. Gained 5,000 EXP in Boss Treasure Chest X1.
The system notification chimed, but Lin Shi showed little interest in these meager rewards. Compared to the previous kill of the thorny behemoth, both the experience points and the treasure chest rewards seemed somewhat paltry. However, he couldn't blame anyone after all, it was just an ordinary dungeon boss. With a hint of disappointment, Lin Shi stepped over the corpse of the Marsh Great Lizard King and headed toward the portal. The following third stage, the gloomy cave, was just as easy as slicing through vegetables for the current Lin Shi. Relying on his overwhelming firepower and agile movements, he smashed through all opposition, eliminating every monster that stood in his path. However, when he reached the fourth stage, the undead altar, he unexpectedly encountered some trouble. At this moment, Lin Shi looked at the dense crowd of undead phantoms before him, his brow furrowed. The muzzle of the blue flame Gatling was still smoking, but when the bullets passed through these phantoms, it was as if they were passing through thin air, dealing no substantial damage whatsoever.
Only the bullets
with attached flames could slightly singe these undead, dealing a sliver of damage.
Health 10. Health 10. Health 10.
Given his powerful defense, the attacks from these undead phantoms weren't particularly high, so Lin Shi was in no immediate life-threatening danger. However, the scene before him made Lin Shi suddenly realize a problem.
A problem he had overlooked.
That is, he currently seemed to lack effective means of magical attack.
System, what equipment with magical attacks can I exchange for with my current achievement points?
Lin Shi asked the system in his mind while dodging the attacks of the undead phantoms.
Ding! System searching. Search complete. Host's current achievement points are 1170.
Based on the host's needs, the system recommends the following equipment. As soon as the system finished speaking, a virtual screen appeared before Lin Shi's eyes, listing detailed information on various pieces of equipment.
Magic Sentry Tower, an automated mechanical device that fires magic bullets to attack enemies. It has an extra damage bonus against spiritual units. Price, 800 achievement points. Shockwave Grenade, a throwable area of effect weapon that generates a powerful energy shockwave upon explosion. It has a knockback effect on spiritual units. Price, 500 achievement points. Plasma Lightsaber, composed of highly concentrated plasma energy. It can easily cut through any substance and possesses dual physical and magical attack attributes. Price, 1000 achievement points.
Lin Shi quickly scanned the information on the screen and fell into thought. While the sentry tower was decent, it was a fixed defense and expensive, making it poor value for the price. The grenades were cheap, but they were consumables once used, they were gone, which also wasn't cost-effective.
Plasma Lightsaber.
I'll go with that. Lin Shi's gaze finally settled on this cool-looking weapon. After a brief deliberation, he finally decided to exchange for the plasma lightsaber. The main reason he chose this weapon was that his current attribute values were very high, allowing him to function entirely as a melee class. A handy weapon would allow him to exert even greater combat power.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 1000 achievement points and successfully redeeming the plasma lightsaber blueprint. Use blueprint, use a free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion use, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion lightsaber. As soon as the blueprint appeared in his inventory, Lin Shi quickly issued a series of commands. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have learned the crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion of the plasma lightsaber.
Ding! Plasma lightsaber crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion complete. Would you like to equip it?
Yes, sir. As Lin Shi's voice fell, a palm-sized hilt appeared in his hand. The hilt was cold to the touch, crafted from an unknown metal. It felt heavy in his hand yet lacked the usual coarseness of ordinary metal, possessing instead an indescribable sense of vitality. Complex and profound runes were carved onto the hilt. These runes seemed to possess a life of their own, flowing slowly across the hilt and emitting a faint blue glow. While gripping the hilt, Lin Shi could feel a powerful surge of energy circulating within, as if it might erupt at any moment. With a thought from Lin Shi, an even more dazzling pale blue light burst forth from the hilt, illuminating his sharp-featured face. The beam of light slowly extended forward, eventually forming a lightsaber approximately 3 feet long. The blade emitted a piercing cold light, causing the surrounding air to appear distorted.
Equipment name, Plasma Lightsaber. Equipment type, one-handed melee. Equipment quality, divine artifact. Equipment level, level 10. Attack power, 10x strength value. Attack attribute, physical, magical. Attack frequency, 0.3. Special effect, resonance frequency passive. When attacking, there is a 50% chance to ignore 50% of the target's physical defense. Special effect, plasma burn passive, increases damage dealt to spirit-type targets by 30%. Special effect, charged/passive, every successful attack on a target accumulates 1 stack of energy mark. This mark cannot be dispelled. When 10 stacks are accumulated, the next attack consumes all energy marks to deal additional magic damage equal to 200% of attack power and inflicts a stun effect for 2 seconds. Special effect, spatial cleave active, consumes 1 energy crystal to cut through space in a 270 fan-shaped area in front of the user, dealing magic damage equal to the user's spirit value x 100. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Durability, 500/500. Class restriction, none. Status, soulbound. Evaluation, composed of highly concentrated plasma energy, it can effortlessly cut through any substance. Boasting dual physical and magical attack attributes, it is the ultimate melee weapon. The feel of this, tisk, truly incredible. Lin Shi weighed the lightsaber in his hand, a powerful sense of strength surging within him. He couldn't help but let out a cry of admiration, gripping the hilt and giving it a few light experimental swings. Buzz! The blade sliced through the air, emitting a series of low hums, as if it were thirsting for battle.
Lin Shi marveled inwardly. The plasma lightsaber truly lived up to its status as a god-tier weapon.
Its power went far beyond its superficial lethality.
The 4 distinct special effects it carried were even more staggering. This was absolutely unique among all the equipment he possessed. First were resonance frequency and plasma burn. The former ignored defense, while the latter targeted spiritual entities. Both were peerless tools for overcoming tough enemies. Then there were charged slash and spatial cleave, one for single targets and one for area of effect, perfectly combining burst damage with crowd control. Even more terrifying was that this sword's attack speed was actually as high as 0.3. Lin Shi remembered that the dagger he obtained previously, the Blade of Venom, only had an attack speed of 0.5, and that was already the ceiling for short-bladed weapons. But compared to this lightsaber, it paled in significance.
What did a 0.3 speed mean? It meant he could swing the sword more than 3 times in a single second.
It possessed an attack speed faster than a dagger, yet maintained the raw power of a sword-class weapon. If combined with these heaven-defying special skills, Lin Shi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath.
In terms of overall utility, the plasma lightsaber was even more broken than the blue flame Gatling. In that case, let's finish this quickly.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Gripping the lightsaber tight, he charged toward the undead phantoms before him. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning, plunging into the midst of the undead horde. The spatial cleave skill was activated instantly.
VRRRRM.
The lightsaber suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. A graceful, crescent-shaped arc swept through the air, completely covering a 270-degree fan-shaped area in front of Lin Shi.
Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point!
The screen was filled with red damage numbers floating above the heads of the undead phantoms.
So strong!
Watching those terrifying damage numbers, Lin Shi felt a surge of exhilaration, and the frustration of being previously surrounded by the undead phantoms vanished instantly.
Successfully killed Howling Undead X33, experience plus 5280, Spirit Crystals X21.
After slaughtering the large group of undead, Lin Shi didn't stop for a moment, turning immediately to charge toward the other side of the altar. Swish! 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 Accompanied by a series of piercing whistles, he seemed to transform into a master swordsman. Pale blue sword light traced graceful arcs through the air with every swing. He reaped the life of an undead phantom as easily as chopping vegetables. Swish, swish, swish. The eerie blue sword light flickered continuously above the altar, and the number of undead phantoms dwindled rapidly. In just a few minutes, the undead army that had originally surrounded him was completely slaughtered.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the undead altar. The system notification sounded again, and Lin Shi's experience bar jumped up significantly. He ignored the system prompts and walked straight toward the center of the altar. According to the guides, to enter the next stage, one must activate the teleportation array in the center of the altar. The method to activate the teleportation array was simple: kill the boss that spawns on the altar to obtain the key. Lin Shi looked around and soon spotted the boss. It was a massive undead knight, clad in black armor and wielding a giant battle axe, exuding a spine-chilling aura of death from head to toe.
Name: Undead Knight Elite Boss. Level: 20. HP: Mana: 3000. Physical attack: 3000. Magic attack: 1200. Physical defense: 1000. Magic defense: 700.
Skills: Death Charge, Whirlwind Slash, Undead Summoning. Description: a powerful knight resurrected by necromancy, wielding a heavy battle axe and clad in rusted yet indestructible armor. A symbol of death's aura, he leads the Undead Legion and guards the core area of the undead altar. Roar! Just as Lin Shi was inspecting the undead knight's information, 2 spheres of ghostly green flame suddenly ignited within its hollow eye sockets. As if sensing something, it let out a sudden, deafening roar. The roar was filled with rage and a bloodthirsty desire, echoing throughout the altar space in a way that made one's skin crawl. The undead knight raised its battle axe high as its skeletal steed let out a neigh, its front hooves striking the ground violently and kicking up a spray of bone fragments. In the next instant, the undead knight squeezed the horse's flanks with its legs, and the skeletal steed shot forward like an arrow from a bow, galloping wildly toward Lin Shi. The battle axe in the undead knight's hand sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, as if intent on cleaving everything in its path in two. Skill, Death Charge, activated. This skill is somewhat similar to a warrior's heroic charge, but with the difference that Death Charge deals higher damage. While inflicting massive physical damage, it also possesses a knockback effect. The bodies of the knight and steed were suddenly enveloped in a layer of black mist, gradually transforming into a shadowy black spiritual entity. Their speed surged again, bringing them before Lin Shi's eyes in the blink of an eye. Perfect timing. The knockback effect of Death Charge forced even Lin Shi to respond with caution. Thanks to his 550 points of agility, his reaction speed had reached a qualitative leap, with thoughts flashing like lightning. Almost the exact moment the knight's charge skill was activated, Lin Shi keenly captured a slight opening. With quick eyes and hands, he acted on a thought, activating his space jump skill in advance. A flash of silver light flickered, and Lin Shi's figure vanished instantly from the spot, reappearing several meters away. The undead knight's death charge missed, striking only empty air with a deafening boom. Miss! Failing to hit its mark, the undead knight roared in fury, the two ghostly green flames burning in its hollow sockets as if accusing Lin Shi of cunning. This time, it did not choose to charge again. Instead, it leapt high from its steed, its massive frame blotting out the sky like a giant black eagle as it dived down toward Lin Shi. At the same time, it unleashed the whirlwind slash skill. The undead knight, clad entirely in black armor, transformed into a black cyclone. Everything in the vicinity was drawn in by the storm, sliding involuntarily toward the center of the whirlwind. The undead knight's whirlwind slash was terrifying in momentum, carrying the breath of death like a giant maw seeking to swallow Lin Shi whole. But Lin Shi knew full well that at this moment, meeting force with force was not the wisest course of action. While this whirlwind slash possessed immense power, it also had a fatal flaw. Once initiated, it could not be easily interrupted or its direction changed. This meant that the undead knight had completely abandoned its defense, exposing its vital point directly to Lin Shi. Upon observing this, Lin Shi decisively gave up his resistance, allowing that powerful suc tie-in force to pull him into the whirlwind. His figure swayed precariously in the gale, looking as if he might be torn to shreds at any moment. However, at the very instant he was about to enter the attack range of the whirlwind slash, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, and he decisively activated the energy shield skill of his external skeleton. In an instant, a blue light erupted from his body, rapidly weaving around him to form an elliptical energy shield. On the surface of the shield, a honeycomb-like energy grid was clearly visible, with surging energy pulses flowing through it incessantly, as if cladding Lin Shi in a layer of indestructible armor. This energy shield was strong enough to absorb damage equivalent to 5 times Lin Shi's maximum health, a staggering amount. Such formidable defensive power was sufficient to withstand the undead knight's storm-like assault. No matter how high the undead knight's attack power was, it would be unable to break the energy shield in a short period of time. Protected by the shield, Lin Shi became fearless, pushing through the whirlwind slash's attacks to rapidly close the distance to the undead knight. The lightsaber in his hand vibrated violently, emitting a low buzzing hum as if trembling with excitement for the impending battle. Lin Shi's gaze was like lightning, firmly locked onto the undead knight's vital spots. The moment the distance closed to within striking range, Lin Shi flicked his wrist, and the lightsaber in his hand suddenly cleaved out a sharp blade of light. The pale blue radiance slashed diagonally across the undead knight's towering frame, as if tearing through the silence of the night and illuminating the entire altar space. With just a single strike, Lin Shi had instant killed the boss guarding the 4th stage. If this scene were witnessed by those so-called prodigies in the outside world, their jaws would likely drop in shock. One must realize that this undead knight possessed peerless strength. Countless players had fallen beneath its death charge. Even the top experts on the leaderboards would have to expend considerable effort to solo it. Yet, before Lin Shi, this terrifying undead knight was like paper, fragile and unable to withstand a single blow. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss, undead knight. You have gained 8,000 experience points and obtained boss chest X1. As the undead knight collapsed, the system notification sounded once more. Lin Shi had successfully cleared the fourth stage, the undead altar. Based on the guides he had previously seen on the forums, Lin Shi knew that to enter the final stage, he still needed to activate the teleportation array at the center of the altar. He walked to the center of the altar and, following the instructions of the guide, placed the undead knight's head and heavy axe into the grooves of the altar. Buzz! With a blinding flash of light, the teleportation array slowly activated, and a massive black vortex appeared before Lin Shi, radiating heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. Lin Shi took a deep breath and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped into the vortex. "Welcome to my world, Challenger." A cold, sinister voice echoed in Lin Shi's ear, laced with a hint of playfulness and mockery. Lin Shi looked around and found himself in a vast underground palace, surrounded by roaring flames that illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. Standing before him was a skeletal figure clad in a black cloak, wielding a staff made of bone. Two ghostly blue flames flickered within its hollow eye sockets, exuding a hair-raising aura. "So, you're the final boss?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, sizing up his opponent. "Indeed. I am the undead sovereign, and you shall become the sacrifice for my resurrection." The undead sovereign responded in its emotionless voice. Name, Undead Sovereign Lord Tier Boss. Level 25. HP? Mana, 1200. 5000. Physical attack, 5000. Physical defense, 2000. Magic defense, 1500. Skills, Death Decay, Soul Reap, Undead Scourge, Sovereign's Pressure, Dark Shield. Description: the Undead Sovereign, Supreme Ruler of the Undead Realm. It possesses intelligence comparable to a human and commands the strength to control life and death while summoning the undead. It actually has sentience? As expected of a dungeon in a major city, it really is on another level. Looking at the opponent's attributes, Lin Shi was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a boss capable of conversing freely with an adventurer. Undead Sovereign, huh? You've got a big mouth. Unfortunately for you, you're destined to become my EXP pack today. The Undead Lord, is it? You talk big, but unfortunately, today you're destined to be my experience pack. Before the words even faded, Lin Shi's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot in an instant. What? The flames within the undead sovereign's hollow eye sockets flickered violently, clearly startled by Lin Shi's speed. Originally, seeing that Lin Shi was alone, it had intended to open its mouth and continue its mockery. It planned to say things like "you cannot defeat me" or "coming here alone is simply seeking death." But now, its face held nothing but solemnity. The undead sovereign dared not be careless. Its skeletal fingers tightened around the bone staff as it began chanting. A pitch-black energy shield materialized before it instantly. Dark Shield. This was the undead sovereign's most frustrating skill for adventurers. Not only could it absorb a massive amount of damage, but more importantly, the shield would slowly absorb the surrounding undead energy to recharge itself. If it could not be shattered in a short amount of time, the shield's defensive power would only grow more formidable. Boom! The very next second after the shield appeared, Lin Shi's attack followed. A fierce swordlight slashed violently against the energy shield, producing a deafening roar that made the entire underground palace tremble. A shocking damage number popped up above the undead sovereign's head. Crack! Crack! A fissure immediately appeared on the surface of the newly formed shield, rapidly spreading in all directions as if it might collapse at any moment. Seeing its proud defensive skill rendered so fragile before this human, the flames in the undead sovereign's eye sockets flickered even more intensely, seemingly in rage, or perhaps in fear. It never expected that the seemingly frail young man before it would possess such terrifying offensive power. Interesting. His initial strike failing to break through, Lin Shi licked his lips, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent so worthy of anticipation. This was the first time he had met a boss capable of withstanding one of his blows. It seemed this final boss truly had some tricks up its sleeve. Human, you have angered me. The undead sovereign's raspy voice was filled with fury. It swung its bone staff violently, and countless black lotuses shot toward Lin Shi like raindrops. Lin Shi knew this was the opponent's other skill, Death Decay. This was a skill that combines single target and area of effect attacks. The black lotuses would explode upon contact with the target, forming a circular energy shockwave. Since there were so many lotuses, the energy shockwaves would overlap within a certain range, creating a cumulative effect. Its power would also increase geometrically. It was precisely for this reason that nearly 90% of all teams that failed to clear the Dark Forest were wiped out by this specific skill. Human, I told you, you will become my sacrifice. Looking at the overwhelming black lotuses that almost submerged Lin Shi, the undead monarch seemed to already see the vision of Lin Shi's death. Child's play. In contrast, Lin Shi remained unfazed. With a cold snort, his feet moved with agile steps, easily dodging all attacks by relying on his powerful agility stat. However, he also knew this was only the first wave of the offensive. The moment those black lotuses touched the ground, he executed the space jump skill twice in succession, arriving directly behind the undead monarch in an attempt to use the enemy as a meat shield. This maneuver was something he had learned from the guild's strategy guides. Since Death Decay cannot harm the caster, some adventurer teams had developed this playstyle. However, it was extremely demanding of the team members' positioning skills, and only elite teams with perfect coordination could pull it off. And Lin Shi just happened to possess unparalleled mobility. Just as the guide described, all the shockwaves formed by the black lotuses dissipated immediately upon contact with the undead monarch. Cunning human. Seeing that its ranged attacks were ineffective, the undead monarch brandished its bone staff and charged toward Lin Shi, attempting to engage him in close-quarters combat. But before its words could fully fade, its vision blurred, and in the next second, a sharp sword chi had already arrived before it. In its haste, the undead monarch had no choice but to raise its bone staff to block the sudden attack. Clang! The sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the underground palace. The light sword in Lin Shi's hand collided with the bone staff, triggering a burst of dazzling sparks. Not bad. Lin Shi smiled slightly and flicked his wrist. The light sword, like a nimble serpent, bypassed the bone staff and lunged straight for the undead monarch's head. The undead monarch was struck with terror and scrambled backward, barely managing to dodge the fatal blow. Quick reactions, but unfortunately, you can't escape. Lin Shi let out a cold laugh as his figure vanished from the spot again. The next second, he appeared behind the undead monarch, his light sword slashing down mercilessly. Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Crack! Bang! On the surface of the undead sovereign's body, the energy shield that had caused headaches for countless adventurers shattered just like that. But Lin Shi's attack did not stop there. Instead, the offensive grew even more ferocious. Exclamation point! Boom! Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, the undead sovereign's seemingly indestructible skeleton was smashed down on one side by a single strike from Lin Shi's sword. Damned human, you dare! The undead sovereign roared in fury, attempting to condense magic strength to counterattack. However, Lin Shi's speed was far too fast, giving it no chance to catch its breath. You talk too much. Lin Shi coldly interrupted the undead sovereign, the lightsaber in his hand turning into a blur of afterimages, pouring down like a violent storm. The undead sovereign struggled to parry, the bones on its body constantly emitting overburdened crack sounds, and the ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets flickered dim and bright, clearly at the end of its rope. It's finished! A cold light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, and the lightsaber in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding glare, cleaving the undead sovereign in half with one strike. Boom! As the undead sovereign fell, the entire underground palace shook violently, and the surrounding flames extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the final boss, Undead Sovereign. Dungeon cleared. Dungeon clear time, 25 minutes 44 seconds. Rewards received, EXP plus 50,000, level increased to 11, gold plus 5,000, achievement points plus 500, Dark Forest Dungeon Treasure Chest 1. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement, first kill of the thorny behemoth. Rewards received, random blueprint X1, gold plus 10,000, achievement points plus 1,000, hidden treasure chest X1. As the system notification sounded, Lin Shi successfully cleared the Dark Forest dungeon.
This time seems a bit long.
Lin Shi looked at the dungeon clear time, 25 minutes 44 seconds. Although it was much faster than the strategies of those so-called experts on the forums, it was still a bit short of breaking the speedrun record. Since I'm already here, I might as well set a speedrun record before leaving. After exiting the dungeon, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, and he stepped into the dungeon entrance once again.
A moment later, the system notification echoed throughout the entire outskirts of the Dark Forest dungeon. Ding!
Congratulations to the adventurer hidden for refreshing the fastest clear record of the Dark Forest dungeon with a time of 12 minutes 22 seconds.
What the heck? 12 minutes 22 seconds? Did I hear that right?
The voice was like a bomb exploding at the entrance of the Dark Forest dungeon, leaving the heads of the surrounding adventurers buzzing.
Holy crap! Am I hearing this right? 12 minutes and 22 seconds? Is that even a humanly possible score?
A burly man with a thick beard dug into his ear aggressively, doubting if he was hallucinating.
You didn't mishear, I heard it too. And what's more, it was a solo run.
A shifty-eyed thief standing nearby spoke with a trembling voice, his face practically screaming, "This is impossible." The Dark Forest dungeon, widely recognized as the most difficult among all low-level dungeons, has always been a nightmare for adventurers. The dungeon is not only packed with monsters but also features enemies with powerful attacks and thick hides, not to mention various traps and mechanisms.
One wrong move can lead to a total party wipe.
Previously, Zhao Tianlong, the leader of the Dragon Sword Guild known as Dragon Proud Sky and the #1 berserker in the Dragon Kingdom, had led his guild's elite players through countless attempts just to barely set the fastest clear record of 22 minutes and 47 seconds.
But now, someone and a solo player at that had broken the record in just 12 minutes and 22 seconds? They freaking beat it by a full 10 minutes?
This was more unbelievable than seeing a ghost.
Name hidden, solo clear. Could it be that same mysterious powerhouse again? Someone in the crowd asked weakly. Who else could it be? The realization hit everyone like a lightning bolt.
They recalled that not long ago, the dungeon records for Sunlight City and Forest City had also been shattered one after another by a mysterious person who had similarly hidden their name. Especially that Sunlight City dungeon, a 13-second clear time, was simply unheard of and unseen, completely overturning everyone's understanding of the game.
Holy shit, no way. Is this big shot planning to sweep every single dungeon record in the Dragon Kingdom? This is insane. What exactly is he trying to do?
In an instant, all sorts of speculations and discussions erupted like a boiling pot, spreading rapidly through the crowd. Late at night in the Dragon Kingdom, it should have been a time of peace and tranquility as countless people drifted into sleep. But tonight, for some, it was destined to be a sleepless night. In a high-rise building far away in the capital, several high-ranking officials in military uniforms were staring sullenly at the data on the screen.
12 minutes and 22 seconds, Dark Forest Dungeon. Just what is the background of this mysterious person?
An elder with graying hair but a vigorous spirit spoke with furrowed brows, his tone carrying a hint of doubt and concern.
First it was Sunlight City, then Forest City, and now it's Luocheng.
Every single time, this person breaks the local dungeon record, and they do it with an overwhelming advantage. Another middle-aged officer pointed at the data on the screen and said in a heavy tone, "More importantly, we know absolutely nothing about his identity or his objectives.
Could he be a spy sent by another country, aiming to disrupt our nation's order?"
A burly general's eyes flashed with a cold glint, his voice carrying a hint of murderous intent.
Percent unlikely. Percent the old man shook his head. If he were a spy sent by another country, he wouldn't be so high profile.
Furthermore, there's no visible malice in his behavior of breaking dungeon records. Instead, it seems more like he is. Percent the old man paused, seemingly searching for the right words, before finally uttering a single word, "Playing."
Percent playing? Percent everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Percent a powerhouse capable of easily shattering every single percent dungeon record in the Dragon Kingdom was actually just playing?
Percent this was simply 2%. One thing can likely be confirmed now, this person's level is not high.
He might have only just completed his class awakening. Percent seeing the crowd fall silent, the old man was the first to speak. Percent as soon as he said this, everyone turned their gaze toward him, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Percent whether it's Sunlight City, Forest City, or Luochang, the dungeon records this person broke are all low-level ones. Don't forget, dungeons have level restrictions. Therefore, this person's current level should be around level 10. Percent the old man slowly laid out his reasoning. Percent according to the current analytical data on dungeons, regardless of the level or difficulty, every dungeon has a level limit. Percent taking a level 10 dungeon as an example, even on hell difficulty, the level of any adventurer entering cannot exceed level 15. Percent it was precisely because of this that the old man made his judgment regarding the mysterious individual. Percent because the dungeons outside Sunlight City were only level 5 dungeons. Percent however, even though the scope had been narrowed, the number of adventurers around level 10 remained an astronomical figure. Percent trying to find him was still like searching for a needle in a haystack. Percent perhaps guessing what everyone was thinking. Percent the old man chuckled, turned to one of the officers, and asked, "The national exam starts tomorrow, doesn't it?" Percent yes, sir, the officer replied respectfully. Percent I understand, sir. You intend to find him through the national exam? Not likely. The old man shook his head. If he were a spy sent by another country, he wouldn't be so high profile. Furthermore, his behavior of grinding dungeon records doesn't show any malice. Instead, it looks more like he's. The old man paused, seemingly organizing his words. Finally, he slowly uttered one word, playing. Playing? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. A super powerhouse who can easily break all of the Dragon Kingdom's dungeon records is actually just playing? This is just too. One thing should be certain now, this person's level isn't high. Maybe he just recently changed classes. Seeing the crowd silence, the old man was the first to speak. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the old man, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Whether it's Sunlight City, Forest City, or Luochang, the dungeon records this person has refreshed are all low level. Don't forget, dungeons have level restrictions. So, this person's level should currently be around level 10. The old man slowly expressed his views. According to current analytical data on dungeons, no matter the level or difficulty, every dungeon has a level limit. Take a level 10 dungeon as an example. Even on hell difficulty, the level of entering adventurers cannot exceed level 15. It was for this reason that the old man made his judgment about the mysterious person. Because the dungeons outside Sunlight City are only level 5 dungeons. However, even though the scope was narrowed, the number of adventurers around level 10 is still astronomical. Trying to find him is still like looking for a needle in a haystack. Perhaps having guessed everyone's thoughts, the old man chuckled, turned to one of the officers, and asked, "The national exams start tomorrow, right?" "Yes, sir." The officer answered respectfully. "I understand, sir. You want to find him through the national exams," the officer said with a sudden realization. "Right, exactly. I remember today is the annual National Awakening ceremony. This mysterious person appeared just as the ceremony ended. This definitely isn't a coincidence." The old man nodded with satisfaction and continued. "I see. In that case, we just need to keep a close eye on tomorrow's grand exam. A talent this outstanding will surely achieve a great score. They might even become the top scorer. However, on the other hand, we must be careful of foreign enemy forces taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Since we can figure this out, those forces likely can as well. True, and then there are the major domestic families. They might also try to compete with our official organization for this person. Those people from the big families, humph." Everyone began to discuss the matter, each adding their own thoughts. After a moment, the old man tapped the table a few times with his finger, signaling everyone to be quiet. "What everyone said is correct. Therefore, I have decided that this meeting shall be classified as the Dragon Kingdom's highest secret. No one is allowed to disclose it. Violators will be prosecuted for treason.
As he spoke, a sharp glint suddenly burst from the old man's eyes, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire room. Everyone present shuddered, their expressions instantly becoming solemn. Furthermore, once the identity of that mysterious person is confirmed, add them directly to the Dragon Soul Project list. The old man looked around before continuing slowly.
The commander is right, we know what to do.
The high-ranking officials present all voiced their agreement.
As the night deepened, the city gradually returned to tranquility.
However, in the online world, the news of the 12-minute and 22-second speedrun of the Dark Forest dungeon spread like wildfire. Countless gaming forums, social platforms, and news websites were flooded with this news. Mysterious powerhouse reappears, 12-minute 22-second speedrun of Dark Forest dungeon.
Shocking.
A super strong individual appears in Dragon Kingdom, suspected hidden class player. In the era of universal job change, strength is everything.
Who exactly is this mysterious powerhouse?
Various clickbait articles emerged one after another, catching the eyes of countless netizens.
For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was shaken by it.
And at this very moment, Lin Shi, who was at the center of the storm, knew nothing about any of this. By this time, he had already returned home via the teleportation formation in Luo City.
He was currently taking inventory of the loot from the Dark Forest dungeon.
For boss chests, 3 exclusive chests, 2 dungeon chests, and 1 hidden chest. For boss chests, 3 exclusive chests, 2 dungeon chests, 1 hidden chest.
TSK, I hope I get something good.
Lin Shi rubbed his hands together and began opening the chests one by one.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on opening boss chest X4.
Rewards obtained: Perfect Grade Equipment, Nether Blade X1 Artifact Grade Equipment, Dragon Soul Ring X1 Legendary Grade Equipment, Nightmare Armor X1 Legendary Grade Equipment, Flame Sword X1 Junior Health Potion X11, Junior Spirit Potion X17, Minor Strength Potion X4, Minor Spirit Potion X6, Minor Speed Potion X2, Achievement Points plus 800, Gold Coins plus 1 Perfect Grade, 1 Artifact Grade, and 2 Legendary Grade items. This drop rate was consistent with a Hell difficulty dungeon. However, out of these 4 items, Lin Shi could only use 2, the Dragon Soul Ring and the Nightmare Armor. As for the 2 weapons, given Lin Shi's current equipment, he looked down on them entirely and tossed them straight into his backpack.
Item name: Dragon Soul Ring. Item type: accessory. Prop grade: legendary. Equip level: level 10. Class restriction: none.
Special effect: Dragon Soul Protection passive. When taking fatal damage, the Dragon Soul Protection effect is triggered, negating the damage and restoring 20% of your HP. Cooldown: 60 seconds.
Special effect: Dragon Soul Power active. Consume 50% of your HP to summon a Dragon Soul possession for 30 seconds.
During this duration, attack plus 50%, defense plus 50%, speed plus 50%, skill cooldown 20%.
Cooldown: 12 hours.
Evaluation: a ring formed from the condensed soul fragments of the fallen ancient dragon race, containing powerful dragon soul energy. Accessory type items usually do not increase attribute stats, so the standard for judging an accessory's quality lies in its special effects. The 2 special effects of the Dragon Soul Ring were more than enough to justify its reputation as an artifact. One effect was for survival, while the other focused on burst potential.
A perfect balance of offense and defense.
Moreover, Lin Shi couldn't take his eyes off its appearance. After just one glance, there was no helping it. The design was simply too cool. The Dragon Soul Ring was crafted entirely from an unknown black metal. It was cold to the touch and emitted a faint, eerie glow. On the face of the ring, a silver dragon bearing its fangs and claws was carved so vividly that every detail from the scales and claws to the whiskers was sculpted to perfection, as if it might come to life at any moment. Upon closer inspection, the silver dragon's eyes were actually 2 tiny red gems that shimmered with a demonic light against the backdrop of the faint glow.
As expected of a divine artifact, it looks even more badass than the Void Ring.
Lin Shi couldn't wait and equipped the ring immediately. Next, he checked the attributes of the Nightmare Battle Armor.
Equipment name: Nightmare Battle Armor. Equipment type: Light Armor. Equipment quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 10. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 90. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 30. Agility plus 20. Spirit plus 10. Special effect, Nightfall passive. When under attack, there is a 10% chance to trigger the Nightfall effect, entering a stealth state for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Special effect, Shadow Strike active. Enter a stealth state for 10 seconds. During this duration, movement speed plus 100%, the next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit and deals 300% of agility value as damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Durability, 100-100. Class restriction, none. Evaluation, a set of armor personally crafted by the powerhouses of the Nightmare Clan. Lightweight and flexible with powerful stealth capabilities, it is the ultimate choice for assassins and rogues. Although this equipment seemed intended for agility-based classes, it fortunately had no class restrictions. Given Lin Shi's current attributes, he could perfectly utilize the potential of the Nightmare battle armor. After all, an agility stat of over 600 was significantly higher than that of any assassin at the same level. As for the subsequent 3 exclusive treasure chests, Lin Shi's luck wasn't quite as good. He pulled a pair of assassin exclusive Gale boots excellent grade, a mage exclusive focus necklace legendary grade, and a skill book that increases fire magic damage Vulcan's rage gold grade. The 2 dungeon chests yielded a pile of gold coins and some rare materials. While they didn't contain any top-tier equipment, it was still a decent haul. Finally, Lin Shi opened the hidden treasure chest. A dazzling rainbow light soared into the sky, and an item radiating a powerful aura lay quietly within it. Was a gemstone exuding a potent aura of death, pitch black all over, as if condensed from the purest power of death itself. Equipment name, Reaper's Call. Equipment type, two-handed polearm. Equipment quality, divine artifact. Equipment level, level 10. Attack power, 8x spirit value. Attack attribute, physical, magical. Attack frequency, 1.3. Special effect, Reaper's Descent passive. For targets with less than 10% health, there is a 30% chance to execute them instantly. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Special effect, Soul Reap active, deals damage equivalent to 100% of your own spirit attribute to all enemies within a 10-meter radius and restores 10% of your health. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Special effect, Command Skeletons active, consumes corpses within a 500-meter radius to summon a squad of skeleton warriors that inherit 100% of the summoner's attributes. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Special effect, Breath of Death active, inflicts a death curse on the target for 10 seconds, causing damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health per second and inducing a fear state. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Durability, 500-500. Class restriction, none. Evaluation, the weapon used by the legendary god of death. It possesses the strength to control life and death, allowing the wearer to unleash world-shattering strength. This weapon is decent enough. I'll put it away for now. I might find a use for it at some point. Looking at the weapon's description, Lin Shi pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to keep the equipment for himself. Next, Lin Shi opened his attribute interface to check his latest stats. Host Lin Shi. Class, Artificer. Level, level 12. Health, 1500. Mana, 1200. Physical defense, 600. Magic defense, 580. Strength 532. Constitution 590. Agility 580. Spirit 630. Class skills, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, achievement. Active skills, Spider Silk equipment skill, Spatial Jump equipment skill, Energy Shield equipment skill, Shadow Assault equipment skill, Dragon Soul Power equipment skill, Spatial Cleave equipment skill. Passive skills, Tenacity equipment skill, Resonance Frequency equipment skill, Plasma Burn equipment skill, Charged Slash equipment skill,
Nightmare Descent Equipment Skill, Dragon Soul Protection Equipment Skill. Kinetic Absorption Equipment Skill, Matrix Radar Equipment Skill. Equipment, Plasma Lightsaber, Nightmare Battle Armor, Spider Queen's Greaves, Void Ring, Dragon Soul Ring, Titanium External Armor Portable. System Inventory, Heart of Vines, Blade of Venom, Mysterious Treasure Map X1, Blue Flame Gatling, Call of the Reaper, Gale Boots, Necklace of Focus, Vulcan's Rage Skill Book, Basic Health Potion X11, Basic Spirit Potion X17, Minor Strength Potion X4, Minor Spirit Potion X6, Minor Speed Potion X2. Achievement Points 2470. Overall Evaluation, congratulations on shedding the title of Weakling. You can now be called Little Trash. Ever since reaching level 10, the experience required to reach the next level had begun to skyrocket. Lin Shi wasn't particularly surprised by this, as his teachers had informed them before they became adventurers that the experience required for all adventurers to level up is divided into stages every 10 levels. Clearing the Dark Forest dungeon twice had brought Lin Shi to level 12. Although his attribute values hadn't changed much compared to level 10, his active and passive skills had increased significantly. This should be enough to complete the national examination. Time to sleep. Lin Shi murmured to himself, then stretched luxuriously before drifting off to sleep. He needed to rest well and recharge his energy for tomorrow's exam. The national examination arrived as scheduled. The morning sunlight spilled across the broad playground of Sunlight City No. 1 High School, yet it failed to dispel the tension permeating the air. Candidates gathered in small groups, discussing in hushed tones and glancing anxiously toward the school gates from time to time. Lin Shi woke up early today. After scarfing down a few bites of bread, he dressed neatly and headed out. The moment he pushed open the front door, the morning sunlight hid Lin Shi's nightmare armor, reflecting a cold, metallic luster. Lin Shi adjusted the black nightmare armor on his body. This flashy piece of equipment was eye-catching enough even among a crowd of seasoned adventurers. Holy crap, isn't that Lin Shi? What the hell is he wearing? That looks so cool. Nightmare armor. I heard the stats are insane. It can beat someone so bad their own mother wouldn't recognize them. Lin Shi's appearance immediately caused a stir in the crowd, drawing envious and hateful gazes from many. No way, he's just a lowly artificer. Where did he get such good stuff? Oof, maybe he's some rich lady's boy toy. Probably got carried through a dungeon and was gifted the gear. A shrill, sarcastic voice spoke up from the crowd with an insulting tone. The surrounding area immediately erupted into laughter, mixed with various foul and unpleasant remarks. However, Lin Shi didn't take the students' gossip to heart. He merely gave the crowd a faint, sweeping glance before withdrawing his gaze. These people had no real grudge against Lin Shi, but such is human nature when people see a once lofty prodigy fall to a state worse than their own, they can't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Lin Shi ignored them. He walked silently to the back of the line, closed his eyes, and began to rest his mind. Seeing that he wasn't reacting, the others found it boring and stopped bothering him, turning instead to whisper among themselves. Hey, have you guys heard about that mysterious powerhouse? How could I not? It's freaking incredible. Clearing the dungeon on the outskirts of Sunlight City in just 13 seconds, that's simply not human. Clearing a dungeon in 13 seconds? Is that even humanly possible? I bet it's some old monster using a Smith account to mess around. Pfft, 13 seconds is nothing. I heard he broke the dungeon records in Forest City and Luocheng too. He's probably a secret weapon from some super family or the military. Sigh, I really want to roll with a big shot like that. Even the scraps falling off his table would be enough to feed us for a lifetime. One student remarked wistfully. At that moment, someone nearby sneered, "You? Thinking you could be friends with a powerhouse like that? What a joke. A big shot like that wouldn't even give you the time of day." The man retorted, "If he looks down on me, do you think he'd actually look up to you?" The other person chuckled and said in all seriousness, "I'm not looking to be friends with a big shot." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was surprised. Did this guy actually have such high aspirations? But the very next sentence caused everyone to look at him with utter disdain. Haha,
I'm fine with just being the big shot's lackey.
If that doesn't work, being a pack mule is fine too, serving tea, pouring water, or carrying materials. As long as the boss is willing to take me along, I'd even serve as his mount.
Pfft, disdain.
One after another, the students flipped the bird at him. Meanwhile, Lin Shi stood to the side, quietly listening to the discussions around him, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth.
A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, actually thinking they're some kind of hot commodity?
Lin Shi mocked inwardly. Just then, as everyone was talking, someone chimed in at the right moment to change the subject. Everyone, I heard that this big shot is actually a newcomer who just completed his class awakening, just like us.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I also found out that because of him, the mechanism for this national grand exam has changed. Originally, teachers from each school were responsible for proctoring their own students.
For real? Changing the exam mechanism? Absolutely true.
It said that because of this, Commander Lin specifically ordered that this national grand exam be fully taken over by the Dragon Kingdom military.
No unauthorized personnel are allowed near the proctoring center.
And I also heard that Commander Lin is personally stepping in as the chief supervisor for this examination. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Commander Lin, he was the ceiling of the Dragon Kingdom's combat power, known as the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. As the second most powerful figure in the Dragon Kingdom, he was actually proctoring the exam in person. Everyone understood instantly that this was likely regarding that mysterious powerhouse. However, some were secretly excited, vowing to perform well in this exam. If they caught Commander Lin's eye during the process and were taken under his wing for cultivation, it would truly be a case of a crow turning into a phoenix overnight. Sigh, I wonder who this mysterious powerhouse is.
Do you think it could be Tian Ming? He is the genius of our Sunlight City.
The crowd discussed while looking around, hoping to spot a clue on the faces of those well-known prodigies. But when those gazes swept over Lin Shi, they all revealed a hint of disdain before ignoring him entirely.
Quiet, everyone. The principal's booming voice rang out from the rostrum, and the noisy playground fell silent instantly. Students, today is the day of the National Grand Exam. Your results today will directly determine your future.
The principal gave his routine speech for nearly half an hour, leaving many students below starting to feel drowsy. Just then, a commotion broke out at the school gate. The crowd automatically parted to create a path as a line of pitch-black military off-road vehicles slowly drove onto the playground. It seems the rumors were true, there really is something unusual about this exam. Lin Shi thought to himself as he watched the military vehicles. At the same time, a group of soldiers in uniform stepped out of the off-road vehicles. Each was burly with sharp gazes, clearly well-trained. Leading them was a middle-aged man. He was tall with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He possessed a natural air of authority and radiated a powerful pressure that made people afraid to look him in the eye.
Commander Lin.
The principal was the first to react, hurrying forward to greet him with a face full of respect.
It's Commander Lin. It really is Commander Lin.
Why is he here?
Seeing the newcomer, a wave of commotion erupted in the crowd.
Those students who were out of the loop regarding information had no idea what was happening, and shock was written all over their faces.
They never imagined that Commander Lin would actually appear here.
Commander Lin scanned the surroundings and then said in a deep voice, "Students, I am Lin Jintian, the Commander-in-Chief of the Dragon Kingdom military.
This National Grand Exam will be proctored by the military.
I hope everyone takes it seriously and does not cheat."
Hearing Lin Jintian's words, everyone fell silent, not daring to even breathe loudly.
After finishing his statement, Lin Jintian ignored the crowd and turned to walk toward the center of the playground.
Following behind him were several officers, one of whom was the chief coordinator for this exam, Wan Haitao.
Wan Haitao first exchanged a few words with the principal, then walked to Lin Jintian's side and whispered, "Commander Lin, all examination venues are ready.
We can begin the exam at any time." Lin Jintian nodded and said, "Then let us begin."
"Yes, sir."
Wang Haitao responded in acknowledgement.
then turned and waved to the soldiers behind him, shouting loudly, "Everyone, move out."
"Yes, sir." The soldiers responded in unison and then quickly dispersed to carry out their duties. Immediately afterward, two portals slowly appeared on the playground, one on the left and one on the right. The soldiers stood in formation beside them. Students, I'm sure you all know what these two gates represent. Combat classes go to the left, and lifestyle classes go to the right. Don't rush, the exam will begin once everyone has entered the examination venues. Then, I declare that the examination officially begins now.
After the principal read a few sentences in a clear voice, he nodded toward Wang Haitao. Just as the students were proactively entering the examination venues according to their professions, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Teacher! I have an objection." Everyone present, including the military officers and soldiers who came to supervise the exam, was drawn to this somewhat youthful voice. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound, and someone recognized the student raising the objection.
Lin Shi? What on earth is that guy doing?
At this moment, the principal also recognized Lin Shi. He frowned slightly and asked with some displeasure, "Student Lin Shi, what doubts do you have?"
"Teacher,
I want to go to the combat class examination." Lin Shi spoke with unwavering determination. Lin Shi's words were like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. After a brief moment of daze, the silent playground erupted into deafening laughter.
"What? Did I hear that right? Lin Shi said he wants to go to the combat occupation examination area? Ha 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 ha, is this kid crazy? A lowly artificer wants to go to the combat occupation examination area? He must be tired of living. My God, is he serious? Does he think that just because he has an SSS level talent, he can do whatever he wants?
I've seen people overestimate themselves, but never to this extent.
This is hilarious, ha 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 ha."
Bursts of laughter erupted from the crowd. Voices of doubt and ridicule surged toward Lin Shi like a tidal wave. The principal was also completely bewildered at this moment. He never imagined that Lin Shi would make such an absurd request. An artificer participating in the combat class examination was simply unheard of. Even he, usually so solemn, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. At this time, the principal's brow was furrowed, and the look he gave Lin Shi was full of frustration, as if seeing a talented student fail to live up to potential. "Student Lin Shi, I know you hold yourself to high standards, but you must act within your capabilities. The combat class exam is no joke. One careless mistake could cost you your life."
"That's right, Lin Shi. I know you feel unreconciled, but reality is cruel.
You have already awakened as an artificer, so you should recognize your position. Go to the lifestyle class exam area. Honestly, you might even manage to get a good score there." A girl who was on relatively good terms with Lin Shi couldn't help but speak up to advise him as well. In the crowd, Tianming laughed so hard he doubled over, pointing at Lin Shi's nose and mocking him loudly. "Lin Shi, kid, you haven't woken up yet, have you? You think you can take the combat class exam? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror first? I suggest you scurry back to the lifestyle class exam area and stop making a fool of yourself here." He had always viewed Lin Shi as a thorn in his side. Now, seeing Lin Shi being so overconfident, he naturally had to mock him thoroughly.
Tianming's words resonated with many students around them.
They joined in the jeering, and for a moment, the entire playground echoed with laughter directed at Lin Shi. However, facing everyone's doubts and advice, there was not a trace of panic on Lin Shi's face. His eyes were firm, and his tone was calm as he spoke. "Principal, teachers, fellow students, I know what I am saying and I know what I am doing. Choosing the combat class exam area is not an impulse, but a decision made after careful consideration." As soon as Lin Shi finished speaking, the crowd instantly erupted.
Careful consideration? What does he have to consider with? Just those amateur skills of his? Exactly. An artificer who doesn't stay in the back making items, but runs to the front line to die. What is that if not mental illness? I think he's been blinded by that SSS rank talent, thinking he's invincible.
Facing the collective mockery, Lin Shi remained expressionless, his eyes as calm as a bottomless lake.
He ignored the harsh ridicule and instead turned to the principal, saying with a firm tone, "Principal, my mind is made up. Please approve it."
The principal's brow furrowed even tighter, his face turning so dark it looked like it might drip water. He never expected that Linshi, who was usually an excellent student in both character and studies, would act like a hot-headed youth today, completely refusing to listen to advice. He lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of anger and dissatisfaction. "Linshi, do you realize what you're saying?
The combat class exam is no child's play. As an artificer, going there is just throwing your life away for nothing."
However, Linshi did not speak. He merely looked at the principal with a steadfast gaze, as if his eyes were saying that he had already made all the necessary preparations.
The principal felt unsettled by his gaze and took a deep breath.
Heaving a sigh, the principal forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart while continuing to persuade him with thinning patience. "Linshi, I know you are exceptionally talented, but you mustn't aim too high. Although an artificer isn't as glamorous as a combat class, it is still a very important profession."
I know, principal."
Before the principal could finish, Linshi interrupted him directly.
"But I've already made up my mind. I'm going to take the combat class exam." Linshi's tone was firm, without a hint of hesitation. "You?" The principal was rendered speechless by Linshi's attitude. A mere artificer wanting to take the combat class exam? Isn't that just asking for humiliation?
"Principal, if you ask me, just leave him be. It's fine to let him try, so he can't say later that we didn't give him a chance."
"Ah, that's right. Let him try. Just as long as he doesn't come back crying." "Exactly. Does he really think that just because he got a full set of gear from some rich woman, he's invincible?"
The surrounding students chimed in one after another, each looking as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline.
"Linshi, do you really think you're someone special? Get lost and go back to the life profession exam area. Don't waste everyone's time here.
The national exam is a serious occasion. How can we allow you to cause such a scene here?" At this moment, Tianming spoke up and questioned him directly.
"Tianming, that's enough,"
the principal scolded.
"Principal, I'm just telling the truth."
Tianming, however, remained indifferent. Just then, Lin Jintian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke.
He stared at Linshi with burning eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Kid, do you really want to take the combat class exam?" Meeting Lin Jintian's gaze, Linshi nodded firmly, "Yes."
"Good. Young man, you've got guts. Since you insist, I'll make an exception just this once and let you take the combat class exam."
Lin Jintian suddenly burst into loud laughter. Hearing Lin Jintian's words, everyone present was stunned.
They never expected that Lin Jintian would actually agree to Lin Shi's request.
"Commander Lin, this..."
Wang Haitao wanted to try and persuade him further, but was cut off by a wave of Lin Jintian's hand.
"Say no more, my mind is made up."
After speaking, Lin Jintian ignored the crowd and turned to walk toward the proctoring center. Before leaving, he shot a deep look at Lin Shi, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he thought to himself, "Kid, I hope you don't let me down." Lin Shi watched Lin Jintian's departing figure, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." With that, Lin Shi took a deep breath and stepped toward the portal for the combat classes.
"Hey, no way, is this kid actually going in? He's really got a death wish." "Exactly. I bet he'll be teleported out in less than 10 minutes, right? Haha, let's see how he shows his face then." Watching Lin Shi's back, the surrounding students burst into another round of raucous laughter. "Commander Wang, what do you think?"
At this moment, Commander Lin, who had already entered the proctoring center, turned to Wang Haitao beside him and asked thoughtfully.
"This..."
Wang Haitao hesitated for a moment and said, "Commander Lin, an artificer taking the combat class exam, this is simply too
absurd, isn't it?"
Commander Lin finished Wang Haitao's sentence for him.
"Yes, it is." Wang Haitao nodded. Absurd? I don't think so,"
Commander Lin said with a light chuckle.
"Commander Lin, you mean?" Wang Haitao looked at Commander Lin with confusion.
This Lin Shi is not as simple as he looks.
Perhaps he might just give us a surprise? Commander Lin said meaningfully.
Marshal Lin said meaningfully. Wang Haitao grew even more puzzled upon hearing this. Lin Shui offered no further explanation, simply staring quietly at the large screens in the proctoring center, where every movement of the students was being monitored.
The National Grand Exam was divided into two parts, the written academic exam and the practical combat exam.
The academic portion primarily tested standard subjects such as language, mathematics, foreign language, geography, and history.
Although such knowledge had become almost obsolete in the era of global class awakening, the Dragon Kingdom had always kept general education as a compulsory subject, viewing it as the fundamental root of a nation's continuity.
Furthermore, as one high-ranking official put it, an adventurer without an education is no different from a common thug.
As a top student in his class, the academic exam presented no difficulty whatsoever for Lin Shi.
Thus, while other students were scratching their heads in frustration over the questions, Lin Shi had already finished.
"Teacher, I'm turning in my paper."
With only half of the allotted time gone, Lin Shi stood up casually, walked to the podium, and placed his exam paper in front of the proctor.
This scene naturally caught Tian Ming's eye.
He let out a disdainful cold snort in his mind, thinking, "Humph, just grandstanding.
What's the point of acting tough? Even if you get a perfect score, so what? These days, it's about class and strength.
I'll see what kind of tricks a lowly artificer like you can pull." Since the proctors for this exam had all been replaced by military personnel, this particular proctor was unaware of Lin Shi's academic prowess. He only knew that the boy was an artificer who insisted on taking the combat class exam. The proctor was well aware of what had transpired on the training grounds earlier. Like the other students, he believed Lin Shi was simply inviting humiliation after all. Such a thing had never happened before and was utterly inconceivable. Therefore, seeing Lin Shi turn in his paper so early caused the proctor to frown immediately. First he makes a scene on the field, and now he turns in his paper this early.
Could this kid be a saboteur sent by an enemy nation?
His military rank was too low for him to know anything about the secret meeting in Kyoto that day. Out of professional instinct, he suspected Lin Shi might be a spy sent to cause a disruption. Such things had happened before. Someone would intentionally turn in their paper early to rattle the other candidates. Students are already nervous during exams, and seeing someone finish so quickly can cause them to become anxious and rushed, negatively affecting their final scores. Student Lin Shi, there is still plenty of time left before the exam ends.
You should check your work again.
Once you submit it, there's no going back to make changes. The proctor's reminder seemed well-intentioned, but his actual goal was to stabilize the morale of the other candidates while simultaneously testing Lin Shi. After all, there was no difference between turning in a paper early or late. You wouldn't get a higher score just for finishing first. If the boy took the paper back now, it would prove he wasn't there to cause trouble.
No need, teacher.
I've already checked it. There are no issues. Lin Shi smiled, declining the proctor's kindness, then returned to his seat and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the session to officially end.
This kid.
Seeing that the other party had not acted according to his wishes, the proctor's gaze grew increasingly hostile. He now suspected more than ever that Lin Shi was there specifically to cause trouble. Sure enough, as his gaze swept across the examination hall, he noticed that some students already had looks of anxiety on their faces.
No, I have to report this.
The proctor finally made his decision. He didn't want anything to go wrong in the examination hall he was supervising.
Meanwhile, at the invigilation center, someone reported the news to Lin Jintian.
Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian merely raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Bring me his exam paper." However, by the time the order reached the examination hall, the proctor, who was already viewing Lin Shi through a biased lens, misinterpreted General Lin's intentions. He directly invited both Lin Shi and the exam paper to the invigilation center. To call it an invitation was polite. Escorted under guard would have been more accurate. Lin Shi naturally understood the meaning behind the other party's series of actions, but he didn't care, so he followed along.
Staying in the examination hall was boring anyway.
When Lin Jintian saw Lin Shi, his expression immediately darkened. Seeing this, The proctor thought he had done the right thing and that this Lin Shi was indeed a spy. But he had no idea that the only reason Lin Jintian had such an expression was entirely because of him. Commander Wang, dismiss him from his post, strip him of his military rank, and take him back to the military headquarters to await further orders.
Lin Jintian commanded Wang Haitao, who was standing beside him.
The proctor was instantly stunned, thinking he had misheard.
General Lin.
He wanted to offer a few words in his defense. But Lin Jintian gave him no chance at all, cutting him off directly and shouting sternly, military orders are as firm as mountains. You presumed to second-guess a superior's command and acted without authorization. If this were wartime, I could have you executed on the spot. Only at this moment did the proctor realize that he had overthought things.
I know what you're thinking. Have you actually looked at student Lin Shi's exam paper? Lin Jintian's eyes were like torches, staring intently at the proctor as he asked. And no. The proctor kept his head down, not daring to meet Lin Jintian's gaze.
Jumping to conclusions without a shred of evidence.
Since when did the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom start looking at people through tinted glasses?
Lin Jintian let out a cold snort, then began grading the exam paper on the spot.
About 10 minutes later, Lin Jintian burst into laughter.
Looking at Lin Shi with a softened gaze, he said, not bad at all.
Every single answer is correct.
Good, very good. In this day and age, there weren't many students who took academic subjects seriously anymore. From elementary school onwards, many were single-mindedly focused on becoming adventurers and clearing dungeons for treasures. During class, they wouldn't look at their textbooks, instead spending every day clutching various dungeon guides. But they had forgotten that knowledge is also a form of strength.
What? Every answer is correct. This kid wasn't just causing trouble? Then
The proctor standing aside was shocked. Only now did he realize how foolish his previous actions had been. Not just him, but the other staff members in the proctoring center were also wide-eyed with surprise. They hadn't expected any student to achieve a perfect score in academic subjects these days. Wang Haitao, in particular, suddenly felt that this boy named Lin Shi might truly give everyone a surprise, just as Lin Jintian had suggested. After all, Lin Shi had already given them one.
Commander Wang, take this man away.
Lin Jintian waved his hand, truly unable to bear looking at the man for another second. Having dealt with the proctor, Lin Jintian gestured for Lin Shi to sit down with a gratified expression.
Lin Shi, why didn't you wait until the end to submit your paper? Do you realize that doing this could affect the morale of the other students? Lin Jintian asked with a smile.
Lin Shi simply shrugged and replied nonchalantly, if they can't even handle this bit of pressure, they won't amount to much in the future anyway.
Well said.
Lin Shui was quite satisfied with this answer. Meanwhile, when the examinees saw Lin Shi being taken away by the proctor, they immediately began to whisper among themselves.
What's the situation? Why was Lin Shi taken out? What does this mean? Are you sure taken is the right word?
I think escorted under guard fits better.
What did he do? He couldn't have cheated, could he?
No way, Lin Shi's academic performance has always been excellent.
Just as.
The crowd was buzzing with discussion, the doors to the examination hall were pushed open, and a man in a military uniform walked in.
It was Wang Haitao.
Since the proctor of this examination hall had been taken back to the military headquarters, Lin Jintian had Wang Haitao temporarily take over the proctoring duties.
Silence. Whispering is strictly prohibited in the examination hall. Whoever speaks will have their examination eligibility revoked immediately.
Just as he reached the door, Wang Haitao heard the murmuring inside the hall and immediately barked a reprimand. The examinees shrank back in fear, shut their mouths one after another, and returned to focusing on their exams. Next, Lin Shi walked in as well, sat back in his seat as if nothing had happened, and resumed resting with his eyes closed.
He didn't open his eyes again until the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. All right, everyone, hands off the desks. Only come forward to submit your paper when I call your name.
Wang Haitao stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room like a torch.
Zhao Yiming. Song Tianlian.
Once everyone had submitted their papers, Wang Haitao took out a gemstone shimmering with 7 colored light from his pocket and addressed the crowd. This is a portable teleportation runestone. The location for the second stage, the practical combat assessment, is inside. Everyone enter one by one, then wait for the examination time to begin. With that, Wang Haitao crushed the gemstone with force. Suddenly, a teleportation portal slowly materialized in mid-air. Lin Shi, for a mere artificer, you actually have the guts to show up for the combat class exam. You must be tired of living. Just as Lin Shi was about to enter the portal, a voice full of ridicule suddenly came from behind him. Lin Shi turned his head and saw Tianming looking at him with a cold sneer.
What? Are you afraid I'll score higher than you?
The corner of Lin Shi's mouth curled into a playful arc.
Humph, what a joke. Me, afraid of you? You're all talk, I'll see how you're crying later. Tianming snorted coldly, then led his followers into the teleportation formation. Lin Shi shook his head, ignored Tianming's provocation, and walked straight into the examination hall. The highlight of the national examination had finally arrived. If the cultural exam was the appetizer, then the practical combat assessment was the main course. To test the adventurer's comprehensive practical combat abilities, the assessment was divided into 2 parts, individual combat and team combat. The primary purpose of the individual combat was to examine an adventurer's understanding of their own class and their application of skills. The team combat, on the other hand, was to assess each individual's sense of teamwork and cooperation. The rules for the individual combat were simple. Every examinee would be teleported into an independent artificial dungeon called the Deadmines. The system would score the adventurers based on their performance in the dungeon, and finally, the proctors at the Invigilation Center would conduct a final review of the scores. At this moment, inside the dungeon, the examinees all had solemn expressions, making the most of their time for final preparations while waiting for the assessment to begin. For a moment, the air was thick with tension. Sir, these examinees look very nervous.
In the Invigilation Center, Wang Haitao observed everyone's every move through the screens.
Ha, true, but this little fellow is an exception.
Lin Jintian chuckled, then, meeting Wang Haitao's skeptical gaze, pointed to one of the examinees on the screen. In the frame, a youth wearing a stylish set of battle armor stood with his arms crossed, appearing exceptionally relaxed. He looked around with boredom and even yawned occasionally, as if he were about to go on a picnic rather than participate in a practical combat assessment.
Lin Shi. Wang Haitao recognized who this person was at a glance.
Even though Lin Shi had achieved a perfect score on the cultural exam, Wang Haitao still didn't have high hopes for him. Because he truly couldn't imagine how an artificer could possibly pass an assessment meant for combat classes.
Compared to Wang Haitao's skepticism, Lin Jintian felt more of a sense of anticipation.
Because the confidence radiating from Lin Shi was not feigned, he could feel it. Attention all examinees, the assessment will officially begin in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the assessment begins. As the countdown ended, all examinees moved rapidly toward the dungeon. Tianming, eager to prove himself, was the first to charge, plunging headlong into the pitch-black mine. At a bend in one of the tunnels, Tianming encountered the first monster, the Industrious Miner.
Name, Industrious Miner, normal grade monster. Level 10. HP, 3000. MP, 200. Physical attack, 200. Magic attack, 25. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 100. Skills, none. Description, none.
The miner's dark face was smeared with coal dust, yet his eyes were bright and piercing, flickering with a fierce light. Muscles bulged on his thick arms, as if harboring immense strength. In his hands, he gripped a rusty pickaxe that looked incredibly heavy, reflecting flashes of cold light in the dim environment.
Wielding the pickaxe, the miner growled and cursed, "Damn adventurers, bothering my mining again. I'll crack your skulls open."
Tianming naturally didn't take such a low-level monster seriously.
He swept a contemptuous glance at the miner, gave a sinister laugh, and roared, "With just you? You're not worthy. With that, Tianming calmly chanted an incantation.
A metallic glow gradually surfaced around his body, slowly solidifying into a thin metallic film that tightly enveloped him. This was the foundational defensive skill of the warrior class Iron Body, which could effectively block enemy attacks. Almost simultaneously, Tianming raised his battle axe high. Raging flames ignited on the axe, as if intent on incinerating the enemy before him. This is the warrior class's attack skill flame / capable of dealing massive fire damage to enemies. The miner's attack slammed heavily against the metallic film with a loud clang, yet it failed to inflict any damage on Tianming. Seizing the opportunity, Tianming swung his battle axe down violently, wreathed in scorching flames, and hacked fiercely into the miner's body. As someone who also possessed an SSS grade talent and had awakened a rare melee class, Tianming's attack power was naturally not to be underestimated. With just a single common skill, he directly took the opponent's life. Humph, nothing more than this. Having secured the first blood in the dungeon, a triumphant Tianming brushed the dust off his clothes and continued deeper into the mine to find his next target. Unlike Tianming's smooth and triumphant progress, other candidates appeared somewhat frantic when facing their first monster, the diligent miner. Holy crap, why is this miner so fierce? Why isn't my attack doing any damage to him at all? My god, this hurts way too much. The candidates were in a state of chaos. The glow of various skills flickered throughout the mine, yet they struggled to deal any substantial damage to the miners. From deep within the mine, bursts of wailing could be heard from time to time. Many candidates were people with high ambitions but little skill. Relying on the fact that they had awakened combat classes, they looked down upon the monsters in the dungeon. Little did they know, the difficulty of the practical assessment far exceeded their imaginations. Since it was an assessment, the difficulty would naturally not be too low, otherwise, it would completely lose its intended purpose. Moreover, these monsters were numerous. Once entangled, it was very difficult to escape. One short and stout candidate was surrounded by a group of miners. He brandished his staff with great vigor, yet he couldn't even touch a single hair of the monsters. Fireball! 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 The stout candidate was sweating profusely from anxiety, his mouth constantly chanting the names of his skills. However, apart from a few small sparks emitting black smoke, nothing was released. Without the protection of teammates, this candidate was actually so nervous that he couldn't even cast a mage's most basic skill. Candidate Zhang Lu, eliminated. In other areas, the same scene was being repeated continuously. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? How can it be so tough? A young man holding a long sword retreated panting, his face filled with panic and confusion. The boy was merely a C-rank talent weapon warrior. His attack power was already lackluster, and coupled with his innate cowardice and clumsy controls, he had failed to deal any significant damage to the miner after all this time. Instead, he was the one being chased around in a frantic scramble. I can't take it anymore. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. Watching his health bar dwindle lower and lower, the boy's heart filled with despair. Teacher, I forfeit. I forfeit the exam. Let me out of here, now. Just as the miner's weapon was about to cleave into his skull, the boy's mental state finally shattered, and he began to scream at the top of his lungs. In the next second, a pillar of white light descended from above, enveloping the boy and teleporting him out of the dungeon. Examinee Wu Tong has been eliminated. Returning to reality, the boy's legs gave out as he collapsed to the ground, sobbing and murmuring, "Ugh. Wah, I'm saved." Examinee Wang Yuqi has been eliminated. Examinee Wang Feifei has been eliminated. Examinee Song Tianyu has been eliminated. Trash. Absolute trash. As streaks of white light flared within the dungeon, Lin Jintian's face in the proctoring center grew so dark it looked as if it might drip with gloom. How long had it been since the start? Nearly 1/5 of the examinees had already been forcibly removed from the testing grounds. Bang! Crack! Watching the pathetic performance of the examinees one after another, Lin Jintian finally reached his breaking point. He slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into pieces. The entire proctoring center instantly fell silent, a terrifying, deathly quiet. Sir, please calm down. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Wang Haitao hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort. After all, every student's situation is different. Naturally, there are those with poor aptitude and those with great talent.
I just saw that berserker named Tianming, he's quite good.
He usually settles his battles in just a few moves. As Wang Haitao spoke, he signaled the staff to quickly switch the main view on the screen to Tianming's testing area. He did this to prevent the Dragon Kingdom Grand Marshal, in his towering rage, from revoking the qualifications of every single examinee.
Wait, I must be fuming myself into a daze. How could I have forgotten that kid? Bring up Lin Shi's feed.
Lin Zhentian had been so angry he was speechless, but at Wang Haitao's reminder, he suddenly remembered that there was a young man in this exam whom he held in very high regard.
He had actually forgotten about him.
Receiving the command, the staff immediately got to work, but after searching high and low, they couldn't find him. One staff member replied cautiously, "Report, sir.
I don't think I can find Lin Shi's footage." What is it? Not found?
Hearing these words, Lin Zhentian's expression, which had slightly softened, turned grim once again.
Are you sure?
Lin Zhentian asked, his tone laced with displeasure.
Reporting, sir. I really couldn't find him.
The staff member's voice grew smaller and smaller, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, fearing that the Grand Marshal might swat him into pieces in the next second. Sir, while Lin Shi's courage is commendable and admirable, he is, after all, just an artificer.
Perhaps. Wang Haitao did not continue further. But his meaning was clear, Lin Shi might have been eliminated long ago.
As for why the system notification wasn't mentioned, it was likely because so many students were being eliminated at that time that it was simply missed. Lin Zhentian frowned, staring at the screen for a few seconds before shaking his head firmly. I'll find him myself.
With that, Lin Zhentian pulled the staff member aside and took control of the equipment to search personally.
Standing behind him, the staff member shrugged at Wang Haitao with a look of grievance, as if to say, I really tried my best. The images on the large screen switched rapidly.
About a minute later, Lin Zhentian turned to the staff member and demanded, You said you couldn't find him? Then who is this?
Ha! The staff member was stunned for a moment before looking at the large screen. At the same time, everyone present turned their gaze toward it.
In the next second, the entire proctoring center fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard.
Every eye was fixed on the giant screen, faces etched with shock.
On the screen, Lin Shi was moving rapidly using continuous spatial leaps.
In the blink of an eye, he appeared dozens of meters away. His figure was like a ghost, flickering in and out of sight, making him impossible to track. Upon reaching a miner, a cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. At some point, a long sword emitting a blazing white light had appeared in his hand, and he swung it straight down.
Put!
The miner didn't even have time to react before it collapsed and dissipated into specks of starlight. Without even glancing at the fallen miner, Lin Shi continued heading deeper into the dungeon.
Holy crap! Am I seeing things? How is this kid so fast? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. And what kind of sword is that in his hand? Why is it glowing with white light? This is too exaggerated. Is he really an artificer? It's fake, right? This has to be fake, right?
The people present looked at each other in dismay, unable to believe the scene they had just witnessed. The staff member who had been responsible for searching for Lin Shi was even more astonished. He had seen the footage from this examination hall before, but he never imagined it could be Lin Shi, so he hadn't looked closely and simply ignored it.
In his mind, the scene Lin Shi presented should have been one where monster killing was slow and the combat was ugly.
Just then, a group of miners appeared ahead, at least 7 or 8 of them. Waving their weapons, they swarmed toward Lin Shi.
What will he do now? With so many monsters, no matter how fast he is, he won't be able to dodge them all, right?
Artificers are a lifestyle class, their HP and defense are pitifully low.
He is going to be in trouble now.
While the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Lin Shi's next move once again caught everyone off guard. With a flash of his body, he vanished from his spot.
In the next second, he reappeared directly in front of the monster pack. He actually charged in proactively? Amidst the exclamations, people began to wonder why Lin Shi would do such a thing. However, they soon had their answer. Swish! A burst of white light suddenly erupted from the long sword, enveloping all the miners. When the white glow dissipated, only a floor full of corpses remained. Meanwhile, Lin Shi's figure had already nearly vanished at the end of the tunnel. Just like that, Lin Shi leaped and one-shot his way through. Not a single monster could last a single round against him. To an outsider, it would look as if he were the big boss of the dungeon. One shot. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone in the proctoring center was dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, doubting if they were hallucinating. A staff member with the priest class even cast a purification spell on himself on the spot before looking back at the screen. Ultimately, he realized his eyes hadn't deceived him. Lin Shi really had wiped out that group of monsters with a single move. One-shotting single targets, one-shotting groups, is he even human? Lin Shi's class is artificer, right? A staff member whispered to the colleague beside him. At this moment, it seemed he had begun to doubt whether he had misremembered Lin Shi's profile. Hey, you call this an artificer? His companion pointed at the big screen, his expression stiff, and struggled to force out a few words. Lin Shi's performance had completely transcended their understanding. Never mind them, even Lin Jintian was shocked. Having lived for more than half his life, he had never seen an exam taken this way. If the other candidates hadn't been performing so poorly, he would have suspected that the dungeon data used for the practical assessment had been misconfigured. Now, Lin Jintian suddenly felt a sense of relief. He was glad he had personally come to Sunlight City to proctor the exam. Regarding the previous mysterious person incident, his analysis had led to a conclusion: the mysterious individual was likely from Sunlight City. This was because the first dungeon that person had conquered was the Mistwood Forest outside of Sunlight City. Since this was merely a guess without evidence, he had initially planned to let other officers preside over the Sunlight City Grand Exam. But after careful consideration, he decided to come here in person. It seems my intuition was right. This Lin Shi might just be that mysterious person, Lin Jintian muttered while staring at the screen. Just as his mind wandered, a staff member cried out in surprise again. Hey, have you guys noticed? It's as if Lin Shi knows exactly which path is the right one, and he's even aware of every single trap along the way. Hearing this, Lin Jintian's thoughts were immediately pulled back as he refocused on the big screen. Meanwhile, the individual combat phase was nearly halfway through. The candidates still holding on in the examination grounds were in a pathetic state, battered and complaining incessantly. Because the mine environment was dim and the tunnels branched out in all directions like a labyrinth, some managed to fight their way out of monster swarms only to step on a trap in a moment of inattention, getting eliminated by sudden spikes or falling rocks. In his drive to be the first to clear the dungeon, Tianming relied on his high attack and defense to charge recklessly through the paths. However, due to his reckless actions, he triggered numerous traps. Although he managed to escape them without any real danger, he ended up looking quite disheveled. In contrast, Lin Shi was strolling leisurely through the mine as if he were walking in his own backyard. As he walked, he kept a close eye on the detection data from his matrix radar. The holographic map before him clearly displayed the locations of monsters, traps, and the final boss, allowing Lin Shi to easily avoid danger and head straight for his goal. Ding! Falling rock trap detected ahead. Recommendation: bypass. Ding! Elite monster mine giant rat detected ahead. Mark for kill? Ding! Spike trap detected ahead. Recommendation: bypass. Ding! Spiked trap detected ahead. Recommended to detour. Listening to the notification pings from the matrix radar, Lin Shi thought to himself, this practical assessment is honestly a bit too boring. Fortunately, he was alone at the moment. If other candidates had been present, they probably would have been fuming with rage on the spot. By the time Lin Shi arrived at the final boss's chamber within the cave, the others hadn't even found the correct path yet. Roar!
A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the cavern as a massive giant rat appeared before Lin Shi. It was covered in sharp quills, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a ferocious light. So this is the first floor boss? Lin Shi sized up the giant rat before him with interest.
Name, Bloodthirsty Giant Rat Lord Tier Boss. Level 15. HP, MP, 800. Physical attack, 700. Magic attack, 300. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 300. Skill, Bloodthirsty Berserk. Description, none. After a brief glance at the boss's attributes, Lin Shi gave a slight chuckle and immediately activated his space jump skill. Meanwhile, Tianming had finally reached the boss's cavern after overcoming countless hardships. The moment he laid eyes on the giant rat, he was intimidated by its sheer presence. He had originally planned to take a breather and steady himself, but at the thought that the system had not yet announced Lin Shi's elimination, he gritted his teeth and charged forward recklessly. First place can only be mine. Tianming encouraged himself internally. However, in the very next second, the system notification rang out. Candidate Lin Shi has passed the first stage of the Deadmines assessment. Time score, 1000, rank, first, overall score, 1000, rank, first. Impossible. System, you must have made a mistake, how is this even possible? Upon hearing the system notification, Tianming ignored the boss entirely and demanded an answer at the top of his lungs. He's just a trash artificer. How could he possibly be the first to pass the assessment? And with a perfect score. Tianming refused to believe it. He couldn't accept that Lin Shi's combat power was actually stronger than his own as a berserker. One had to realize that he had been rushing at all costs along the way, otherwise he wouldn't look so disheveled. What right did Lin Shi have? I don't believe it. Lin Shi must have cheated. Teacher, I want to report Lin Shi for cheating. The other candidates still undergoing the assessment were also filled with shock upon hearing the system broadcast, and one after another, they raised protests to the system. An artificer actually took first place? Cheating, he definitely cheated. That was the thought shared by everyone. Quiet. No shouting during the exam. With me, Lin Jintian, personally proctoring, who would dare to cheat? Everyone, get back to your exams properly. Whoever dares to make another scene will have their qualifications revoked immediately. Right then, Lin Jintian's unquestionable voice echoed through all the examination grounds. Under Lin Jintian's powerful intimidation, all the candidates shut their mouths instantly. They also snapped back to reality at that moment. That's right. With Marshal Lin personally overseeing things, who would dare to cheat? But they truly couldn't figure out exactly how Lin Shi, this artificer, had managed to do it. Since the first stage would only end once all candidates had either cleared it or been eliminated, Lin Shi, having killed the boss early, could only sit cross-legged on the ground out of sheer boredom. With a wave of his hand, a variety of delicious delicacies suddenly appeared before him, and finally, he even placed a mini-speaker on the ground. Just like that, Lin Shi ate hot pot and sang songs, boredly waiting for the assessment to end. Meanwhile, in the monitoring center, a strange atmosphere gradually began to spread. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the screen in front of them, their eyes darting back and forth between Lin Shi's leisurely figure and the scenes of others struggling. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief and deep confusion. This intense sense of contrast left them momentarily unable to find the right words to express their inner feelings. While others were in the depths of misery, he was enjoying a peaceful time. What even is this? Even Lin Jintian was speechless, his lips twitching slightly. He was accustomed to seeing candidates exert every ounce of effort and break into a sweat during the assessment, but Lin Shi's near-vacation state was completely beyond his expectations. If the rules hadn't forbidden it, he really would have wanted to double the difficulty of Lin Shi's subsequent assessments. Until about 30 minutes later. The first stage of the individual battles finally came to an end. The assessment venue for the second stage was a massive underground mine. Lin Shi looked around and found himself standing on the edge of a circular platform. Surrounding the platform were spiral tunnels leading downward,
appearing as if workers had dug all the way into the depths of the earth. Under the dim light, the tunnels seemed bottomless, like a giant man-eating beast exuding a heart-palpitating sense of oppression. Furthermore, from the pitch-black depths of the tunnels, bone-chilling roars echoed from time to time.
This design is truly anti-human.
Lin Shi couldn't help but complain as he looked at the scene before him. The prompt from the assessment system sounded at the right moment.
Second stage assessment content: clear all monsters and reach the bottom of the mine. Assessment time: 1 hour.
Note, in this stage of the assessment, the use of any recovery items is prohibited. Candidates, please monitor your health points and use your skills wisely.
Prohibiting the use of recovery items?
At this moment, Lin Shi also understood the ultimate intent of the second stage assessment. If the first stage was a test of the candidate's speed and adaptability, then the second stage tested their attack power and resolve.
In other words, there were no tricks to this assessment, it was a pure competition of damage output capability.
Lin Shi glanced casually around. There were at least 1,000 densely packed monsters, and judging by the energy fluctuations they emitted, their strength was not to be underestimated. And this was only what was within his line of sight. There were likely even more monsters in the deeper parts of the mine.
What a pain!
Lin Shi frowned slightly. The design of the tunnels was quite disadvantageous for him. Although spatial jump has no cooldown, it can only jump in a straight line. The terrain here is shaped like a mosquito coil. It would be ridiculous if I accidentally jumped straight into a deep pit. Lin Shi rubbed his chin and began to analyze the terrain. He didn't want to fail in such an unexpected way, especially since the system had issued him a task before the exam requiring him to become the national top scorer. Not only are the rewards generous, but it also unlocks an achievement. If it weren't for this, given Lin Shi's preference for low-key development, he certainly wouldn't have caused such a sensation in the previous assessment.
Should I just drop a nuclear bomb down there?
A bold idea flashed through Lin Shi's mind.
Since it's a system product, it's incredibly powerful. If he just blew up the entire mine, any monster inside would be finished. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. There were still countless eyes watching in the monitoring center, especially with Lin Jintian present. If the system were exposed, things would get messy. If he pulled out a nuclear bomb, the headline of tomorrow's Dragon Kingdom Daily would probably be, "Shocking. Superweapon appears at the grand exam. Experts call for urgent investigation into candidate's identity." Up to now, whether it was the lightsaber or the cooldown-free space jump, he had plausible explanations for them. But for something like a nuclear bomb, he really had no suitable excuse, because nuclear weapons exceeded the scope of knowledge in this world. Looks like I'll just have to hack my way down, honestly.
Lin Shi finally accepted this reality with resignation. Although his attack power was formidable enough to insta-kill the monsters here, without the support of space jump skills, his speed would definitely drop significantly. Under these circumstances, Lin Shi felt a bit less confident about securing the title of national top scorer. After all, he was just an artificer, unlike other classes that possessed unique mobility skills. For instance, the warrior's charge, the rogue's windwalk, the summoner's beast king raid, and so on.
Just as Lin Shi was hesitating, Lin Jintian in the monitoring center seemed to sense his abnormality.
At that moment, a thought struck Lin Jintian as he suddenly remembered something.
That bomb capable of clearing a dungeon in 13 seconds. Could it be that he plans to use that thing? But he's hesitating because he's afraid of exposure? In an instant, Lin Jintian confirmed his suspicion.
He immediately turned and commanded, "Commander Wang, take everyone and leave immediately. No one is allowed to enter the monitoring center without my permission."
Right now? This sudden instruction left everyone present stunned. They couldn't understand why Commander Lin would order the room cleared at this particular moment.
Even Wang Haitao, who had followed Lin Jintian for many years, could not fathom the man's intentions. Despite his confusion, Wang Haitao knew that military orders were absolute. He led all the staff members out and immediately placed the proctoring center under martial law.
In an instant, the vast joint examination center was left with only Lin Jintian himself.
Seeing that no one else was around, Lin Jintian immediately picked up the communicator and spoke to Lin Shi. "Student Lin Shi, this is Lin Jintian. Hearing someone speaking to him, Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized that the proctoring center must have initiated a private channel.
Commander Lin?
Lin Shi asked tentatively.
It is I. I have already learned something of your situation.
Lin Jintian's voice sounded somewhat excited. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, as expected, those shocking speedrun records I set earlier didn't escape the eyes of the top brass after all.
There is no need to be nervous.
I guarantee you, in the name of Lin Jintian and as the Supreme Commander of the Military Department, that not a single third party will ever know what happened today.
Lin Jintian spoke with a solemn tone.
Lin Shi remained silent for a moment. He knew that since the other party chose to contact him at this time, it meant a decision had already been made.
I understand, Commander Lin.
Lin Shi took a deep breath. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no longer any need for reservations.
Good.
I have cleared the proctoring center.
From here on out, do whatever you intend to do without holding back. There was a hint of anticipation in Lin Jintian's voice.
Lin Shi smiled slightly. His gaze swept across the surrounding tunnels, and a playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, under Lin Jintian's puzzled gaze, Lin Shi unhurriedly pulled an entrenching shovel from his backpack and began digging at the edge of the mine pit.
What is this kid doing? Digging a hole to bury himself?
Lin Jintian was baffled by Lin Shi's actions, completely unable to grasp what he was up to.
Wasn't he supposed to throw bombs? Why start digging a hole?
Despite his doubts, he chose to trust Lin Shi. After all, a monster capable of clearing an SSS rank dungeon in 13 seconds would never do something so meaningless. A few minutes later, a bunker 1 meter in diameter and 2 meters deep appeared before Lin Shi. System: use a free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion used to craft a miniature nuclear bomb. With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized silver metal device appeared out of thin air in Lin Shi's grasp. The device looked unremarkable, but the moment Lin Jintian laid eyes on it, his pupils shrank violently and his heart began to pound. This is... Before he could even react, Lin Shi had already pressed the switch on the device. Immediately after, a miniature nuclear bomb whistled as it plunged deep into the pit. Meanwhile, Lin Shi quickly leapt into the bunker. At this moment, Lin Jintian stared fixedly at the screen, not even daring to breathe for fear of missing a single detail. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Boom! A blinding pillar of light soared into the sky, engulfing the entire underground mine. The violent explosion echoed through the pit, and powerful energy surged from beneath the earth, causing the entire mine to shake. Wherever the shockwave passed, the densely packed monsters were turned to ash instantly, before they could even let out a scream. The screens in the monitoring center were instantly overwhelmed by a wash of white light, and all the instruments emitted piercing alarms. Even Lin Jintian was blinded by the dazzling glare, unable to keep his eyes open. Incredible, simply incredible. It took Lin Jintian a good while to regain his vision. Looking at the fading white light on the screen, he shook his head with a bitter smile. His heart was currently a mix of joy and concern. He was joyful because he had finally confirmed the identity of the mysterious person and witnessed the power of that bomb with his own eyes. All previous doubts had been swept away. Furthermore, as the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Kingdom military, he was naturally overjoyed that such a genius, one gifted in both strategy and combat, had emerged from the Dragon Kingdom's new generation. Once Lin Shi grew to his full potential, the Dragon Kingdom, under his leadership, would have every chance to become the strongest nation on Azure Star, and perhaps go even further to completely eliminate that hidden danger. If that were to happen, Lin Shi would become a hero for all of humanity. But the concern was that Lin Shi was too outstanding. So outstanding that he had completely touched upon the taboos of this world. As the aftershocks of the nuclear explosion dissipated, the entire pit returned to silence. The final boss of the second stage of the Dead Mines, a massive giant gargoyle covered in heavy armor, now lay in pieces scattered around the center of the nuclear blast, leaving behind nothing but a pile of ash. Examinee Lin Shi has passed the second stage of the Dead Mines assessment. Time score, 1000, rank, 1st, overall score, 1000, rank, 1st. The cold system notification echoed throughout the exam hall once again, like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves.
Fuck! How the hell is this possible? Tianming completely snapped. He cursed loudly and slammed his fist hard against the wall. The sharp pain forced him to regain a sliver of composure. At this moment, it wasn't just Tianming. Nearly every candidate heard the system notification. They stared at the rankings on the screen in disbelief, waves of shock surging through their hearts. First place again? If the first time was a fluke, then what about this second time? Could it be that Lin Shi truly possessed some god-defying means that allowed him to ignore the dungeon's difficulty and crush everything in his path? This kid, who exactly is he? Is an artificer really this strong? I don't buy it. Cheating. He must be cheating.
Inside the exam hall, discussions and doubts rose one after another.
Many candidates even began to question the fairness of the assessment. Damn it, I'm done. There's no way to play this. Fuck, if Lin Shi didn't cheat, I'll eat shit while doing a handstand.
Some people suffered a mental breakdown and abandoned the exam entirely, storming out while hurling curses at Lin Shi.
Lin Shi taking first place in the first stage was still within their psychological limit. After all, the gap hadn't been that large back then. Some people had actually reached the boss by the time Lin Shi cleared it. Therefore, many thought that if they had simply found the right path smoothly, they might have been able to clear it before Lin Shi. But this time, the gap between the two sides was simply too vast. They had only just begun engaging the monsters, yet Lin Shi had already cleared the second stage. The entire mine had only one path, so there was no possibility of getting lost, leaving them with absolutely no excuses to comfort themselves. I believe in Commander Lin.
He is a man of high prestige and integrity. He wouldn't allow something like this to happen.
Exactly. Maybe Lin Shi really does have some extraordinary talent? Let's just wait and see. It's too early to say anything for sure anyway.
However, more people kept their doubts buried in their hearts. After all, Lin Jintian had previously guaranteed that no one was cheating. As for whether it was true or false, they would find out once the entire grand exam concluded. If there truly were any suspicious points, they could fully lodge a protest with the Dragon Kingdom officials. Once public outrage reached a boiling point, even Lin Jintian wouldn't be able to suppress it. Therefore, for the time being, all they needed to do was focus on their exams. Time ticked away second by second, and the individual combat assessment drew to a close. Ultimately, fewer than 100 people passed the individual combat assessment. Most of them were covered in injuries, having clearly endured significant hardship during the test. When the system announced the end of the assessment, the entire examination grounds fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. First place, Lin Shi, composite score, 4,000. Second place, Tianming, composite score, 2,600. Third place, Wang Nanshang, composite score, 1,200. Although they had anticipated it, the sight of the actual result still forced a collective gasp from the examinees. Lin Shi, the artificer they had dismissed as a joke, had actually crushed the competition to take first place again, and he had reached the summit with a perfect score. This was the first time in the history of the Dragon Kingdom that a perfect score had been achieved in the individual combat assessment. Even the current commander Lin Jintian, had only scored 3,995 points in his assessment back then. Staring at the leaderboard, Tianming's face turned ashen. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. He had thought that after awakening as a berserker, he could finally grind Lin Shi under his heel. Reality, however, seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. He simply could not accept that he had lost to an artificer whom he considered trash. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Something must have gone wrong. There must be a mistake. Tianming's eyes were bloodshot as he roared hysterically, drawing sideways glances from the surrounding examinees. Tianming, calm down. Wang Nanqing frowned and tried to advise him in a low voice. Calm down? How can you tell me to calm down? I am the genius of Sunlight City. I am the berserker who awakened an SSS rank talent.
How could I possibly lose to an artificer? How could I?
Tianming whipped his head around, his crimson eyes glaring death at Wang Nancheng. Wang Nancheng's expression shifted as a flash of anger crossed her eyes, but she ultimately held her temper.
Tianming, I know you're frustrated, but facts are facts. No matter how much of a scene you make, you can't change anything. Wang Nancheng took a deep breath and said in a heavy voice, and don't forget, this was only the individual combat phase. There's still the team battle later, we still have a chance. In truth, Wang Nancheng was also somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Shi taking first place. However, he was more level-headed and chose to express his thoughts directly. Upon hearing team battle, Tianming's body jolted.
The madness in his eyes gradually receded, replaced by a glint of sinister malice.
Right. You're right. I still have a chance.
Tianming took a deep breath, his cold gaze fixed on the name Lin Shi on the screen. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, Lin Shi, you forced my hand. After the individual combat ended and following a brief rest period, the system's voice rang out once again. Attention all examinees, the team battle is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves.
Team Battle Dungeon, Scarlet Battlefield. Mission objective, within 1 hour, break through the monster defensive line and destroy the enemy base. Number of participants, 93. Victory condition, destroy the enemy base within the time limit. Failure condition, time runs out or all members are eliminated. All examinees will have 30 minutes to form teams freely. Each squad. Just as the system's voice faded, the vision of every examinee went black. When their sight returned, they found themselves standing upon a desolate battlefield.
The air was thick with a nauseating, pungent scent of blood. The landscape was a scene of crumbling ruins and fields strewn with corpses, remnants of battle everywhere, as if they had truly been transported to a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At the far end of their line of sight, a dilapidated castle stood tall upon the earth. Surrounding the castle was a defensive line composed of countless trenches, chevaux de frise, and arrow towers.
Dense swarms of monsters filled the area, radiating a chilling, murderous aura.
Hiss, that number, there must be tens of thousands of them, right? How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Even if we all have SSS ranked talents and rare classes, there's no way we can withstand a siege from this many monsters.
It's over, it's all over. I'm afraid we're going to be wiped out in this team battle.
As the examinees looked at the tide-like army of monsters before them, their faces turned incredibly grim. Many had already begun to sink into despair. Tianming scanned the surroundings, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Taking advantage of the crowd's panic, he quietly approached Wang Nancheng.
Wang Nancheng, let's join forces.
Wang Nancheng was slightly taken aback, his brow furrowing.
Join forces? Exactly.
Only by combining our strengths do we have a chance to secure a better ranking in the team battle.
And besides. At this point, Tianming's tone grew cold and sinister. I have a plan that will maximize our gains in the team battles, giving us a better shot at climbing the genius rankings of the national exam, and perhaps even a chance to. He paused, lowering his voice as he enunciated every word, eliminate Lin Shi. Wang Nancheng's pupils constricted sharply, a complex look flickering through his eyes. Tianming's chilling words were like the flicking tongue of a venomous snake. Wang Nancheng felt a jolt of shock. The blatant malice in the other man's tone sent a shiver down his spine. Eliminate Lin Shi?
This was the national exam.
To commit murder so brazenly, was he not afraid of being disqualified, or even held legally accountable?
Wang Nancheng instinctively wanted to refuse, but Tianming's next words were like a bolt of lightning, splitting open the darkest corners of his heart.
Wang Nancheng, stop acting like a saint.
You know exactly what the status of my Li family and your Wang family is in Sunlight City.
Do you really think just because you ranked third, those old fogies in your clan will see you in a new light? Keep dreaming. Tianming sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. Think about it.
If Lin Shi, that stumbling block, disappears, then with your strength forget first place, you could at least firmly secure the second place spot. When that time comes, we can join forces to storm the prodigy rankings of the national exam. That is true glory.
Your entire clan will be proud of you. Is there anything you want that you won't be able to get?
Tianming's words were like a demon's whisper, echoing incessantly in Wang Nancheng's ears, stoking the fires of his ambition and desire. Wang Nancheng fell silent, his fists clenched tight, his eyes flickering with the shadow of a struggle. It was true, if Lin Shi were dead, then he would lose a powerful competitor. If he could truly secure a place on the prodigy rankings, then the clan's resources, and all those people who once looked down on him, would surely bow before him, wouldn't they? He who achieves great things does not fret over trifles. That kid Lin Shi is exceptionally gifted. If we let him grow, he will surely be our greatest threat in the future. Instead of being trampled under his feet later, it's better to strike first. Seeing that Wang Nancheng was wavering, Tianming immediately added fuel to the fire. Wang Nancheng took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. The last flicker of kindness in his heart was completely swallowed by desire. Wang Nancheng looked up at the thin figure in the distance, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes.
Fine. I agree.
The two looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without a word. At the same time, the cold voice of the system rang out again, echoing across the entire battlefield like a great bell.
Team battle countdown, 30 minutes. Candidates, please hurry, inform your teams. As soon as the mechanical prompt ended, the previously silent battlefield instantly erupted into chaos as candidates began searching for teammates. Anyone want to team up?
We're still short 2 people. A burly warrior brandished a giant axe, shouting at the top of his lungs, his gruff voice attracting a lot of attention.
Need a healer. DPS classes prioritized.
A young girl in mage robes looked around anxiously, hoping to find a reliable healing class.
Any big shots want to carry me?
My support skills are top tier. A small, thin figure wove nimbly through the crowd. He dodged the other candidates while shouting loudly, trying to catch the eye of the top-tier players.
We already have a tank and a healer, we just need one more DPS.
A ranger clutching a longbow spoke to the companion beside him. They had already found suitable teammates and were now just one damage dealer short of a complete party.
Assassin. Any assassins here? We need an assassin.
A rogue clad in leather armor spoke in a low voice, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. The air was filled with the overlapping shouts of people recruiting teammates, and the entire battlefield suddenly became as bustling and noisy as a wet market. However, despite being the top-ranked player in the individual matches, Lin Shi had yet to receive a single invitation. During the team-forming phase, many people cast glances toward Lin Shi, but they quickly looked away. Although Lin Shi's attack power had already been proven, his performance as an artificer was completely beyond the scope of common knowledge. Consequently, while some considered inviting him, they ultimately gave up on the idea. Because none of them had actually seen Lin Shi in action, they had no idea whether he was melee, ranged, or a summoner. The grand exam was different from routine dungeon runs. There was no room for error. If a team's composition was unsuitable, it could easily lead to a significant drop in the final score for the entire group. Unless a team was built specifically around Lin Shi from the start. But building a squad around an artificer was something entirely unprecedented. No one had the courage to be the first to try something so risky in an event like the Grand Exam, where their entire future was on the line. Lin Shi, however, didn't mind. On the contrary, without the constraints of a team, he wouldn't have to hold back his actions. Just as everyone was fervently trying to form groups. At the edge of the testing grounds, several candidates did not immediately look for a team. Instead, they exchanged glances. One of them made a subtle throat-slitting gesture and then looked toward Lin Shi. The others immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his companion's response, a cruel smile curled on the man's lips. These individuals belonged to the same overseas underground organization. They were participating in the National Grand Exam ostensibly to compete for rankings, but in reality, they were under orders to execute a secret plan, Gyokusai Shattered Jade. The so-called Gyokusai plan was to create crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion chaos during the National Grand Exam at all costs, ideally eliminating several top-ranked seed players. As for why they were doing this, these low-level cannon fodder naturally had no way of knowing. They only knew to obey orders and serve the emperor.
Remember, wait for the signal to initiate the Gyokusai plan.
Our primary target is to take out the first place Lin Shi. If the opportunity arises, eliminate the second and third place as well, and finally, take as many people down with us as possible. The lead candidate whispered instructions in a language that did not belong to the Dragon Kingdom, his tone filled with ruthlessness.
Long live the Emperor!
The others nodded and quickly dispersed into the crowd to begin hunting for their targets. Like a pack of venomous snakes lying in wait, they hid their fangs in the shadows, biding their time for a fatal strike.
Long live the Emperor!
After the lead candidate responded in a whisper, he also began to take action. However, what went unnoticed by everyone was that within the crowd, there were several individuals whose eyes were hollow and lifeless, moving like the walking dead. They blended into the mass of candidates, devoid of any presence, yet no one noticed the eerie, subtle curve at the corners of their mouths. They did not actively seek out teams, but the moment they received a group invitation, they joined without hesitation.
Tisk, TSK, TSK. I'm really looking forward to this. The show has only just begun.
A cold, sinister voice echoed in the minds of these individuals, its tone dripping with mockery and cruelty. Lin Shi stood alone at the edge of the battlefield, his calm gaze sweeping over the scene before him as he mentally analyzed the defensive layout of the monster army.
Ding!
Matrix radar has detected potential threats.
Host, please be on high alert. Ding!
Matrix radar has detected potential threats.
Host, please be on high alert. The system's urgent alarm blared, instantly snapping Lin Shi back to reality. Potential threats? Hearing the system's warning, Lin Shi couldn't help but furrow his brows. The assessment hadn't even started yet. Logically, there shouldn't be any threats present.
System, scan the surroundings and analyze the potential threats, Lin Shi commanded internally.
Ding! Scan complete. Potential threats detected, 37. Among them, high-risk threat, 1 mid-risk threats, 12 low-risk threats, 24.
The system's voice rang in Lin Shi's head, and numerous red dots appeared out of thin air on his holographic map. The positions where these red dots were distributed were right among the candidates.
Interesting. It seems some people aren't exactly clean.
In that case, I'll play along and have some fun with you. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, sizing up the candidates one by one according to the locations marked on the map. Just then, a slender, delicate hand suddenly appeared in front of him.
Hello, may I team up with you?
Lin Shi looked toward the source of the voice. What met his eyes was a pair of clear, bright eyes, their shifting gaze carrying a hint of cunning and
killing intent.
Lin Shi raised an eyebrow slightly, looking this uninvited guest up and down. A fiery red mage robe tightly hugged her exquisite, curvaceous figure. Her long, glossy black hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her fair skin, like fine jade, emitted a faint, soft glow. The fiery red mage robes tightly hugged her curvaceous figure. Her long, jet black hair fell casually over her shoulders, and her fair skin was like cream, emitting a faint luster. Had the system not flagged a high threat warning, he truly might have been deceived by this harmless-looking facade.
Looking to team up with me, gorgeous? Have you thought this through?
I'm not like those guys who have a soft spot for a pretty face. The corner of Lin Shi's mouth curled into a playful arc.
The woman was clearly caught off guard by Lin Shi's reaction.
She hesitated for a fraction of a second before letting out a soft, stifled giggle, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable, captivating charm.
I'm all alone and so very weak. I was hoping Big Brother could look after me.
As she spoke, she intentionally thrust her chest forward, seemingly trying to use her curves to distract Lin Shi.
Huh? Is that so?
Lin Shi sneered inwardly.
The system had already laid bare her background, a highly trained assassin from the island nation, yet she had the audacity to play the damsel in distress in front of him? However, Lin Shi didn't expose her immediately.
Exposing her identity now would serve no purpose. He needed to wait for her to slip up and show her hand. As the saying goes, life is like a play, and it all depends on one's acting skills. Since the other party intended to seduce him, he decided to beat them at their own game. Thus, Lin Shi immediately feigned a look of lust, rubbing his hands together with a foolish grin. Since you put it that way, little sister, there's no way Big Brother can just stand by and watch. Come, let us add each other as friends first so we can have a proper private chat. A flicker of disdain flashed through the woman's eyes, but it was quickly masked. With a radiant smile, she reached out her delicate hand and lightly tapped Lin Shi's communicator. Ding! Friend request accepted. You're level 12? The woman was visibly startled when she saw Lin Shi's personal information. How could an artificer reach level 12 in a single day? How did he do it? Yeah, what's the matter? Scared? Don't worry, Sister Sue. Even though you're only level 9, you have me. Big Brother will protect you. Lin Shi thumped his chest loudly, making a solemn guarantee. Hee, look at what you're saying, Big Brother. How could I be scared? You must take good care of me, okay? The woman's coy, sugary voice sent a wave of revulsion through Lin Shi. Don't you worry, Sister Sue. Big Brother will definitely show you a lot of love. Suppressing his disgust, Lin Shi forced what he thought was a kindly smile. So this is the genius of the Dragon Kingdom? Just another animal that thinks with its lower half. To think someone like this could take first place, the Dragon Kingdom isn't as terrifying as I imagined. Watching Lin Shi's pathetic behavior, Sume felt nothing but utter contempt in her heart. So what if he was level 12? Looking at him now, those rumors about him being a kept man were likely 80% true. How powerful could a man who relied on women really be? After her initial shock, Sume was already fantasizing about the scene where she would receive the Emperor's reward after successfully killing Lin Shi. Meanwhile, in front of the massive screen at the proctoring center, Lin Jintian stared intently at the footage, his brow furrowed. Those monsters and demons should be starting their move just about now. According to his analysis, the chaotic environment of the team battles provided the perfect opportunity for those people to strike. Send out the notice, all proctors are to be on high alert. If any abnormality is detected, intervene in the assessment immediately. At the same time, place all examination halls and related facilities under immediate martial law. After a moment of reflection, Lin Jintian gave the order in a low, heavy voice. Yes, sir. Wang Haitao took the order and immediately went down to relay the command. Using this mysterious figure incident, I will root out every single sleeper agent embedded within the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Jintian thought to himself as he turned his gaze back toward the screen. Dong! As the low, heavy blast of a horn resounded, the team battle officially commenced. The examinees surged forward like a bursting flood, charging toward the defensive lines of the monster army. Roar! Deafening roars shook the sky as massive monsters lunged out of the ravines, bearing claws and fangs as they pounced toward the students. Kill! The examinees drew their weapons one after another, engaging in a fierce melee with the monster legion. In Lin Shi's team, besides himself and Sume, there was a warrior, a priest, and an assassin. Initially, Lin Shi had no intention of forming a team, but his mind changed the moment the system detected a threat. Those people harbored ill intentions, and aside from himself, no one else at the scene was aware of it. Although he wasn't close to these classmates, they were ultimately the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. With the mindset of protecting whoever he could, Lin Shi took the initiative to approach this three-person squad after teaming up with Sume. I'm Zhang Chang, level 8, Defense Warrior. Lili, level 9, Holy Priest. Zhao Gang, level 9, Shadow Assassin. The three gave brief introductions of themselves. My name is Lin Shi, level 12, Artificer. Lin Shi spoke up as well. What? When the others heard Lin Shi's level, they showed the same reaction Sume had earlier. Sume, level 9 Fire Mage. Please look after me. As she spoke, Sume flashed her signature charming smile, instantly dazing the warrior and assassin in the team. Ahem, the assessment has already started. We should hurry up and come up with a tactic. The other girl in the team, Lili, was clearly displeased with the behavior of her two male teammates. She let out a sharp cough, snapping their attention back. Oh, right.
My suggestion is to attack from the edge of the defensive formation. That way, the pressure on us will be much lower. Zhang Chang proposed. No objections from me.
Li Li and Zhao Gang nodded in agreement.
I'll listen to Big Brother Lin.
As she spoke, Sumei leaned toward Lin Shi, her twin peaks intentionally or unintentionally brushing against his arm. This scene caused another surge of envy and heat in the eyes of the two other men in the team. I think we should charge straight through the center. While the edges are safer, the monster density is too low, and the final system rating won't be very high.
You guys didn't come to this assessment just to go through the motions, did you?
Lin Shi ignored the advances entirely and proposed an alternative suggestion.
But,
hearing Lin Shi suggest attacking from the heart of the area, Zhang Chang, Li Li, and Zhao Gang immediately showed looks of hesitation.
While Lin Shi was right that there were fewer monsters on the outskirts, it was much safer.
Charging directly through the middle, given the strength of their squad, they feared they would be eliminated before getting very far.
I'll listen to Big Brother Lin. Sumei repeated the same line.
However, she was secretly overjoyed. The more dangerous the location, the easier it would be for her to make her move. Big Brother Lin is very powerful after all. He was the first place finisher in the individual combat.
He wouldn't speak recklessly. If he gets eliminated, he has much more to lose than you guys.
Fearing that the others might disagree with Lin Shi's opinion, Sumei immediately added. At the same time, she kept casting flirtatious glances at Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang.
Zhang Chang rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Sumei's words seemed to make sense. In that case, all right, I agree.
Zhang Chang gritted his teeth and decisively accepted Lin Shi's suggestion. Having said that, he took the lead and began moving toward the center of the monster army. With the vote now 3-2, Li Li and Zhao Gang had nothing left to say and could only follow along. Tianming, Lin Shi's squad is heading toward the central area. Wang Nansheng, who had been keeping a close eye on Lin Shi's movements, immediately whispered a reminder.
The central area? Hearing this, Tianming was overjoyed. Heaven is truly on my side.
Lin Shi, you are dead meat this time.
Tianming immediately shot a meaningful look at Wang Nansheng.
The two of them, leading the other three members of their squad, began drawing monsters while closing in on Lin Shi. Unlike those island nation assassins, Tianming naturally didn't dare to commit murder in broad daylight, but his plan was to use the monsters to kill Lin Shi right here. Team battles differed from individual battles because of the presence of support classes like priests. There was no passive system teleportation mechanism.
To leave, one had to actively activate a teleportation stone.
It was precisely because of this mechanism that Tianming had come up with his plan to kill with a borrowed knife.
Moreover, while the death of an examinee was rare, it wasn't unheard of, so Tianming wasn't worried about being exposed.
Meanwhile, the great battle had fully commenced. The examinees were locked in a fierce struggle with the monster legion. The sounds of battle cries, screams, and clashing weapons intertwined, resembling a living hell on earth. From time to time, a flash of white light would rise from the battlefield. Zhang Chang walked at the very front of the team and cast an appraisal skill on the monster nearest to the squad.
Name, Kobold Vanguard Common Monster. Level 10. HP, 3500. MP, 300. Physical attack, 300. Magic attack, 50. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 150.
Skill, Spear Pierce.
Description, none.
Compared to the individual battles, the attributes of these monsters had increased slightly, but they were still within an acceptable range. After discovering that the monster's strength was not particularly high, Zhang Chang instantly activated his charge skill, lunging forward and diving headlong into the swarm of monsters. Simultaneously, he seamlessly chained his taunt skill. Within a 10-meter radius, the monsters led by the Kobold Vanguards abandoned their other targets and swarmed toward Zhang Chang. Seeing this, Zhang Chang immediately raised the massive shield in his hand high. The surface of the shield shimmered with a metallic luster, continuously parrying the attacks from the frontal monsters with a rhythmic clanging of metal on metal. After enduring several waves of attacks, he directly unleashed the Protection Warrior's third skill, Guardian Shield. Instantly, 6 green translucent shields appeared around him, revolving continuously. All the monster's attacks were blocked by these 6 shields. As the team's sole healer, Lily moved through the center of the formation like a dancing butterfly. With every wave of her staff, a shower of green light fell, providing her teammates with a continuous stream of vitality. Furthermore, the moment Li Chang activated his Guardian Shield, she immediately cast a continuous healing skill on him, Spring of Life. A miniature lake appeared above Li Chang's head. Its pale green waters emitted a soft glow as they dripped steadily onto him. The health Li Chang had previously lost began to recover steadily at that moment. The timing of the skill chain was flawless. Feeling the nourishment of the Spring of Life, Li Chang couldn't help but give Lily a thumbs up. Lily simply smiled gracefully and continued applying heals and buffs to the other teammates. On the other side of the team, Zhao Gang's class as an assassin meant he was not destined to clash head-on with enemies like a warrior. Utilizing his high mobility, he moved like a phantom, weaving back and forth between several monsters. Every flash of his dagger carved away a portion of a monster's health. Zhao Gang, that one. Li Chang, standing at the very front, shouted loudly. Copy that. The three had been teaming up since their class awakening and had long since developed a silent understanding. Even without Li Chang speaking explicitly, Zhao Gang knew exactly what he needed to do. The Blue Wind Walk skill activated instantly, and Zhao Gang's speed surged dramatically, so much so that his rapid movement left after images behind him. He dashed toward a Kobold Vanguard with clear intent, and at the very moment of contact, he abruptly changed direction to circle behind it. In the next second, his dagger slashed across the Kobold Vanguard's neck, trailing a faint blue cold light. This was the visual effect of the Fatal Blow skill, an assassin's finishing move capable of instantly dealing massive damage to targets below 20% health. As the Kobold Vanguard was decapitated, Zhao Gang scored an instant kill. With the strike successful, Zhao Gang transformed back into a phantom, prowling among the monsters once more. However, in contrast to the seamless cooperation of those three, Su Mei, who had joined the team temporarily, seemed somewhat out of place alongside Lin Shi. Standing at the rear of the formation, Su Mei muttered incantations under her breath. Dazzling red light gathered at the tip of her staff before transforming into massive fireballs that crashed into the monster swarm. However, her attacks lacked any real strategy. It seemed as though she was simply firing wherever she felt like. Meanwhile, Lin Shi's presence was even more understated. To keep the enemies from becoming wary, he had not equipped his plasma lightsaber or the blue flame Gatling. Instead, he gripped the blade of venom, weaving nimbly through the monsters. Every swing of his blade left deep, bone-chilling gashes on the monsters' bodies. The toxic effect of the blade of venom was remarkably effective. Green poisonous smoke billowed from every monster he struck, and their health bars depleted at a pace visible to the naked eye. The others were watching Lin Shi's movements, but seeing the damage numbers floating above the monsters' heads, they were all a bit puzzled. With this little damage, which seemed even lower than their own, how on earth did he take first place in the individual rankings? However, with the battle in full swing, the doubt only flashed through their minds for a second before they immediately refocused their attention on dealing with the monster legion in front of them. Miss Su Mei, watch your skill range. Don't hit your allies by mistake. Zheng Chang reminded Su Mei while fending off the monster's attacks. Oh, Brother Chang, I just haven't mastered it yet. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Mei's flirtatious voice made Zheng Chang's heart melt. He gave a silly grin and dropped the subject. Just as the two were talking, a sudden change occurred. Brother Chang, watch out! Zhao Gang let out a startled cry. Before Zhang Chang could react, he was swatted away by a massive bear-type monster, crashing heavily to the ground over 10 meters away. Brother Chang! Lily screamed in shock and hurried over to provide healing. Damn it, it's an elite monster! Zhao Gang's expression shifted. He brandished his daggers repeatedly, but he could only barely manage to block the elite monster's attacks. Right then, Su Mei suddenly cried out, "Ah! Sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The direction her staff was pointing happened to be exactly where 3 elite monsters and a group of their minions were located. A massive meteor descended from the sky, engulfing the area. As the flames dissipated, all that remained on the ground was scorched earth and a pack of furiously roaring monsters. "You, forget it, everyone retreat." Zhang Chang almost spat out blood in rage at the sight, but now was clearly not the time to assign blame. He could only order a retreat. Lin Shi gave Su Mei a meaningful look, a cold snort echoing in his heart. Finally couldn't hold it back anymore? At the same time, Tian Ming, who had been watching from a distance, also made his move. "Now's our chance. Brothers, charge! Don't let them get away." Tian Ming let out a low shout, leading his 4 teammates as they shot toward Lin Shi and the others like arrows released from a bow. And behind them followed a large swarm of monsters that had been intentionally lured over. As the two groups gradually drew closer, Zhang Chang finally realized something was wrong. "Tian Ming, what are you doing? Why are you deliberately leading the monsters to us?" Seeing the other party blocking his retreat path, Zhang Chang was furious and roared at Tian Ming. "Bullshit! Which eye of yours saw me doing it on purpose? There are too many monsters. Are we not allowed to run for our lives?" Tian Ming replied with a look of pure innocence. "You, damn it, damn it!" Zhang Chang cursed incessantly. Tian Ming's actions had completely cut off his team's escape route. Now with wolves in front and tigers behind, his team was likely doomed. "Lin Shi, what do we do?" In desperation, Zhang Chang shouted, looking toward Lin Shi with an anxious gaze. He could only place his hopes on the individual combat champion now. "Don't worry, I've got this. Everyone, gather around me. Li Chang, give me the captain position." Lin Shi's tone was calm, as if he hadn't realized the danger descending upon them at all. "Understood." Given the urgency of the situation, Zhang Chang didn't hesitate. He immediately initiated the captain transfer and quickly moved to Lin Shi's side. The other teammates followed suit. "Tian Ming, once the exam is over, I'm going to report you to the officials," Zhang Chang said, gritting his teeth as he glared at Tian Ming. "Report them for what? Someone is coming over to deliver points we should be celebrating. Li Chang, once the exam is over, we ought to send them a commemorative banner. We'll write 4 big words on it, the point-giving boy." Even though they were surrounded by monsters, Lin Shi didn't show the slightest hint of panic. He even started cracking jokes. Su Mei and Tian Ming, who were pulling the strings from the shadows, watched on in a daze. They couldn't understand at all where on earth did Lin Shi get this level of confidence? Just bluffing. "I want to see how you handle this situation." Tian Ming snorted coldly, believing that Lin Shi was merely putting on a brave face to keep his team's morale stable. After all, this wasn't a solo dungeon. Tian Ming didn't believe for a second that Lin Shi could handle 4 elite monsters and such a large swarm of minions all by himself. Meanwhile, Su Mei, who was in the team, looked at Lin Shi with a puzzled gaze. She wanted to know exactly what he had up his sleeve. As the encirclement gradually tightened, Lin Shi finally made his move. But the scene that followed left everyone present in a state of shock. They watched with wide eyes as Lin Shi's body was enveloped by a layer of silver-white liquid. The liquid flowed and shimmered with a metallic luster, looking like a living metal. The liquid spread rapidly, covering Lin Shi's entire body from head to toe without leaving a single gap. Immediately afterward, the liquid began to solidify, gradually hardening until it finally formed a set of gleaming silver metal armor. The surface of the armor was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding light so brightly that it was difficult to look at directly. Intricate patterns were carved into the armor, patterns that seemed to pulse with strength and exude a mysterious aura. What kind of equipment is that? The same question popped into everyone's mind. They had never seen such miraculous gear before. In their memory, equipment was always made of fixed materials. They had never heard of gear that could flow like a liquid. Before they could recover from their shock, a flashy weapon appeared out of thin air in Lin Shi's hand. It was a weapon composed of dozens of black circular barrels, arranged layer upon layer in several concentric circles. The body of the weapon was etched with intricate and exquisite patterns, and a faint blue light emanated from the muzzles, making its immense power obvious at a glance. Lin Shi's movements were smooth and fluid, as if he were performing a magic trick, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. They simply couldn't fathom where Lin Shi had obtained this equipment. Seeing this, Tianming's heart sank abruptly, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Looking at the glowing armor on Lin Shi and the weapon emitting a faint light in his hand, a sense of unease grew within him. Could it be that this is Lin Shi's true strength? Su Mei's heart skipped a beat. She had never seen such peculiar equipment, and she could hardly imagine what kind of power this suit of armor possessed. Quantity. And while everyone was still in shock, the weapon in Lin Shi's hand opened fire. Inside the Invigilation Center, Lin Jintian, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, noticed that Lin Shi's squad had fallen into an encirclement. Having spent the better part of his life as an adventurer on the front lines, Su Mei and Tianming's petty schemes naturally could not escape his keen eyes. At this moment, his expression was grim, his gaze shifting back and forth between Su Mei and Tianming. When he looked at Su Mei, killing intent flared in his eyes, but he felt a sense of confusion when his gaze fell upon Tianming. The Li family was considered a prominent clan in Sunlight City. Reasonably speaking, they shouldn't be colluding with foreign powers, as there was no benefit in doing so. However, as soon as he noticed Wang Nanxing standing by the side, he understood the situation instantly. He finally let out a sigh and shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Wang Haitao, who had been staring at the screen, asked in a low voice, "Commander Lin, should we step in to protect Lin Shi?" As the adjutant, he was well aware of how much his superior favored Lin Shi. Given the current situation, he didn't see any way for Lin Shi to turn the tide of the battle, even if he was the champion of the individual competition. If Lin Shi were to die here, it would be quite problematic. To his surprise, Lin Jintian said something completely unexpected. "Later, make sure you protect Su Mei." Huh? What? Wang Haitao thought he had misheard. Lin Jintian added, "Su Mei is a spy." After saying this, Lin Jintian remained silent and instead watched the large screen with great interest, seemingly not worried at all that anything would happen to Lin Shi. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lin Shi revealed that unprecedented set of armor and weaponry on the big screen. What kind of armor and weapon is that? Wang Haitao's eyes widened. He tried to identify the names of Lin Shi's equipment, but he failed. He had never seen gear of such design in his entire life. He looked at Lin Jintian in confusion, thinking to himself, does Commander Lin already know Lin Shi's trump card? Is that why he's so calm? Meanwhile, on the ancient battlefield. Since the three elite monsters were relatively close together, Lin Shi aimed the Gatling gun's barrel at them first. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A sequence of muzzle flashes erupted from the Gatling gun. Terrifying damage values floated above the monsters' heads. After just one round of strafing, the three elite monsters and their minions were annihilated. What? How is this possible? Su Mei cried out in disbelief. One must realize that these elite monsters were targets she had carefully selected. Who would have thought Lin Shi could insta-kill them just like that? Su Mei doubted if she had made a mistake and immediately opened the system messages to re-examine the attribute values of the Minotaur Chieftain. Name, Minotaur Commander Elite Monster. Level 15. HP, MP, 600. Physical attack, 700. Magic attack, 100. Physical defense, 1000. Magic defense, 300. Skills, Bronze Skin Iron Bones, Horn Charge, War Stomp. Description. Looking at the Minotaur Commander's attribute values, Su Mei realized she hadn't made a mistake. This was indeed the target she had intended to lure over from the very beginning. As an elite monster, the Minotaur Commander possessed a massive health pool of 30,000, and its physical defense exceeded 1,000. It even had a passive skill called Bronze Skin Iron Bones. That reduced incoming damage. An ordinary squad would have no way to deal with it. This kind of thick-skinned monster usually required multiple squads focusing their fire to be eliminated. Therefore, Su Mei's plan was to lure the Minotaur Commander and then trick it into launching a charge directly into their own squad. When there are too many people in the vicinity, the Minotaur Commander triggers the War Stomp skill, which not only deals area of effect damage but also applies a force stun effect. This would not only prevent Lin Shi from escaping but also stop Li Li, the priest, from healing him. Furthermore, with 3 Minotaur commanders present, the War Stomp skill could provide infinite crowd control. No matter how powerful Lin Shi's individual combat strength was, he would be left with no choice but to take a beating when faced with rotating hard crowd control. Sumei's plan was solid, but she had severely underestimated Lin Shi's combat power. She never expected that Lin Shi would eliminate them so easily with just one round of fire. The Minotaur commanders hadn't even reached the effective range to trigger their charge skill. The scene of Lin Shi instant killing elite monsters deeply shocked Tianming, Wang Nancheng, and the others as well. While Tianming was still reeling from the battle that had just occurred, he discovered to his horror that Lin Shi had actually pointed his gun directly at him. Tianming nearly wet his pants in fear. It was no joke if he could instant kill an elite monster with 30,000 HP, then killing him would be so fast he wouldn't even have a chance to use a teleportation stone. However, having finally reached the final team battle of the Great Exam, Tianming was still dreaming of making it onto the prodigy rankings. He didn't want to give up just like that, so he forced himself to stay calm and asked, "Lin Shi, what are you doing? We are classmates, do you really intend to kill me in front of everyone?" But Lin Shi did not respond to him. He simply flashed an intriguing smile and pulled the trigger. Not good. Get down. Driven by survival instinct, Tianming let out a roar and threw himself onto the ground with his hands over his head. At this moment, he could no longer afford to worry about his image. He had never expected that Lin Shi would actually dare to fire. The moment Tianming roared, Wang Nancheng had already pressed her entire body flat against the ground. However, the other 3 team members were perhaps scared out of their wits. They actually used their teleportation stones immediately and forfeited the exam. The scorching bullets whistled past with long tails of flame, flying so close they nearly grazed the scalps of Tianming and Wang Nancheng. Every time a bullet streaked past, both Tianming and Wang Nancheng's bodies would shudder involuntarily. The gunfire lasted for about a dozen seconds. When the noise ceased, Tianming glanced back and realized that all the monsters they had painstakingly lured over had now turned into a pile of corpses. To set this trap, he hadn't killed a single monster from the beginning. Instead, after building up enough hatred, he had been kiting them around. Therefore, it was easy to imagine that their team's score must be at the very bottom. But he felt that as long as he could get rid of Lin Shi, everything would be worth it. As for the points, there were plenty of monsters in the team battle with his and Wang Nancheng's strength. Reclaiming first place was merely a matter of time. Just as he was desperately searching for an opening, the opportunity arrived. Yet, who could have guessed that a situation originally thought to be a guaranteed kill would be resolved so easily and calmly by Lin Shi? Tianming suddenly gave a bitter laugh, the light in his eyes dimming considerably. He knew that since he had failed this time, he wouldn't get a second chance. The strength Lin Shi displayed was too overwhelming. The two of them were no longer on the same level. He took a deep look at Lin Shi, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion, but mostly fear. With a flash of white light, Tianming left the examination grounds. Sigh. He went for the wool and came back shorn. Wang Nancheng followed suit and crushed her teleportation stone. Unexpectedly, as soon as the two emerged from the dungeon, they were immediately seized by a group of soldiers and hauled into a temporary detention room without explanation. Meanwhile, the army of monsters and the examinees, who had been locked in a fierce battle, stopped their attacks simultaneously. The once noisy and chaotic battlefield instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Shi. They were all shocked by his pervertedly powerful attack power. As for those monsters, although they lacked intelligence, they could sense Lin Shi's power through pure instinct. At this moment, many candidates finally adjusted their mindsets and recognized the reality. Lin Shi's ability to take first place was due to his own genuine skill. Among them, some beat their chests in regret. Damn it, I shouldn't have hesitated back then. I should have been more decisive and pulled Lin Shi into my team. There were many others who shared the same thought. They were now filled with deep regret, regretting why they had hesitated and why their vision had been so short-sighted. While wallowing in regret, they also cast envious glances toward Li Chang and his group. Being on the same team as Lin Shi, their results for this grand examination were bound to be excellent. At the very least, a top 5 finish was guaranteed. However, compared to those regretful candidates, several island nation assassins lurking within the Dragon Kingdom exchanged looks, each seeing utter disbelief in the other's eyes. At the same time, Sumei, who was closest to Linshi, finally recovered from her shock.
Her expression shifted through a moment of inner conflict before finally settling into firm determination.
She decisively took a bottle of potion from her backpack and downed it in one gulp. Then, with grim resolve, she launched a sneak attack on Linshi.
Ah! Linshi, watch out! Sumei, what are you doing?
Li Chang and the others clearly hadn't expected Sumei to suddenly turn on Linshi, and they let out cries of alarm. However, Linshi, who had long been on his guard, looked at Sumei and once again revealed an intriguing smile. At the same time, he whispered softly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Linshi's smile was clearly warm, yet it made Sumei feel cold all over, especially that last sentence, "I've been waiting for you for a long time."
What do you mean? Could it be that he knew my intentions all along? That's impossible, I didn't show any flaws.
Alarm bells rang in Sumei's heart. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Since she had already chosen to strike, there was no room for holding back.
I'm going all in.
Sumei gritted her teeth, a flash of ruthlessness crossing her eyes. Although the attack power Linshi had just displayed was mind-bogglingly strong, she still wanted to gamble that Linshi's defensive capabilities weren't as strong as they appeared. In her understanding, no class was perfectly balanced in offense and defense. For example, a berserker is invincible in melee but has very low defense and HP. A defensive warrior has high defense and thick HP but pitifully low attack power. Furthermore, she had already taken the forbidden drug, Sake of Parting, which increased all attributes by 500% and granted immunity to control skills, at the cost of her level dropping to level 1. This was a life-risking potion developed by the island nation, and it was her trump card for completing the mission. At the same time, she didn't plan to use conventional skills to kill Linshi, but rather the skill, Kaishaku, which was also classified as a forbidden technique. This was a life exchange skill. After using it, she would die, but Linshi would surely die as well.
Heh, what are you thinking? I haven't lived long enough yet.
Linshi watched the changes in Sumei's expression and knew exactly what she was planning. He laughed inwardly but remained calm on the surface, even intentionally revealing a flaw to bolster Sumei's confidence.
After seeing Linshi's opening, Sumei's last bit of hesitation vanished.
She believed that with a 500% attribute boost plus a certain kill skill, it was absolutely impossible for Linshi to survive. The island nation had once conducted an experiment. A level 10 priest with no equipment, under the empowerment of the sake potion and the kaishaku skill, could directly kill a level 30 defensive warrior. She wasn't a priest, and Linshi wasn't a defensive warrior.
Die!
Sumei let out a low growl, and a runic magic circle rose from above her head, followed by a short blade emitting an eerie light emerging from the circle. The short blade grew larger and larger, finally stabbing directly toward Linshi. A blinding light erupted instantly, completely enveloping Linshi.
Holy crap! What's going on? Is Sumei crazy? Why is she attacking Linshi? That light, it's so intense.
I hope Linshi is okay. At that moment, everyone cried out in alarm, but Sumei was the only one smiling. This skill was a guaranteed hit. Linshi couldn't escape. She had finally completed her mission and could now report back to the Emperor.
Meanwhile, the other island nation assassins looked at Sumei.
There was no sadness in their eyes, only a fanaticism bordering on insanity.
Long live the Emperor!
The group whispered in unison, then abandoned all pretense of concealment, launching attacks on the surrounding examinees. In the proctoring center, Wang Haitao grew anxious at the sight. He stood up abruptly, pointing at the screen and shouting, "Commander Lin!
This. What's the panic? I have faith in him." Lin Jintian remained calm.
He took a sip of his tea and spoke in a leisurely manner. However, despite his words, his heart tightened when he saw the blow strike Linshi. But he believed in Linshi. He believed this young man was not some reckless novice. At this time, everyone was staring intently at Linshi's position, waiting for the final result. Many examinees had already realized that Sumei was an assassin from an enemy nation.
1.
Sumei's smile had been radiant, but the moment she received the system notification, her expression froze instantly.
P.
The bright red one was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing through Sumei's heart. It also completely tore the smile from her face. The joy of imminent victory transformed in that instant into endless shock and disbelief. She stared with wide, incredulous eyes at the stinging number on the system panel, as if witnessing the most impossible thing in the world. 1. How could it possibly be just 1? She had taken forbidden drugs at any cost to push her attributes to the absolute limit, and had even gambled her own life to trigger a sure kill skill. Yet, the result was only a single point of force damage to Lin Shi? The massive sense of disparity hit her like a landslide or a tsunami, drowning her instantly. Her mind went blank, leaving only endless questions and rapidly growing fear. How could this happen? This is impossible. Something must have gone wrong. She shook her head frantically, trying to cast the terrifying thought out of her mind, but that bright red number remained branded in her brain like a terminal disease, impossible to shake off. Despair, fear, and anger, a tangle of negative emotions intertwined, finally erupting into a hysterical roar. No, it's not possible. It's impossible. How could I not even break through your defense? Lin Shi, what the hell did you do? At this moment, the purple light had not yet dissipated, and the others remained unaware of the outcome. However, upon hearing Sumei's scream, they were initially overjoyed, but that joy was immediately followed by a profound sense of shock. Although they didn't know exactly how powerful Sumei's strike was, the fact that an assassin was willing to risk exposing their identity to carry out the kill meant the power of that move was unimaginable. Baka! This is impossible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you be completely unharmed? Several island nation assassins were also dumbfounded, crying out in disbelief. Holy shit! A foot binding chicken. Damn it, take him down. Motherfucker, kill these grandsons of bitches. The other Dragon Kingdom candidates also heard the shout and immediately realized that the person was not from the Dragon Kingdom, but was from the island nation. National enmity and family grudges are irreconcilable. An exam? What exam? Kill these pieces of trash first. Instantly, a crowd of candidates swarmed forward, eager to tear these islanders into 10,000 pieces. Seeing this, the other island nation assassins stopped hiding their identities and launched attacks on the nearby candidates. But they had ultimately underestimated the hatred the people of the Dragon Kingdom held for the island nation. After launching just a single attack, these assassins no longer had the strength to fight back. Holy shit, you guys in front, make some room. I can't even reach them. Stop talking so much nonsense, I'll hit you along with them. Hey, any priests still alive? What are you standing there for? Heal the foot binding chickens. We can't let them die that easily. Right, are there any warlocks? Cast a curse, lock their inventories, don't let them escape. Meanwhile, the monster army that had been preparing to launch an attack was completely stunned. They couldn't comprehend the scene unfolding before them at all. Why were these adventurers suddenly fighting amongst themselves? And from the looks of it, it seemed like they had some sort of deep-seated blood feud. As the purple light faded, Lin Shi was indeed standing there perfectly fine. However, a faint blue protective shield shimmered on the surface of his body, with several golden dragons circling around the barrier. These were exactly the skills: energy shield, from his external armor, and dragon soul power, from the dragon soul ring. If it were anyone else, that strike of yours would have surely killed them. Unfortunately for you, you met me. I have to say, the IQ of you islanders is truly worrisome. What made you think I wouldn't have any life-saving skills? Lin Shi looked at Sumei, who was lying on the ground breathing her last, and spoke calmly. You. Sumei was already on the brink of death provoked by Lin Shi's words. Her legs gave a final kick, and she expired. Meanwhile, in the proctoring center, all staff members tacitly chose to ignore what was happening on the battlefield. Reporting, sir. I have an urgent need to use the restroom. Go! Lin Jintian replied irritably. Reporting, sir, I. Those who want to smoke, go to the bathroom, or check the weather. Everyone out. Before the person could finish, Lin Jintian spoke up first. After saying this, he actually took his phone out of his pocket and started scrolling through the news.
About 10 minutes passed. Only then did Lin Jintian put his phone back in his pocket.
He said to Wang Haitao, who was currently playing cards with others, "Alright, everyone get back to work.
Commander Wang, teleport those assassins out."
At that moment, a violent surge of energy suddenly erupted within the previously calm dungeon. Immediately following that, a viscous black liquid began to seep from the surface of some examinees' bodies. The black liquid slowly enveloped them, eventually transforming them into inhuman monsters.
Not good. It's the extraterrestrial demons. Lin Jintian's expression changed drastically. He never expected such things to appear in the examination hall. "Commander Wang, initiate the emergency protocol."
He gave a quick command while turning to head outside.
It's too late. Wang Haitao let out a cry of alarm.
As soon as he finished speaking, octopus-like tentacles sprouted from the infected examinees, beginning to attack every living creature. Before the assassin incident could even be resolved, the examinees controlled by the extraterrestrial demons had already launched their assault. The pitch-black tentacles darted out like venomous snakes. The moment they touched a human, the examinee would fall into a stupor, their eyes turning lifeless as they allowed the black liquid to envelop them. However, when the tentacles touched the demonic monsters, it was as if they had received a command. They rapidly assimilated the monsters, turning them into even more terrifying demonic puppets. In an instant, the extraterrestrial demons spread through the ancient battlefield like a plague.
Holy shit! What the hell is this? Help! I don't want to turn into a monster. Stop fucking pushing me. I'm not ready to die yet. The sudden turn of events threw the examinees into total chaos.
Terrified screams, frantic footsteps, and the clashing of weapons intertwined, boiling over like a pot of scalding water.
Just then, a calm voice rang out amidst the confusion, like a thunderclap in the middle of a storm, instantly suppressing the cacophony. Don't panic. Stay calm and follow my lead. It's Lin Shi.
Subconsciously, everyone's eyes converged on him, as if grasping for a life-saving straw.
All classes with crowd control skills, use them on the infected examinees.
Melee units, stay back and protect the ranged classes. Priests, try to heal or dispel the infection from those affected. Lin Shi issued commands methodically, his tone decisive and leaving no room for doubt.
All summoner classes, release your summons to stall the monster army.
Lin Shi's voice acted like a shot of adrenaline to everyone's hearts, and the chaotic scene miraculously and rapidly returned to order.
At this point, no one doubted Lin Shi's capabilities anymore.
The examinees stopped fighting individual battles and instead quickly adjusted their formation according to Lin Shi's directions. Each person performed their duties, beginning an organized resistance against the demonic invasion.
Watching the orderly ranks, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction.
Although these examinees were of average strength, they were at least obedient, unlike certain self-righteous fools. His gaze swept across a spot not far away, where several Japanese examinees were shivering in a corner, trying to make themselves invisible.
Heh, a bunch of trash.
Lin Shi let out a disdainful cold snort. He didn't have a shred of pity for those guys. Looking at a demonized monster, Lin Shi immediately cast an appraisal skill on it.
Name, Eagle Eye Archer Demonized Monster. Level 10. HP. Mana, 400. Physical attack, 1200. Magical attack, 500. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 200. Skills, demonic tentacles, demonic arrows. Description, none. The attributes have doubled. Interesting.
Lin Shi looked at the information provided by his appraisal skill and whispered to himself. However, with this level of strength, it's still not enough to be a threat. What he needed to do now was ensure that no more candidates became infected. As for everything else, it could wait until these monsters were dealt with.
With that thought, Lin Shi stored the Gatling gun back into his backpack and pulled out his lightsaber once again.
Although the Gatling gun was a long-range weapon effective against large crowds, Lin Shi's current priority was to contain the source of the infection. Therefore, the combination of space jump and the lightsaber was better suited for the current situation.
Lin Shi's body turned into an afterimage, vanishing from his spot instantly.
The next moment, he appeared behind an infected monster. He swung the lightsaber in his hand without mercy, tracing a silver-white arc through the air. The monster let out a shrill wail as its massive body collapsed, dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling black water.
Lin Shi didn't stop for a second.
His figure flickered again, appearing behind another monster like a teleporter. He swung his blade and went for the kill in one fluid motion. In an instant, Lin Shi's figure was everywhere across the entire battlefield. The speed at which the monsters were being infected simply could not keep up with the speed at which Lin Shi was clearing them out.
Tisk, TSK, TSK. Interesting. Human, I have my eyes on you.
A somber, rasping voice, like a chilling wind from the depths of the Nine Serenities, suddenly exploded within Lin Shi's mind. The voice was saturated with malice and greed, as if it intended to devour Lin Shi's very soul. Lin Shi was startled.
This voice, could it be?
However, before he could give it much thought, the voice stopped abruptly, as if it had never existed at all.
Inside the proctoring center,
Wang Haitao stared at the screen and let out a long sigh of relief. He had seen Lin Shi's lightsaber before, so he wasn't particularly surprised this time. Afterward, he dialed Lin Jintian's number to inform him of the situation.
Lin Jintian merely gave a calm understood before hanging up.
By this time, Lin Jintian had already returned to the military headquarters in the capital via a teleportation array. If the appearance of the Japanese assassins was something they couldn't have detected in advance, which was somewhat excusable since one can know a face but not a heart, the appearance of the outer domain demons was a different matter entirely. Every examinee entering the exam grounds was actually covertly screened while passing through the portal.
The purpose was to prevent any infected students from entering the testing area. Yet now, these individuals had somehow bypassed the detection.
This proved there was a mole within the high-ranking officials of the military department, someone who had leaked information about the screening process beforehand, allowing the infected to take precautions. This was why Lin Jintian had rushed back from the proctoring center early. He needed to prevent this mole from further sabotaging the examination. Furthermore, he had to investigate whether this incident was isolated to the Sunlight City exam site or if it was happening nationwide.
Back on the battlefield,
the examinees thought they already had a grasp of Lin Shi's strength, but the scene just now had shocked them once again. Among them, however, many had already grown numb to the surprises. The infected examinees were teleported out, and several of the Japanese assassins had died at the hands of the demonized puppets, while the survivors were also forcibly removed from the grounds.
This team-based grand exam finally returned to its normal state.
At this point, all the examinees understood that Lin Shi's position as the top scholar was secured. In fact, with his strength, claiming the title of national top scholar would be no problem at all.
Nevertheless, they did not give up.
After all, even if they couldn't take first place, they could still strive for second or third. However, they still didn't give up. After all, if they couldn't get first place, they could still get second or third. In short, this major exam was far from over for them. The candidates, having regained their confidence, clashed with the monster army once again, but they all tacitly kept their distance from Lin Shi's squad. Another 20 minutes or so passed. As the lion leader collapsed with a thunderous crash, this chaotic team battle exam finally drew to a close. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, and some even slumped directly onto the ground.
Damn, this exam was way too intense. Tell me about it.
All sorts of unexpected situations kept happening. If it weren't for Lin Shi, this whole exam would have been a disaster.
Yeah, thanks to Lin Shi, I managed to finish the exam successfully.
With the battle over, many candidates reflected on the entire process of the team assessment and began to offer their heartfelt gratitude to Lin Shi.
At the same time, candidate Lin Shi has passed the ancient battlefield assessment. Efficiency score, 1000, rank 1. Overall score rank, 1. Candidate Li Chang has passed the ancient battlefield assessment. Efficiency score, 1000, rank 2. Overall score, 9500, rank 2. This assessment has concluded. Announcing the final point rankings. Candidate Lin Shi, overall score, 130,000. Candidate Li Chang, overall score, 9,500. The first candidate in the history of the Dragon Kingdom to break the 100,000 point mark was born. Simultaneously, Lin Shi became the first candidate in history to achieve perfect scores in both the individual and team battles of the national examination. In an instant, the news of Lin Shi's 130,000 point score spread rapidly across the entire Dragon Kingdom. Major media outlets reported on it one after another, and the internet was set ablaze with discussion. The shock was especially profound among the high-level officials of various factions and influential figures upon learning that Lin Shi was merely an artificer. As the national examination concluded, factions from all sides waited anxiously for the final results. This was because the final grades of this examination determined the recruitment rankings of major universities and the acquisition of future talent by various powers. The directors of admissions from various academies had gathered before virtual screens early on, nervously rubbing their hands and praying they could recruit top-tier prospects this year. "Oldly, I heard your academy is going all out this year. Word is you're even willing to offer up an S-rank training room?" An old man wearing a tang suit and a mustache spoke with a smile to a burly man beside him, who wore a suit that couldn't quite hide his bulging muscles. "Old Wong, you're not doing too bad yourself. I heard your academy invited a top 10 expert from the Dragon List to be a visiting professor. Quite the grand gesture, TSK TSK. The burly man known as Oldly refused to be outdone and retorted mercilessly. He, we're both the same, it's all for the sake of recruiting talent. Old Wang said with a smile, but his eyes remained glued to the screen, fearing he might miss a single name. The countdown for the announcement of the exam results ended, and massive light screens lit up in the central squares of every city in the Dragon Kingdom, drawing everyone's attention. On the light screen, the average scores for each profession were displayed first. Unsurprisingly, popular professions like warrior with 8,000 points and mage with 7,800 points still occupied the top spots. Meanwhile, artificer predictably sat at the bottom with a pathetic average of only 1,000 points, further validating the rumors that artificer was a trash profession. As expected, popular classes like warrior with 8,000 points and mage with 7,800 points still occupied the top spots. Meanwhile, artificers unsurprisingly bottomed out with a pitiful average of only 1,000 points, further confirming the rumor that artificer is a trash class. Bursts of mockery and ridicule erupted from the crowd, with voices disparaging artificers rising one after another. Ha, I told you so. Artificer is a trash class, even the average score is this low. A burly man with a face full of rough flesh laughed loudly at his companion in a thick local dialect. His spittle sprayed all over his friend's face, but the companion seemed used to it and didn't mind at all. Yeah, thank God I changed class to a warrior. I'll be living the high life from now on, unlike those artificers who probably won't even find a job and will have to go back home to farm. Another youth, as thin as a monkey, was full of schadenfreude, as if he had already become a winner in life. Sigh, I wonder who was unlucky enough to become an artificer. Their life is basically over. A middle-aged woman sighed while shaking her head and cracking melon seeds, seemingly mourning for some stranger. In the magnificent hall of the Qin family in the capital city, Qin Haotian was leisurely enjoying everyone's flattery. He had scored a high score of 90,000 in this great exam. Based on past results, his position as the national top scorer was already a done deal. Young Master Qin is truly a heaven-sent genius. To achieve such success at such a young age, your future is limitless. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe complimented him with a face full of smiles, his eyes filled with fawning servility. Indeed, 90,000 points, this is an unprecedented score. For the Qin family to have a rising star like young Master Qin is truly a cause for celebration. Another noblewoman in a lavish dress chimed in, her tone laced with envy and jealousy. The corners of Qin Haotian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of pride as he spoke with feigned humility. Everyone overpraises me. It's just one exam, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Although he claimed not to care, anyone with eyes could see that Qin Haotian was extremely happy at this moment.
He was even beginning to fantasize about the kind of adoration and worship he would receive after becoming the national top scorer. Right then, the image on the light screen suddenly changed, and the national individual rankings appeared before everyone's eyes. Ranked first was none other than Sunlight City, Lin Shi, Artificer, score. At this moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The expressions on everyone's faces froze, their eyes widened and their mouths hung open wide enough to fit an egg, as if they were witnessing something impossible. After a brief silence, a deafening outcry erupted from the crowd. Holy shit! Am I seeing things? An artificer? 130,000 points? Did this kid use a cheat code? The burly man was the first to react, widening his eyes as he cried out in disbelief. How is this possible? How could an artificer get such a high score? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. The thin, monkey-like youth beside him also began to shout, his voice sharp and piercing, as if someone had stepped on his tail. This has to be fake, right? The system must have glitched. Which idiot programmer wrote this code? Dock their pay. The middle-aged woman dropped her handful of melon seeds all over the ground and didn't even bother to pick them up, her face a mask of shock and confusion. But this is the national exam. How could there be a mistake? Do you think the officials are all incompetent fools? Someone in the crowd immediately refuted the middle-aged woman's point. When he saw the final rankings, Shin Haotian's smile instantly froze on his face. He stared at the name on the light screen in disbelief, looking as if he had been slapped hard. His complexion shifted between pale and ashen. How is this possible, an artificer? 130,000 points. He muttered to himself, his voice trembling, filled with indignance and rage. At the same time, representatives from various major universities and factions were also stunned by the result. They cried out in alarm because an artificer achieving an unprecedented 130,000 points had completely shattered their understanding of reality. Quick! Go investigate. Find out exactly who this Lin Shi is and where they came from. A middle-aged man wearing a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses barked orders to his subordinates, his tone urgent and filled with anxiety. He was Wang Tianda, the representative of the Wang family, one of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, sir. The subordinates took their orders and immediately began investigating Lin Shi's background information. The 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, along with several other top-tier factions, developed a profound interest in this suddenly emerging artificer. They all dispatched personnel, eager to recruit Lin Shi. However, when they looked up Lin Shi's information, they were even more shocked. The records show that before the exam, this Lin Shi chose the combat class examination zone? How is that possible? A class with absolutely no combat capability actually went to the combat class zone? And took first place in the entire country? He went to the combat class zone? No wonder. At that moment, someone finally solved the puzzle in their mind. He had found it strange before why Lin Shi scored 130,000, yet the average score for the artificer class was only 1,000. Logically, a score of Lin Shi's magnitude should have pulled up the overall average for artificers. Now it seemed everything made sense. Since the combat classes and life classes used different examination zones, their average scores were naturally calculated separately. Although Lin Shi was an artificer, he had been categorized under the combat classes. Let's wait. Once the officials release the combat footage, we'll know exactly what happened. For a time, the major factions who were intensely interested in Lin Shi sat before their computers, waiting with bated breath. Meanwhile, inside the military department building, Lin Jintian looked at the data report before him, took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. This kid, he really doesn't do anything by halves, does he? Always aiming for the shock factor. He rubbed his temples, a wry smile spreading across his face. Lin Shi's results could no longer be described as merely excellent, they were downright monstrous. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the moment the results were announced, he was still shaken to his core. In the first stage of the solo combat, Lin Shi had swept through all his opponents with the force of a collapsing mountain, ending the battles in less than a minute. In the team battles, he displayed astonishing tactical prowess and leadership, leading his team to a final victory with overwhelming dominance.
Fortunately, I was prepared. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Jintian's eyes. He had long anticipated that Lin Shi would make a stunning debut, so he had made arrangements in advance to suppress the footage of Lin Shi nuking the second stage of the solo combat. If that were released, the whole world would probably go insane. He muttered to himself, his eyes full of deep feeling. Thus, under Lin Jintian's deliberate arrangements, only the footage of Lin Shi's first stage solo combat and the team battles was released. Regardless, Lin Shi's external armor, lightsaber, and Gatling gun had already been exposed in plain sight during the team battles. There was no way to hide them even if he wanted to. Soon, the edited battle footage was uploaded to the official website for all examinees and the public to view. As soon as the footage was released, the various factions and examinees who had been closely following Lin Shi were instantly dumbfounded. Especially when they saw Lin Shi clad in exoskeleton armor, wielding a lightsaber and a Gatling gun like a god of war, sweeping through all enemies. Their faces were filled with utter disbelief. If this hadn't been an officially released video, they would have absolutely thought it was a sci-fi blockbuster produced by some director. Because the strength and equipment Lin Shi displayed had completely transcended their understanding. Holy SHT! This is an artificer? Are we sure some sci-fi movie crew didn't just wander onto the wrong set? To the guy above, look at who posted the video. It's an official release, how could it be fake? Hey, what is this armor? What is this sword? And what the hell is that gun? Damn it, you're asking me? How should I know? I'm not Lin Shi. My god, can artificers really be this fierce? One guy chasing down and hacking through hundreds of people, this is way too exaggerated. Is this the correct way to play an artificer? Were the ones we met before all fakes? To everyone who said the artificer is a trash class, get out here right now. Open your damn eyes and look, is this a trash class? LMAO, guys, I've made up my mind, I'm going to change my class to artificer too. From now on, I'm rolling with Brother Shi. Netizens were buzzing with excitement, as all sorts of speculations and analyses began to flood in. Wait, you can actually use the artificer class like that? Countless people were struck by the same question. They had originally thought that an artificer was merely a life skill profession, capable only of crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion of simple tools and potions. Never did they expect that Lin Shi could push the capabilities of an artificer to such a terrifying extent. Gradually, the trending topic shifted from who is Lin Shi to what kind of equipment is this, and finally to artificers can be used like this. Topics concerning Lin Shi and artificers completely blew up the trending searches. The top 10 spots on the trending lists of every major mainstream media website were entirely occupied by these two related titles. Even elderly people who usually didn't use the internet learned from the chatter in the streets and alleys that there was an artificer in the Dragon Kingdom, who had become the national top scholar. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an absolute uproar. Whether offline or online, various discussions, comments, and expressions of shock appeared one after another. It was more festive and lively than the Lunar New Year. Holy crap! What did I just see? External combat armor? Lightsabers? Gatling guns? Is this really stuff an artificer can create? Artificers are badass. Lin Shi is badass. From now on, I am the most loyal fan of artificers. To the person above, have you forgotten the fact that artificers have an average score of only 1,000? Wake up, you don't have that talent. By the way, am I the only one who noticed Lin Shi's looks? He's literally like a male protagonist who walked out of a novel. Upstairs, you're not alone. I've already set Lin Shi's photo as my lock screen. I have to look at it every day just to focus on my studies. The heads of the 7 great families of the Dragon Kingdom directly convened an emergency online meeting. What exactly is this kid's background? How can he have so much heaven-defying equipment? Wang Tianda watched Lin Shi slaughtering everyone in the video, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with doubt and wariness. However, within that gaze, there was even more greed, because he realized that Lin Shi's value far exceeded his imagination. This equipment is beyond our understanding. Even those top tech companies couldn't possibly manage to handle crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion like this. A representative from another family said in a deep voice. The most critical point is that this kid's strength is also far beyond our imagination. Is he really just an artificer? Could it be that he is a scion of some hidden family? Or perhaps a super warrior cultivated by some secret organization? On the internet, the discussions regarding Lin Shi and artificers grew increasingly intense, even alarming the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom. This Lin Shi is quite interesting. In the meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom's highest authority, several elderly men watched the footage of Lin Shi's battles, playful smiles appearing on their faces. It seems our era is about to change. At the same time, Lin Shi's reputation as the heaven-defying artificer spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom along with the official combat videos. Countless people were inquiring about news of Lin Shi, wanting to catch a glimpse of the true face of this heaven-defying artificer. Countless universities and factions began frantically searching for Lin Shi's contact information, wanting to be the first to secure this treasure boy for themselves. However, they were destined to be disappointed. This was because Lin Jintian had already tampered with Lin Shi's profile long ago, setting his contact information to top secret. Unless Lin Shi took the initiative to reach out, no one would be able to find him. As for Lin Shi himself, the man at the center of it all, he didn't bother browsing the online topics related to him. He knew the moment he became the top scorer that he would inevitably become the center of attention once again. Stepping into the spotlight at a time like this would simply be asking for trouble. So, he chose to stay tucked away in his room instead. Before the great exam, the system had issued him a mission requiring him to secure the title of national top scorer. Now, the rewards had finally been distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the title of national top scorer. Reward, 30,000 achievement points, random blueprint x3, free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion attempts x5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement top candidate and obtaining the title Great Exam Top Scorer. Reward, 30,000 achievement points. The two rewards combined gave him a total of 60,000 achievement points. To date, this was the wealthiest Lin Shi had ever been. He used the 3 blueprints first. As the system notifications chimed, 3 new items were unlocked in his crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion tabs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning how to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse the laser Barrett dot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning how to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse the Reaper drone dot. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have learned to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse stun grenade dot. Good! Great! These are all incredibly practical items. Looking at the system prompts, Lin Shi sighed with genuine satisfaction. However, he was in no rush to use his free crafting attempts to build this gear. Instead, he began by researching the various blueprints available in the system mall. This Iron Man suit is nice, strong defense, heavy firepower, but the price is a bit steep. This Gundam isn't bad either, it's basically a human-shaped mobile artillery battery. It's just too big, making it too obvious a target. This, quantum portal. Lin Shi calculated in his head as he scrolled through the various blueprints in the system mall. Currently, he had his lightsaber for melee, the Gatling gun for long range, and he could use space jump for travel. His external armor also provided decent attribute bonuses at this stage. After thinking it over, Lin Shi realized that if he truly had any shortcomings, it was a lack of effective long-range area of effect AoE attacks and utility support. So-called auxiliary means refer to health regeneration, detoxification, dispelling, or certain control skills. 60,000 achievement points. Lin Shi rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought. The best defense is a good offense. I'll exchange for the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon blueprint first to solve the group attack problem. Lin Shi finally made his decision. Although there are many types of long-range group attack equipment, such as man-portable shoulder-fired rocket launchers, area-of-effect grenades, and incendiary bombs. However, all these pieces of equipment share a common problem.
they require manual weapon switching. On the other hand, the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon is categorized as a mechanical prop and does not occupy his equipment slots.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for consuming achievement points and successfully exchanging for the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon blueprint.
As the system notification sounded, a complex blueprint appeared in Lin Shi's inventory. Ding! Detected self-propelled electromagnetic cannon blueprint. Would you like to activate it?
Yes. Lin Shi did not hesitate and decisively chose to activate it.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for learning crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion of the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon. Use free crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion attempts crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion of the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon. Lin Shi continued to issue orders.
Ding! Self-propelled electromagnetic cannon crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion complete. Would you like to deploy it? No.
He had to be joking, his house was only so big. If he brought out the electromagnetic cannon, the house would likely be burst apart.
Prop name, self-propelled electromagnetic cannon crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion available. Prop type, mechanism. Prop grade, legendary. Usage level, level 10. Class restriction, none. Special effect, electromagnetic pulse shell, performs an area of effect attack on any target within a 1000 meter range. Each shot consumes 1 energy crystal and deals damage equal to the user's strength x 10. Special effect, auto-targeting, can be used in conjunction with matrix radar. The self-propelled electromagnetic cannon will automatically attack targets marked on the radar.
Evaluation: the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon, known as the King of War on the future battlefield, possesses powerful firepower capable of destroying any land-based target.
Not bad.
Lin Shi was fairly satisfied with the effects of this item. After activating his external armor, the damage from the electromagnetic pulse shell should be over 5,000. While it didn't seem high, one had to remember that this item was not a one-time use. It could be used continuously and functioned as an area of effect attack. If he had possessed this item during the group battle, the other examinees likely wouldn't have scored a single point. Just as Lin Shi was carefully studying the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon, his communicator suddenly rang. Lin Shi picked it up and saw a message from an unknown number.
This is Lin Jintian. Call me back when you see this. Looking at the unfamiliar number in the message, this is Lin Jintian, call me back when you see this.
On the communicator, a playful smile couldn't help but tug at the corners of Lin Shi's mouth.
Hello, Commander Lin. What instructions do you have for a small fry like me?
He pressed the call button, his tone carrying a hint of banter. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the line. You brat, you're a celebrity in the Dragon Kingdom now.
Countless people are looking for you. If I hadn't moved quickly, you'd probably be pestered to death by those old fogies by now. Oh? What did I do? Didn't I just take the national top spot? Is it really worth such a fuss?
Lin Shi asked with feigned confusion, though he knew perfectly well in his heart.
Being the top scorer wasn't actually that much. There was one every year.
The main factor was that the strength he displayed was enough to overturn the entire Azure Star's perception of the artificer profession.
Stop pretending, kid. 130,000 points. Do you know what that means? It means you've created a miracle. A miracle unprecedented and unlikely to ever be repeated.
Lin Jintian's voice was full of excitement. Clearly, Lin Shi's achievement had far exceeded his expectations. Lin Shi smiled and didn't respond, knowing Lin Jintian had more to say.
Sure enough, Lin Jintian continued, regarding your rewards, the higher-ups have made a decision.
In addition to the resources the top scorer deserves, you will be awarded the Dragon Soaring Medal. Furthermore, Capital University has reserved a spot for you. You can enroll directly and enjoy the highest tier treatment.
The Dragon Soaring Medal?
That's the symbol of the highest honor in the Dragon Kingdom.
It seems the higher-ups are really going all out this time.
Lin Shi was secretly surprised. He knew the significance of the Dragon Soaring Medal. This medal represented not only supreme honor but also the nation's recognition and trust in him.
Of course. You're the treasure of our dragon kingdom, how could we not cultivate you properly? Lin Jintian said with a laugh.
By the way, you should have heard about the Mystery Man incident, the matter of someone hiding their real name while clearing the Sunlight City Mistwood Forest dungeon in 13 seconds.
I've already handled that, no one will suspect you.
However, you must be careful yourself, don't use that bomb in front of outsiders again. Lin Jintian then shifted the topic to the second matter.
Don't worry, I know what's at stake.
Lin, she said calmly. He knew clearly that something like a nuclear bomb absolutely could not be exposed until he had sufficient power to protect himself.
That's good.
Report to Capital University in 3 days. I have already had someone make the arrangements.
Lin Jintian was very satisfied with Lin Xia's humble attitude.
This child hadn't let being the national top scorer go to his head.
All right, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Xi fell into deep thought. He knew that a greater storm was brewing, and he was at the very center of it. Meanwhile, on the distant other side of Azure Star, in a heavily guarded conference room, the atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. A group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners sat around a computer, their expressions grim.
God-defying artificer. When did such a figure appear in the Dragon Kingdom?
A burly, bald man asked in a low voice, his thick fingers gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that his knuckles turned white. According to information sent back by our spies planted in the Dragon Kingdom, this god-defying artificer first appeared in the public eye during the Dragon Kingdom's general examination. He used props that no one had ever seen before to secure the national first place with overwhelming dominance. A thin man reported in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of irrepressible shock.
Impossible. How could an artificer possess such formidable offensive power?
This is definitely a smokescreen released by the Dragon Kingdom to mislead us. A blonde woman with a sultry figure stood up abruptly, her voice trembling with agitation. But, we have confirmed the authenticity of the news through multiple channels, and... The thin man hesitated for a moment before handing over the tablet in his hand. This is a video clip from the actual combat assessment at that time.
See for yourself.
The blonde woman took the tablet and watched the video intently, her expression gradually becoming solemn. In the video, a young man wielding a uniquely shaped longsword flickered constantly among various monsters every time he appeared. He took a monster's life. In the second video clip, he was clad in a suit of full metal armor, and his weapon had been replaced by a multi-barreled firearm. No matter how powerful the monster was, none could survive a single round under his strafing fire. How is this possible? The blonde woman murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief.
What do we do now? Should we?
The bald man made a throat-slitting gesture, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes.
Wait a moment. The emergence of this god-tier artificer is both a threat and an opportunity for us. If we can flip him to our side. A feminine, silky voice rang out in the room. Everyone looked toward the sound to see a man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses sitting on the corner sofa. He was gently swirling a glass of red wine, a playful smile playing on his lips. Similar scenes were playing out continuously across the intelligence agencies of various countries worldwide. The appearance of the god-tier artificer had completely shattered their understanding of the world strength system, making them feel an unprecedented level of pressure and crisis. However, unlike other countries, the high-ranking officials of the island nation did not show much surprise or panic after seeing the videos of the god-tier artificer. Because they knew better than anyone else what these videos actually meant. Baka. It's all because of him.
In a luxuriously decorated room, a short, stout middle-aged man dressed in a kimono angrily smashed his teacup to pieces. Every assassin sent out this time had lost contact, and there had been no word from them since. Combining this with the videos released by the Dragon Kingdom, the island nation's top brass understood that the failure of the Gyokusai Shattered Jade plan was likely inextricably linked to Lin Xi.
Watanabe-kun, please calm your anger.
Now is not the time for rage, we must find a way to respond.
A tall man in a black suit with a handlebar mustache advised in a deep voice. Respond? How? Can you actually stop that monster?
Watanabe roared, his eyes filled with fear and resentment.
Watanabe-kun, please calm down. We still have a chance.
The mustachioed man let out a cold snort, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes.
Since the first assassination failed, we must be even more cautious. We need to learn from our mistakes and be fully prepared. The second attempt must be a guaranteed kill. Yoshi. This time, I will make him pay the price.
Watanabe said through gritted teeth, his eyes flickering with cold, murderous intent. 3 days later, Beijing Airport. Just as he stepped off the plane, Lin Shi saw a heroic and beautiful woman in military uniform standing on the tarmac. She gave him a standard military salute.
Hello, Mr. Lin. I am your liaison, you may call me by Ling. I have been ordered by Commander Lin to escort you to Beijing University.
Looking at the exquisite face and fiery figure of the woman before him, Lin Shi secretly marveled. The military truly was a place of hidden talents, even a random liaison officer was a world-class beauty. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Bai. Lin Shi smiled politely and followed behind Bai Ling toward a red star sedan. Along the way, the two chatted casually, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Lin Shi learned that Miss Bai Ling was actually the little princess of the Beijing military district compound. She had undergone the strictest military training since childhood and had transitioned into the warrior class. Moreover, she had attained the rank of senior colonel at a young age, marking her as someone with a boundless future. I say, Miss Bai, you've become a senior colonel so young, don't the elders have any objections? Lin Shi asked with a smile. You joke, Mr. Lin. Everything I have achieved was earned through my own hard work, it has nothing to do with my background. Bai Ling spoke solemnly, her tone carrying a hint of unquestionable determination. Lin Shi smiled and did not press the subject further. The sedan soon arrived at the gates of Beijing University. A plaque hung over the magnificent entrance with the 4 characters for Beijing University inscribed on it. The brushwork was bold and powerful, exuding an aura of ancient simplicity. Gazing at the plaque, Lin Shi became slightly lost in thought, murmuring to himself, a new life is about to begin here. Beijing University, the highest institution of learning in the Dragon Kingdom, had endured 1,000 years of wind and rain. Its heritage was far deeper than that of any other university. Strolling along the bluestone-paved campus paths, ancient trees towered on both sides. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows that seemed to tell stories of historical vicissitudes. Lin Shi followed Bai Ling all the way to the president's office. Reporting in. Bai Ling stood at attention and saluted, her voice crisp and forceful. Come in. A deep, resonant voice carried from inside the room. Pushing open the carved wooden door, Lin Shi saw a middle-aged man in military uniform with 4 stars on 2 bars on his shoulders. He sat behind a desk, head bowed, exuding an aura of natural authority as he focused on a document. Lin Shi, you're here. Take a seat. Lin Jintian set down the document and looked up, a trace of a kind smile appearing on his face. Commander Lin. Lin Shi nodded slightly and took a seat in the chair opposite Lin Jintian. No need to be so formal, this isn't a military camp. Lin Jintian said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. He then handed a file folder to Lin Shi. This is your reward. Lin Shi opened the folder to find 3 items, a pass, 5 black tokens engraved with mysterious runes, and a golden card. To be honest, deciding on the top scorer's reward gave us quite a headache for a while. After all, your situation is very unique. Lin Jintian spoke first, looking at Lin Shi with a helpless laugh. Initially, some suggested giving Lin Shi exclusive equipment for an artificer, but Lin Jintian rejected the proposal. Based on the current situation, Lin Shi certainly wouldn't have any use for such gear. So, he proposed changing the equipment reward to something for a combat class, but that raised a new problem. The issue was that an artificer is not classified as a combat class. After much deliberation, they finally decided to simply let Lin Shi choose for himself. This pass allows you to enter the military's armory, where you can select a piece of equipment you need. Lin Jintian provided a brief introduction. That is fantastic. Lin Shi was somewhat surprised. He had assumed the higher-ups would just pick a high-quality piece of equipment for him at random. Had that been the case, he was already prepared to sell it. He hadn't expected Lin Jintian to be so thoughtful as to let him choose for himself. This kind of arrangement was truly unprecedented. The dungeon challenge tokens allow you to enter special dungeons within the school for training. Normally, a student can only enter a small 5-person dungeon 3 times a day, a medium 10-person dungeon once a day, and a large 20-person dungeon once a week. However, with these challenge tokens, you can bypass those restrictions. There are only 2 ways to obtain dungeon challenge tokens. First, by purchasing them with merit points from the school's logistics department. Second, by completing tasks issued by the school, as some rewards include these tokens. Challenge tokens are non-tradable and non-transferable. Lin Jintian continued his introduction. Now, this is something good. After hearing the explanation, Lin Shi's interest in the dungeon challenge order increased significantly. Each token represented an extra opportunity to run a dungeon, which meant faster leveling and more equipment drops. As for this card, this is your student ID. It contains 130,000 credits, which you can use to purchase various resources and items within the university. Lin Jintian picked up the golden card and handed it to Lin Shi. 130,000 credits? Hearing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but gasp. One had to know that at Capital University, credits were far more precious than real-world currency. What, you think it's too little? Lin Jintian looked at Lin Shi with a faint, knowing smile. No, I'm very satisfied. Lin Shi waved his hands hurriedly. Are you kidding? 130,000 credits was enough for him to walk tall anywhere on campus. The university encourages trading between students. You can sell materials and equipment you obtain in dungeons on the school's trading platform, or use credits to buy the resources you need. Lin Jintian explained. However, his tone shifted, carrying a hint of warning, but all transactions must be conducted under the school's supervision. No one is allowed to trade privately, otherwise, they'll be expelled and blacklisted forever. Lin Shi finished the sentence, looking at Lin Jintian with a playful smirk. A flash of appreciation flickered in Lin Jintian's eyes. This kid was sharp. He caught on instantly. As long as you know. Lin Jintian nodded, then turned serious. All right, you can take your time to learn about other matters regarding Capital University later. Let's get down to business. The reason I called you here today, besides wanting to meet you, is to tell you something important. Regarding the equipment you previously performed crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion on, is it possible to perform those processes in bulk? Regarding the equipment you previously crafted, repaired, enhanced, or fused, can they be mass-produced? Lin Jintian's smile faded, and his expression became solemn. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before saying, I can, but I need a massive amount of materials, some of which I haven't even heard of before. In his crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion system, there were 2 ways to go about crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion. The first was to use free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion attempts. However, the equipment produced this way was soul-bound and could not be traded. The second was the conventional crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion method, which required gathering specific materials. Equipment made this way could be traded. Don't worry about the materials, I will find a way to resolve that for you. You just need to focus on crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion of the equipment. Lin Jintian said in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Shi felt a jolt in his heart. He knew that Lin Jintian intended to mobilize the nation's strength to assist him. However, he also understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. May I ask, Commander Lin, what will I need to give in return? Lin Shi asked bluntly. I like dealing with smart people. Take a look at this document. Lin Jintian smiled and handed over the file he had been reading earlier. Lin Shi quickly took it and looked down. The title of the document was written in large red characters, Dragon Kingdom Military Exclusive Cooperation Agreement. The terms in the document were not overly complex, and Lin Shi soon understood the general gist of the agreement. The core content of this agreement, to put it bluntly, was that the military wanted to monopolize the items Lin Shi performed crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion on, especially high-power items similar to nuclear bombs. It served as both a cooperation agreement and a means of restriction. Lin Shi understood the military's concerns. After all, if he truly handed out nuclear bombs to everyone he met, the entire world would fall into utter chaos. Of course, he wouldn't do that. He understood the principle that things are more valuable when they are rare. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are many wealthy and powerful families, and many students in the school are descendants of these clans. They have a huge demand for equipment and certainly no shortage of money. In this grand exam, you have already demonstrated immense potential. Especially with those pieces of equipment of yours, people will certainly come seeking you out to make a purchase. Therefore, as stated in the agreement, we do not restrict you from buying or selling ordinary equipment. However, for certain special items, you may only sell them to the military. If anyone attempts to force a sale, you can inform them of this agreement. At this point, Lin Jintian spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. I understand, Commander Lin. I accept this agreement. Having heard this, Lin Shi understood the other party's intention perfectly. To put it bluntly, this agreement was a shield and amulet for Lin Shi to deal with the harassment of those powerful great families. Furthermore, since the agreement placed no restrictions on ordinary equipment, Lin Shi was, overall, the one profiting from the deal. Thus, he immediately signed his name on the agreement and added his thumbprint. Alright, it's getting late. Since you've just arrived at the school, go and familiarize yourself with the environment first. I need to head back to the military headquarters. If you have any issues, just contact Bai Ling directly. Your top priority right now is to reach level 20. When that time comes, I will take you somewhere. Lin Jintian nodded with satisfaction, then checked the time and said, Understood, Commander Lin. I'll take my leave then. Lin Shi stood up to leave, and Bai Ling, acting as his liaison officer, walked out of the room with him. Let's go, I'll take you to see your dormitory. Walking ahead of him, Bai Ling was the first to speak. Lin Shi followed Bai Ling through the tree-lined campus paths, eventually arriving at a cluster of villas nestled against the mountains and near the water. The capital university really is loaded with wealth. Looking at the paradise-like scene before him, Lin Shi couldn't help but exclaim. Of course. Backed by the Dragon Kingdom military, Capital University consumes an unimaginable amount of resources every year. To say every inch of soil is worth its weight in gold would be an understatement. Bai Ling explained with a smile, while pointing toward one of the detached villas. There, that's your dormitory. Currently, you're the only one there, but you can invite 4 teammates to move in with you. The accommodation is completely free of charge. Lin Shi looked at the 3-story, luxuriously decorated European-style villa before him, his heart filled with doubt. There was no such thing as a free lunch, let alone a dormitory with such top-tier specifications. He didn't believe the school would be so generous for no reason. Colonel Bai, are there any conditions attached to this? Lin Shi asked tentatively. You're quite the cautious one, aren't you? Bai Ling shook her head with a smile and explained, these villas are specially prepared for the most outstanding students of Capital University. Only the top 10 students are eligible to live here. However, to encourage competition, the academy has established a challenge rule. Any student can challenge the owner of a villa. Once they win, they can evict the original owner and move in themselves. Therefore, the owners of these villas basically change every month. Of course, there is only one challenge opportunity per month. Hearing this explanation, Lin Shi finally understood. To others, staying here long-term might seem difficult, but for Lin Shi, it wasn't a problem at all. In fact, for him, this challenge rule might as well not exist. So, are you satisfied? If you find it too troublesome, you can stay in the regular dorms. The dormitory environment at Capital University is quite good regardless. Bai Ling asked with a smile. No need. The environment here is great, I'll take this one. Lin Shi replied calmly. Alright then, I'll hand the keys over to you. If you have any problems, feel free to contact me anytime. After handing the house keys to Lin Shi, Bai Ling took him to complete the enrollment procedures. Before leaving, Bai Ling specifically reminded Lin Shi that the academy's opening ceremony would be held in 3 days and told him not to forget to attend. After seeing Bai Ling off, Lin Shi returned to the villa and began to familiarize himself with the environment. He discovered that the villa also contained a small library, which housed various types of books, including dungeon walkthroughs, historical documents, skill introductions, and more. Lin Shi was very interested in these books and planned to use his free time to study them thoroughly. Once everything was settled, Lin Shi headed to the school's dungeon hall. Since Lin Jintian required him to reach level 20 as soon as possible, he naturally dared not slack off. And dungeons were the best way to quickly gain experience and equipment. Moreover, the free daily entries for dungeons do not stack if they aren't used up, they go to waste. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon hall, a deafening clamor rushed toward him. Lin Shi saw that the spacious hall was packed with people, bustling and vibrant like a crowded marketplace. Along both sides of the hall were dungeon entrances lined up in a row, shimmering with various colors of light like portals leading to different dungeons. Above each entrance hung an electronic screen clearly displaying the dungeon's level, difficulty, recommended party size, and clear rewards, making it easy for students to choose a suitable dungeon based on their circumstances. The variety of dungeon information was dazzling, but Lin Shi eventually locked his gaze onto a 5-man dungeon called Crimson Plains. The reason this dungeon attracted him was simple: he needed a trial ground where he could fully unleash the power of his electromagnetic gun. An open terrain like a plain, with no complex obstacles blocking the view, was practically a firing range tailor-made for him. Ding! System detects host is approaching the Crimson Plains dungeon portal. Enter the dungeon? Enter. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Hell mode. Look. Is that guy going to grind a dungeon? Why is he alone? He doesn't even have a party? A sharp-eyed student noticed Lin Shi and spoke to his companion with slight surprise. You're right. This is the first time I've seen someone soloing a dungeon. Maybe he couldn't find a party and was too embarrassed to ask, so he. The companion followed his gaze, his tone filled with speculation. I'd bet on it. Look at him, doesn't he look like one of those pathetic guys who thinks he's high and mighty but ends up biting off more than he can chew, only to come running out in disgrace? Another student chimed in, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain. Ouch, you're not wrong. That's definitely a possibility. After all, there are plenty of overconfident people these days who actually think they're the chosen ones and can carry the whole game by themselves. Haha, I can't wait to see how he ends up. Soloing a dungeon is basically seeking death. The surrounding students were abuzz with discussion, their eyes filled with curiosity, mockery, and disdain as they looked at Lin Shi, as if he had already become a joke. Most of them had come in teams to grind the dungeon. It was the first time they had seen someone like Lin Shi attempting to challenge a dungeon alone. This was especially true when they saw him walking straight toward the entrance of the Scarlet Plains dungeon, which triggered a wave of exclamations. Holy crap, is he really going to grind the Scarlet Plains? That's a 5-man dungeon. He's going in alone? Is he insane? No kidding. The difficulty of the Scarlet Plains dungeon is notorious, and he even chose Hell mode. Isn't that just a death wish? Who is this kid? Is he really that hardcore? Daring to challenge the Hell mode Scarlet Plains by himself, he clearly doesn't know the meaning of the word death. He looks like a fresh face, probably a newcomer. Newbies these days really don't know their place, daring to solo a 5-man instance on Hell difficulty. Heh, I think he's just desperate for fame. He should take a look at his own strength before daring to challenge a Hell-level dungeon. He really has no idea what he's getting into. The crowd suddenly erupted, with various voices of doubt and ridicule rising and falling, surging toward Lin Shi like a tide. Holy cow, isn't that this year's top exam scholar, Lin Shi? Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly recognized Lin Shi and cried out in shock, their tone filled with disbelief. What? He's the one known as the God-tier artificer, Lin Shi? My god, it really is him. I saw his videos online before. They say he took down over 100 corrupted monsters all by himself.
It's absolutely terrifying.
Like a stone thrown into a still pond, Lin Shi's name was like a heavy bomb that instantly detonated among the crowd. The original mocking voices came to an abrupt halt, replaced by waves of sharp intakes of breath. The gazes directed at Lin Shi shifted from disdain and ridicule to astonishment and awe.
This kid really is a celebrity.
Someone sighed, their voice filled with complex emotions. Facing the discussions around him, Lin Shi merely shook his head helplessly. He ignored the crowd and walked straight into the dungeon entrance.
Following a burst of spatial distortion, Lin Shi's figure disappeared into the dungeon entrance. Ding!
System detects the host has entered the Scarlet Plains dungeon.
Current dungeon difficulty, Hell mode.
Dungeon objective, kill the final boss, the giant earth borer.
Dungeon time limit, 60 minutes. Good luck, host.
The Scarlet Plains, true to its name, was a shocking expanse of blood red as far as the eye could see. The air was thick with a nauseating metallic smell, clearly the result of years of constant slaughter soaking into the land. Bleached white bones were scattered everywhere across the ground, intertwined with broken weapons and armor fragments, silently testifying to the brutal battles that had once taken place here. On the distant grassland, several vulture-like monsters were scavenging on carcasses that had not yet decayed. High above, large flocks of vultures circled in the sky, seemingly searching for their next delicious meal. Seeing this, Lin Shi immediately activated his external armor and began scanning the area ahead using the Matrix radar skill.
Dense clusters of red light spots instantly appeared on the holographic map, each representing a monster. Name, Scavenger Vulture Common Monster. Level 15. HP. Mana points, 500. Physical attack, 800. Magic attack, 200. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 100.
Skills, flight, claw rip, corrosive toxin. Description, a vicious avian species that feeds on carrion. They perennially wander near bloody battlefields, being scratched by their talons is no laughing matter.
Their health and defense aren't too high, perfect for an experiment.
After a quick glance at the scavenger vulture's attributes, Lin Shi decided to use them as targets to test the combat effectiveness of the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon.
Lin Shi opened his backpack and retrieved the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon. Bang!
In a flash of white light, a massive war machine instantly appeared beside Lin Shi. This self-propelled electromagnetic cannon stood approximately 2 meters high and 5 meters long, with an overall form resembling a giant steel scorpion. Crafted entirely from an unknown black metal, its surface shimmered with a cold metallic luster, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. 6 thick mechanical legs supported the heavy chassis, each covered in complex hydraulic devices and transmission structures, radiating a sense of strength.
On either side of the chassis, a massive electromagnetic cannon was mounted.
The barrels were incredibly thick and emitted a faint blue glow, clearly possessing terrifying power. Beneath the turret was a cockpit-like structure made of high-strength bulletproof glass, offering a clear view of the control console and various instrument panels inside, fully capturing a high-tech aesthetic.
Lin Shi impatiently started the electromagnetic cannon.
Accompanied by a low hum, the indicator lights on the hull lit up one by one, glowing with a faint blue light like a slumbering beast slowly awakening.
Ding! Radar system connected. Enemy presence detected 800 meters ahead. Initiate attack? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shi directly activated the electromagnetic cannon's attack mode. Deep blue energy converged at the muzzles, producing a sizzling sound of electrical current.
The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to appear slightly distorted. The flock of scavenger vultures, already locked on by the radar, remained completely oblivious, still circling in the sky and greedily searching for carrion on the ground.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Blinding blue light suddenly flared as thick bolts of electromagnetic energy roared forth, tearing through the sky and heading straight for the vultures. The speed of the electromagnetic projectiles was incredible, crossing the distance of several hundred meters almost the instant they were fired, slamming violently into the defenseless flock.
Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening roars, several electromagnetic shells consecutively burst apart, transforming into massive electrical nets that expanded in all directions. Wherever the power grids passed, arcs of electricity flickered and crackled, leaving the air thick with the smell of scorched flesh. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. The lead vulture didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was swallowed by the electrical grid. Its feathers stood on end instantly, and its body shriveled rapidly as if all moisture had been sucked out, finally turning into a charred lump that plummeted from the sky. The other vultures were not spared either. They flapped their wings in terror, trying to escape the reach of the power grid, but it was already too late. The powerful current instantly paralyzed their nerves, turning them into scorched corpses that fell helplessly from the air. Some vultures' bodies were still twitching, emitting a scent of roasted meat, but they were quickly charred through, becoming piles of smoldering charcoal. Successfully killed scavenger vulture, EXP plus 360, vulture feather x3. Successfully killed scavenger vulture, EXP plus 360, vulture feather x1. Successfully killed scavenger vulture, EXP plus 360, sharp fangs x2. The system notification sounds chimed continuously at this moment, and the experience bar, which hadn't moved for a long time, began to soar once again. Awesome! Lin Shi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Previously, if he had wanted to clear out these flying scavenger vultures, it likely would have taken a significant amount of effort. After all, the Gatling gun's range wasn't as long as the electromagnetic cannons, and it was a single-target weapon. Given the vulture's flight speed, he probably would have been surrounded before he could knock down even a few. Just as Lin Shi was marveling at the power, the massive flock of vultures that had been feeding on the ground seemed to sense an intruder. They let out strange cries one after another and then charged toward Lin Shi. Hum. At the same time, the electromagnetic cannon began to rapidly adjust its muzzle position, and deep blue energy once again gathered within the barrel. Bang! 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 After another round of rapid bombardment, only a few scattered vultures remained from the once dense flock on the ground, fleeing in terror and daring not to step within half a pace of Lin Shi. Lin Shi had no intention of letting free experience points escape. He decisively drew his plasma lightsaber and used his space jump skill to finish off the remaining vultures. From entering the dungeon to wiping out the entire vulture flock, the whole process took less than 3 minutes. This level of efficiency could only be described as terrifying. According to the tactics of a normal squad, an archer would typically use their range to lure one vulture over, then a main tank would pull the aggro, and the DPS classes would gang up to kill the monster. They would repeat this until the entire area was cleared, and the process required 0 mistakes. Otherwise, accidentally pulling a large group would inevitably lead to a total party wipe. As a result, many teams often spend at least 10 minutes here just to eliminate all the vultures. Even elite teams with formidable strength and seamless coordination can, at best, only reduce that time to 5 minutes. Ding! No enemy presence detected. Autonomous search mode has been activated. Watching the last vulture fall as a piece of charred remains, Lin Shi patted the cold metal casing of the electromagnetic cannon with satisfaction. The war machine seemed to sense his command. The eerie blue glow at the muzzle gradually dissipated, replaced by a soft white light, the signal that the radar had begun scanning. Its 6 thick mechanical legs slowly straightened on the ground, emitting a dull rumble like the footsteps of an ancient behemoth, or a steel fortress beginning to move. Swirling dust danced in the air, making the electromagnetic cannon appear even more massive and majestic. Lin Shi watched as it began its stride, heading toward the depths of the dungeon, and thought to himself, that speed is actually quite impressive. Previously, he had worried that this big guy would move too slowly and drag down the pace of the dungeon raid. Now it seemed those concerns were entirely unnecessary. To keep up with the pace of the electromagnetic cannon, he had to quicken his steps, even breaking into a light jog just to barely keep pace. The self-propelled electromagnetic cannon successfully wiped out the vulture swarm and continued its advance into the depths of the Bloodplane dungeon. The 6 mechanical legs moved in synchronized strides, crushing the withered grass with a heavy thud, like a steel beast patrolling its own territory. Lin Shi followed closely behind, playing with the plasma lightsaber in his hand. The flickering blue light reflected off his young face and the steady confidence in his eyes that belied his age.
Before long, a dilapidated military camp appeared before them. The main gate had long since collapsed, revealing an interior overgrown with weeds, where broken swords and rotting flags could be faintly seen, silently testifying to the cruelty of past wars. Roar! A low growl emanated from deep within the camp, carrying a spine-chilling pressure that made the ground tremble slightly. Coming! Lin Shi had already known the number and distribution of the monsters here via the radar, so he didn't panic at all. Instead, an excited glint flashed in his eyes. Just as the sound faded, a group of hideous monsters surged out from various corners. They resembled zombies but were taller and stronger, with rotting muscles exposed and emitting a nauseating stench, brandishing rusted weapons as they swarmed toward Lin Shi. However, Lin Shi did not immediately issue an attack command to the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon. Instead, he began reviewing the descriptions of these monsters with great interest. He had noticed something very intriguing: these monsters actually understood how to coordinate with one another. Name: Mutated Soldier, Normal Grade Monster. Level 15. HP: MP, 200. Physical Attack, 1100. Magic Attack, 25. Physical Defense, 500. Magic Defense, 100. Skills: Heavy Strike, Savage Bite. Description: once warriors guarding the frontier, they have been transformed into bloodthirsty monsters under the erosion of the scarlet virus. Only purification can bring them true peace. Name: Heavy Shield Guard, Common Grade Monster. Level 15. HP: MP, 600. Physical Attack, 300. Magic Attack, 100. Physical Defense, 1500. Magic Defense, 1200. Skills: Shield Block, Shield Bash, Iron Will. Description: elite soldiers clad in heavy armor and wielding giant shields. They have grown even more berserk under the erosion of the scarlet virus. Their indestructible shields are a nightmare for all attackers. The heavy shield guards charged at the very front, holding their shields high to firmly protect the mutated soldiers behind them. Furthermore, at the farthest edge of the holographic map, there were countless red dots arranged in a neat, straight line. Without even looking, Lin Shi knew that these red dots must be long-range soldiers, similar to archers. The school's dungeons are indeed much more interesting than those in the wild. This is only a 5-man dungeon. The 10-man version likely has even more elements. Glancing at the rapidly approaching army of monsters, Lin Shi calmly commanded, "Electromagnetic Cannon, clear the field." Hum. As if understanding his command, the deep blue light at the muzzle of the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon instantly became blindingly bright. Immediately after, streaks of dazzling lightning erupted, engulfing the heavy shield guards charging in the lead. Within the blast, 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. Successfully killed mutated soldier. EXP plus 360, Iron Armor Fragment X3. Successfully killed mutated soldier, EXP plus 360, Mutated Bone X2. The thick-skinned heavy shield guards were not wiped out in a single round of attacks. Instead, it was the mutated soldiers in the rear who were blasted into charcoal by the arcs of the electromagnetic shells. Roar! Amidst a series of strange cries, the surface of the heavy shield guards' bodies was suddenly enveloped in a layer of silvery white light. Skill Iron Will activated. For a short duration, the health and defense of the heavy shield guards are significantly increased. Humph, insignificant tricks. Lin Shi let out a cold snort and manually adjusted the muzzle of the electromagnetic cannon, concentrating the attack area on those heavy shield guards. Bang! 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 Following his command, the fire from the electromagnetic cannon poured out like a torrential rain, frantically bombarding the heavy shield guards in the front row. Facing the relentless bombardment of the electromagnetic cannon, even the heavy shield guards bolstered by their skills stood no chance. They could only let out desperate wails before being blown into mangled flesh, turning into EXP for Lin Shi to collect. Severed limbs flew through the air, green blood sprayed everywhere, and the air was filled with a nauseating, bloody stench. Successfully killed heavy shield guard, EXP plus 360, Iron Armor Fragment X3.
Successfully killed heavy shield guard, EXP plus 360, iron armor fragment X2. Successfully killed heavy shield guard, EXP plus 360, iron armor fragment X3. Successfully killed heavy shield guard, EXP plus 360, iron armor fragment X5. Just as Lin Shi was enjoying the thrill of his soaring experience points, a sudden buzzing sound echoed from the sky. Densely packed black dots charged toward Lin Shi, blotting out the sun. Archer's arrows. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, looking toward the far end of the military camp. He marked all the mutated soldiers and the remaining heavy shield guards on the holographic map, then ordered the electromagnetic cannons to prioritize these targets. Meanwhile, he used Space Leap to dive headfirst into the archer's phalanx. Name: Strong Archer Common Monster. Level 15. HP: Mana points, 500. Physical attack, 2000. Magic attack, 600. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 100. Skills: Piercing Arrow, Arrow Rain. Description: Armed with elite iron bows and quivers filled with 100 arrows, they are the lethal hunters of the battlefield. Anyone who dares to underestimate them will pay a price in blood. Although the strong archer's attack power is as high as 2000, its physical defense is a pitiful 400, roughly on par with that of a scavenger vulture. This was within Lin Shi's expectations. After all, long-range classes are typically glass cannons with high offense and low defense. Consequently, what they fear most is being approached in close quarters. The moment Lin Shi's figure appeared before them, all the archers immediately scattered, attempting to open up the distance. At the same time, the archers further away resolutely launched an offensive against Lin Shi. Countless arrows arced through the air, streaking toward him with lethal intent. The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk. Activating his spatial leap once more, his figure blurred into a series of afterimages, weaving effortlessly through the dense rain of arrows. The sky full of arrows seemed to miss their mark entirely, whistling past him as if they had miscalculated his position. Not a single one managed to graze even a corner of his clothes. Child's play. Lin Shi's voice whispered like a ghost in the archer's ears, accompanied by a chilling breeze that sent shivers down their spines. In the next instant, he appeared behind one of the archers. With a horizontal sweep of his glowing white lightsword, he unleashed the spatial cut skill. Bright red damage numbers drifted up from the heads of the archer and his nearby companions. Before these archers could even react, they were instantly killed by Lin Shi's single strike. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a great archer. EXP plus 360, obtained refined iron arrows X10. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a great archer. EXP plus 360, obtained refined iron arrows X15. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a great archer. EXP plus 360, obtained refined iron arrows X10. The system notifications chimed incessantly. Lin Shi moved through the archer ranks like a god of death. Every strike he dealt claimed a vast swath of lives. However, just as he was thoroughly enjoying his mob grinding session, roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the largest tent at the deepest part of the military camp, as if some gargantuan beast had been jolted awake. This roar was filled with tyranny and rage, clearly signaling that whatever made it was not to be trifled with. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a massive earthquake were occurring. Lin Shi stumbled, nearly losing his footing and crashing to the ground. What's the situation? Frowning, he turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A massive dark silhouette slowly emerged from the large tent. A giant monster, standing over 3 meters tall, stepped out of the tent. Its muscles were knotted and bulging like stacked boulders, and its blood-red skin emitted a nauseating stench of decay. Upon its thick neck sat a massive head nearly as large as Lin Shi's entire upper body. Its twisted features looked as though they had been scorched by fire, appearing hideous and terrifying. In its hands, it gripped a massive battle axe stained with blood, which shimmered with a chilling, eerie light under the dim firelight, clearly a weapon tempered by the baptism of countless battles. Name: Crimson Berserker Elite Monster. Level: 20. HP: Mana, 3000. Physical attack, 4500. Physical defense, 2000. Physical defense, 1500. Magic defense, 800. Skills, Blood Rage, Bloody Slash, Flesh Siphon, Crimson Shield. Description: a berserker mutated by the erosion of evil strength. It possesses formidable strength and defense, is bloodthirsty by nature, and is extremely dangerous. Bloodlust Berserker. Lin Shi recognized the identity of this monster at a glance. This was the first boss of the Crimson Plains dungeon, and its strength was immense. Many squads had met their downfall here, and some even claimed it was so thick-skinned and tough that it was virtually invulnerable. The Crimson Berserker's scarlet eyes were locked onto Lin Shi, and a low growl issued from its throat, sounding like an infuriated beast. It suddenly brandished its battle axe and charged toward Lin Shi. Its speed was incredibly fast, completely disproportionate to its massive size. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed in front of Lin Shi, its battle axe swinging down with a whistling wind, as if intending to cleave Lin Shi in two. Lin Shi was well prepared. He dodged the axe's strike with a quick sidestep, then raised his lightsaber and slashed down at the Crimson Berserker's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the lightsaber accurately struck the Crimson Berserker's head. However, to Lin Shi's surprise, the lightsaber failed to inflict any damage on the Crimson Berserker, leaving only a faint white mark on its skin that vanished in an instant. Holy crap, what kind of defense is this? This was the first time Lin Shi had encountered a situation where he couldn't break through an enemy's defense, and he couldn't help but curse. Roar! Stung by the impact, the Crimson Berserker grew even more enraged, wildly swinging its battle axe to attack Lin Shi. Lin Shi did not dare to take the hits head-on and could only continue to dodge. Bloody Slash! The Crimson Berserker suddenly let out a roar, its battle axe erupting in raging blood flames as it swept across toward Lin Shi. Oh no! Startled, Lin Shi quickly activated his space jump skill to evade the blow. Boom! The Crimson battle axe slammed into the ground, instantly causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake, leaving a deep trench in the soil. If that had hit me, there probably wouldn't even be scraps left. Looking at that terrifying trench, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear. The Scarlet Berserker's attacks were simple and brutal, yet they carried immense power and moved with astonishing speed. While dodging, Lin Shi carefully observed the Scarlet Berserker's movements, searching for even the slightest flaw. With his current attack power, it was impossible for him to be unable to even break its defense. There had to be something wrong. Soon, he noticed that although the Berserker's movements were violent, they possessed a faint stiffness, as if it were under some kind of restriction. A thought stirred in Lin Shi's mind. He observed closely once more, and this time, he finally spotted a clue on the Scarlet Berserker's chest. There was actually a black mark. It was only the size of a palm and its color was extremely deep. If one didn't look carefully, it could easily be overlooked. Could it be that this is its weakness? Lin Shi suddenly recalled some dungeon guides he had read, which mentioned that for certain special bosses, one must attack their weak point to deal damage. Let's try it. He took a deep breath, his gaze locked onto the black mark on the Scarlet Berserker's chest, waiting for the perfect moment. The Scarlet Berserker seemed to sense Lin Shi's intention. Its attacks became even more ferocious as it swung its battle axe, tightly sealing off Lin Shi's space to maneuver. Damn it, this monster's intelligence is actually quite high. Lin Shi cursed under his breath while simultaneously increasing his evasion speed. Just then, the Scarlet Berserker seemed to reveal a flaw. It raised its battle axe high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Shi. Now! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi used a space jump to appear directly in front of the Scarlet Berserker. The lightsaber in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, stabbing straight toward the black mark on the Berserker's chest. Scarlet Shield! To his surprise, the Scarlet Berserker activated its life-saving skill in that split second, a shield capable of absorbing damage equal to 30% of its health. A layer of blood-red crystals rapidly condensed on the Berserker's body surface, encasing it like a cocoon and isolating it from the world. Clang! Crack! Under Lin Shi's powerful strike, the newly formed shield shattered instantly. The lightsaber continued its thrust toward the Berserker, but its power was greatly diminished,
and it failed to slay the creature.
Roar! Bloodlust frenzy.
Sensing a fatal threat to its life, the Scarlet Berserker entered a state of berserk rage.
With a roar, its muscles swelled, and its skin turned a deeper crimson, looking like flickering flames.
The air around it grew scorching hot, and a suffocating sense of pressure surged forward.
Upon entering the berserk state, both its attack speed and strength increased significantly. The battle axe in its hand seemed to transform into streaks of bloody lightning, hacking frantically at Lin Shi.
Faced with the enemy's relentless assault, Lin Shi could only shift from offense to defense, using space jump to dodge and stall for time. The Bloodlust Berserk state lasted only 60 seconds. As long as he endured for those 60 seconds, the Berserker would be a lamb led to the slaughter. The Berserker clearly knew this. As well as time ticked away, its attacks became even more frenzied. Yet Lin Shi was like a loach in a pond. No matter how hard the Berserker tried, it couldn't land a single hit on him.
Roar! The 60-second berserk duration ended.
As if sensing its impending fate, the Berserker let out a final, unwilling roar at Lin Shi.
The next second,
with a soft squelch, the light sword pierced into the Blood Berserker's chest without resistance. Black blood spurted out, drenching Lin Shi.
Roar!
The Blood Berserker let out a shrill scream before its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and causing the earth to tremble several times.
Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss, Blood Berserker. Gained XP, obtained boss chest X2. Phew, finally finished. Glancing at the boss's corpse, Lin Shi returned to the side of the electromagnetic cannon.
While he was fighting the Berserker, the electromagnetic cannon had already finished clearing out the soldiers and guards. At that time, Lin Shi hadn't had the chance to check the system notifications. He had simply given the electromagnetic cannon a standby command and left it at that.
Let's go, only one boss left.
Lin Shi patted the chassis of the electromagnetic cannon, turned away from the military camp, and moved toward the horizon. Lin Shi and the self-propelled cannon swept through everything in their path, leaving only wreckage behind. The wails of monsters rose and fell, but they all turned into wonderful notes in the form of system notifications. Successfully killed mutated porcupine, XP plus 360, broken tusk X3. Successfully killed mutated hound, XP plus 360, black hair X7. Successfully killed mutated porcupine, XP plus 360, broken tusk X3. The system notifications chimed incessantly.
Ding! Large-scale biological settlement detected ahead. Threat level, medium.
Hearing the system prompt, Lin Shi stopped in his tracks and looked up toward the distance. A small hill abruptly appeared at the edge of his vision, though its color was somewhat eerie. It was formed from a pile of yellowish-brown earth and countless debris, emitting a nauseating, putrid stench.
A rat's nest?
Lin Shi frowned, immediately realizing what that place was.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
As if to confirm his suspicion, a series of piercing cries erupted from the small hill. Densely packed dark shadows surged out of the burrows like a black tide, rushing toward Lin Shi.
Holy crap, there are way too many of them.
Even though Lin Shi had been through countless battles, the sight made his scalp tingle.
As far as the eye could see, the area was covered in a swarming mass of mutated rats. There were at least 10,000 of them.
These mutated rats were several times larger than ordinary ones, covered in black fur, with sharp teeth like daggers that shimmered with a cold, sinister light. Even more terrifyingly, at the forefront of the swarm were a dozen or so massive rat kings. They stood over 2 meters tall, their blood-red eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and their thick tails whipped against the ground like steel lashes, creating bursts of sonic booms.
Electromagnetic cannon, fire!
Facing such a horrific rat tide, Lin Shi did not panic in the slightest and calmly issued the attack command.
Buzz! The electromagnetic cannon let out a low hum as blue electric arcs danced at the muzzle.
The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to warp.
Boom!
Accompanying a deafening roar, a metal projectile turned into a streak of light, instantly piercing through the swarm and plowing a path of flesh and blood through the dense ranks. The mutated rats hit by the metal projectile didn't even have time to scream before they were torn to pieces by the massive impact, turning into a rain of blood. However, this was only the beginning.
The electromagnetic cannon's firing speed was incredibly fast, launching a metal projectile nearly every second.
Under Lin Shi's control, the projectiles acted like the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting the lives of the rat swarm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rats let out terrified cries, attempting to scatter and flee, but how could their movement speed compare to the attack speed of the electromagnetic cannon? In less than a minute, a large section of the once dense swarm had been cleared. The ground was piled high with the carcasses of mutated rats, emitting a sickening smell of blood. Successfully killed mutated giant rat. EXP plus 360, rotten rat meat X1. Successfully killed mutated rat king. EXP plus 3600, rat king fangs X2, rat king for X1. The system prompts rang out continuously, and Lin Shi's experience points were rising rapidly. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, his expression grew even more solemn. He noticed that although the number of rats was dwindling, the Rat King's attacks were becoming increasingly frenzied. They seemed to realize that Lin Shi was the key to this battle. If they could kill him, they could still turn the tide of defeat. Boom! One Rat King dodged an electromagnetic cannon blast and lunged upward, its thick tail whipping toward Lin Shi like a steel lash. "You're courting death." Lin Shi let out a cold snort, his figure flickering as he instantly vanished from the spot. Boom! The Rat King's tail struck empty air with a deafening boom, carving a deep trench into the ground. Spatial cleave. Lin Shi's voice rang out from behind the Rat King. His light blade sliced through the air, precisely splitting the Rat King in half. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Rat King let out a shrill, agonizing scream as its massive body crashed to the ground, black blood erupting from the wound like a fountain. Phew, finally dealt with. Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn and leave when suddenly, a mutation occurred. Boom! The earth shook violently, and massive fissures tore across the ground as if some gargantuan creature was about to burst forth from the soil. Oh no! Lin Shi's expression changed drastically. Realizing something was wrong, he turned to run immediately. The next moment, a colossal claw lunged out from beneath the earth, slamming onto the surface with a deafening roar. Boom! As the dust settled, a massive silhouette appeared before Lin Shi. It was a gargantuan insect, over 10 meters long, its body covered in a thick black carapace that shimmered with a metallic luster. A pair of giant compound eyes radiated a cold light, and its massive mandibles were filled with razor-sharp teeth, striking terror into anyone who beheld it. Name: Giant Burrower Lord Tier Boss. Level 25. HP: Mana, 5000. Physical attack, 2200. Magic attack, 1000. Physical defense, 1500. Magic defense, 800. Skills: Acid Spit, Sandstorm Blast, Toxic Bite, Subterranean Stealth, Fission. Description: a terrifying creature dwelling deep underground, possessing a hardened carapace and razor-sharp giant pincers capable of easily tearing prey apart. Its saliva contains a potent toxin. Once struck, the victim will fall into a state of continuous agony. Holy crap, a giant burrower? Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply as he couldn't help but swear under his breath. The giant burrower suddenly wrenched its bloody maw open, and a torrent of dark green venom surged forth, sweeping toward Lin Shi. Space jump! Prepared well in advance, Lin Shi flickered away to dodge the attack, reappearing behind the burrower. However, before he could launch an attack, the burrower suddenly vanished from the spot. Oh no! Lin Shi's heart jolted. Before he could react, he felt the ground give way beneath his feet, and he plummeted into the earth. Boom! The giant burrower burst through the soil, opening its massive pincers and snapping them violently toward Lin Shi. Damn it! Lin Shi cursed inwardly, hastily using his space jump skill to evade the strike. The giant burrower gave Lin Shi no room to breathe. It tunneled back into the ground once more, vanishing without a trace. Lin Shi dared not be careless, staring intently at the holographic map with total concentration. Found it! A cold smirk curled on Lin Shi's lips. He raised his lightsaber and slashed down violently toward the ground. Space cut! A dazzling flash of sword light erupted,
and the ground instantly split into a massive fissure. Unable to dodge in time, the giant burrower was brutally hacked into two halves. Is it over? Before Lin Shi could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the two halves of the insect's carcass begin to squirm. Flesh and blood churned at the severance point, and in the blink of an eye, two slightly smaller burrowers appeared before Lin Shi, their health bars instantly refilling to full. Split regeneration? This is going to be a bit troublesome. Lin Shi frowned slightly. Looking at the two hostile creatures eyeing him, a premonition of danger welled up in his heart. The two smaller burrowers hissed and roared, waving their sharp claws as they lunged at Lin Shi again, fueled by vengeful fury. Their speed was faster than before, and their attacks were more frenzied, as if they were seeking retribution for their mother. One of the burrowers lunged forward abruptly, its sharp claws tearing through the air as they bore down on Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi shifted his body slightly, dodging the attack with grace. Simultaneously, he swung his lightsaber, and a flash of cold light forced the burrower back. The other burrower took the opportunity to strike from the side, opening its gaping maw in an attempt to bite Lin Shi's waist. Lin Shi was already on guard. He executed a backflip to create distance and evade the assault. Oomph, just two more bugs. Do you really think I'm such an easy target? Lin Shi let out a cold sneer, his figure flickering like a phantom as the lightsaber in his hand transformed into streaks of flowing light, wreaking havoc amidst the swarm. At times, he utilized space jump, appearing instantly behind a burrowing beetle to deliver a decapitating strike. At others, he unleashed space cleave, manifesting spatial rifts out of thin air that forced the beetles into a frantic retreat. Lin Shi utilized his spatial skills to their absolute limit. His movements were erratic and ethereal, making him impossible to track. The two small burrowers possessed immense brute strength, yet they couldn't even graze the hem of Lin Shi's clothes. Instead, they were led around in circles, driven to the point of exhaustion. Roar! One of the burrowers let out a roar and abruptly spat out a glob of dark green venom. The foul-smelling green liquid arced through the air with an eerie trajectory, carrying a nauseating stench as it hurtled straight toward Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi was well prepared. With a cold sneer, he activated spatial jump. His figure vanished like a ghost, and a split second later, he reappeared behind the burrower. Trivial tricks. Lin Shi cast a disdainful glance at the venom, which was currently sizzling and corroding a charred crater into the ground. The light from his lightsaber flared intensely, striking like a bolt of lightning as it instantly cleaved the venom-spitting burrower in two. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing its companion slain, the remaining burrower erupted into a piercing screech. Its massive body writhed frantically, as if channeling boundless rage. What, still looking to avenge your little friend? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of playfulness dancing in his eyes. He wanted to see what other tricks this beast had up its sleeve. As if understanding his words, the burrower suddenly lunged, ramming its head into a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered instantly, sending stone fragments flying in every direction. Trying to attack me like this? How naive! Lin Shi gave a cold laugh and vanished once more, effortlessly evading the flying debris. Seeing its attack fail, the burrower grew even more frenzied. Its massive frame charged recklessly, reducing the surrounding environment to a chaotic mess of destruction. I'm done playing with you. A cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as the glow of his lightsaber intensified. Spatial rifts began to manifest around him like invisible maws, ready to devour the burrower at any moment. Spatial cleave! Lin Shi shouted under his breath. The spatial rifts turned violent, transforming into blades of space that tore through everything in their path with wild abandon. In an instant, the burrower's massive body was riddled with holes by countless spatial blades. Green blood sprayed out, staining the ground crimson. Roar! The burrower let out a final, agonizing shriek before its colossal frame crashed to the ground, completely devoid of life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the final boss, the giant burrower. Dungeon cleared. Completion time, 17 minutes and 11 seconds. Rewards obtained, EXP plus, Gold plus, Achievement points plus 150, Bloodstained Plains dungeon chests 2. P. The crisp system notification chimed in his ear, but there wasn't much joy on Lin Shi's face. He checked the time and muttered to himself, 17 minutes still a bit slow. It would have been better if I could have shaved off a few more minutes. As he stepped out of the dungeon, Lin Shi once again became the center of attention. This time, he didn't choose to hide his name, as his strength no longer required him to intentionally keep a low profile. Lin Shi's name appeared at the top of the dungeon clear leaderboard once more. The bright red 17 minutes 11 seconds was exceptionally eye-catching, drawing gasps of surprise from the surrounding players. Holy crap, Lin Shi broke the dungeon record again, and he did it solo. The top scholar is truly the top scholar. Badass. That micromanagement, that awareness, it's practically godlike. He entered the Bloodstained Plains dungeon once again. He intended to make good use of these 3 precious free attempts to maximize his gains. The second time, 10 minutes. The third time, although he didn't break the record again, it only took him 12 minutes. This result was still enough to look down upon the masses. After finishing the 3 dungeon runs, Lin Shi's harvest was bountiful, with his inventory brimming with experience, gold coins, and equipment. Just as he was preparing to leave the dungeon hall, he was surrounded by a crowd. Their gazes made Lin Shi feel extremely uncomfortable. It was a look mixed with many emotions, a longing for the strength of the powerful, worship of his staggering battle record, and an indescribable feeling that felt like hunger? Yes, hunger, a fierce desire to grab hold of him and claim him for their own. It sent a slight shiver down Lin Shi's spine. Before Lin Shi could figure out the situation, the group began shouting all at once. Their passion was like a bursting dam, instantly flooding over him. Surrounded by this sudden surge of enthusiasm, Lin Shi felt a bit at a loss. He instinctively took a step back, trying to maintain some distance from the crowd. "Carry me, big boss. Please take care of me." A boy with stars in his eyes shouted and lunged directly at Lin Shi. His posture looked as if he was going to tackle Lin Shi to the ground, and then, some R-rated images immediately flashed through Lin Shi's mind, staring him into quickly sidestepping to dodge, his face a mask of helpless laughter. "Hey, hey, hey! Keep your hands to yourself." Lin Shi couldn't help but warn them he had no desire to become a rare animal for everyone to gawk at. "Holy shit, big boss, adopt me. I'm presentable in the living room, skilled in the kitchen, I can beat up mistresses, and fight off hooligans." Another boy squeezed through with a beaming face, as if he were pitching some miraculous product. His overconfident expression made Lin Shi want to roll his eyes. "Lin Shi Gij, my skills are at max level, you know." A girl's sweet, coy voice drifted over, accompanied by a wink that gave Lin Shi goosebumps all over. Me too, me too. My gear is great and my DPS is high. You can totally relax, boss." Another boy with a gruff voice shouted, terrified that Lin Shi might overlook his existence. "I'm a rare class with massive heals. I'm an absolute must-have for any dungeon." A petite girl squeezed her way through the crowd, doing her best to showcase her strengths to Lin Shi. A cacophony of voices rose and fell, sounding like a flock of quacking ducks, making Lin Shi's head spin from the noise. Looking at this swarm of frenzied suitors, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He had never realized before that his classmates could be so passionate and uninhibited just to ride someone's coattails. Back at the villa, Lin Shi threw himself onto the soft sofa, exhausted. He let out a long sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Recalling the frantic behavior of those die-hard fans outside the dungeon hall, he shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself, they were like a pack of hungry wolves. Good thing I'm fast. Those burning gazes, the yearning voices, and the way they looked ready to swallow him whole left him with a lingering sense of dread. He had thought that keeping a low profile would help him avoid trouble, but he hadn't expected the side effects of breaking the record to be so intense. It seemed he would have to be even more cautious in the future. Lin Shi rubbed his throbbing temples and got up to pour himself a glass of water. The cool liquid sliding down his throat helped him relax a little. After a brief rest, Lin Shi began to organize the spoils from his 3 dungeon runs. The 3 runs had netted him a total of 6 boss chests and 6 dungeon chests. Inside the 6 boss chests, aside from a massive amount of experience points and gold coins, there wasn't much useful equipment.
However, from the dungeon chests, Lin Shi obtained 4 pieces of legendary grade gear. These included a legendary shield, guardian's shield, a legendary priest's staff, spring of life, as well as a rogue's dagger and an archer's longbow. TSK, the stats are decent, but they're pretty mediocre as far as legendary gear goes. Lin Shi curled his lip and tossed the equipment aside. For him at his current level, even legendary equipment had to be the absolute best of the best to pique his interest. Aside from this gear, what truly caught Lin Shi's attention was a special blueprint, the detection potion recipe. I remembered dropping a mysterious treasure map earlier. I think it needs to be used in conjunction with a detection potion. Lin Shi toyed with the scroll, thinking to himself. Learn blueprints, utilize free crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion attempts, and use crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion detection potions. Ding! Detection potion X3 crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion complete. Would you like to use one? Yes. Lin Shi used one of the potions on the spot. Immediately after, he pulled that mysterious treasure map out of his backpack once again. Sure enough, under the enhancement of the potion, an arrow-like icon actually appeared on the treasure map. However, the direction of this arrow was opposite to the location of the buried treasure, and it appeared to be quite a long distance away. Interesting, this arrow must represent my current position. Lin Shi spun around in place while holding the treasure map, eventually discovering that the treasure was located to the northwest. The northwesternmost city in the Dragon Kingdom is Mountain City. It seems I'll have to make a trip there when I get the chance. Having figured out how to use the detection potion, Lin Shi placed the treasure map back into his backpack. At the same time, he pondered what to do next. He couldn't return to the dungeon hall, as he had already caused quite a stir there. After some deliberation, Lin Shi decided to head to the quest hall, hoping to find some suitable tasks that would allow him to earn experience and gold while avoiding the crowds. The mission hall was bustling with noise and activity, sounding like a massive, buzzing beehive. On the massive central display screen, a wide variety of mission information scrolled by the flickering characters and intertwining light and shadow were dazzling to the eyes. On the walls flanking the hall, special missions with higher difficulty and more generous rewards were posted, attracting many adventurers who stopped to observe. From time to time, teams would finish forming amidst the clamor, marching out of the hall with heads held high, ready to face their challenges. Compared to the dungeon hall, the environment here felt much closer to the outside world. Had it not been for the lack of people drinking, Lin Shi would have thought he had stepped into a mercenary guild. Browsing through the mission list, Lin Shi found that most were boring tasks like hunt XX slimes or collect XX flowers, which made him yawn incessantly. Are you kidding me? What kind of trash missions are these? Isn't there anything challenging? Lin Shi grumbled inwardly. After searching for a long time, his gaze finally locked onto a mission titled Eternal Heart. This was currently the only SSS rank mission among all available tasks, requiring the acquisition of the ultimate item, the Eternal Heart, from a special dungeon. Special dungeons required a specific key to open, and the drop rate for such keys was extremely low. Furthermore, the dungeon difficulty was exceptionally high, with a death rate as high as 99%. Interesting. A playful smile curled at the corner of Lin Shi's mouth. High risk meant high reward. The compensation for this mission was extraordinarily generous, offering not only massive amounts of experience and gold but also the chance to obtain rare skill books and equipment. Lin Shi was just about to accept the mission when he discovered it was a team quest requiring a 5-person party. Damn, I have to form a team. What a pain. Lin Shi scratched his hair impatiently. Special dungeons differed from ordinary dungeons. While ordinary ones only set a maximum player limit without a minimum requirement, special dungeons had strict requirements for the number of participants. Therefore, even though Lin Shi's strength was already enough to steamroll the dungeon, he still had to scrape together a 5-person squad. Should I go to the dungeon hall and randomly invite a few fans over? After thinking it over, Lin Shi finally decided to bite the bullet and head back to the dungeon hall. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, the system suddenly sent a notification: Player Xiaoyu has invited you to join the party. Do you accept? Xiaoyu? That lowly girl he had rescued on the outskirts of Luochang? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and, moved by some inexplicable impulse, clicked accept.
Brother Lin Shi. Xiaoyu came bouncing over, calling out Lin Shi's name as she ran. Long time no see. Li Yi also gave Lin Shi a slight nod as a greeting.
Compared to Xiaoyu, Li Yi was clearly much more quiet and reserved. After the three exchanged a few pleasantries, Xiaoyu was the first to ask, Brother Lin Shi, are you here to take on a quest too?
Yeah, but this quest.
Lin Shi pointed to the Heart of Eternity quest on the screen and said helplessly, this quest requires a team, I can't handle it alone.
Fantastic.
We took this quest too, and we were just worrying about not being able to find teammates.
Brother Lin Shi, why don't you join us?
Xiaoyu grabbed Lin Shi's arm excitedly and said with great enthusiasm.
This.
Lin Shi hesitated for a moment.
Big brother Lin Shi, let's go together. There's strength in numbers. Li Yi also spoke up.
Lin Shi thought about it for a moment and finally nodded in agreement.
Fantastic. Xiaoyu jumped up in joy. Wait, don't forget about us. At that moment, two boys walked over.
One of the boys was tall with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, wearing a white martial arts outfit and holding a long sword, possessing quite a bit of a chivalrous aura. The other boy was thin with a gloomy gaze, looking like someone who was not to be trifled with at first glance.
Aren't you going to introduce us? The boy in white said to Xiaoyu with a smile. Oh, let me introduce you. Xiaoyu pointed at Lin Shi and said. This is Brother Lin Shi, the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination. He's super powerful. Lin Shi? Never heard of him. Times have really changed, any random nobody can become the top scorer now.
The boy in white sized Lin Shi up and down, a flash of disdain appearing in his eyes.
Lin Shi gave him a flat look and said nothing.
This is Chu Xingjian, our team leader.
He was the top scorer in the general exam 2 years ago.
He has a rare class gladiator.
Xiaoyu introduced the boy in white clothes while pointing at him.
Chu Xingjian raised his head slightly to look at Lin Shi, his eyes filled with hostility.
He spoke in an arrogant tone, Kid, I don't care who you are. Now that you're in my team, you listen to my orders. Understand?
Lin Shi noticed the hostility in Chu Xingjian's eyes, but he didn't care.
He simply gave a faint nod as a greeting. Since everyone is here, let's head out.
Without giving Lin Shi a chance to speak, Chu Xingjian turned around and led the way out of the mission hall. Brother Lin Shi, please don't take it to heart. That's just how he is, his bark is worse than his bite. Seeing this, Xiaoyu hurried to explain to Lin Shi in a low voice. Lin Shi smiled and said nothing.
It was obvious to anyone that Chu Xingjian had feelings for Xiaoyu. He naturally wouldn't engage in such childish acts of jealousy.
The five of them walked out of the mission hall, and Chu Xingjian headed straight for a black business van parked by the curb.
Get in.
The employer is waiting for us outside the city.
Lin Shi, Xiaoyu, and Li Yi got into the back row, while Chu Xingjian and the other boy sat in the front.
The car sped along the road, quickly leaving the bustling urban area and arriving at a deserted suburb.
Screech.
With the harsh sound of braking, the car stopped at the entrance of an abandoned factory.
We're here. Get out.
Chu Xingjian said coldly before pushing the door open and stepping out. Lin Shi and the others followed him out of the car.
Is this the place?
Lin Shi looked around, his brow furrowing slightly. This abandoned factory looked like it had been deserted for a long time. Broken walls and debris were everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of decay, giving off an eerie and terrifying vibe.
Yeah, the employer is inside.
Chu Xingjian nodded and was the first to walk in. Lin Shi and the others looked at each other and followed him inside. The interior of the factory was even darker and damper than the outside. Puddles and trash were scattered across the ground, and the air was thick with a pungent smell of mold. Special dungeons require not only a key but must also be activated at a specific location. Chu Xingjian explained to everyone as they walked through the factory. The group soon reached the factory's backyard, a vast wasteland overgrown with weeds. A middle-aged man was already there waiting for them.
Captain Chu, hello. The middle-aged man spoke first. Hello, Mr. Wang. Chu Xingjian's attitude was noticeably more gentle. Since the team has assembled, let's begin.
As per our previous agreement, regarding the items inside the dungeon, I only want the eternal heart.
You are free to distribute everything else as you see fit.
As the middle-aged man spoke, he pulled a black stone from his backpack. The stone was an irregular polygon with a smooth surface, engraved with a symbol that Lin Shi had never seen before.
Is this person an adventurer too?
Lin Shi couldn't help but feel suspicious noticing the man's actions.
If he was an adventurer, why didn't he form his own team to go into the dungeon? Wouldn't that mean all the gear in the dungeon would belong to him?
While he was still wondering, the middle-aged man had already placed the stone on the ground. Accompanied by a surge of energy, a magic circle 3 meters in diameter formed beneath everyone's feet.
In the center of the magic circle, an oval portal appeared. Good luck to you all.
I'll be here waiting for the good news. The middle-aged man stepped aside and made a welcoming gesture toward Lin Shi and the others. Let's go, I'll head in first.
Chu Xingjian entered first. Stay close to me once we're inside.
Lin Shi gave a few final instructions to Xia Yu and Li Yi before stepping into the portal himself.
Ding!
System detected that the host has entered the dungeon Dracula's castle.
Current dungeon difficulty, unknown. Dungeon objective, slay the final boss, Dracula 3. Dungeon time limit, none. Good luck, host.
As soon as he entered the dungeon, the system notifications rang in Lin Shi's ears.
He thought to himself, unknown difficulty? It seems this dungeon won't be simple. Hey, kid, what are you dazing off for? Keep up, don't waste our time. Chu Xingjian's impatient voice rang in Lin Shi's ears. Lin Shi snapped back to reality.
Looking at Chu Xingjian's arrogant back, he let out a cold laugh in his heart. Ignoring him, he turned to Xia Yu and asked, Xia Yu, do you know why the employer isn't clearing this dungeon themselves?
Xia Yu blinked and said with a smile, Brother Lin Shi, are you so focused on grinding dungeons that you don't even know about this? Ahem.
Lin Shi coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, his face flushing slightly as Xia Yu hit the nail on the head. Fortunately, Xia Yu didn't dwell on it and explained directly, you heard it when we entered the dungeon, right?
The difficulty of this dungeon is unknown.
This means the difficulty is determined by the party's combined strength. The stronger the party, the higher the difficulty.
Oh? Is that how it works? If that's the case, wouldn't it be incredibly easy to clear if we just brought 5 level 1 adventurers?
Lin Shi grew interested.
What are you thinking? Dungeons have a minimum difficulty floor. By your logic, wouldn't it be even better to bring 5 newborn babies?
Before Xia Yu could speak, Chu Xingjian interrupted with a look of disdain.
Chu Xingjian, watch your tone. Why do you have to be so sarcastic?
Li Yi caught the sarcasm in Chu Xingjian's voice, her brows furrowing as she retorted unpleasantly. Chu Xingjian wanted to say more, but Xia Yu interrupted him with a giggle. Brother Lin Shi, generally speaking, the minimum difficulty for special dungeons is hell mode. So, a weaker party isn't necessarily better. Our employer wants to find a team that looks average on the surface but actually possesses powerful trump cards. That way, they can achieve the maximum reward with the minimum cost.
Xia Yu explained. I see.
Lin Shi realized why the employer had posted the quest after all. Adventurers capable of fighting above their level were rare. And those with such strength were usually key talents nurtured by major factions, rarely making public appearances. Alright, now that we know the dungeon rules, just follow orders. As long as no one drags us down, we have a high chance of clearing this. As Chu Xingjian spoke, his gaze drifted intentionally toward Lin Shi, clearly warning him not to be a burden. Lin Shi let out a cold snort, ignoring Chu Xingjian's provocation, and directly activated his external armor. The silver-white liquid metal seemed to come alive, starting from his ankles and gradually spreading upward, enveloping his legs, waist, and chest, finally covering his entire head. The flowing liquid emitted a faint silver glow. As the light faded, a streamlined suit of metal armor stood prominently before everyone. The armor was entirely silver-white, exuding a sense of futuristic technology. It fit his body perfectly without a single gap, looking as if it had stepped right out of a sci-fi movie.
Wow! Is this that armor? It looks even cooler than it did in the video.
Xiaoyu looked at the armor on Lin Shi, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement as she couldn't help but let out a cry of admiration.
Brother Lin Shi, Can I touch it?
Xiaoyu asked with a look of anticipation.
Sure.
Looking into Xiaoyu's big, watery eyes, Lin Shi finally agreed to her request.
Thank you, Brother Lin Shi.
Having received permission, Xiaoyu excitedly reached out to touch the armor all over, her mouth constantly letting out exclamations like wow and so cool. Even Xu Xingjian, who had been constantly mocking Lin Shi, and the other male companion were drawn to the sleek armor, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy.
Humph. Xu Xingjian snorted coldly, cursing inwardly, just putting on a show. Let's see how you act when we run into real danger. Unaware of Xu Xingjian's thoughts, Lin Shi activated the matrix radar and began observing their surroundings.
Lin Shi frowned slightly. He discovered that this castle was surprisingly massive, with 3 underground levels and 6 floors above ground. Red dots were flashing everywhere, and some would even vanish abruptly. As expected of a special dungeon, this place is not simple. Lin Shi thought to himself.
Xiaoyu, haven't you felt enough yet?
You've rubbed my arms so much it's starting to reflect light. Lin Shi looked at Xiaoyu, who was still immersed in excitement, and reminded her helplessly.
Sorry, I just got too excited. Xiaoyu finally snapped back to reality.
Her pretty face flushed as she hurriedly withdrew her hand, stuck out her tongue sheepishly, and ran back to Li Yi's side.
Seeing this scene, Xu Xingjian's expression grew even gloomier. Let's get a move on. The employer is still waiting outside.
Xu Xingjian spoke impatiently and took the lead, heading deeper into the castle. As he passed a certain room, he suddenly stopped, slammed the door open, and strode inside.
Wait!
Lin Shi was startled by this and quickly called out a warning. But it was too late. Xu Xingjian had already entered the room.
Damn it! Lin Shi cursed under his breath and immediately used Space Leap.
Transforming into a flash of white light, he charged in as well.
Inside the room, a pale man dressed in a black formal suit was standing by the window.
Hearing the commotion, he slowly turned around, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Welcome to my castle, my guests.
The man's voice was low and raspy, as if echoing from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine.
Who are you?
Xu Xingjian asked warily, his hand already tightening around his weapon.
I am the master of this castle, Dracula III. I am delighted that you could join me for my banquet.
As the man spoke, he extended a scarlet tongue and licked his lips.
Banquet?
Lin Shi frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart.
That's right, a grand banquet. Dracula III snapped his fingers. The lights in the room suddenly cut out, plunging the space into total darkness. Ack! Help!
Immediately following that, waves of terrified screams echoed from outside the room, making one's hair stand on end.
It seems tonight's entertainment has begun.
Dracula III's voice rang out in the darkness, filled with mockery and cruelty. Lin Shi and Xu Xingjian exchanged a glance, both seeing a trace of gravity in each other's eyes. The plot of the special dungeon had been triggered. The originally luxurious hotel suite vanished, replaced by a gloomy and terrifying ancient castle cemetery. Thick mist swirled and cold winds howled. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of decay. In the distance, an ancient and dilapidated castle loomed indistinctly, exuding an eerie aura like a lurking behemoth waiting for its prey to deliver itself.
Welcome to my world, everyone.
Dracula III's voice echoed through the mist, tinged with a hint of playfulness.
If you want to find me, you must pass my trials. I hope you can make it there alive.
As soon as his voice fell, hair-raising roars and wails drifted from the thick fog, as if the gates of hell had been flung open and countless demons were surging forth from the abyss. Lin Shi and Xu Xingjian stood back to back, warily observing their surroundings. The dense fog obscured their vision, leaving only faint glimpses of swaying figures in the distance. The chilling low growls and wails echoing in their ears were enough to make anyone shudder.
Damn it, what kind of crappy dungeon is this? Lin Shi, you'd better be useful. Don't fucking drop the ball at the critical moment. Chu Xingjian couldn't help but curse, tightening his grip on his longsword. Lin Shi ignored Chu Xingjian's provocation.
He activated the matrix radar, attempting to penetrate the thick fog to observe the surrounding situation. On the radar screen, dense clusters of red dots were rapidly approaching. The sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Watch out, a huge swarm of monsters is coming. Lin Shi warned in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, a massive horde of hideous undead charged out of the mist. Pale green ghost fires burned within their hollow eye sockets, and their sharp claws glinted with a cold, sinister light, emitting a sickening stench of rot. Holy crap, so many? Chu Xingjian turned pale with fright. Lin Shi, however, remained calm as he checked the attributes of these undead.
Name, Agonized Wraith Elite Monster. Level 25. HP, MP, 800. Physical attack, 3000. Magical attack, 500. Physical defense, 1500. Magic defense, 700. Skills, Grudge Possession, Painful Wail, Vengeful Soul Reap. Description, souls that suffered great injustice during their lifetime and cannot find peace. They have turned into vengeful spirits wandering the world, thirsting for revenge. Even the summoned minions are elite tier? Lin Shi was secretly alarmed. As expected of a special dungeon, it was even more troublesome than imagined. Everyone. Lin Shi was about to say something, but was interrupted prematurely by Chu Xingjian. Li Yi, stand behind me. Xiaoyu, arrange your summons on both flanks of the team. Chu Xingjian immediately directed everyone's positioning, as if demonstrating to Lin Shi that he was the true leader of the team. Shi Gu, you stand in the middle of the team to cover the damage dealers. Li Yi, you control the monsters on the left first. I'll go pull the aggro of the monster on the right, and then everyone else follow my command. Chu Xingjian continued his deployment. It wasn't until the very end that he looked at Lin Shi, his tone filled with disdain. Lin Shi, I'll have to trouble you, our top scholar, to guard the rear. After hearing this, Lin Shi gave Chu Xingjian a cold glance and did not follow his instructions. Instead, he unhurriedly took out a long sword emitting a faint blue glow from his system space. Currents of electricity surged along the blade, making a crackling sound. Lin Shi, what are you doing? I said from the very beginning, follow my lead. Seeing Lin Shi's actions, Chu Xingjian couldn't help but frown. Lin Shi ignored Chu Xingjian's mockery and simply said flatly, Plasma Lightsaber. It has an extra damage bonus against undead creatures. Do you want to try it? You. Only then did Chu Xingjian notice that the moment the lightsaber appeared, the surrounding undead actually trembled in unison. Oomph, just playing tricks. Faced with the facts, Chu Xingjian could only let out a cold snort to vent his dissatisfaction. At the same time, a large swarm of vengeful spirits had already drifted into everyone's attack range, pouncing forward with bared fangs and claws. Do it! Chu Xingjian let out a thunderous roar that struck like a bolt from the blue, making everyone's eardrums ring. The long sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling golden light as his figure moved like a flash of lightning, leading the charge into the undead army. He leaped high into the air, his sword carving a perfect arc as a fierce wave of sword chi bore down on the nearest undead creature. Boom! With a deafening crash, the sword chi struck the undead heavily, the massive impact sending it flying backward. Furious Strike, one of a gladiator's common skills, not only deals tons of damage but also instantly draws a massive amount of aggro. The golden sword chi was like a roaring dragon, instantly swallowing the vengeful spirit. 850. A bright red damage number floated above the vengeful spirit's head. It let out a pained wail, yet its hatred remained firmly locked onto Chu Xingjian. Having landed the blow, Chu Xingjian did not linger for a second. He pivoted his body and pounced toward the next undead like a hunting leopard. The long sword in his hand seemed to transform into a venomous serpent, each strike hitting the undead's vital points with pinpoint precision. Swish! Another flash of sword light followed, and the second undead was instantly torn open.
Chu Xingjian's movements were fluid and seamless, without a hint of hesitation. Every move and stance was filled with strength and aesthetic grace. As a gladiator, he lacked the powerful area of effect crowd control skills of a protection warrior, having to rely on single-target attacks to hold aggro. But that did not mean he was unfit for the role of a tank. Relying on his exquisite swordsmanship and precise grasp of combat rhythm, Chu Xingjian firmly kept the aggro of several undead on himself, creating a safe environment for his teammates to deal damage. His technique isn't half bad. Lin Shi observed the battle from the side, nodding inwardly. Though Chu Xingjian was somewhat arrogant, there was no denying that his strength was quite formidable. At that moment, Li Yi also made her move. Ice rain. Accompanied by a sharp cry, countless icicles rained down from the sky, accurately striking the cluster of undead on the left. Clatter! The constant sound of icicles piercing flesh filled the air as several undead were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move. 8 seconds. These undead have high resistance, everyone focus your damage now. Li Yi's voice was clear and melodious, yet it carried a trace of unquestionable authority. You got it. Xia Yu responded excitedly, commanding her summoned beast, a massive flaming lion, to join the fray. Roar! The flaming lion roared at the sky as a searing torrent of fire erupted from its maw, instantly engulfing an undead creature. 900. 900. 900. Startling damage numbers popped up above the undead's head, significantly boosting the team's morale. Meanwhile, Shigu moved along the edges of the formation, his staff waving continuously as precise bursts of emerald healing light landed on his teammates, ensuring the party's endurance. Only Lin Shi remained standing where he was, watching the scene with cold indifference, as if none of it had anything to do with him. Lin Shi, what the hell are you dazing off for? Are you waiting to die? Chu Xingjian roared while struggling to fend off the undead attacks. What's the rush? Dealing with this trash doesn't require my intervention yet. Lin Shi spoke nonchalantly. Even with Chu Xingjian's warning, he showed no intention of making a move. This was because he was waiting for the undead lurking beneath the ground to emerge. The others lacked a matrix radar, so they couldn't see what was happening underground. But Lin Shi could see it with absolute clarity. At that moment, dozens of red dots were tunneling rapidly through the earth, heading straight for the very center of their squad's position. Perhaps because the dungeon mechanics hadn't been triggered yet, Lin Shi was unable to see the attributes of these monsters. Lin Shi, if you don't start fighting right now, believe me, I'll kick you out of the party. Chu Xingjian already harbored strong hostility toward Lin Shi. Seeing everyone else fighting heroically while Lin Shi slacked off on the sidelines caused his rage to hit its peak. Wait a little longer, they're almost here. Lin Shi ignored Chu Xingjian entirely, muttering to himself. Wait? Wait for what? The rest of the team was completely bewildered by Lin Shi's words. However, before they could even ask, a sudden mutation occurred. Suddenly, several withered palms clawed out from beneath the feet of Xia Yu, Li Yi, and Qi Gu, firmly grasping their ankles and instantly interrupting their spellcasting. Ah! The two girls screamed in terror at the sudden turn of events. This is bad. Chu Xingjian cursed inwardly as he witnessed the scene. All three of them were cloth armor classes. Once entangled in melee combat, they would be as good as dead. However, Chu Xingjian could only watch in desperate anxiety. Several undead remained in front of him, and retreating now would be no different from leading wolves into the house. Just as the squad plunged into crisis, Lin Shi, who had been biding his time, finally moved. Name: Burrowing Undead Elite Monster. Level 25. HP: Mana points 500. Physical attack 1000. Magical attack 500. Physical defense 800. Magic defense 400. Skills: Earth Evasion Raid, Corpse Poison Claws. Description: Undead creatures living in the dark underground, famous for their sharp claws and deadly venom, specializing in launching surprise attacks from beneath the soil. Lin Shi's peripheral vision swept over the monster attributes displayed on the system interface as he quickly calculated his assessment. Burrowing Undead, Level 25 Elite Monsters.
Their attributes were slightly lower than he had anticipated, but their skills were not to be underestimated.
Particularly Corpse Poison Claws once hit, it would not only deal continuous toxin damage but also severely impair mobility, posing a massive threat to the team. Lin Shi knew well that a swift resolution was the key to dealing with these monsters. He took a deep breath, rapidly sketching out a combat plan in his mind. He knew he had to maximize his advantages and end the battle as quickly as possible while ensuring his own safety.
Everyone, watch out for the poison!
Lin Shi shouted a warning, his voice brimming with calmness and confidence. Hearing his warning, the teammates nodded one after another, their hearts filled with trust in Lin Shi. In the next second, Lin Shi no longer hesitated and decisively activated the Space Cut skill.
In an instant, spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, sweeping toward the emerging burrowing undead like blades from another dimension. Squelch! Squelch! Squelch!
Everywhere the spatial rifts passed, everything was sliced into fragments. The burrowing undead, unable to react in time, were instantly cut into countless pieces. Green blood sprayed out, emitting a nauseating stench. Successfully killed burrowing undead, EXP plus 1000, Corpse Poison Claw X1. Successfully killed burrowing undead, EXP plus 1000, Corpse Poison Claw X5. Successfully killed burrowing undead, EXP plus 1000, Decayed Teeth X7. A series of system notifications rang in everyone's ears. An instant kill? What kind of skill is this? These words were practically squeezed out from between Chu Xingjian's teeth. Incredulity, horror, and confusion, a cocktail of emotions intertwined, making it nearly impossible for him to maintain his usual calm and composure. His pupils constricted sharply as he stared fixedly at Lin Shi's back, as if trying to see right through him. The others were equally stunned by this sudden turn of events. Their original tension and fear were replaced by a massive sense of shock. And in the time that followed, Lin Shi's performance left them even more breathless with admiration. Lin Shi was like a player in a game of whack-a-mole. The moment an undead poked its head out from the ground, he would arrive instantly and cut it down. The crowd was dumbfounded by the sight. They knew Lin Shi was powerful, but what was with this ability to predict the future? It was as if he had a god-eye view, seemingly always able to know in advance exactly where a monster was hiding underground. That precise anticipation and terrifying instant kill capability left everyone in awe. Even Chu Xingjian, who usually held himself in high regard, had to admit that Lin Shi's strength far exceeded his imagination. "Hey, you guys, stop dazing off. Leave these rats to me. You take care of those vengeful spirits." Lin Shi spoke without even turning his head, his tone carrying a hint of ease. Only then did the group snap back to reality, realizing there were other monsters present. The squad, which had initially fallen into a panic, found its morale stabilized once again thanks to Lin Shi's intervention. Li Yi and Xia Yu watched Lin Shi's back, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Don't you think brother Lin Shi is getting more and more handsome?" Xia Yu whispered, her voice full of infatuation. "Stop being such a fangirl and hurry up and kill the mobs." Li Yi said this dismissively, but her gaze never left Lin Shi's figure, and a faint blush crept onto her pretty face. Just as the battle was in full swing, a miserable wail suddenly pierced everyone's ears. The cry was filled with sorrow, despair, and agony, as if echoing from the depths of hell, making it impossible for anyone hearing it not to feel a surge of pity. Everyone froze, and their movements involuntarily slowed down. "These undead, they're so pitiful." Tears welled up in Li Yi's eyes as she spoke with a heavy heart. "Yeah, they were living people once too," Xia Yu echoed. Even Chu Xingjian, who was usually decisive and ruthless, remained silent at this moment, a flash of inner struggle crossing his eyes. Even Lin Shi was affected by the wailing, and his attacks came to a standstill. However, his spirit attribute was high, and he recovered in just a matter of moments. "You guys?" Lin Shi was just about to speak a warning when he felt a powerful surge of spirit energy invade his mind, attempting to seize control of his consciousness. This is painful wail, a skill used by these wronged souls. "Everyone, be careful. Don't let it affect your mind." Lin Shi spoke in a low, heavy voice. Painful wail inflicts massive damage to adventurers within a 10-yard radius and applies the negative status compassion for 6 seconds. While under the compassion status, the affected individual is unable to launch any attacks against the target.
What a troublesome skill.
Lin Shi couldn't help but furrow his brows. No sooner had he spoken than an invisible ripple of spirit energy erupted from the weeping souls, rapidly spreading in all directions.
Ag! My head hurts so much. I don't want to fight anymore.
Except for Lin Shi and Qi Gu, everyone else was affected to varying degrees. They clutched their heads and cried out in agony, looking utterly miserable.
Damn it! This skill is disgusting,
Xu Xingjian said through gritted teeth. Under the influence of the compassion status, he had nearly dropped the longsword in his hand just a moment ago. Priest, focus on dispelling the status.
I'll cover you.
Seeing the situation, Lin Shi decisively abandoned the burrowing undead and moved to Qi Gu's side to protect him while he cleared the negative effects from the team.
Understood. Qi Gu responded and immediately began casting purification on everyone.
Fortunately, the compassion skill only drains an adventurer's will to fight and does not prevent the use of other skills. Under the baptism of Qi Gu's successive purification spells, the group soon returned to normal. The battle continued. This time, everyone unleashed their full firepower, attempting to eliminate the wronged souls before they could launch another spirit attack.
Everyone, gather around me. Xu Xingjian, you get back here too.
Lin Shi quickly issued his orders.
Because only by gathering everyone together could Lin Shi protect them all.
Hearing the command, Xu Xingjian frowned slightly, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction in his heart. He was the leader of this squad since when was it Lin Shi's turn to issue orders? However, despite his thoughts, he knew deep down that this was currently the safest method, so he did not refuse. The squad, which had originally been in a fan-shaped formation, now shifted into a circle.
Li, Xiaoyu, and Qi Gu were in the center.
Xu Xingjian was on the left side of the perimeter, while Xiaoyu's summoned beasts filled the remaining positions. Meanwhile, Lin Shi moved constantly among the group, slaying every undead that drew near.
The ensuing battle proceeded without much incident.
Only once did the aggrieved souls cast the Soul Siphon skill on the group. Lin Shi, who was keeping a close watch on the battlefield, was quick to react. Just as the enemy released the skill, he killed it with lightning speed. Although a significant amount of the team's health was still drained, Qi Gu quickly restored it.
As the last aggrieved soul fell, all the monsters in the graveyard were finally eliminated.
Lin Shi checked the holographic map and saw that there were no more red dots.
Only then did he speak to the group. All right, it's safe now. Everyone take a break and recover your status. Okay.
The others responded in unison. Only Xu Xingjian remained silent, his face clouded with gloom. He realized that after the recent battle, everyone had subconsciously begun to treat Lin Shi as the squad leader. This made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. In particular, when he noticed the strange glint in Xiaoyu's eyes as she looked at Lin Shi, an inexplicable rage flared up within him. Humans, you are quite impressive to have survived.
It seems you are now qualified to head to the second floor. Just as everyone was sitting around the graveyard recovering their status, a pale vampire dressed in an elegant formal suit suddenly appeared above them.
Before Lin Shi and the others could react, the scene before their eyes shifted once more. The graveyard vanished, and the luxurious suite reappeared. Furthermore, on a table in the suite, a key lay quietly. Xu Xingjian was the first to grab the key.
He then left the room and opened the door leading to the second floor.
A teleportation portal appeared before everyone.
The group entered one by one. Following a distortion of the scene before them, the graveyard disappeared, the luxurious suite vanished, and Lin Shi and the others found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place.
This is a magnificent banquet hall, where crystal chandeliers emit a dazzling radiance, illuminating the long dining table covered in a red carpet. The table is laden with a dazzling array of food and fine wine, and the air is filled with the scent of champagne and roasted meat. Huge oil paintings hang on the walls, the figures within them wearing eerie smiles that look particularly sinister under the flickering candlelight. However, this luxurious scene exuded a strange and unsettling atmosphere. The banquet hall was filled with people, but they all wore masks, making it impossible to see their faces. These masks came in various forms, some were elegant white masks, some were eerie black masks, and others were hideous red masks. Where is this? Why does it feel even more creepy than that graveyard just now? Li Yi couldn't help but shudder, subconsciously leaning closer to Xia Yu. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xia Yu patted her hand and comforted her. What's there to fear? Aren't they just some mannequins? One strike for each, I'll just kill them all. Chu Xingjian snorted coldly, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Don't be impulsive yet. Lin Shi stopped him, her brow furrowing slightly. Have you noticed that we seem to have become a bit different? Hearing this, everyone finally noticed the changes in one another. At some point, the equipment they were wearing had transformed into sets of elegant formal wear, and various styles of masks now adorned their faces. Chu Xingjian wore a hideous black oni mask, Xia Yu's was a cute white rabbit, Li Yi's was a cunning red fox, and Qi Gu's was a weeping, multicolored clown. What the hell is this? Chu Xingjian tried to rip the mask off, but it wouldn't budge no matter how hard he pulled, causing him to curse in frustration. Don't waste your breath, this is a special mechanic of the dungeon. Lin Shi opened the system panel to check and, as expected, found a new status in the status bar: Masquerade. Masquerade. While wearing the mask, your identity cannot be easily seen through by others. However, you will also lose the ability to discern the identities of others. So you're saying we can't tell who's who anymore? Xia Yu cried out in surprise. Just then, a burst of eerie music began to play without warning, making the atmosphere in the banquet hall even more uncanny. The next second, the mannequins that had been standing perfectly still suddenly moved. They twisted their bodies in extremely bizarre poses and began slowly walking toward Lin Shi and the others. Humph. Looking for death. Chu Xingjian had long since lost his patience. With a roar, he brandished his longsword and charged toward a woman wearing a white mask. However, the very instant his blade was about to strike her, Xia Yu's startled cry suddenly came from beneath the white mask. Brother Chu, what are you doing hitting me? Xia Yu's voice carried a hint of a sob. Her eyes were red, as if she were about to burst into tears at any moment. I. Chu Xingjian stammered, unable to explain. He clearly remembered that Xia Yu wasn't in front of him. How could he possibly be attacking her? What made his skin crawl even more was that all the white-masked mannequins around them suddenly spoke, repeating Xia Yu's words in unison. Brother Chu, why are you hitting me? Their voices, some charming, some crisp, some gentle, some seductive, intertwined like a chorus of sirens whispering in his ear. It made Chu Xingjian's scalp tingle and cold sweat pour down his face. Ha ha, you idiot, can't you even recognize your own teammates? A woman wearing a red mask let out a peal of mocking laughter. You are courting death. Flushed with shame and anger, Chu Xingjian spun around and slashed at the woman. Ah! Brother Chu, it's me. However, at that moment, the woman wearing the red mask spoke again. Li Yi? Is that you? Chu Xingjian was stunned once more. Brother Chu, calm down. We are all affected by the masked status right now. We can't tell who is who at all. Li Yi said anxiously. Brother Chu, calm down. We are all affected by the masked status right now. We can't tell who is who at all. Brother Chu, calm down. All the figures wearing red masks repeated Li Yi's words. Damn it! Which one is the real one? Chu Xingjian gritted his teeth, feeling utterly helpless. He wasn't the only one. Li Yi and Qi Gu were facing the same situation. Earlier, Li Yi had tried to attack a figure wearing a clown mask, only for her fireball to blast directly into Qi Gu's back. Fortunately, Qi Gu was also a magic-based class with a decent spirit stat, so the hit only took away 1/5 of his health. Sister Yi, why did you hit me? Qi Gu clutched his wound piteously, looking at Li Yi with a resentful expression. Just as Qi Gu was about to cast a healing skill on himself, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. A figure wearing a fox mask was holding a dagger, staring at him maliciously. Holy crap! You pretenders,
can you stop faking it already? Chi-gu roared in exasperation.
Faced with this situation, everyone fell into a momentary panic, unsure of what to do.
Brother Lin Shi, what should we do?
Xia Yu's voice trembled as she asked pitifully. Her gaze swept continuously across the faces of the masked figures, trying to identify which one was the real Lin Shi.
Brother Lin Shi, what should we do? What do we do? What do we do?
Xia Yu's voice echoed from all directions.
The entire scene was incomparably eerie.
The others were also searching for Lin Shi at this moment. Unconsciously, the group had come to view Lin Shi as the backbone of the team. With a heavy expression, Lin Shi looked around and realized that while the masked figures were numerous, they weren't particularly strong at most, reaching common grade levels. It seems the key to this battle lies in distinguishing friend from foe. Lin Shi thought to himself as he opened the holographic map, hoping to find some clues. A moment later, Lin Shi spoke with confidence, "Don't worry, a little trick like this won't stop me." He had discovered that the holographic map before him was unaffected. It still clearly displayed the distribution of monsters, including the positions of the masked figures.
Everyone, follow my lead.
Lin Shi said in a low voice, pointing at a figure wearing a red mask to the east, "Attack."
Though still somewhat fearful, the group chose to trust Lin Shi and launched their attacks in the direction he indicated. 600. P. 900. 700. Damage numbers popped up above the red masked figure.
Following a piercing scream, the masked figure collapsed and dissipated into a cloud of black mist.
Ha! I knew there wasn't a problem Brother Lin Shi couldn't solve.
Xia Yu cheered excitedly. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was kicked flying by a figure wearing a rabbit mask.
You, a sneak attack?
Xia Yu scrambled to her feet, cursing in a fit of rage. Everyone stay alert and be careful,
Lin Shi warned.
It seemed these masked figures weren't as simple as they appeared. They seemed to possess the ability to think for themselves. In this manner, under Lin Shi's methodical command, the masked monsters were cleared out one by one, and their experience points continued to climb. Just as it seemed they were about to clear the stage, the eerie music suddenly stopped, and the entire banquet hall fell into a dead silence. In the next second, a scene that made everyone's skin crawl unfolded. The masked monsters that had been killed were all coming back to life. Before anyone could react, the scenery shifted again. They were teleported to another corner of the banquet hall. The interior decorations and layout had changed, but the only constant was the presence of those masked monsters.
Damn it! What kind of ghost dungeon is this? It's never ending. Chu Xingjian couldn't help but complain. Lin Shi's brow furrowed.
He suddenly realized that the key to this dungeon likely lay in that eerie music. Sure enough, at that moment, the music started playing again, and the masked monsters began to stir. It seems we must eliminate all these masks before the music stops. Lin Shi speculated inwardly, while saying in a deep voice, "Chu Xingjian, give me the party leadership."
What? On what grounds?
Chu Xingjian was clearly displeased.
You still have the mind to bicker over this? If you want to stay alive, hurry up. Li Yi said crossly.
Exactly, Brother Chu, now is not the time to be stubborn.
Xia Yu also joined in to persuade him.
Humph. Under everyone's urging, Chu Xingjian reluctantly handed the party leader permissions over to Lin Shi. After taking over the permissions, Lin Shi quickly marked all the masked monsters and said solemnly, "Attack the marked targets, be fast." This time, the group no longer hesitated, unleashing their full potential to launch a fierce assault on the masked monsters. Lin Shi also joined the fray, recklessly unleashing his space jump and space-slash skills.
Time passed second by second, the music grew more urgent, and the number of masked monsters decreased sharply.
Finally, just as the music was reaching its end, the last masked monster fell beneath Lin Shi's lightsaber. At that moment, the crystal chandelier in the center of the ballroom suddenly went out, plunging the entire space into darkness. Then, a sinister and terrifying voice echoed in everyone's ears, "Welcome to the Real Banquet." The darkness dissipated, the crystal chandelier lit up again, and the ballroom returned to its luxurious appearance, but the air was now thick with a nauseating smell of blood. Dracula 3, a handsome man dressed in a scarlet tailcoat with a hint of wickedness, stood in the center of the ballroom, licking his lips with a scarlet tongue, a cruel smile hanging on the corner of his mouth.
Humble insects, welcome to my feast.
Dracula 3's voice was deep and magnetic, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spines.
Name, Dracula 3 Hero Class Monster. Level 35. HP. Mana. Physical attack, 6000. Magic attack, 4000. Physical defense, 4000. Magic defense, 4000.
Skills, Bloody Feast, Blood Curse, Summon Blood Rage. Description, a descendant of Dracula, the progenitor of the vampires. He inherited a powerful bloodline strength, but due to his indulgence and pleasure, his power is far inferior to that of his ancestors. Such high attribute values. Lin Shi glanced at Dracula 3's stats and thought to himself that this was likely the boss with the highest attributes he had encountered so far. The others saw Dracula's attributes at this time as well, and every face was written with gravity.
An attack power of 6000 was simply unheard of.
Aside from Chu Xingjian and Lin Shi, if anyone else took a single hit, they would likely end up dead.
Everyone, be careful. Lin Shi warned.
With 6000 attack power, he feared that aside from Chu Xingjian and himself, the other three would be instantly killed if they were attacked. If I were alone, I could use Space Leap to kite him, or simply drop a nuclear bomb. But I can't do that now. If I did, Xiaoyu and the others would surely die.
The only way is to see whose damage output is higher.
Lin Shi quickly considered his strategy. I hope Chu Xingjian can hold his ground. Lin Shi still had burst skills like Dragon Soul Power to boost his attributes, and he was confident he could kill the boss in the shortest time possible. The only difficulty now was whether Chu Xingjian, as the team's MT, could withstand the pressure. With this in mind, Lin Shi immediately cast the Energy Shield skill on everyone. Although the protection provided by this skill was based on the target's health, it was better than nothing. Just as everyone stood ready for battle, Dracula 3 was the first to move. He didn't attack anyone. Instead, he simply pointed a finger at Chu Xingjian, and a flash of bloody light streaked across.
After casting the skill, Dracula's health unexpectedly plummeted by a third.
Seeing this, Lin Shi's heart jolted. He immediately realized something was wrong and shouted, "Shi Gu, dispel it, quick!"
I'm trying, but... Shi Gu was drenched in sweat.
The staff in his hand was emitting a faint green glow, but when the purification spell was applied to Chu Xingjian, there was no reaction at all. Lin Shi sensed disaster.
He immediately checked Chu Xingjian's status and saw a debuff had appeared over his head.
Blood Curse Abhorrence, a target in the abhorrence state has all attributes increased by 300%, and their deepest, most intense negative emotions are triggered. At the same time, the cursed Chu Xingjian began to tremble all over, enveloped by a thin mist of blood. When the blood mist completely merged into his body, Chu Xingjian stopped trembling and regained his composure.
Chu Xingjian, are you okay?
Lin Shi asked with a frown.
Said.
To everyone's surprise, in the next second, Chu Xingjian suddenly roared like a rabid dog, his eyes blood red as he glared fixedly at Lin Shi. "Lin Shi, you're just a trash artificer. How did you manage to become the top scholar?"
"I've watched your videos. Aren't you just relying on having a few powerful items?"
"At the end of the day, you're still just trash who relies on external strength."
"How can someone like you compete with me for the position of captain?"
"Brother Chu, you..."
Xiaoyu looked at Chu Xingjian in disbelief.
She never imagined that the usually gentle and elegant brother Chu would say such things. But a second later, Chu Xingjian stared at Xiaoyu with bloodshot eyes and continued to roar, "Xiaoyu, I like you so much, why won't you even give me a second glance? It's Lin Shi all day long.
Where is he better than me? He's a top scholar, and so am I. How am I not worthy? And the way you look at him, you've never looked at me that tenderly, never. You..."
Xiaoyu's face flushed red and white, whether out of anger at Chu Xingjian or because her little secret had been exposed.
"And you too, Li Shi Gu. I am the captain of this team. I've always treated you as comrades, but what about you? What have you done?"
Chu Xingjian suddenly turned toward Li and Shi Gu, his gaze fierce as if he wanted to devour them. "You're siding with that outsider, and you even agreed to let him replace me as captain." He pointed at Lin Shi, his voice sharp and piercing. "You all know perfectly well that I am the most suitable candidate for captain, yet you betrayed me without hesitation just to suck up to him." Xu Xingjian grew more agitated as he spoke, spittle flying everywhere. "I've given so much to this team, is this how you repay me? Do you have no conscience at all?" He pointed right at the noses of Li Yi and Shi Gu, cursing them out. "How can you even show your faces in this squad? You don't deserve to be here." Xu Xingjian's words were so foul and malicious that even Lin Shi couldn't help but frown. The others were incredibly furious, but they felt helpless facing the now insane Xu Xingjian. Listening to Xu Xingjian's trash talk, Lin Shi's expression didn't change in the slightest. He knew this was the effect of Dracula 3's skill. The current Xu Xingjian had turned into a complete monster. Worse still, Xu Xingjian's attributes had shifted to those exclusive to monsters, and the values were terrifyingly high. Name: Soul of Abomination Xu Xingjian Hero Grade Monster. Level 30. HP: Mana. Physical Attack 5000. Magic Attack 1000. Magic Defense 1500. Magic Defense 4000. Skills: Abominable Frenzy, Abominable Heavy Slash, Abominable Whirlwind Slash, Abominable Strike. Description: A puppet controlled by the blood curse has lost all reason and knows only slaughter. This is going to be trouble. Looking at the frenzied Xu Xingjian and the mocking face of Dracula 3, Lin Shi felt an unprecedented sense of crisis rise in his heart. "Ah, kill each other to your heart's content, you lowly insects." Dracula 3 laughed maniacally, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Right then, Xu Xingjian suddenly moved. With a roar, he brandished his greatsword and charged straight toward Xiaoyu, who was closest to him. Xu Xingjian roared, raising his greatsword high. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the skill, Abominable Heavy Slash, swinging it straight down toward Xiaoyu's head. The blade tore through the air with a piercing whistle, as if intent on cleaving the girl in front of him in two. "Xiaoyu, watch out!" Li Yi and Shi Gu cried out in alarm, but it was already too late to stop it. At the critical moment, Lin Shi moved. He activated Space Leap. In a flash, he appeared beside Xiaoyu like a phantom, pulling her into his arms. Amidst Xiaoyu's startled cry, Lin Shi immediately deployed his energy shield while raising his lightsaber horizontally to block Xu Xingjian's attack head-on. Thud! 3000. A crimson number floated above Lin Shi's head, but thanks to the protection of the energy shield, his health points did not decrease. Instead, it was Xu Xingjian who stumbled back from the force of the recoil. Seeing his strike fail, the malevolence radiating from Xu Xingjian intensified. Seeing the intimate contact between Lin Shi and Xiaoyu sent him spiraling into a complete frenzy. Lin Shi's attention was focused entirely on Xu Xingjian. He didn't notice that Xiaoyu's face was now as red as a ripe apple. Watching Xu Xingjian charge again, Lin Shi knew he couldn't just stay on the defensive after all. Dracula, the true boss, was still watching them like a hawk from the side. "Summon your defense-type beast." Lin Shi immediately gave the order to Xiaoyu. At first, Xiaoyu was still lost in the sensation of their physical contact and didn't hear a word Lin Shi said. It wasn't until he repeated it that she snapped back to her senses, hurriedly summoning her second beast. Roar! With a flash of light, a massive bear appeared before them. Taking advantage of the gap before Xu Xingjian's next attack, Lin Shi turned to Xiaoyu and said, "Don't just stand there. Have your bear tie up Dracula. We need to deal with this madman first." "But..." Xiaoyu hesitated slightly. "No buts, you can't handle him. Trust me." Lin Shi's tone left no room for argument. Xiaoyu bit her lip and finally nodded, commanding the giant bear to charge toward Dracula. Roar! The giant bear let out a roar that shook the entire hall, its bell-sized eyes burning with fury. It activated that intimidation skill, sending an invisible wave rippling outward. Dracula felt a powerful surge of pressure as his aggro was firmly locked onto the bear. The giant bear slammed its forelimbs onto the ground, its massive frame charging toward Dracula like a heavy tank. It raised a paw the size of a cattail leaf high into the air, bringing it crashing down toward Dracula's head with overwhelming momentum. Facing this mountain-toppling strike, a disdainful sneer curled at the corner of Dracula's mouth. His figure flickered, transforming into a blood-red afterimage that effortlessly evaded the giant bear's assault. While dodging, the blood-red longsword in Dracula's hand turned into a streak of crimson light, thrusting toward the giant bear's chest with lightning speed. As the blood light flashed, a muffled thud exploded against the giant bear's chest. Surprisingly, however, Dracula's seemingly surefire strike left only a shallow gash on the bear's chest, with hardly any blood flowing out. The giant bear possessed thick skin and tough flesh, boasting incredible defensive power. As a defensive summoned beast capable of acting as a secondary tank, its resilience was enough to drive any enemy to despair. A flicker of surprise crossed Dracula's eyes. He had clearly not expected the giant bear's defense to be so formidable. However, he quickly regained his composure and let out a cold laugh.
Interesting. But do you really think you can stop me with just this?
Before his voice had even faded, Dracula's form flickered again, turning into a series of blood-red afterimages that circled the giant bear, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Every strike landed precisely on the giant bear's existing wound. Although the damage from each individual hit wasn't high, Dracula's attack speed was simply too fast, causing the giant bear's health to drop at a rate visible to the naked eye. Despite Chigu's continuous healing from the side, the giant bear's health rapidly plummeted to near zero. On the other side, the battle between Lin Shi and Xu Xingjian had also reached a fever pitch. Xu Xingjian had spiraled into a complete frenzy with bloodshot eyes. He swung his greatsword, consumed by the sole desire to tear Lin Shi into 1,000 pieces. "Die!" he roared, his voice as hoarse as a wild beast's, filled with deep-seated hatred. Xu Xingjian gripped the greatsword with both hands, kicked off the ground violently, and his massive body actually began to spin rapidly like a top. As the rotation speed increased, the air around him began to fluctuate violently, and a powerful strength was rapidly condensing. Lin Shi felt a chill in his heart, realizing that Xu Xingjian was about to unleash a finishing move. Sure enough, in the next moment, a visible tornado rapidly formed with Xu Xingjian at its center and swept toward Lin Shi. Within the tornado, countless sharp sword energies raged like a torrential rainstorm, letting out terrifying whistles. And Xu Xingjian, standing as the eye of this storm, exuded a suffocating sense of pressure. This is Abomination Whirlwind Slash. Lin Shi recognized the skill at a glance, and his heart immediately sank. This skill deals continuous physical damage to all targets within range, and with every hit, the damage increases slightly. If he didn't dodge in time, even he would be absolutely unable to withstand such terrifying damage. "Everyone, get away from me!" Lin Shi immediately issued an order to his teammates. He knew that Xu Xingjian's hatred was currently focused entirely on him. The further away his teammates were, the safer they would be. His teammates also understood the danger of the moment and retreated one after another, creating distance from the battlefield. Lin Shi calmly observed the scene before him, knowing that a head-on collision was definitely not a wise move. The power of Abomination Whirlwind Slash was immense, its range was vast, and its duration was not short. Attempting a frontal breakthrough was nearly impossible. He had to calm down and search for a flaw in his opponent's technique to find an opportunity to counterattack. Lin Shi took a deep breath, adjusting his state to its peak. He began to weave back and forth across the open ground, using his agile movements to dodge the lethal streaks of sword energy. At the same time, he continuously observed Xu Xingjian's attack rhythm and the patterns of the tornado's changes, attempting to find a single opening. Time passed second by second, and Lin Shi continued to maneuver around the tornado, searching for the perfect moment to strike. He knew he would only get one chance. Now! Finally, Lin Shi seized an opportunity. He discovered that when Xu Xingjian's attack reached its peak, the rotation speed of the tornado would momentarily stall. That brief pause was his best chance. Lin Shi did not hesitate for a second. His figure flashed, passing through the gaps in the sword chi like a ghost, evading Xu Xingjian's fatal blow. At the same time, the white light from the lightsaber in his hand flared brilliantly, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, slashing fiercely toward Xu Xingjian's neck. Exclamation point! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a bright red number floated up from above Chu Xingjian's head. With this strike, Lin Shi directly triggered a critical hit, dealing massive damage to Chu Xingjian.
Put! Blood instantly spurted out.
Clutching his neck, Chu Xingjian let out a howl of agony as his massive body crashed to the ground.
What happened to me?
Chu Xingjian looked around blankly, completely unaware of what had transpired.
Chu Xingjian, you were controlled by Dracula 3. You almost killed Xiaoyu just now. Shigu couldn't help but roar in anger. What? I actually.
Upon hearing this, Chu Xingjian's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief.
I didn't do anything else, did I?
Chu Xingjian asked cautiously, terrified of hearing an answer from Xiaoyu that would cause him to break down.
Xiaoyu's pretty face flushed red, finding it difficult to speak.
Finally, Li, unable to watch any longer, gave a brief account of what had just happened. After listening, Chu Xingjian's face turned beet red, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
Xiaoyu, let me explain. I didn't mean to.
Chu Xingjian began to stammer out an explanation. He was utterly mortified. It was like a massive public execution of his social reputation.
You?
Xiaoyu blared at him huffily, but in the end, she didn't say anything too harsh.
Alright, now is not the time for this.
Lin Shi interrupted their conversation, his gaze turning icy as he looked toward Dracula 3, your turn. However, before everyone could react, Dracula 3 suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Ha, foolish insects.
Do you think you've won just like that? How naive.
Blood curse. Dracula 3 cast the blood curse once again, and this time, the target was aimed directly at Lin Shi.
Not good.
Xiaoyu let out a startled cry, but it was already too late to stop it. The crimson blood mist instantly enveloped Lin Shi, and everyone closed their eyes in despair. They knew how powerful Lin Shi was. If even he fell under control, they would truly have no way out but death.
Ah, despair, you lowly insects.
Dracula laughed maniacally, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. However, when the red mist dissipated, Lin Shi stood there perfectly fine, a playful smirk dancing on his lips.
Why are you unharmed?
Dracula 3 stared at Lin Shi in disbelief. His blood curse, which had never failed before, was actually ineffective against Lin Shi?
Why should anything be wrong with me?
Lin Shi looked at him with a faint, mocking smile.
Impossible. My blood curse cannot fail. Dracula roared.
Oh?
Is that so?
The smile on Lin Shi's face grew even wider. My life has been smooth sailing. I don't have any negative emotions for you to exploit. My life has been smooth sailing. I don't have any negative emotions for you to exploit. My life has been smooth sailing. I don't have any negative emotions for you to exploit. As he said this, Lin Shi wore a punchable grin, as if mocking Dracula. Your curse is nothing more than an itch to me. Dracula 3's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of panic flashing through his scarlet pupils. His foolproof blood curse had actually failed against this seemingly ordinary artificer? How could that be possible?
Impossible. My blood curse cannot fail.
Dracula 3 roared, his voice filled with indignation and rage.
Oh? Is that so? Then why don't you try this?
The smile on Lin Shi's face grew even wider. Before his voice even faded, Lin Shi's figure vanished instantly, reappearing right behind Dracula 3.
Not good.
Dracula 3 reacted lightning fast, spinning around instantly as the crimson blood mist billowed once more. This time, his target wasn't Lin Shi, but the others.
Don't even think about it.
Lin Shi had long expected this move and shouted ahead of time, interrupt his casting. Chu Xingjian, still feeling guilty for accidentally injuring Xiaoyu earlier, charged out without a second thought the moment he heard Lin Shi's command.
Savage charge.
With a roar, Chu Xingjian turned into a blur and slammed violently into Dracula 3.
Bang!
With a dull thud, Dracula 3 took the heavy blow to his chest. He staggered back several steps uncontrollably, his spell casting interrupted.
You wretched thing!
Dracula 3 steadied himself and glared viciously at Chu Xingjian. However, instead of rushing to attack, he quickly began chanting another incantation.
Summon Blood Rage. Following Dracula 3's incantation, a massive blood-colored magic circle materialized on the ground. A gigantic monster, drenched in blood, slowly crawled out from the center of the array. Name: Blood Rage Elite Monster. Level 30. HP: Mana 00. Physical attack 5000. Magic attack 0. Physical defense 3000. Magic defense 1000. Skills: Bloody Bite, Flesh Devour. Description: a loyal servant of Dracula 3, nurtured by the blood of countless vengeful spirits. It is bloodthirsty by nature and incomparably brutal. The appearance of Blood Rage was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking the entire space. Its massive frame stood over 3 meters tall, covered from head to toe in thick, blood-colored scales that emitted a nauseating, metallic stench. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs. A crimson tongue licked its lips, making a bone-chilling sound. Foul-smelling saliva, thick as venom, dripped from its mouth, corroding the ground and sending up plumes of pungent white smoke. Its crimson eyes, like 2 clusters of burning flames, locked onto Chu Xingjian as if it intended to swallow him alive. Facing such a terrifying monster, Chu Xingjian showed no sign of fear. Instead, his battle intent surged even higher. With a roar, his muscles tensed across his entire body, and his greatsword erupted into raging flames, resembling a blazing sun that illuminated the entire battlefield. He charged toward Blood Rage without hesitation, striking like a bolt of lightning as he closed the distance in an instant. Lin Shi, I'll hold off Blood Rage. You go kill Dracula. Chu Xingjian's voice rang in Lin Shi's ears like a thunderclap. Deal. Lin Shi didn't hesitate for a second. He gave Chu Xingjian a deep look before turning away resolutely, sprinting toward Dracula 3. He knew that while Chu Xingjian was powerful, taking on Blood Rage alone was still a massive strain. What he needed to do was eliminate Dracula 3 as quickly as possible so he could return to help Chu Xingjian. Lin Shi's figure turned into a streak of light, vanishing from his spot instantly. Space jump. When Lin Shi reappeared, he was already behind Dracula 3. What? Dracula 3 was struck with shock. He never imagined Lin Shi could possess such terrifying speed. Energy shield. Without a moment's delay, Lin Shi activated his energy shield, encasing himself in a solid layer of protection. You're asking for death. Dracula 3 let out a furious roar, his blood-red blade turning into an afterimage as it slashed violently toward Lin Shi. 5000. Lin Shi's energy shield shattered upon impact, yet there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. Spatial cleave. Lin Shi unleashed his skill at that exact moment. Swish. A rift in space appeared out of thin air in front of Dracula 3, engulfing him within it. Exclamation point. Dracula 3 let out a blood-curdling scream. His remaining 2/3 of health was halved instantly, leaving him with only. Lin Shi, on the other hand, was completely unharmed aside from his broken shield. How is this possible? Dracula 3 stared at Lin Shi in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He never imagined that he would be driven to such a desperate corner by an artificer. Nothing is impossible. Lin Shi said flatly, his voice dripping with mockery. No. I won't lose. I'm going to kill you. Dracula 3 looked like a madman, crimson energy surging frantically within his body. He attempted to unleash his ultimate move, Bloody Feast, in a final, desperate struggle. However, spatial cleave. How could Lin Shi possibly give him that chance? Swish. Another spatial rift appeared, swallowing Dracula 3 whole. This time, Dracula 3 had no chance to dodge. His entire being was torn to shreds by the spatial power, turning into ash and dissipating into the air. No! Dracula 3 let out an unwilling roar, and then, all fell silent. Roar! With the death of Dracula 3, the Blood Fury, which had been in a fierce battle with Chu Xingjian, also let out a roar of resentment. Its massive body dissolved into fragments of starlight and vanished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the final boss Dracula 3. Dungeon cleared. Clear time, 31 minutes 12 seconds. Rewards obtained, EXP plus, level increased to 14, gold plus, achievement points plus 1000, Dracula's Castle Dungeon Treasure Chest 3. At this moment, the system notification rang in everyone's ears. Lin Shi, who was originally on the verge of reaching level 13, jumped directly to level 14. A single dungeon run had boosted him by a full level and a half, while the other team members also saw increases of 1 to 2 levels. Phew! It's finally over. Fatigue was hard to hide on Li Yi's delicate face, but it was overshadowed by the relief of surviving a disaster. She let out a long sigh, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Yeah, we owe it all to Lin Shi this time. Thank you. Xia Yu walked gracefully toward Lin Shi, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. There was a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in her voice, as if she were still haunted by the narrow escape they had just experienced. It was nothing. Lin Shi said calmly, a casual smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Xia Yu's proud figure. Her exquisite curves, wrapped in a tight-fitting combat suit, appeared exceptionally alluring. Feeling Lin Shi's gaze, Xia Yu's pretty face flushed red, as if a rosy cloud had drifted onto her cheeks. She subconsciously took a step back, but a strange sensation inexplicably rose in her heart like an electric current coursing through her soul, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Lin Shi, we really owe you one this time. Otherwise, we would have been done for. I solemnly apologize for my previous offense. Xu Xingjian walked over to Lin Shi with a complicated expression. He patted Lin Shi firmly on the shoulder, his tone filled with gratitude and admiration. That's right, Lin Shi, you're amazing. How did you do it? Li Yi also approached, her beautiful eyes full of adoration as if she were looking at an idol. Her voice was brimming with curiosity and a thirst for answers. It was all right. Lin Shi didn't explain much, offering only a faint smile. TCH, look at you acting all cool. Seeing Lin Shi's smug demeanor, Xia Yu curled her lips. Her tone carried a hint of mock annoyance, but it felt more like intimacy, as if she were joking with a close friend. But jokes aside, Lin Shi, your strength is indeed formidable, much stronger than I previously anticipated. At that moment, Shigu sat down on the ground with a thud. While gulping down a recovery potion, he remarked with deep emotion, his voice full of respect and praise. Clearly, Lin Shi's strength had completely won him over. Brother Shigu, you flatter me. Lin Shi replied with a humble smile. Alright, everyone, take a moment to recover, then let's head upstairs quickly to see what kind of treasures are waiting for us. Xu Xingjian said impatiently, his voice filled with anticipation and excitement. Clearly, he could not wait to see exactly what treasures were hidden within Dracula 3's private vault. Yeah. The group nodded in agreement, their faces all wearing a hint of excitement and expectation. After all, who wouldn't want to obtain a rich reward from such a dangerous dungeon? Since the stage had been cleared, there were no longer any dangers upstairs. The group only restored a small portion of their status before eagerly making their way toward the upper floor. Their steps were light, as if all their fatigue had been swept away, replaced by a thirst for treasure. When they reached the third floor, a heavy iron door appeared before them. Intricate patterns were carved into the metal, giving it an ancient and mysterious look. Right in the center of the door, several large characters were written, Private Vault. Stepping onto the third floor felt as if they had walked straight into a paradise on Earth. Holy crap! This vampire's lair is actually quite stylish. Shigu couldn't help but curse as he stared at the magnificent, golden scene before him. There wasn't a hint of a dark or terrifying atmosphere here. It was practically a grand and palatial hall. Fist-sized night pearls were embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The floor was covered with soft, white animal hide carpets, making it feel like walking on clouds. In the center of the room, an exquisite fountain cheerfully sprayed jets of water. The sound of the water was crisp and pleasant, and the air was filled with a faint scent of roses that refreshed the mind and soul. This old geezer must have plundered a lot of good stuff. Chi Gu's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together impatiently,
wishing he could claim all the treasures for himself right then and there.
Deep in the room, rows of towering shelves came into view, lined with a dazzling array of treasures that shimmered with an alluring light under the glow of the night pearls. Oh my god! So many treasures! Xiaoyu let out a startled cry, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement. She hurried over to the shelves like a happy bird, lingering among the wide variety of items. This staff is so beautiful! Xiaoyu picked up a staff embedded with blue gemstones, stroking it affectionately with eyes full of love, wishing she could find a place to test its power immediately. This is definitely a high-quality item. It should boost spirit power quite a bit. Li Yi also walked over and spoke with a smile as she looked at the staff in Xiaoyu's hands. There was a hint of envy in her voice, as she clearly liked the beautifully crafted staff as well. Hee hee, lucky me! Xiaoyu giggled as she tucked the staff away in high spirits, looking at Lin Shi with a bit of a smug expression. Xu Xingjian darted back and forth between the shelves like a hungry wolf, searching for his target. He had no interest in those flashy, over-the-top gadgets. Only a sharp greatsword could provide him with a sense of security. Incredible attack power, moderate weight, you're the one. Xu Xingjian finally stopped in front of a heavy sword that was as tall as a person, his eyes filled with satisfaction. The heavy sword was pitch black throughout, its surface carved with intricate patterns. It was clearly no ordinary item. Qi Gu's objective was clear. He walked straight toward a pile of bottles and jars in the corner. Those vessels were carved from white jade and looked extremely valuable, meaning the contents inside were surely even more precious. It really is the essence blood of an ancient divine beast. Qi Gu opened a jade bottle, and a dense wave of energy instantly spread out. He laughed excitedly and tucked the bottle away as if he had found a priceless treasure. Lin Shi did not rush to pick out treasures like the others. His gaze swept across the shelves and finally rested on an inconspicuous wooden box in the corner. The wooden box looked very ancient, carved with complex patterns that exuded a mysterious aura. It seemed out of place among the glittering gold and silver treasures surrounding it, yet it happened to catch Lin Shi's eye. What is this? Lin Shi felt a stir in his heart. He stepped forward and reached out to open the wooden box. A strange wave of energy instantly rippled out. Inside the wooden box lay a crystal-clear blue gemstone. The gem emitted a soft glow, as if it possessed a life of its own, making one yearn to draw closer while simultaneously feeling a sense of awe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a space gem fragment. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Shi was startled. Could this gemstone be related to the legendary space gem? A space gem fragment? A storm of shock surged in Lin Shi's heart. If that were truly the case, the value of this gemstone would be immeasurable. System explained. The system explained, space gem fragments contain powerful spatial energy. They can be used for crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion of equipment to improve spatial attributes. They are also one of the primary materials for creating portals. Lin Shi took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and carefully stowed the space gem fragment away. He knew that this fragment would become a crucial trump card for him in the future. Lin Shi, what are you looking at? Seeing Lin Shi standing motionless in the corner, Xiaoyu walked over inquisitively, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Nothing, just some worthless little trinkets. Lin Shi gave a faint smile, closed the wooden box, and tossed it casually into his backpack as if it were truly an insignificant item. Cheapskate. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Lin Shi. Thinking he simply didn't want to share the treasure with her, she stomped her foot playfully, turned back to the shelves, and continued picking out her own treasures. Lin Shi watched Xiaoyu's retreating figure, a doting smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This girl really was quite adorable. Alright, is everyone about done picking? It's time for us to leave. Lin Shi clapped his hands and addressed the group. We're leaving already? Why not look around a bit more? What if there are other treasures? Li Yi said with some reluctance. She hadn't had her fill of exploring yet. Yeah, let us search a little longer. Qi Gu chimed in, wishing he could empty out the entire treasury. Everyone, don't forget why we came here.
Shu Xingjian took over from Lin Shi, speaking in a solemn tone, "Our mission is to find the eternal heart.
Only then can we return and complete the job for our employer.
If we don't find it, according to our agreement, all items found within the dungeon will belong to the employer."
Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed.
They finally remembered the purpose of this trip, immediately putting away their playful thoughts and nodding with serious faces.
"Let's move."
With a wave of his hand, Shu Xingjian led the way toward a large door at the far end of the room. He knew that Dracula's coffin was right behind that door. Pushing the door open, a waft of decay rushed toward them. The room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere was oppressive and hair-raising. In the center of the room sat a massive stone sarcophagus. It was carved with lifelike patterns of demons, menacing and terrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. Dozens of black candles were scattered around the sarcophagus, their wax long since dried. It was clear that no one had been here for a very long time.
Is this Dracula's coffin?"
Xia Yu's voice trembled slightly, clearly frightened by the sight before her.
"It should be the one."
Lin Shi took a deep breath, suppressed the unease in his heart, and slowly walked toward the sarcophagus.
"Be careful, I feel like something isn't right."
Li Yi tugged at the corner of Lin Shi's clothes and whispered, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Lin Shi gave Li Yi a reassuring look, signaling her not to worry, and then continued toward the sarcophagus. Standing before the stone coffin, Lin Shi carefully examined the carvings. These patterns were so lifelike that they seemed as if they might come to life at any moment, which was truly chilling.
Why is there a crack?"
Lin Shi suddenly discovered a tiny crack at the base of the sarcophagus.
Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in Lin Shi's mind. Was Dracula truly dead?
He slowly crouched down, pressing his ear against the crack to listen intently for any movement inside.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
From within the stone coffin came the sound of a beating heart.
No way, he's still alive? How is that possible? Didn't the system already announce the clear? Lin Shi's expression couldn't help but change.
He immediately turned around to tell the others about his discovery.
What?
The group was equally shocked upon hearing the news.
Everyone, prepare for battle.
Shu Xingjian reacted the fastest, immediately stepping between the coffin and the team. At the same time, he looked at Lin Shi and said, "Prepare to open the lid."
If he really isn't dead, then we'll just kill him again.
Lin Shi nodded and took a deep breath, cautiously pushing the coffin lid open. The sound of grinding stone echoed through the silent room.
Everyone stood ready to engage in combat at a moment's notice.
The moment the coffin was pushed completely open, everyone heard the sound of the heartbeat.
Just as everyone thought a fierce battle was about to erupt, Lin Shi suddenly relaxed.
He turned to the group and smiled, false alarm.
There's only a heart-shaped gem inside. This must be the heart of eternity the employer is looking for. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, everyone's tensed nerves finally relaxed.
Each of them let out a long sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Xia Yu patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "You scared me to death.
I thought that Boss Dracula was unkillable.
If he really revived, we'd be finished." As a priest, Chi Gu was naturally sensitive to life force. He stared curiously at the throbbing, heart-shaped gem and muttered to himself, "A gem that possesses life. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Truly miraculous, the world really is full of wonders."
Li Yi quickly walked over to Lin Shi's side and asked curiously, "Lin Shi, what are the attributes of this gem? It looks quite extraordinary."
Lin Shi smiled slightly, handed the gem to Li Yi, and said meaningfully, "Take a look and you'll see.
This gem is quite game-breaking." Li Yi took the gem and began to examine it closely.
The gem emitted a soft glow, and a warm yet powerful wave of energy radiated from it, inspiring a sense of awe.
Eternal heart. Type, special material. Grade, unique.
Description: a legendary gemstone forged by a master divine craftsman from the heart of a star. It possesses incredible magical power and is the key item required to craft a rebirth cross.
What? So the rebirth cross is made from an eternal heart?
After reading the description, Shigu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as if he were looking at something inconceivable. The others were also shocked by the description of the eternal heart. No wonder Lin Shi said it was game-breaking, so that was why. Reality is not a game, after all. Once an adventurer dies, they are truly dead, with no possibility of resurrection. The rebirth cross, however, is the only item in this world that can bring the dead back to life. Its preciousness can well be imagined. But up until now, no one has successfully managed the crafting, repair, enhancement, or fusion of a rebirth cross. In fact, most people don't even know what materials are needed to make one. At this moment, the eternal heart lay quietly in Li Yi's palm, emitting an alluring glow. Everyone glanced at one another, each seeing greed reflected in the other's eyes. If we take this item out and sell it, then for the rest of our lives, no, for several lifetimes, we would have endless wealth and glory. This thought appeared simultaneously in everyone's mind, lingering stubbornly. Ahem, everyone, it's time to head back and complete the mission. Lin Shi cleared his throat, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. He knew that while the eternal heart was precious, one must be alive to enjoy it. Then, let's go. The group reluctantly withdrew their gazes. They understood that greed is a devil, and they could not let themselves be blinded by the immediate profit before them. Passing through the third floor and arriving at the portal to the fourth, Lin Shi and the others entered one by one, leaving the dungeon. But just before Lin Shi left, he suddenly heard an eerie laugh echoing from within the castle. It sounded like mockery, yet also like a warning. Just as he was about to listen closely, he found that the sound had vanished. Lin Shi shook his head, thinking he had misheard. He stopped dwelling on it and stepped through the dungeon portal, returning to reality. With a flash of white light before their eyes, Lin Shi and the others returned to the real world. Phew, we finally made it out alive. This damn dungeon is really no place for humans. Shigu slumped onto the ground, speaking with lingering fear. Chu Xingjian also let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the heart of eternity in his hand as a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Mr. Wang stepped forward quickly. Seeing the five of them unscathed, his face was written with disbelief. You cleared it so quickly? He had originally thought this would be another fruitless venture. After all, he had sent people to explore this special dungeon several times before, and without exception, they had all failed. 2 teams had even been completely wiped out. Mr. Wang, you seem very surprised that we could make it out alive? Lin Shi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. His tone was flat, yet it made Mr. Wang feel a hint of pressure. Mr. Wang froze for a moment, then realized he had lost his composure. He quickly explained, "No, how could that be? I'm just amazed that you could clear the dungeon in such a short time. You have to know, previously with brother Lin Shi here, what's there to be surprised about?" Xiaoyu interrupted Mr. Wang with a proud look, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Shi. You are Lin Shi? That heaven-defying artificer? No wonder you looked familiar just now, it really is you. Mr. Wang looked at Lin Shi in astonishment. Little brother Lin, are you interested in joining us? We can meet any of your demands. Regarding compensation, just name your price. As long as you can come, everything is negotiable. Mr. Wang looked at Lin Shi with burning eyes, speaking in a sincere tone. The Wang family was considered one of the prominent families in the Dragon Kingdom, though not quite on par with the 7 great families. They weren't far behind. The wealthy and powerful Wang family had long wanted to recruit this heaven-defying artificer under their banner, but they simply never had the opportunity. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I'm still in school and am not considering such things for the time being. Lin Shi politely declined. A flash of disappointment crossed Mr. Wang's eyes, but he did not push further. He simply exchanged numbers with Lin Shi and said, Little brother Lin, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. If it's within my power to help, I certainly won't refuse. Lin Shi nodded, signaling his agreement. As agreed, Mr. Wang took only the Heart of Eternity and provided Chu Xingjian with 3 legendary items and 500,000 gold coins as compensation. Xu Xingjian took the spoils of war, walked up to Lin Shi, and handed him all 3 legendary items. Lin Shi, it's all thanks to you this time. You should take these pieces of equipment.
Do you really think an artificer would ever lack equipment?
Lin Shi looked at Xu Xingjian with a half smile. Xu Xingjian froze for a moment, then gave an embarrassed chuckle. Lin Shi was right, the one thing an artificer never lacked was equipment, as they could handle their own crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion.
Then, take these gold coins.
Xu Xingjian tried to press a portion of the gold coins into Lin Shi's hands.
No need, keep them for yourself.
Lin Shi waved his hand, declining Xu Xingjian's kindness. Seeing that Lin Shi genuinely didn't want them, Xu Xingjian stopped insisting. He distributed the equipment in gold among Qi Gu and Li Yi. After a few brief pleasantries, the 3 prepared to depart. Xu Xingjian walked up to Xia Yu and opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. He merely gave her a deep, lingering look before turning to leave. Qi Gu followed closely behind Xu Xingjian and departed as well. Lin Shi, let's go grab some food.
My treat.
Xia Yu said to Lin Shi with a beaming smile. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded.
Fantastic.
Xia Yu let out a cheer, grabbed Li Yi's hand, and left together with Lin Shi. On the way to the restaurant, Lin Shi opened the system panel to check his attributes.
Host Lin Shi.
Class, Artificer.
Level 14. Health, 1500. Mana, 1200. Physical defense, 600. Magic defense, 580. Strength 534. Constitution 600. Agility 590. Spirit 650. Class skills, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion, achievement. Active skills, spider silk equipment skill, space jump equipment skill, energy shield equipment skill, shadow strike equipment skill, dragon soul power equipment skill, spatial cleave equipment skill. Passive skills, tenacity equipment skill, resonance frequency equipment skill, plasma burn equipment skill, charged slash equipment skill, nightmare descent equipment skill, dragon soul protection equipment skill. Kinetic absorption equipment skill, matrix radar equipment skill. Equipment, plasma lightsaber, nightmare battle armor, spider queen's greaves, void ring, dragon soul ring, titanium external armor portable. System inventory, Heart of Vines, Blade of Venom, Mysterious Treasure Map X1, Blue Flame Gatling, Death's Call, Gale Boots, Focus Necklace, Vulcan's Rage Skill Book, Junior Health Potion X11, Junior Spirit Potion X17, Minor Strength Potion X4, Minor Spirit Potion X6, Minor Speed Potion X2, Inspection Potion X2, Space Gem Shard X1, Guardian's Shield, Spring of Life, Pitch Black Dagger, Thunder Longbow, Dungeon Treasure Chest X3. Achievement points. Overall evaluation, little trash, hurry up and level up. Level 14 now, just 6 levels away from level 20. Lin Shi thought to himself. He was very curious about what Lin Jintian was planning to do with him. Lin Shi closed the system panel and opened the dungeon chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a random blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a random blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a random blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1000 achievement points. Not bad luck. The corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. As for equipment, he had absolutely no need for anything other than divine artifacts. On the contrary, the more random blueprints, the better. Glancing at the messy equipment in his backpack and then at Xia Yu and Li Yi, an idea suddenly sparked in Lin Shi's mind. Since he couldn't use this equipment anyway and they would eventually just be sold for cash, it would be better to give them to Li Yi and Xia Yu to boost their strength. It would be a better use of resources. Lin Shi directly traded the Blade of Venom, Death's Call, Gale Boots, and the Necklace of Focus to Xia Yu. He then gave the Guardian's Shield, Spring of Life, Vulcan's Rage, and the Thunder Longbow to Li Yi. He only kept the Pitch Black Dagger, a short-bladed weapon.
At the same time, he spoke up, "Take these, use them for self-defense." Xia Yu and Li Yi were both stunned for a moment. They hadn't expected Lin Shi to give them such precious equipment. As a gift. This is too valuable, we can't accept it. Xia Yu hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, and Li Yi nodded in agreement. Just take it, I can't use them anyway. Consider it thanks for inviting me to grind the dungeon. Lin Shi stuffed the equipment into their hands. Xia Yu and Li Yi wanted to refuse again, but seeing the determination in Lin Shi's eyes, they stopped insisting. They accepted the equipment, though a strange wave of emotion welled up in their hearts. Let's go, time to eat. Lin Shi said with a smile, taking the lead towards the restaurant. Xia Yu and Li Yi glanced at each other and quickly followed. In the restaurant, Lin Shi, Xia Yu, and Li Yi sat by the window, chatting as they ate. Brother Lin Shi, are you really not going to Mr. Wang's family? That is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xia Yu asked. She's right, Lin Shi. With your abilities, you would definitely be able to fully showcase your talents if you went to Mr. Wang's place. Li Yi added, trying to persuade him. I know, but right now I just want to focus on my studies and improve my own strength. Besides, I have more important things to do. Lin Shi said with a smile. More important things? Xia Yu and Li Yi both looked at Lin Shi with curiosity, wondering what he was referring to. Lin Shi didn't explain. He simply gave a mysterious smile, picked up his glass, and drained it in one gulp. Just then, the restaurant door was suddenly pushed open. A group of burly men in black suits walked in, led by a tall man with a face full of scars and rugged features. He scanned the guests in the restaurant with a fierce and menacing gaze. Then, he strode purposefully toward the table where Lin Shi and the two girls were sitting. Lin Shi set down his glass and watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. Are they looking for trouble? Pardon the interruption, everyone. The lead bruiser spoke in a muffled, booming voice that seemed to vibrate from deep within his chest, carrying an aura of natural authority. Although he tried his best to appear polite, the underlying hardness in his tone and the oppressive pressure radiating from the group of black-clad men behind him made it impossible to ignore that they had come with ill intent. Lin Shi calmly set down his glass, his gaze composed as it swept across the group before finally landing on the scarred face of the leader. Can I help you? Lin Shi asked flatly, his voice devoid of any emotion. Miss Xia, Miss Li, the head of the family has ordered that the two of you return home immediately. The man ignored Lin Shi's question. His gaze bypassed Lin Shi and landed directly on Xia Yu and Li Yi, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hearing this, Lin Shi thought to himself, as expected. It seemed the identities of these two beauties were indeed far from simple, given the mention of a family head. A flicker of curiosity rose within him, and he observed Xia Yu and Li Yi with interest, wanting to see how they would respond. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu's face darkened. She slammed her chopsticks onto the table with a sharp clack, her voice laced with clear displeasure. Go back? Go back for what? I'm having a great time, I don't have time to go back. Li Yi also set down her wine glass and chimed in, exactly, we finally managed to get out for a trip, and we haven't had enough fun yet. Seeing that the two young ladies were unwilling to cooperate and even showed some resistance, the expressions of the burly men from the two families turned sour. They were acting on orders. If they couldn't bring them back, they wouldn't be able to account for it upon their return. The leader of the burly men hardened his tone slightly. Miss Xia, Miss Li, please do not make things difficult for us. Xia Yu was clearly someone who could be persuaded by kindness but would resist force. Hearing the man's unfriendly tone, her temper flared. She stood up abruptly, leaning her hands on the table and glaring at him without backing down. If I'm not going back, I'm not going back. What's the big deal? Li Yi also stood up, stepping in front of Xia Yu, and said with annoyance, Gosh, you guys are so annoying. We finally got out, can't you just let us relax for once? Seeing the two ladies' resolute attitude, a flash of helplessness crossed the lead man's eyes. He knew he would likely have to play his trump card. He took a deep breath, his voice remaining devoid of emotion. Miss Xia, this is from the head of the family for you. Please take a look. With that, he calmly pulled a gold card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Xia Yu picked up the card suspiciously. After a quick glance, her expression changed instantly. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally let out a sigh. "Fine, I understand.
Brother Linshi, I'm so sorry, I have to head home. Let's hang out again next time."
She turned to look at Linshi, her face full of apology.
"It's fine, go ahead back. We'll make plans for next time,"
Linshi said with a smile, showing no surprise at Xiaoyu's background.
After all, everyone has their secrets. Xiaoyu wanted to say something more, but Li Yi grabbed her and whispered a few words in her ear. "Really?"
Xiaoyu's eyes widened, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Li Yi nodded with a mysterious smile on her face.
"Brother Lin Shi, then I'm heading back first. I'll come find you as soon as I'm free." Only then did Xiaoyu stand up reluctantly and speak to Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded, watching Xiaoyu and Li Yi leave the restaurant with the burly men.
It wasn't until their figures vanished from sight that Lin Shi withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, "It seems these two have quite the background." After returning to the villa, Lin Shi couldn't wait to open the system panel and use the 3 random blueprint papers.
Entirely. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for learning the crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion of Wrath of Thunder.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have learned to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse basic gene modification potion, but.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for learning the crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion of nanomedical bots. As the system notification sounded, 3 more icons were activated on the crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion interface. Lin Shi eagerly began to inspect these 3 newly added items available for crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion.
First is the Wrath of Thunder, a consumable special grenade capable of discharging high-voltage electricity.
Its damage is average, but it can paralyze enemies within its range. In actual combat, it can be used as a CC item to interrupt an opponent's spellcasting. Upon seeing the instructions for the basic gene potion, Lin Shi's eyes immediately lit up. He discovered that this potion could actually permanently increase the user's base attributes by 5 points. However, the only drawback was the usage limit. Each person could only use 10 vials, and the attribute increased was randomized, meaning one could not choose which stat to boost. Even so, it was already incredibly heaven-defying. So far, he had never heard of any potion that could permanently increase attribute values. If I could produce a batch of these, wouldn't I strike it rich? Lin Shi thought to himself. This kind of potion held an unparalleled attraction for all adventurers, especially those with low talent values. After all, the level of one's talent determines the attribute points gained per level up. Take Lin Shi for example. His SSS grade talent allowed him to gain 10 points of spirit power every time he leveled up, whereas the lowest F grade only granted a single point per level. Furthermore, if he produced a sufficient quantity, it meant he could build a powerful army. No, the impact of this thing is no less than that of a nuclear bomb. I need to plan this carefully. Lin Shi shook his head decisively, abandoning the somewhat absurd thought he just had. He turned his gaze toward the final item, the nanomedical bots. Like the Wrath of Thunder, this item was a consumable. Once activated, the nanomedical bots could repair the user's injuries, restoring 10% of maximum health per second, with a total of 100 uses. With this item, it was equivalent to carrying a temporary priest around. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and finally decided to use his free crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion attempt to craft, repair, enhance, or fuse a batch of nanobots. System, use the free attempt to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse the nanomedical bots. Ding! Nanomedical bots crafting, repair, enhancement, and fusion complete. Would you like to equip them? Yes. As Lin Shi issued the command, he noticed the small circular metal ball in his hand slowly dissolve and finally vanish. At the same time, a new buff appeared on his status interface. Nanomedical bots, restores 10% HP per second. Remaining uses, 100. Closing the system panel, Lin Shi suddenly remembered that there was still a level 15 dungeon at the dungeon hall he hadn't cleared today. His top priority now was to reach level 20 as quickly as possible and then go find Lin Jintian.
It's a waste to just leave it there without clearing it. In that case, I might as well go.
She felt a stir of motivation and decided to head to the dungeon hall to take a look.
9 p.m., dungeon hall.
Since it was already quite late, there weren't many people in the dungeon hall, only a few scattered players still forming parties to clear dungeons. This allowed Shi to breathe a small sigh of relief.
He had been truly spooked by the overwhelming enthusiasm of his classmates earlier today.
Shi scanned the dungeon list and walked straight toward the level 15 dungeon, the Witch's Forbidden Land.
Ding!
Detected that the host is approaching the portal to the Witch's Forbidden Land dungeon.
Would you like to enter? Enter. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Hell mode. Ding!
Detected that the host has entered the Witch's Forbidden Land dungeon.
Current difficulty, Hell. Dungeon objective, slay the final boss, the Madden Sorceress. Dungeon time limit, 60 minutes. Good luck, host. A second later, Shi's figure vanished from the dungeon hall.
The moment he stepped into the dungeon, a chilling aura swept over him. Before him lay a forest shrouded in thick fog mist so dense it blotted out the sky, making it impossible to see one's own hand. It felt as if an invisible, colossal beast were lurking within, making the air feel suffocating. Shi walked alone along the rugged, winding path. A thick layer of rotting leaves had accumulated beneath his feet, emitting a sharp crunching sound with every step that felt jarringly loud in the silent forest. The surrounding trees twisted their branches like clawing demons, casting vast shadows that seemed ready to lunge forward and swallow him whole at any moment. Eerie whispers drifted through the thick fog from time to time, sending shivers down his spine, their source impossible to discern. Suddenly, the piercing caw of a crow shattered the silence. Shi jerked his head up to see a pitch-black crow flying low over his head. Its crimson eyes were fixed intently on him, filled with what seemed like deep-seated hatred and malice.
The crow's cry echoed through the dense mist, lingering for a long time and adding a layer of dread to the already gloomy forest.
Watching the crow disappear into the distance, Shi couldn't help but mutter to himself, "No wonder they say cowards shouldn't enter this dungeon.
It really is something.
If that girl Xiaoyu were here, she'd probably be screaming her head off by now."
With that, Shi headed deeper into the trail.
The heavy mist felt like cold hands, attempting to slip under Shi's collar and sap the warmth from his body. Gusts of chilling wind blew past, carrying the scent of rotting leaves and damp earth, making one instinctively want to cover their nose and mouth.
This godforsaken place, why does it smell like moldy corpses?
Shi muttered under his breath, reaching up to cover his nose.
The surrounding trees were gnarled together as if performing some grotesque dance.
Occasionally, drops of an unknown liquid fell from the branches, the sound of their impact unnervingly clear in the silent woods. Before he had gone much further, Shi suddenly heard the frantic flapping of wings from above. He looked up to see a massive swarm of black bats diving straight toward him. These bats were enormous, nearly half the height of a person. Their blood-red eyes shimmered with an eerie light through the fog, and their sharp fangs were bared, sending a chill down one's spine. Name: blood-sucking Cyclops Bat Common Monster.
Level 15. HP: MP, 300. Physical attack, 1200. Magic attack, 800. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 500.
Skills: Sonic Attack, Bloodthirsty Berserk. Description: ferocious creatures that dwell in darkness year-round.
Their most defining feature is their single eye.
They can emit sharp sonic attacks, and once injured, they enter a berserk state that significantly boosts their attack power.
Perfect.
Shi licked his lips and then gave a stylish snap of his fingers. Suddenly, a steel behemoth shaped like a scorpion appeared by his side. It was none other than the self-propelled electromagnetic cannon he had previously finished crafting, repair, enhancement, fusion. At the same time, over a dozen giant bats flapped their rotting fleshy wings, diving toward Shi with piercing screeches. Their massive single eyeballs emitted an eerie green light, and a nauseating stench of decay wafted toward him.
Detecting the incoming enemies, the barrels of the electromagnetic cannon quickly adjusted their orientation. Bang! A dazzling flash of lightning sliced through the thick fog, striking the swarm of bats with devastating strength. ZZZZT. The crackling sound of electric currents echoed through the woods. Several bats that failed to dodge in time were instantly pierced by arcs of electricity, their severed limbs flying through the air accompanied by the smell of charred flesh. The remaining bats were terrified by the sudden attack and scattered in all directions. However, the electromagnetic cannon's attack range of up to 1,000 meters turned those bats into nothing more than charred corpses one by one. Successfully killed bloodthirsty one-eyed bat, EXP plus 300, Batwing X4. Successfully killed bloodthirsty one-eyed bat, EXP plus 300, Rotting Eyeball X1. Successfully killed bloodthirsty one-eyed bat, EXP plus 300, Rotting Eyeball X1. Successfully killed bloodthirsty one-eyed bat, EXP plus 300, Batwing X2. After dealing with these bats, he continued deeper into the forest. Along the way, he encountered several more waves of monster attacks, but all were easily handled. Just then, Lin Shi suddenly let out a surprised "A" and immediately commanded the self-propelled cannon to stop advancing. He looked ahead warily. The thick fog gradually dissipated, revealing a clearing ahead. The clearing was overgrown with various bizarre plants. Their colors were incredibly vibrant, yet they emitted a nauseating stench of rot. But among these plants, a certain group of flowers was particularly eye-catching. Each of these flowers was nearly 2 meters tall. Their petals were lined with sharp teeth, and a viscous liquid flowed from the stamens, emitting a dizzying fragrance. Name: Alluring Man-Eating Flower, Common Grade Monster. Level 15. HP: Mana Points 500. Physical Attack 1800. Magic Attack 100. Physical Defense 600. Magic Defense 600. Skills: Bloody Pollen, Flesh Siphon. Description: It appears to be a harmless flower, but once you are dazed by its pollen, you will become its next meal. Tisk, interesting. Lin Shi looked at the man-eating flower's attributes and couldn't help but click his tongue. He was somewhat surprised, as these monsters hadn't shown up on the Matrix radar. Could it be that these monsters are passive attackers? Lin Shi speculated inwardly. Is it because they are only considered a threat once you enter their attack range that the radar didn't display them? Thinking of this, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough not to act rashly, otherwise, he might have fallen into the trap of these man-eating flowers. It seems I'll have to test them out first. Having made up his mind, Lin Shi decided to start with a long-range probe. Electromagnetic cannon, attack over there. Since the radar hadn't locked onto a target, Lin Shi had to operate manually, aiming at one of the man-eating flowers. Thud! An electromagnetic energy shell whistled out, carrying destructive energy as it slammed violently into the flower's petals. However, the result was beyond Lin Shi's expectations. 0. After a series of crackling sounds, Lin Shi received a system notification: 0 damage. 0? Lin Shi frowned slightly, finding it somewhat unbelievable. How is this possible? Logically speaking, even if he couldn't break through the defense, it should have dealt a mandatory 1 point of damage. How could there be no damage at all? Perplexed, he carefully reviewed the man-eating flower's attributes once more, trying to find an answer. Usually just an ordinary flower? Lin Shi mulled over the sentence repeatedly until a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. I see, so that's how it is. He finally figured out what was going on and fully understood why the radar hadn't scanned it earlier. The reason was that a man-eating flower that has not entered its attack range is merely an ordinary flower, much like the trees by the roadside or the moon in the sky. It is simply part of the dungeon's background rather than a true monster. Only after a man-eating flower is activated will it reveal its monster characteristics and be recognized by the system as a target for attack. Looks like I'll have to do this myself. Since long-range attacks were ineffective, Lin Shi decided to change his strategy, take the initiative, and eliminate these man-eating flowers at close quarters. He withdrew the self-propelled cannon into his backpack and took a deep breath, preparing to end the battle quickly. Space jump! Lin Shi muttered inwardly, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the first man-eating flower. Rustle, rustle, rustle.
Sensing prey approaching, the man-eating flower's closed petals slowly unfurled and twisted toward Linshi, as foul-smelling pollen began to drift out. Space cut. Having prepared for this, Linshi immediately released his skill. A spatial rift appeared out of thin air, enveloping the man-eating flower. In a blur of light and shadow, the man-eating flower was sliced into pieces, and a large amount of foul-smelling sap splattered in all directions. Successfully killed the enchanting man-eating flower, EXP plus 300, man-eating flower fruit X5. In this manner, Linshi used himself as bait to wake the man-eating flowers and then used Space Cut to kill them, fighting his way across the clearing. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, various traps began to appear in endless succession. Bear traps hidden under fallen leaves, hair-trigger poison arrows, and boulders falling from the sky all attempted to claim Linshi's life. Unfortunately, these traps had nowhere to hide before Linshi's matrix radar. He would either use the blue flame Gatling to detonate the traps or use a space jump to teleport directly to a safe location, giving the traps no chance at all. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the thick fog ahead finally began to dissipate, revealing a sea of blood-red flowers. They were vast patches of equinox flowers, blooming seductively in the dark forest. At the end of the sea of flowers stood an ancient castle, its black spires soaring into the clouds as if trying to pierce the heavens. The area surrounding the castle was permeated with a nauseating stench of rot that made one want to gag. Having pushed through all obstacles, Linshi finally reached the core area of the witch's forbidden land, where the final boss, the Madden Witch, awaited him inside that castle. Finally, I'm about to meet the real deal. Linshi took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the lightsaber, and strode toward the castle with purposeful steps. The castle gates seemed to have fallen into disrepair over many years. With a gentle push from Linshi, they let out a long creak and slowly swung open. An even thicker stench of rot wafted toward him, mingled with the smell of blood and an indescribable, eerie odor that made Linshi frown involuntarily. The interior of the castle was dimly lit, and the walls were covered with all sorts of bizarre murals depicting grotesque creatures and hair-raising ritualistic scenes. Linshi cautiously made his way through a long corridor until he reached a vast, empty hall. In the center of the hall, an old woman wearing a black robe and a pointed hat stood with her back to him, chanting some kind of incantation in a low voice. On the floor in front of her was a massive magic circle, and in the center of that circle lay a skeletal corpse. So this is the Madden Witch? Linshi sized up the old woman, secretly on high alert. Suddenly, the old woman spun around, revealing a face full of wrinkles yet unnaturally pale. Within her eyes flickered an eerie red light as she stared fixedly at Linshi, her voice hoarse and shrill. "Who is it? Who dares to intrude upon my domain?" "I." Before Linshi could even speak, he saw the old woman suddenly extend a finger, pointing directly at him. Then, she screamed sharply, "It's you! It's you! The one who killed my son!" Hearing this, Linshi was instantly stunned, looking at her with total confusion while thinking to himself. "Your son? Who's that?" Linshi grumbled internally but kept a straight face, retorting, "Old hag, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. I only entered this dungeon today. Where would I have gone to kill your son?" Upon hearing this, the red light in the Madden Witch's hollow eye sockets flared brilliantly, and her shrill voice nearly pierced Linshi's eardrums. "You shameless little thief! You stole my soul diamond, and dare to quibble! My son was brutally murdered by you while trying to reclaim the diamond. I will make you pay for his blood in kind." It suddenly dawned on Linshi this crazy woman had mistaken him for the enemy who killed her son. No wonder she was out for blood the moment they met. He laughed inwardly. This witch was indeed profoundly mad. He hadn't even seen her son, let alone killed him. However, since this crazy hag was convinced he was the killer, there was no point in trying to reason with her. Linshi decided to strike first. Without hesitation, he activated Matrix Radar, and the witch's attribute panel was immediately laid bare. Name, Madden Witch Lord Tier Boss. Level 25. HP. Mana. Physical attack, 500. Magic attack, 8000. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 15,000. Skills, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, Ice Spike, Polymorph, teleportation, life exchange, curse, weakness, curse, confusion, curse, slowness, curse, fear. Description: a powerful female wizard leader possessing world-shattering magic strength and a variety of unpredictable curse skills. However, following the death of her son, her thoughts have become extreme, and her spirit has become unstable. With such high magic defense, it seems a head-on confrontation isn't the way to go. Lin Shi muttered to himself, this old hag's magic defense was simply ridiculous. He estimated his attack power wouldn't even be able to break through her defense. However, Lin Shi also discovered the sorceress's weakness: her physical defense was pitifully low. It was only 300. It seemed he had to find a way to launch a close-quarters attack. Lin Shi decided to utilize his agility advantage to strike at close range and end the battle quickly. He gripped the light sword in his hand, activated his space jump skill, and instantly appeared in front of the sorceress, swinging his sword down toward her head. However, at the very moment the light sword was about to strike the sorceress, her figure eerily vanished from the spot. Teleportation? As expected, this witch seems to know her own weakness, so she's been on guard all along. Lin Shi sighed inwardly, decisively activated his energy shield, and simultaneously searched for the sorceress's figure with vigilance. The next second, the sorceress appeared at the other end of the hall, her cold voice echoing through the empty chamber. "Foolish thief, did you really think you could escape my grasp?" Before the words even finished hanging in the air, a bolt of black light shot from the sorceress's hand, striking Lin Shi instantly. It was so fast that Lin Shi had no time to react at all. Ding! You have been affected by life exchange. Your HP is continuously decreasing. As the system notification rang out, Lin Shi felt an eerie strength invade his body. Immediately after, he discovered that his HP had begun to drop frantically at a rate of 1,000 points per second. What the hell is this? Lin Shi frowned slightly and hurriedly checked his status. Beneath his HP bar, a red countdown timer had appeared. Life exchange, time remaining, 59 seconds. This debuff actually lasts for a whole minute. Lin Shi cursed inwardly. By this calculation, he was set to lose a total of 60,000 HP. Due to the presence of his energy shield, Lin Shi's actual health didn't decrease, but the shield's energy value was plummeting at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's useless. In the face of my life exchange, all your healing is in vain. The sorceress shrieked with laughter, activated her teleportation again, and appeared behind Lin Shi. Die! A bolt of black lightning shot from her hand, aimed straight for the back of Lin Shi's heart. Boom! Even though Lin Shi's reaction was fast enough to immediately cast Space Leap, he was still struck by the lightning. Fortunately, his energy shield could absorb over 50,000 points of damage, otherwise, he would be dead by now. Ha, your energy is draining fast, isn't it? My life exchange can even devour energy itself. The sorceress laughed maniacally, as if she could already see Lin Shi's impending death. Damn it, how is this crazy woman so troublesome? Lin Shi cursed under his breath, dodging her attacks while simultaneously brainstorming a countermeasure. The two flickered constantly within the cramped room, teleportation spells and curses intertwining in a scene of utter chaos. I can't keep this up, I have to find a way to break this curse. Lin Shi felt a surge of anxiety, yet he remained without a single lead. Calm down. Lin Shi forced himself to remain calm, carefully observing the movement patterns of the crazed witch. He noticed that every time the crazed witch used teleportation, the magic circles on the floor would light up. I see, these magic circles are the key to the teleportation. Lin Shi's heart stirred as a bold idea formed in his mind. He deliberately exposed a weakness, luring the crazed witch toward the magic circle on the eastern side of the room. Die, you little brat! Thinking Lin Shi had made a mistake, the crazed witch impatiently activated her teleportation, intending to strike him down. However, at the very moment she teleported, the corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled upward slightly. You fell for it. The instant the witch's figure reappeared, the prepared Lin Shi immediately activated his skill, Spatial Cleave. The witch's health points instantly plummeted by a significant chunk. Swish! Having taken damage, the witch teleported once again to the other end of the room. She let out a shrill scream, her voice filled with rage and terror. Damned insect! How dare you! Her originally aged face was now even more twisted and hideous. Her eyes were bloodshot, looking as if they might pop out of their sockets. But Lin Shi, having already figured out the pattern, gave the witch no room to breathe. Almost at the same moment she appeared, Lin Shi used Blink to arrive right beside her. Spatial Cleave was activated once more. After just 2 attacks, the witch's health was down to 50%. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are too naive. My precious son will avenge me. Sensing that her life was in danger, the witch howled frantically. She began chanting incantations, and the magic circle in the center of the room glowed brilliantly. The white bones scattered on the floor actually began to regrow flesh and blood. What the hell? Lin Shi was startled, finally realizing that the true effect of life swap wasn't a simple transfer of life, but transferring the target's vitality into other creatures. To think this witch would actually use such wicked magic to resurrect her. Son! Die! All of you, just die! The witch had completely descended into madness. She commanded those half-human, half-bone monsters to lunge toward Lin Shi. Damn it, crazy hag! Lin Shi cursed under his breath. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. He had to end this quickly. Taking a deep breath, his gaze turned sharp. The light blade in his hand erupted with a dazzling glow, as if it were about to illuminate the entire room. Spatial Cleave. Lin Shi's figure transformed into a streak of light, appearing instantly before the witch. The sharp light blade sliced through the air, slashing ruthlessly into her body. Exclamation point! A massive damage number popped up above the witch's head. She let out a shrill, piercing scream as the light blade tore a gaping wound across her body. However, the witch's vitality was unnaturally resilient. Despite sustaining such a severe injury, she did not fall. Instead, she pushed her magic even more frantically. Kill him! Kill him for me! Those half-human, half-bone monsters became even more berserk, attacking Lin Shi with localized frenzy, trying to tear him to pieces. Humph, insignificant tricks! Lin Shi let out a cold snort. He nimbly dodged the monster's attacks, his light blade swinging continuously, slicing monster after monster in half. But there were simply too many of them, and their life force was disturbingly tenacious. Even when severed by Lin Shi, they would quickly reassemble and resume their assault. Damn it! Just how many sons does this crazy hag have? Lin Shi cursed internally as he fought. He knew this couldn't go on. He had to take down the witch as soon as possible. His gaze swept across the room. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the magic circle in the center, and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. Let's give it everything! Lin Shi gritted his teeth and made a decision. Ignoring the monster's attacks, he charged straight for the witch. He had to eliminate her completely before she could fully recover. Space jump! Lin Shi activated his skill and instantly appeared in front of the witch. His light blade, carrying a fierce killing intent, thrust toward her heart. No! The witch let out a desperate howl. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. Lin Shi's attack speed was so fast she couldn't react in time. Exclamation point! A shocking damage number rose from the witch's head. Her body trembled violently for a moment, and then she slowly collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the final boss, the Mad Sorceress. Dungeon cleared. Clear time, 9 minutes 1 second. Rewards, EXP plus, Gold plus, Achievement points plus 200, which is Forbidden Land Dungeon Chest X1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully setting a new clear record for the Witch's Forbidden Land Dungeon. Achievement points plus 1000, Secret Chest X1 obtained. As the system notification rang out, the sorceress's body dissolved into starlight and vanished into the air. The magic circle in the center of the room dimmed, and the half-human, half-skeletal monsters ceased their attacks, collapsing into piles of white bone. Phew! Lin Shi let out a long sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. He had won, but it had been a perilously close victory. He glanced down at his status. His HP had dropped by half, his energy shield had only a third remaining, and his clothes were shredded in several places from the monster's claws, leaving him looking quite disheveled.
Is this dungeon really this hard to grind? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come.
Lin Shi grumbled to himself. As he walked toward a corner of the room where a chest sat, the sorceress's treasure chest. He opened the chest to find a black crystal ball lying quietly inside. A sinister red light pulsed within the sphere, as if something were flowing inside it.
What is this thing?
Lin Shi picked up the crystal ball curiously. At that moment, the sphere suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, completely enveloping him.
Oh no!
Startled, Lin Shi tried to throw the crystal ball away, but found he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as he was swallowed by the crimson glow. When the red light faded, Lin Shi had vanished from the room, leaving behind only the empty chamber and the bones scattered across the floor. After the blinding red light dissipated, Lin Shi found himself standing inside an ancient stone tower. The interior of the tower was vast, with walls carved in intricate runes, and the air was thick with an ancient, mysterious aura.
Where is this now?
Lin Shi looked around, his heart filled with doubt. Before he could examine his surroundings more closely, the system notification rang in his ear once again.
Ding!
Detected that the host has entered the Wizard's Tower dungeon.
Current difficulty, Hell. Dungeon objective, escape successfully. Dungeon time limit, 30 minutes. Good luck, host.
The string of system notifications left Lin Shi stunned for a moment, but a playful smile soon appeared on his face.
A hidden dungeon, huh? Now this is interesting.
Lin Shi never expected that clearing the Witch's Forbidden Land would actually trigger a hidden dungeon. He had run plenty of dungeons before, but he had never encountered a situation like this. The trigger conditions for hidden dungeons were usually extremely demanding, and some were even downright bizarre. However, once you entered a hidden dungeon and successfully cleared it, you could obtain rare items or materials that couldn't be found in ordinary or even special dungeons. For Lin Shi, this was an unexpected windfall. The clear conditions for the Wizard Tower dungeon were simple. There were 9 floors in total, with a boss guarding each floor. As long as you defeated all the bosses, you cleared the dungeon. This requirement would be difficult for others, but for Lin Shi, it posed no challenge at all. Even the final boss of the Witch's Forbidden Land dungeon had been taken down by him. How much harder could this hidden dungeon possibly be? Moreover, he excelled most at one-on-one arena-style battles, making this dungeon's objective feel as if it were tailor-made for him.
Let's make this quick.
Lin Shi muttered to himself, then gripped the lightsaber in his hand and headed deep into the stone tower. As expected, every floor's guardian boss was nothing more than a pushover to Lin Shi. He didn't even need to warm up, he simply steamrolled his way through, reaching the top of the Wizard Tower with overwhelming force.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing the dungeon.
Rewards obtained, EXP plus, achievement points plus 1000. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title Grand Wizard, achievement points plus 500.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wizard's secret key. A series of system notifications significantly lifted Lin Shi's mood. He opened the system panel to check his newly acquired rewards. Title, Grand Wizard. Attributes, Spirit plus 100. Description, only the most powerful wizards can successfully reach the summit of the Wizard Tower and earn the title of Grand Wizard.
Spirit plus 100? That's equivalent to leveling up 10 times. Not bad at all.
Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward the wizard's secret key. Name, Key to the Gates of the Wizard Academy. Description, used to open the sealed Wizard Academy.
Wizard Academy?
Where is that? Lin Shi looked at the key's description and was momentarily speechless.
This introduction was far too brief, it didn't even provide coordinates. How was he supposed to find it?
However, he still had 2 remaining entries for the Witch's Forbidden Land dungeon, and Lin Shi planned to clear them first. He would deal with the rest once he got back to the villa.
15 minutes later.
As the free attempts for the Witch's Forbidden Land were exhausted, Lin Shi successfully reached level 15. After returning to the villa, Lin Shi began browsing through information regarding the Wizard Academy. Sitting on the sofa, he opened his laptop and started searching for information about the Wizard Academy, but found nothing.
Could this thing be some kind of ancient ruin? How is there not a single clue?
Lin Shi ruffled his hair in frustration.
Suddenly, something clicked, and his eyes lit up.
Right, that girl Xiaoyu seems to have a lot of knowledge about these strange things.
Maybe she knows something. Lin Shi immediately sent Xiaoyu a message. Are you busy? I wanted to ask you something.
About 10 minutes passed before Xiaoyu replied.
What is it?
This young lady is very busy.
Can't you see I'm clearing a dungeon? Do you know where the Wizard Academy is?
Lin Shi asked directly.
Why are you asking about that?
Xiaoyu's reply came quickly, her tone full of surprise.
Take a guess?
Lin Shi teased her on purpose.
Humph. Fine, don't tell me then. I don't want to tell you anyway.
Xiaoyu sent a tsundere emoji. Ha, I obtained the key to the Wizard Academy gates. Lin Shi said with a smile.
Really?
Xiaoyu's message was followed by a shocked emoji.
It's for real.
Lin Shi replied.
Wow, brother Lin Shi, you're amazing.
You actually managed to get a key to a special dungeon.
Xiaoyu's tone was filled with the adoration?
Or rather, she was ogling him through her words.
Alright, enough nonsense. Just tell me. Once I find the location, I'll take you along to grind it.
Lin Shi stopped shooting the breeze with Xiaoyu.
Great, sounds good. Brother Lin Shi, hold on a second. Let me look for it. Xiaoyu went silent after sending that message.
Lin Shi wasn't in a hurry either. He sat in front of his computer and started searching on his own. About 20 minutes later, Xiaoyu finally sent another message. In the message, Xiaoyu didn't state the location of the Wizard Academy directly, but instead sent an image. The image showed an ancient clock tower with a line of small text next to it. When the midnight bell tolls, the academy gates shall open.
The midnight bell.
Lin Shi stared at the clock tower in the picture and fell into deep thought. He felt like he had seen this tower somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Opening the mapping software on his computer, Lin Shi began to scan through it bit by bit, relying on his fuzzy memory. Although he didn't know the exact location, he was certain of one thing: the clock tower was somewhere near the capital. After some searching, Lin Shi finally confirmed that the clock tower was located in the southern suburbs of the capital. I'll head over first to check out the situation. Lin Shi decided to visit the clock tower in person tonight to investigate. As night fell, Lin Shi changed into a set of black night gear and quietly left the villa. Following the clues provided by Xiaoyu, Lin Shi quickly found the ancient clock tower from the picture. The clock tower was situated within an abandoned industrial zone on the outskirts of Sunlight City, surrounded by overgrown weeds and a scene of desolation and decay. Lin Shi cautiously approached the bell tower, only to find the main gates tightly shut, secured by a rusted iron padlock.
Space jump.
Lin Shi used his skill to leap directly into the factory, pressing forward until he finally arrived beneath the bell tower.
Now, I just have to wait for midnight.
Lin Shi checked the time. There were still over 30 minutes to go. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground and began browsing the system. Shortly after,
clang! 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 The midnight bells began to toll.
A scene resembling a mirage appeared before Lin Shi. The midnight chimes echoed through the silent factory district like whispers from another world. Lin Shi snapped his eyes open, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through the mist before him. The vision in front of him began to warp, ripples like water appearing and shifting until they finally formed a massive light screen. A colossal, illusory archway slowly coalesced within the light screen. The archway was constructed from unknown black stones, its surface carved with eerie runes that emitted a faint green glow like a gaze from the abyss. It was enough to make one's skin crawl. Inside the archway, Gothic architectural clusters were faintly visible, their towering spires piercing the clouds. Ancient and mysterious runes shimmered on the buildings, as if recounting forgotten chapters of history. Beyond that, there were islands floating in the sky, plants emitting various colored lights, and bizarre creatures. It was a scene of pure fantasy. Is this
The Wizard Academy?
Lin Shi muttered to himself, his eyes filled with wonder.
The vision lasted for only a few brief seconds before shattering like a bubble. The bell tower returned to its usual dilapidated state, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But Lin Shi knew it was no illusion. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and stepped toward the eerie archway. Ding! The system's voice echoed in his mind, detected that host has arrived at the entrance of the special dungeon Wizard Academy. Enter now? No. Lin Shi declined without hesitation. After all, he had promised Xiaoyu they would clear the dungeon together. He couldn't exactly stand the girl up, could he? After confirming the location of the Wizard Academy, Lin Shi didn't linger any longer and used space jump to return directly to his villa. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lin Shi woke up from his slumber in a daze, only to find a wave of clamor coming from outside the window, making his head throb with pain. What's going on? Rubbing his bleary eyes, Lin Shi walked to the window and pulled open the curtains, instantly stunned by the sight before him. Outside his villa stood a dense crowd of people, every single one of them craning their necks with faces full of excitement and anticipation. Their eyes looked as if they were beholding some rare, peerless treasure. Holy crap, what is this situation? Lin Shi couldn't help but curse. He never imagined that he would wake up to such a grand occasion. At that moment, someone in the crowd with sharp eyes spotted Lin Shi standing by the window and shouted excitedly, "Look! It's Lin Shi! Lin Shi is out! Brother Lin Shi, I'm willing to be your roommate. I'll do anything you want." A girl with a hot figure and skimpy clothing shouted loudly, blowing a kiss to Lin Shi as she spoke. "Big brother Lin Shi, take me into a dungeon with you. I can do anything." A boy joined in the commotion, his tone as sycophantic as could be. "Great God Lin Shi, please carry me. Boss Lin Shi, are you taking disciples? I can even warm your bed." All sorts of voices rose and fell, nearly shattering Lin Shi's eardrums. If it weren't for the barrier protecting the villa, these people probably would have rushed in long ago to devour him alive. How do these guys know I live here? Lin Shi was completely bewildered. He was certain he had never revealed his address to anyone, so how did all these people find their way here? Filled with confusion, Lin Shi took out his communicator and sent a message to Xiaoyu. "What's happening? I'm trapped in my house by a mob." "Ha ha ha." Before long, Xiaoyu replied, but the content wasn't an explanation, it was just a string of ha-has. "Stop laughing and tell me what's going on." Lin Shi replied crossly. Cough, cough. Xiaoyu finally stopped laughing and explained, "Did you set another new speedrun record for a dungeon last night?" "Yeah, so what?" Lin Shi was a bit confused. "There's a saying going around the school right now, Lin Shi equals speedrun records." "What's that supposed to mean?" Lin Shi still didn't understand. "It means that as long as it's a dungeon Lin Shi participates in, no record remains unbroken." Holy crap! Aren't these guys exaggerating a bit much? Lin Shi finally understood what was going on. It turned out these people saw him as a speedrun machine and all wanted to ride his coattails for an easy level up. So what do we do now? We can't stay blocked here forever, can we? Lin Shi said helplessly. I don't know either. Xiaoyu was also in a bit of a dilemma after all. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Forget it, I'd better ask Bai Ling. Looking at the crowd outside the window, Lin Shi let out a helpless sigh. These people weren't here to pick a fight, so he certainly couldn't resort to violence, but he also couldn't possibly agree to their demands and carry them through levels. With so many people, how long would it take? Besides, soloing was much more efficient for him anyway. After thinking it over, his only option was to ask Bai Ling for help. After all, Bai Ling was a high-ranking official in the Dragon Kingdom military department. She ought to have plenty of experience dealing with fan blockades like this, right? Hello? Sister Bai Ling? What is going on? A mob is blocking my door first thing in the morning. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was some kind of cult leader. Lin Shi grumbled listlessly into the communicator. He had been grinding dungeons until late last night,
only to be woken up at the crack of dawn. All he wanted to do now was dive back into bed and sleep for an eternity.
Ha ha ha. You're the man of the hour at school now. Who wouldn't want a piece of the human speedrun record? But seriously, kid, how do you manage to crush those records so insanely every single time? You're not leaving the other players any room to breathe. Bai Ling's hearty laughter came through the communicator. She clearly found Lin Xia's predicament highly amusing. Sister Bai Ling, stop making fun of me and help me figure something out. I can't stay trapped in my house forever. Lin Xia said helplessly. He couldn't even step out the door, let alone go to a dungeon to level up. Ha ha ha, who told you to be so talented? You're a focal point wherever you go. Alright, stop complaining. I've already sent a team to pick you up. You should be secretly thrilled. This is the kind of treatment most people can only dream of. Bai Ling said with a chuckle. Before long, a squad of fully armed soldiers appeared outside Lin Xia's villa. Under Bai Ling's orders, the soldiers forcibly dispersed the crowd and rescued Lin Xia. I swear, kid, how do you manage to stir up trouble everywhere you go? Bai Ling looked at Lin Xia and shook her head in resignation. It's not like I wanted this. Who knew they would? Lin Xia looked completely innocent. I could get you out of it this time by using a military summons as an excuse, but I won't be able to help you if this happens again. At the end of the day, those students don't have any malicious intent. Neither the military nor the police can really intervene in things like this. I know. Lin Xia nodded. He actually understood the situation Bai Ling was describing. Just as the atmosphere fell into silence, Bai Ling suddenly spoke up. If you reach level 20, these troubles won't exist anymore. Oh? Hearing this, Lin Xia's interest was piqued. He quickly asked, Commander Lin said he wanted me to hit level 20 and then take me somewhere. Where exactly is it? Hearing this, Lin Xia's heart stirred, and he hurriedly asked, Marshal Lin said he'd take me somewhere once I reach level 20. Where exactly is it? He had always been filled with curiosity regarding this matter, so he wanted to coax some information out of Bai Ling. To his surprise, Bai Ling told him with righteous severity, no comment. Alright then. Since Bai Ling refused to speak, Lin Xia found it inappropriate to continue prying. An hour later, under Bai Ling's guidance, Lin Xia arrived at the military headquarters located on the outskirts of the Dragon Kingdom's capital. Looking at the sprawling, heavily guarded military base before him, Lin Xia's heart was filled with awe. On the towering perimeter walls, watchtowers were stationed at regular intervals, equipped with heavy machine guns. Patrolling soldiers were fully armed, their sharp gazes suggesting they were ready for combat at a moment's notice. How is it? Quite shocking, isn't it? Noticing Lin Xia's expression, Bai Ling asked with a smile. It truly is impressive. This place is even more strictly guarded than I imagined. Lin Xia remarked with a sigh of admiration. Of course. This is the supreme military command center of the Dragon Kingdom. The security level is naturally the highest. As Bai Ling spoke, a sense of pride spontaneously arose within her. It was clear that she deeply loved her profession as a soldier. Let's go, Commander Lin wants to see you. After getting out of the car, Bai Ling took the lead and walked toward one of the buildings. Lin Xia's expression turned solemn as he immediately set aside his playful attitude and followed closely behind. As Lin Xia stepped into this military headquarters building, which was filled with a chilling aura of sternness, a wave of coldness brushed against his face. He followed Bai Ling through corridor after corridor. From the offices on both sides, the low hum of conversations occasionally drifted out, mixed with the rhythmic clacking of keyboards, as if a war machine was operating at high speed. Eventually, they stopped in front of an unmarked office door. Bai Ling knocked gently, and a deep, powerful voice from inside said, "Come in." As soon as the door opened, a strong scent of tobacco mixed with the faint aroma of tea wafted toward them. A burly middle-aged man in a black military uniform sat behind the desk, a cigarette held between his fingers, his sharp gaze fixed intently on a massive map hanging on the wall. He was the supreme commander of the Dragon Kingdom's military, holding the rank of Grand Marshal, the ceiling of the Dragon Kingdom's combat power. Positioned below only one person and above tens of thousands,
he was known as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Zhentian.
Commander Lin, I have brought Lin Shi.
Bai Ling gave a standard military salute, her tone respectful. Lin Zhentian turned around, his sharp gaze falling on Lin Shi as he sized him up. He said half-jokingly, "You really are a handful, kid. Making such a massive scene right at the start of school, forcing me to clean up your mess."
Hee, you're joking, Commander Lin. Wasn't this all within your calculations? Everything is under your control.
Lin Shi felt a bit embarrassed by the comment and could only scratch his head with a dry laugh.
Cut the smooth talk and sit down.
Lin Zhentian pointed toward the sofa nearby and walked over to sit down himself. He picked up a teacup from the coffee table and took a light sip.
Since you can't stay at the school for the time being, you might as well move. Move? Move where?
Lin Shi asked, puzzled. To the military headquarters, of course. The security measures there are top-notch, and there are dedicated training grounds and dungeon entrances. It's absolutely the best place to increase your strength. However, his tone shifted, carrying a hint of warning, but all transactions must be conducted under the school's supervision.
No one is allowed to trade privately, otherwise. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm just a student. Moving into the military headquarters seems a bit.
Lin Shi hesitated. After all, the military headquarters wasn't a place just anyone could live in.
There's nothing inappropriate about it. I happen to have an important mission to entrust to you.
Lin Zhentian set down his teacup, his tone turning serious. I want you to represent the Dragon Kingdom in competing for something.
What is it?
Lin Shi's heart stirred. Anything that Lin Zhentian valued so highly was certainly no small matter. The Divine Wood Core.
Lin Zhentian uttered the name, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Divine Wood Core?
Lin Shi frowned slightly. He hadn't even heard of this thing before.
The Divine Wood Core is an extremely precious strategic resource. It contains immense energy that can be used to forge powerful weapons and equipment, and even to enhance cultivation talent.
Lin Zhentian explained, currently, we have obtained intelligence that a Divine Wood Core exists within a special dungeon called Desert Oasis located at the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Peacock Empire.
Due to some complex reasons, this dungeon is jointly owned by both the Dragon Kingdom and the Peacock Empire.
At present, both of our countries have dispatched their most elite teams, hoping to obtain this Divine Wood Core before the other side does.
Your mission is to join the Dragon Kingdom's team and bring back the Divine Wood Core at all costs. Lin Zhentian's tone left no room for doubt.
Upon hearing this, Lin Shi immediately became interested. This sounded much more exciting than giving speeches at school.
No problem, leave it to me. Good. I like your straightforward attitude, kid. Lin Zhentian burst into laughter, though his expression quickly turned serious. However, this mission won't be easy. The team sent by India is composed of the elite of the elite. Don't go tripping up where you least expect it, kid. Rest easy, Commander Lin. You know you can count on me.
Lin Shi patted his chest and guaranteed confidently. Under Lin Zhentian's arrangements, Lin Shi settled smoothly into the military camp.
So? Not bad, right?
Bai Ling led Lin Shi to an individual tent and asked with a smile. It's decent, much better than I imagined. Lin Shi looked around and found that while the tent wasn't large, it had everything he needed.
Moreover, the decor was quite cozy, completely lacking the cold, austere atmosphere he had expected. That's good. Get some rest first, I'll go prepare something for you to eat. With that, Bai Ling turned and left the tent. Sister Bai Ling is quite attentive.
Lin Shi watched her receding figure, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. A moment later, Bai Ling returned carrying 2 bowls of steaming noodles. Here, try my cooking and see if it's to your taste.
You got it.
Lin Shi took the noodles and began eating in large gulps, praising her between bites.
Delicious.
Sister Bai Ling, your skills are impressive, not a bit worse than a chef at a 5-star hotel.
If it's good, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll go make some more for you. Seeing Lin Shi devouring the food, a happy smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. After the meal, Bai Ling took Lin Shi through a teleportation array to the outskirts of Xinqing, a border city of the Dragon Kingdom, preparing to enter the Desert Oasis dungeon. Along the way, Bai Ling briefed Lin Shi on the situation inside the Desert Oasis dungeon. The Desert Oasis is a special dungeon inhabited by various desert creatures. The most dangerous among them is a monster called the sandworm. They are massive, possess extreme attack power, and can hide their presence, making them incredibly difficult to guard against. Hearing Bai Ling's introduction, Lin Shi felt relieved. Invisibility? In the face of his matrix radar, nothing could remain hidden. An hour later, the jeep pulled up at the edge of a desolate desert. In the distance, a massive teleportation gate stood amidst the yellow sands, emitting a faint fluorescence. Around the gate, two teams were locked in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. One of the teams, dressed in camouflage and wielding standard-issue weapons, was none other than the team from the Dragon Kingdom. The other team wore bizarre outfits and held various strangely shaped weapons. One look was enough to tell they were trouble. This was the team from India. It looks like we're late. The two sides are already in a standoff. Bai Ling frowned slightly as she watched the scene in the distance. It's fine, let us head over and take a look. Lin Shi said. The two got out of the car and walked toward the portal. Bai Ling, why did you bring an artificer along? Exactly, what can an artificer do? Is he going to help us fight? Within the Dragon Kingdom team, several members began whispering among themselves the moment they saw Lin Shi behind Bai Ling, their voices dripping with disdain. After all, in their eyes, artificers were just a bunch of trash who hid in the back providing support for combat classes. Shut up! Bai Ling gave a cold shout, instantly silencing the team members. He was personally handpicked by Commander Lin. If any of you have an issue, go talk to Commander Lin yourselves. As soon as those words were spoken, the team members didn't dare say another word. Who was Commander Lin? He was the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. How could small fries like them dare to question Commander Lin's decision? Bai Ling led Lin Shi to the front of the Dragon Kingdom team and pointed to a tall, middle-aged man with a full beard, saying, "This is Captain Chen Lei, the commander in charge of this operation." Yo, isn't this Colonel Bai Ling? What brings you here? The man addressed as Captain Chen showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes when he saw Bai Ling, then asked with a smile. Commander Lin asked me to bring someone over. Bai Ling gestured toward Lin Shi behind her as she spoke. His name is Lin Shi. Commander Lin personally designated him to participate in this operation. Personally designated by Commander Lin? What's his class? Chen Lei frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Artificer. Bai Ling spoke indifferently. What? An artificer? Chen Lei's eyes suddenly widened, a look on his face as if he had seen a ghost. Are you joking? Why would Commander Lin send an artificer over? Chen Lei sized Lin Shi up and down, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked at Bai Ling with suspicion. His gaze seemed to say, "What the hell am I supposed to do with an artificer?" This kid looked fair-skinned and tender, clearly someone who hadn't experienced any real combat. What did he need someone like this for? If it hadn't been Bai Ling bringing Lin Shi here, Chen Lei would have told anyone else to get lost on the spot. Lin Shi is the top scorer of this year's national examination. Commander Lin believes he is qualified to participate in this operation, Bai Ling added. Chen Lei was shocked. After all, he had been stationed here in a standoff with the Indians and had no time to check the news regarding this year's exams. Has the artificer class finally had a turnaround? Chen Lei suddenly felt as if he were in a different world. An artificer actually managed to become the national top scorer? Even if you haven't been following the news of this year's exam, surely you've heard of the title Heaven-Defying Artificer? Perhaps knowing that Chen Lei didn't pay much attention to outside affairs, Bai Ling added another sentence. The Heaven-Defying Artificer? A God-tier artificer? Are you saying he's the one everyone's been talking about, the one known as the Heaven-Defying Artificer? Bai Ling smiled slightly and said nothing, but her expression told him everything. Chen Lei took a deep breath, and the way he looked at Lin Shi suddenly changed. Since Commander Lin sent him, there must be a reason for it.
Chen Lei said in a low voice. However, let me be clear up front.
This operation is of utmost importance and concerns the international image of the Dragon Kingdom. No one is to act without my orders, otherwise.
There's no need for otherwise.
I'll just go in by myself. Lin Shi waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Chen Lei. What? You, alone? What? You, alone?
Chen Lei flew into a rage upon hearing this.
Kid, do you even realize what you're saying?
This isn't your school playground, you don't get to mess around here. Chen Lei glared at Lin Shi, his eyes looking as if they were about to spit fire. Lin Shi spared Chen Lei a brief glance and said calmly, you can choose to believe me or not, but my time is precious, and I don't have any to waste here with you.
Every second we spend arguing here is a second lost for the chance to obtain the items. You.
Trembling with rage, Chen Lei pointed at Lin Shi, stammering you. For a long while without being able to manage
a single complete sentence. Captain Chen, Commander Lin said that all actions are to follow Lin Shi's arrangements.
Bai Ling reminded from the side.
What?
Chen Lei's eyes widened in disbelief at her words.
How is that possible? Why would Commander Lin? Nothing is impossible. Now, you can call Commander Lin to confirm it yourself.
Lin Shi said flatly. Taking a deep breath to suppress the fury in his heart, Chen Lei pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Jintian's number. 5 minutes later, Chen Lei lowered his phone and looked at Lin Shi with a complex expression, saying bitterly, Commander Lin said that all actions are to follow your arrangements.
Very well. Now, you can tell me about the situation regarding India.
Lin Shi nodded with satisfaction. Chen Lei opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he remained silent, simply sighing quietly before briefing Lin Shi on the situation regarding India.
Very well. Lin Shi nodded contentedly after listening to Chen Lei's account. He then looked toward the dungeon portal and muttered, it seems this trip to the desert oasis dungeon will be quite interesting.
Lin Shi told Chen Lei to keep the Dragon Kingdom's team exactly as they were, while he himself began walking toward the dungeon entrance. The members of the Dragon Kingdom team looked at one another, but none dared to make a move.
After all, General Lin's orders were clear. Who would dare to disobey?
On the other side of the portal, the forces of India were already battle-ready, each one looking fierce and malevolent, as if they wanted to swallow the Dragon Kingdom group alive. The captain leading them was named Raj, a 2-meter-tall brute with a face full of scarred flesh. At that moment, he was blustering and shouting arrogantly.
What's the matter? Is this all the courage you Dragon Kingdom people have? Sending a bunch of weaklings like you?
Hurry up and go back to call Lin Jintian over. Your grandpa here could crush him with one hand. On the Dragon Kingdom side, indignation boiled over. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and tear Raj's mouth apart, but hindered by their orders, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. Right then, Lin Shi moved. Alone, with his hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely toward the portal, looking less like he was heading into battle and more like he was taking a walk in the park.
What is this kid doing?
On the Indian side, a burly man clad in metal armor and holding a giant axe asked in a muffled voice, his thick beard twitching comically as he spoke.
Ha ha ha. Am I seeing this right? What is the Dragon Kingdom doing? Sending a kid whose hair hasn't even fully grown in to seek his death.
Raj laughed so hard he bent over, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. The Indian team members behind him followed suit, laughing uproariously and pointing at Lin Shi's nose with unrestrained mockery.
Who knows?
Maybe the Dragon Kingdom people are scared and want to send someone to sue for peace, ha! Another scrawny Indian man spoke in a weird, sarcastic tone, using his scimitar to clean his fingernails as if he were filled with utter disdain for the people of the Dragon Kingdom.
Ha, I think so too.
After all, we Indians are not to be trifled with.
Let those Dragon Kingdom people witness the power of India. This kid has such fair and tender skin. Could the Dragon Kingdom have sent him to serve us? Looks like it to me. He might even be top quality goods, ha ha ha. How about we capture him and take him back so the brothers can have some fun? The foul language and insults were unbearable. Hearing them, the faces of the Dragon Kingdom people turned ashen, and their fists creaked as they clenched them tight.
A group of adventurers from India clamored arrogantly, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. Raj looked at Lin Shi's thin back, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes as he sneered. I thought the people of the Dragon Kingdom were tough, but it turns out they're nothing special. They actually sent an artificer to his death. Boss, should we? A shifty-eyed man beside him made a throat-slitting motion, a cruel light flickering in his eyes. No rush, let's see what tricks they're trying to pull first. Raj waved his hand, signaling for him to stay calm. He wanted to see exactly what the people of the Dragon Kingdom had up their sleeves. Lin Shi acted as if he hadn't heard the surrounding taunts and insults, continuing to walk forward on his own. He soon stepped through the portal, disappearing into a flash of light.
Ha ha ha, he went in. He really went in alone. My God, have these Dragon Kingdom people gone mad? They're actually letting an artificer enter a dungeon? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. The Indian players instantly erupted, doubling over with laughter as if they had witnessed something inconceivable. Boss, could it be a Dragon Kingdom trick? Are they trying to lure us in? The shifty-eyed man couldn't help but ask, his eyes full of doubt. Raj's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment before sneering, impossible. With just them? Do they think they're worthy of playing dirty with us? In my opinion, this kid is likely bait, meant to lure us in so they can trap us like rats. The captain is wise. As expected of the captain, seeing through the Dragon Kingdom's conspiracy in an instant. Right, it must be so. These Dragon Kingdom people are truly devious and cunning, coming up with such a despicable tactic. The other Indian players chimed in one after another, their gazes toward the Dragon Kingdom side filled with vigilance and hostility. Listening to the flattery around him, Raj nodded smugly and gave a grand wave of his hand, passed down the order, everyone stand by. No one is to move without my command. The Indian players responded in unison, each standing ready as if fearing an ambush from the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Kingdom side, because of Commander Lin's instructions, no one dared to oppose Lin Shi's decision. They could only watch helplessly as he entered the dungeon, praying for him in their hearts. Chen Lei watched Lin Shi disappear into the portal, his brow tightly knit and his heart filled with worry. I hope this kid doesn't die in there, otherwise I won't be able to face Commander Lin. It's so hot. Chen Lei muttered to himself, his tone filled with helplessness. The light of teleportation flashed before Lin Shi's eyes, and in the next instant, he found himself standing in a completely foreign environment. The system notification arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host has entered the Desert Oasis dungeon. Current dungeon difficulty, unknown. Dungeon objective, slay the final boss, the 1,000-year-old mummified corpse. Dungeon time limit, none. Good luck, host. The mechanical system voice echoed in his ears, signaling the start of the challenge. At the same time, a wave of scorching heat hit him square in the face, as if he had been dropped into a fiery hell. The air was so dry it felt like it was about to ignite. Every breath felt like inhaling a ball of fire, searing his throat and lungs. Lin Shi couldn't help but take a deep breath, only to feel a suffocating heat that forced him into a fit of coughing. He looked up, and the blinding sunlight poured down mercilessly, illuminating the endless golden desert before him. The rolling sand dunes looked like frozen giant waves, shimmering with a golden light under the roasting of the fierce sun. The scorching sunlight, without any obstruction, beat down directly onto the sand, as if trying to char everything in sight. Beneath his feet lay scalding grit. Every step felt like treading on a red-hot iron plate, the burning sensation shooting straight from the soles of his feet to his heart. Lin Shi felt as though his skin was being toasted, an unbearable sense of heat radiating from every bone and limb. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, hiss, it's so hot. The heat wave felt as if it were about to melt him, and sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. He hurriedly opened the system panel to check his status. Sure enough, a glaring negative status had appeared in the status bar, heat, HP decreases by 1 point per second. It seems the environment of this dungeon is quite harsh. Lin Shi muttered to himself with a bitter smile, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes.
A special dungeon was indeed extraordinary. It had given him a harsh welcome the moment he stepped inside. Just as Lin Shi was pondering how to deal with this sweltering environment, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from not far away, like something moving rapidly beneath the sand, getting clearer as it approached from the distance.
What's that?
Startled, Lin Shi alertly looked toward the source of the sound. He saw the sand ahead begin to surge, churning like boiling water, as a massive dark shadow loomed indistinctly beneath the dunes. A second later, accompanied by flying dust, a gargantuan creature suddenly erupted from the ground. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and with a foul stench wafting from it, lunged straight at Lin Shi.
Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? Lin Shi's expression changed instantly as alarm bells rang in his head.
Without a second thought, he rolled across the ground, narrowly evading the lethal strike.
Boom!
The monster missed its mark, its massive body slamming heavily into the sand with a deafening roar, kicking up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sun. Once the dust settled, Lin Shi took a closer look, and his scalp instantly went numb. Before him stood a gargantuan sandworm, over 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in a yellowish-brown hard shell, looking as indestructible as an ancient chariot. It opened its blood-red maw, revealing rows of terrifyingly sharp fangs. A foul, sickening stench wafted toward him, enough to make anyone gag. Particularly striking were the massive black and red mandibles on either side of its mouth, resembling pincers that had been magnified countless times.
Holy crap, what the hell is this thing?
Lin Shi cursed under his breath and quickly activated his external armor. Silver nano armor instantly covered his entire body, arming him like a steel warrior. Simultaneously, the Matrix radar began to operate, scanning the sandworm's attributes. Name: Desert Great Devourer, Common Grade Monster.
Level 25. HP: Mana 00. Physical attack 4000. Magic attack 0. Physical defense 3000. Magic defense 1000. Skills: Sandstorm, Great Jaw Bite, Sand Dive.
Description: a terrifying predator lurking in the depths of the desert, possessing a hard shell and sharp mouthparts capable of easily tearing prey apart.
It can also stir up sandstorms, using environmental advantages to attack its enemies.
Just a common mob, and its health is as high as 50,000. The difficulty of this dungeon is even higher than Dracula's castle. Lin Shi thought to himself as he looked over the Great Devourer's attributes. The Great Devourer wasn't about to wait for him to finish his analysis. Its massive body rolled forward again, whipping up a violent sandstorm. Lin Shi felt the ground vanish beneath his feet, and his body tumbled backward uncontrollably. The Great Devourer's sharp mouthparts grazed past the tip of his nose, the foul stench nearly suffocating him. At the critical moment, Lin Shi activated Space Leap, instantly vanishing from the spot.
Boom!
The giant devourer worm slammed into the position where Lin Shi had been standing just moments before. The hard sand was torn apart as easily as tofu, leaving behind a massive crater. Lin Shi reappeared behind the giant devourer worm, still shaken. Before he could even catch his breath, he felt a powerful surge of force rushing toward him from behind.
Damn it, this thing is like a rabid dog.
Lin Shi cursed as his body was once again sent flying uncontrollably. The yellow sand kicked up by the giant devourer worm blotted out the sun, making it impossible for Lin Shi to open his eyes, and everything around him became a blur. Had it not been for the Matrix radar being unaffected, he wouldn't have even been able to pinpoint the worm's location.
Space jump.
Without a moment's pause, Lin Shi activated Space Leap again, narrowly evading another attack from the giant devourer worm.
He reappeared on the worm's other flank.
A lightsaber coalesced in his hand, shimmering with a blinding radiance, and he swung it down with all his might. Just as the lightsaber was about to make contact with the giant devourer worm, a powerful gale suddenly blasted into his face.
500. 500. 500. 500. 500.
Damage numbers rained down from above Lin Shi's head.
Every grain of sand seemed imbued with terrifying strength, slamming into his armor with a dense, rhythmic crackling sound. The violent sandstorm whipped up by the giant devourer worm was far more terrifying than he had imagined.
Lin Shi let out a muffled groan, feeling like a small boat in a vast ocean, liable to be swallowed by the raging waves at any moment. As the gale raged, Lin Shi's vision was filled with a chaotic mess of yellow sand. He struggled to stabilize himself, but the thrust of the wind grew stronger and stronger, eventually tossing him high into the air like a fallen leaf, tumbling and flying into the distance.
Holy shit! Lin Shi couldn't help but swear. His body tumbled uncontrollably in the gale. The world spun before his eyes, and he lost all sense of direction. He felt as if he had been seized by an invisible giant hand and then violently hurled away. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shi's body slammed heavily into a soft sand dune with a dull thud. He felt as if every bone in his body was falling apart, and the intense pain caused him to gasp sharply. Cough, cough. Tui. Tui. Lin Shi struggled to crawl out of the sandpit, spitting out all the grit from his mouth. He stood up unsteadily, his head spinning as every cell in his body groaned in agony. He looked up and saw that the surrounding terrain had been completely reshaped by the recent sandstorm. Its sheer power was plain to see. Meanwhile, the great devourer worm was approaching him with heavy strides, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust. It looks like melee attacks are out of the question. Lin Shi thought to himself that the sudden gust of wind just now must have been the sandworm's skill, sandstorm. With this skill active, no matter how many times he tried to approach the sandworm, he would likely end up being blown away. Let's try long-range attacks. Lin Shi quickly adjusted his stance, putting distance between himself and the great devourer worm, while pulling the blue flame Gatling gun from his system space. Da-did-day-day-day. Tongues of fire erupted as a storm of bullets swept out, pouring relentlessly onto the great devourer worm. Although the worm's carapace was hard, it couldn't fully withstand the dense bombardment of bullets, and its health points began to plummet frantically. The blue flame Gatling spat angry flames, each bullet carrying a piercing howl that tore through the air, slamming violently against the worm's shell. 4,800. A cluster of brilliant sparks exploded on the great devourer worm's hard carapace, leaving a scorched bullet hole clearly visible. 4,750. Another burst of bullets poured down, causing the worm's massive body to sway slightly. It was clear that this continuous assault was causing it genuine pain. 4,900. The bullets fell as thick as a rainstorm, forcing the great devourer worm to roar repeatedly, yet it was unable to stop the constant drain on its health. While each individual hit dealt less than 5,000 damage, the most terrifying aspect of the blue flame Gatling was its staggering rate of fire. The dense rain of projectiles formed a nearly solid line of fire, completely enveloping the great devourer worm in a blaze of light. Roar! Completely enraged, the great devourer worm let out a furious roar, its eyes burning with the flames of vengeance. Its massive body suddenly lunged forward, its giant mandibles snapping open to reveal rows of hair-raisingly sharp teeth as it bit down savagely at Lin Shi's position. Boom! The great devourer worm's skill, Great Maw Bite, actually leveled the small hill where Lin Shi had been standing just moments ago, sending shattered rocks and dust flying everywhere. However, Lin Shi, who was well prepared, had already activated his space leap skill the instant the worm launched its attack. His figure vanished instantly from the spot, reappearing dozens of meters away in the next heartbeat. Think you can catch me? You're still too green. Standing in the distance, Lin Shi watched the great devourer worm stumble after its missed strike, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Furious at the missed hit, the great devourer worm roared again and charged toward Lin Shi once more. Its speed was incredible, covering the dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Its sharp, massive pincers swept toward Lin Shi with the sound of breaking air. However, Lin Shi was like a nimble ghost, always managing to use his space leap skill to evade the worm's attacks at the critical moment. Whoosh! 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 Lin Shi's figure flickered continuously across the battlefield, appearing each time just outside the great devourer worm's attack range. He was like a man toying with a clumsy beast. No matter how it roared or lunged, it couldn't even graze the corner of his clothes. Come on, try and catch me. As Lin Shi maneuvered, he continued to taunt the great devourer worm verbally, attempting to provoke it into losing its sanity and exposing a weakness. Sure enough, the great devourer worm was enraged by Lin Shi. It attacked frantically but failed to land a single hit. Instead, it fell into a passive position. Its stamina was depleting rapidly, and its health was steadily dropping. The scales of victory were gradually tipping in Lin Shi's favor. After a period of intense struggle, the great devourer worm finally reached its limit. With a final, unwilling roar, its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that filled the air. Successfully killed the desert great devourer worm. EXP plus 1500, Great Devourer Worm Carapace X5. The system notification chimed, announcing the victory of the battle. Lin Shi felt a wave of relief as his taut nerves finally relaxed. He let out a long breath, his chest rising and falling slightly as he exhaled. The blue flame Gatling in his hand stopped spitting tongues of fire as its master relaxed, wisps of white smoke still rising from the muzzle and gradually dissipating into the dry air. Lin Shi casually stowed the temporarily unneeded weapon back into his system backpack and walked toward the carcass of the great devourer worm with steady steps. Good thing I have a diverse range of attack methods, otherwise, this really would have been a handful. As Lin Shi spoke, he swept the loot into his system space and continued deeper into the peril-ridden desert. Along the way, he encountered several more ambushes from great devourer worms. With his prior experience, he handled them with even greater ease, effortlessly cutting down these monsters with his gunfire every single time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a splash of green finally appeared amidst the dry, blowing sand. It was a small oasis, like an emerald set in the desert, radiating vibrant life. Finally found a water source. Delighted, Lin Shi quickened his pace and ran toward the oasis. However, the moment he stepped into the oasis filled with hope, he felt a strange spatial fluctuation ripple from beneath his feet. In the next second, the scene before his eyes changed abruptly. The originally small oasis vanished completely. In its place was a vast, boundless primeval forest. Lin Shi, who had been expecting clear spring water and lush vegetation, stepped into the oasis only to feel as if he had broken through a layer of illusory film. A surge of strange energy pulsed beneath his feet, and the scene before him twisted violently. When it cleared, the life-filled oasis had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a dark, deep primeval forest. Towering ancient trees rose into the clouds like giant pillars supporting the sky, their dense branches and leaves interlacing to blot out the sun, shrouding the entire forest in gloom. The humid air was thick with the distinct scent of decaying leaves mixed with soil, cold, damp, and instinctively chilling. What the hell is going on? The sudden change startled Lin Shi, his brows furrowing involuntarily as an instinctive sense of crisis welled up in his heart. He looked around alertly, his sharp gaze scanning every shadow, trying to identify any danger lurking in the dark. He still held the blue flame Gatling firmly, the muzzle slightly raised, ready to respond to any sudden attack at a moment's notice. Just then, a delicate, flirtatious voice drifted from behind him, breaking the silence of the forest. "Oh my, little brother, what brings you to a place like this all by yourself? Are you lost?" Lin Shi whipped around to see a woman with a graceful figure leaning lazily and charmingly against a thick tree trunk. She wore a fiery red high-slit dress that swayed gently in the breeze, revealing her fair, slender legs in a provocative manner. Her wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, making her snow-white skin look even more radiant and enchanting. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a playful light, a smile dancing in the corners of her eyes and brows. Her red lips parted slightly as if they could drip honey, and she watched him with keen interest. Every gesture she made exuded the allure of a mature woman, enough to make one's heart race uncontrollably. She gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear with an elegant and natural motion. Her red lips parted, exhaling a breath as sweet as orchids. "Young man, why not come and sit with big sister? I have sweet fruits here, and..." At this point, she intentionally paused, trailing off with a lingering tone. Her eyes were bedroom soft and seductive, and as her gaze flickered, it seemed to carry infinite temptation, making it hard for anyone to keep their mind from wandering. TSK, this body, this face, she is a top-tier beauty. Lin Shi praised inwardly, but the thought flashed by in an instant. His face remained expressionless, cold as ever, and his alertness did not diminish in the slightest. Just then, the Matrix radar information popped up, and the cold system voice pulled him out of this gentle trap. Name: Succubus Dryad, common grade monster. Level 30. HP. Mana. Physical attack, 8,000. Magic attack, 5,000. Physical defense, 5,000. Magic defense, 1,000. Skills, Charming Fruit, Vine Entanglement, Root Spike. Description: this ancient giant tree has been eroded by evil magic. Its twisted branches are covered with sharp thorns and emit a nauseating stench of decay. It dwells deep in the forest, using its fruits as bait to lure passing travelers and turn them into its nourishment. TSK, she looks like a real stunner, but too bad she's a monster. Lin Shi grumbled to himself. Had it not been for the Matrix radar, he might truly have been deceived by this physical shell. The monster before him wore the skin of a beauty, every frown and smile radiating temptation. Had he not seen the truth with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe such a charming face hid such an ugly true form. Even that fiery red dress became incredibly eyesore in his view, looking like evidence stained with blood. A wave of revulsion rose in Lin Shi's heart, and a feeling of disgust welled up. He forced down the discomfort, warning himself not to be fooled by appearances. The heart of this demon was far more vicious than its exterior. Countless innocent travelers must have perished here. At this thought, Lin Shi tightened his grip on the blue flame gatling, his gaze turning sharp and fierce. "Little brother, why don't you say something? Have you fallen for me?" Seeing that Lin Shi remained unmoved, the dryad continued to pose provocatively. Her voice grew even more sultry, as if carrying a certain magic, attempting to bewitch Lin Shi's mind. However, Lin Shi had long since seen through her disguise, and his heart remained entirely untroubled. He let out a cold snort and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Da-did-day-day-day. Tons of fire erupted as blue flame bullets poured down upon the dryad like torrential rain. Ack! The dryad let out a shrill, piercing scream. Her once exquisite face instantly twisted in agony. Where was the slightest hint of her former charm and beauty? 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Bright red numbers emerged from above the dryad's head like brands, ruthlessly announcing the approach of death with every tick. The blue flames exploded across her body, searing her flesh and bringing unbearable, excruciating pain. The dryad howled in agony, her once delicate features becoming distorted and hideous, no longer possessing any of her previous allure. She frantically flailed her branches, trying to swat out the flames on her body, but she only churned the air in futility. Thick roots burst from underground, attempting to attack Lin Shi, but he nimbly dodged them all. Lin Shi remained expressionless, the blue flame gatling in his hands spitting lethal tongues of fire, swallowing the dryad's hope bit by bit. "Stop! Please, stop!" Desperate pleas came from the dryad's mouth. The voice that was once soul-enchanting was now filled with terror and pain. However, Lin Shi remained unmoved. His eyes were like 10,000-year-old ice, devoid of even a shred of pity. The blue firelight reflected off his cold, stern face, making him look like a reaper from hell, harvesting a sinful life. Finally, with one last shrill scream, the dryad's massive body crashed to the ground, turning into a pile of charred, dead branches and leaves, leaving only a wisp of green smoke curling upward. The system notification rang out at the perfect time: successfully killed enchanting dryad. EXP plus 1,600, enchanting seed X3. Lin Shi gave a cold smile and stored the blue flame gatling back into his system inventory. Without even glancing at the pile of charred remains, he turned and continued deeper into the forest. This forest was even more eerie than he had imagined. Towering trees twisted and nodded toward the clouds, their bark covered in hair-raising, tumor-like protrusions that looked like hideous faces roaring in silence. Vines coiled around the trunks like giant pythons, and their dark green sap emitted a nauseating stench of rot, reminiscent of some ominous ritual. On the ground, muddy swamps gave off suffocating miasmas, with turbid bubbles occasionally rising to the surface like breaths from hell. The air was thick with a sickeningly sweet fragrance, like the scent of some flower, but it was so cloying it made one's head swim, as if trying to drag a person into an endless nightmare. What exactly is the deal with this hellhole? Lin Shi was inwardly vigilant, keeping his matrix radar active at all times to closely monitor every movement in his surroundings. Within the scanning range of the matrix radar, signals of various bizarre lifeforms rose and fell one after another,
as if a giant creature hidden in the darkness was opening its bloody maw, waiting for its prey to walk into the trap.
Suddenly, a string of red dots appeared on the matrix radar, rapidly closing in on his position.
These red dots were moving at extreme speeds with a clear objective. They were evidently heading straight for him. Another group of blind fools delivering themselves to my doorstep.
In that case, let's settle this quickly.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as a plan already formed in his mind. He had long sensed that this forest was filled with hostility, but he hadn't expected these monsters to track him down so rapidly. He first spent 5,000 achievement points to activate the incendiary bomb blueprint icon. Within the system inventory, 5,000 achievement points were instantly deducted, replaced by an icon shimmering with a fiery red light. Subsequently, he used one of his free attempts to craft, repair, enhance, and fuse a set of 5 incendiary bombs in total. Compared to the Molotov cocktails he had first used, the incendiary bombs were undoubtedly more powerful and offered a wider area of effect. While a Molotov cocktail was simply a glass bottle filled with flammable liquid, an incendiary bomb was a meticulously designed weapon, packed with high-energy fuel and a detonator. Upon explosion, it would unleash a violent flame shockwave, capable of turning everything in its vicinity to ash. Utilizing space jump, he swiftly ascended into mid-air, looking down upon the eerie forest below. He then dropped the incendiary bombs in 3 different directions. The 3 bombs sliced through the air, trailing long plumes of fire as they fell toward 3 separate coordinates, hitting their target zones with pinpoint accuracy.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The violent explosions echoed through the forest, and the soaring flames illuminated the originally dim woods as bright as day.
The resulting shockwaves swept outward. Trees were uprooted, massive craters were blasted into the earth, and the entire forest seemed to tremble.
Floating in mid-air, Lin Shi watched the raging inferno below, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. The dancing flames reflected in his eyes, highlighting his grim visage. He looked like a reaper from hell, harvesting sinful lives. Since you like playing with fire, I'll let you taste what it's like to be burned to ash. As the fire raged, screams and wails rose one after another. Grotesque monsters of all kinds fled frantically from the flames, only to find there was nowhere to hide, eventually being swallowed by the merciless fire. Their flesh carbonized rapidly in the heat, emitting a nauseating stench of burning meat before finally turning into piles of charred bones scattered across the burning forest.
Successfully killed Charmed Dryad, EXP plus 1600, Charmed Seed X1. Successfully killed Charmed Dryad, EXP plus 1600, Dried Branch X5. Successfully killed Wetland Spider, EXP plus 1800, Spider Leg X6. Successfully killed Bloodthirsty Midge, EXP plus 1400, Midge Wing X2. As the system notifications chimed continuously, Lin Shi's experience points skyrocketed during this period. By the time the fire died down, the once vibrant primeval forest had been reduced to scorched earth, the air thick with a pungent, burnt smell. The lush vegetation had been incinerated into ash, and the ground was littered with charred corpses emitting a suffocating stench. Just then, a new marker suddenly appeared on the matrix radar, an entrance leading deep underground. Unlike the red dots representing monsters, this marker pulsed with a faint blue light, as if it held some secret, beckoning Lin Shi to explore. An underground tomb?
Lin Shi frowned slightly, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. He vaguely sensed that this underground tomb might have a significant connection to the Millennium Mummy mentioned by the system prompt. Without hesitation, he walked toward the entrance, prepared to investigate. The entrance was hidden beneath a pile of rubble. Without careful observation, it would have been impossible to discover. However, the moment he stepped into the ancient tomb, a wave of frigid air hit him head-on. The surrounding temperature plummeted, as if he were entering a freezing abyss. As he crossed that threshold, it felt as though he were stepping across the long river of time and into another world. The stone steps beneath his feet were damp and cold, each step carrying a chill that reached deep into the earth. The air was thick with a nauseating scent of decay, like the stench of death accumulated over thousands of years, constantly eroding his senses. The blue marker on the matrix radar grew increasingly bright, like a ghostly blue star guiding him toward the depths of the unknown. On the walls lining both sides of the passage, ancient murals silently recounted stories from the distant past. All sorts of bizarre creatures were depicted on the murals, some hideous and terrifying, others mysterious and unfathomable. Together with ancient symbols of unknown meaning, they formed a series of mystical tableaus that seemed to foreshadow the hidden secrets and dangers lying ahead. Lin Shi observed the murals while advancing cautiously. He knew that the closer he got to his objective, the more likely it was that danger lurked in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. Sure enough, before he had gone far, the walls on both sides of the passage suddenly cracked. Accompanied by a tooth-grating grinding sound, giant spiders crawled out of the fissures. They were covered in thick black hair, their 8 crimson eyes gleaming with a savage light in the darkness. Viscous liquid dripped from their sharp mouthparts, sending chills down one's spine. "Heh, is that all?" Lin Shi gave a cold laugh. Facing the encroaching spiders, he showed no fear. Instead, he stepped forward to meet them. The plasma lightsaber emitted a grim, cold glow, the flowing light on the blade seemingly thirsting for battle. "Seeking death." Before his voice even faded, a flash of cold light flickered. Several spiders were sliced in two by Lin Shi's blade before they could even get close. Black blood gushed out, emitting a revolting stench, quickly pooling on the ground into stomach-turning puddles. Lin Shi hacked his way through the obstacles. Relying on his formidable strength and an endless array of items, he easily dealt with various mechanical traps and monster attacks. The creatures that attempted to block his progress eventually became stepping stones on his path, serving as a testament to his overwhelming power. Finally, he reached the deepest part of the underground tomb. A vast underground palace appeared before his eyes, standing in stark contrast to the narrow, dark passages from before. In the center of the palace sat a massive stone coffin. Its surface was carved with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura as if silently recounting the long ages it had witnessed. Lin Shi knew his target was right in front of him. Taking a deep breath to suppress the surging emotions in his heart, he walked slowly to the stone coffin and pressed his hand against the cold lid. Clatter, clatter. Accompanied by a piercing sound of friction, the heavy coffin lid slowly slid open. A gust of chilling air rushed toward him like a cold wind from the depths of hell, instantly enveloping his entire body. Lin Shi felt a sudden chill, as if an invisible hand were clutching his throat, making it difficult even to breathe. Inside the stone coffin lay a withered corpse. It was dressed in ancient attire, its face covered by a hideous mask, as if it had endured immense agony before death. "Is this the 1,000-year-old mummy?" Lin Shi pondered inwardly, his brow furrowing slightly. He stared at the shriveled corpse before him. He could not sense even a trace of life. It seemed like nothing more than a piece of decayed wood weathered by the passage of time. The mummy within the stone coffin was draped in tattered ancient garments. The terrifying mask covering its face suggested it had suffered great pain before dying, frozen in an eternal state of torment. However, at the very moment Lin Shi let down his guard, a sudden change occurred. Within the mummy's sunken eye sockets, 2 points of eerie green light suddenly ignited, flickering like ghostly wildfire. This light was like a demon awakening from the abyss, carrying boundless resentment and fury as it instantly swept through the entire underground palace. A suffocating, terrifying pressure surged from the mummy like an invisible tidal wave, weighing down on Lin Shi's nerves. Lin Shi felt a tightness in his chest and found it hard to breathe, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down upon him. Roar! A deafening roar, like that of a prehistoric beast, erupted from the mummy's mouth, echoing through the empty palace for a long time. The sound was filled with rage, hatred, and a bloodthirsty craving that sent shivers down one's spine. In the next instant, the mummy's originally rigid body miraculously began to move. It jerked into a sitting position, its withered bones emitting crisp cracks like a funeral knell from hell, tolling the prelude to death. The mummy's shriveled muscles swelled rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the formerly emaciated frame transformed into a terrifying monster over 3 meters tall. It emanated a nauseating stench of decay, looking like a malevolent spirit crawled out of a grave, striking awe and fear into the heart. "Damned human, for disturbing my slumber, I shall tear you to pieces." The 1,000-year-old mummy spoke in human tongue, its voice hoarse and filled with resentment, sounding like a vengeful ghost from the deepest hell. It swung its sharp claws, bringing with them a fierce wind as it lunged toward Lin Shi. Those sharp claws shimmered with a cold, grim light, as if they could tear through any obstacle in their path. Lin Shi had been on guard.
With a quick dodge, he nimbly evaded the mummy's attack. He thrust his sword back toward the mummy's chest, attempting a fatal blow. Ding! A crisp metallic clang rang out.
Lin Shi's longsword was actually deflected by the mummy's hard bones, leaving only a faint white mark and failing to cause any substantial damage.
Such powerful defense.
Lin Shi was startled, realizing that the strength of this 1,000-year-old mummy far exceeded his expectations. Not daring to be careless, he immediately activated the matrix radar, analyzing the mummified corpse's weaknesses in hopes of finding a breakthrough.
Roar!
The 1,000-year-old mummy let out another roar and lunged at Lin Shi undeterred, its spiteful, eerie green eyes locked onto him as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. While calmly evading the corpse's attacks, Lin Shi carefully observed its movements, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. He knew that when facing such a powerful enemy, he could not afford to be impatient. He had to respond calmly and find the opponent's flaw to secure ultimate victory.
Found it!
A sharp glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He had finally found the mummy's weakness, its heart. Although the 1,000-year-old mummy possessed staggering defensive power and was nearly invulnerable, its heart remained a fatal weak point. As long as he could strike the heart, he could eliminate it once and for all. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi flickered behind the mummy, his longsword transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced directly toward its heart.
Put!
The longsword pierced the mummified corpse's heart without resistance, and black blood erupted from the wound. The corpse's movements instantly stiffened, and with an unwilling roar, its massive body crashed to the ground.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the final boss, the Millennium Mummy. Dungeon cleared. Clear time, 9 minutes and 11 seconds.
Rewards obtained, EXP plus, Gold plus, Achievement points plus 500, Desert Oasis Dungeon Chest 1. As the system notification rang out, Lin Shi felt little joy. He realized the system had not granted the Divine Wood Core as a reward.
What's going on? Could my hypothesis have been wrong?
Doubts churned in Lin Shi's mind, his brow furrowed deeply. He tried to recall every detail from the dungeon earlier, attempting to find an answer within them.
Had he missed some crucial piece of information? Or was his understanding of the Divine Wood Core flawed?
Full of questions, Lin Shi exited the dungeon and returned to the real world. The moment he appeared, he felt countless gazes snap toward him: surprise, curiosity, confusion, a mix of emotions that left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed.
Lin Shi, you're finally out. Do you have any idea? A familiar voice rang out. It was Chen Lei.
He strode toward Lin Shi, but the words he intended to ask came to an abrupt halt the moment he saw him, replaced by a look of utter shock.
Wait, you're going back in?
Before anyone could react, Lin Shi's figure vanished from the spot once more, leaving behind nothing but an air of astonishment. Everyone looked at one another, completely baffled.
What on earth is this kid up to?
Chen Lei muttered to himself, his heart filled with doubt. And so, Lin Shi emerged from the dungeon roughly every 10 minutes, only to swiftly re-enter, repeating the cycle 4 or 5 times. Each time he appeared, he drew the focused attention of the crowd, yet each time he remained silent, casting only a quick glance at everyone before disappearing into the dungeon entrance again.
On the 6th time, when Lin Shi's figure reappeared before the crowd, Chen Lei finally couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed Lin Shi, his tone laced with anxiety and confusion. What the hell are you doing? Don't tell me you're lost.
Looking at Chen Lei's frantic expression, the corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled into a mysterious smile.
Farming divine wood. What else would I be doing? What? Farming the dungeon? Once every 10 minutes? You've got to be kidding me.
As soon as Lin Shi spoke, a wave of skepticism erupted from the surrounding crowd. The people from India burst into laughter, their faces filled with mockery as if they had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world.
Is this kid just bluffing?
A flicker of doubt also arose in Chen Lei's heart. After all, Lin Shi was just an artificer. No matter how powerful he was, it should have been impossible for him to possess such a terrifying clear speed. Seeing Lin Shi remain silent, the Indians assumed he was feeling guilty and immediately became even more arrogant.
Kid, stop pretending. You're just an artificer. How could you possibly clear a dungeon that fast?
However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shi moved. With a flash of his figure, he appeared instantly in front of the Indian warrior. At some point, a cold, glinting lightsaber had appeared in his hand. Swish! A flash of cold light streaked past. Before the Indian warrior could even react, Lin Shi slit his throat with a single stroke. Blood sprayed out, instantly staining the ground red. You. The remaining Indians were scared out of their wits. They never imagined that Lin Shi, an artificer, would possess such terrifying strength and be so ruthless in his execution. Chen Lei was also startled by Lin Shi's sudden action. He never expected this refined-looking student to be so decisive and lethal, striking without the slightest hesitation. As expected of the person personally handpicked by Commander Lin. Chen Lei sighed inwardly with admiration. At that moment, Lin Shi's cold gaze swept over the remaining Indians, and he said in a chilling voice, "If you don't want to die, get lost." The Indians were terrified to the core by Lin Shi's murderous eyes. They scrambled and crawled away from the area, fearing that if they were a step too slow, they would follow in their companions' footsteps. Lin Shi, you. Chen Lei was about to ask a question, but Lin Shi raised his hand to interrupt him. Captain Chen, there are some things I can't tell you yet. You just need to trust me. Lin Shi spoke calmly, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. Now, it's time to get down to business. After saying that, he turned to look at the dungeon entrance. With a confident curve at the corner of his mouth, he stepped into the dungeon once again. This time, what he intended to challenge was the final boss of the desert oasis, the other form of the thousand-year mummy. Enraged by Lin Shi, the thousand-year desiccated corpse let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar was filled with rage and a lust for slaughter, as if it wanted to tear Lin Shi into pieces. Its massive body trembled violently, and the surrounding air seemed to boil, becoming distorted and warped. An even more terrifying pressure emanated from its body, pressing down on Lin Shi like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe as if a giant boulder were crushing his chest. Lin Shi did not dare to be careless. He quickly circulated his true chi to resist this horrific pressure while simultaneously retreating at high speed, attempting to widen the distance between himself and the thousand-year desiccated corpse. However, the thousand-year-old mummy was even faster than he had imagined. Its massive frame flickered like a specter, appearing before Lin Shi in an instant. Its colossal fist, carrying a world-shattering strength, smashed down toward Lin Shi's head. If this punch connected, even solid steel would likely be reduced to fine powder. Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply. In this life-or-death crisis, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit, his body flickering once more as he barely managed to evade the fatal blow. Boom! The mummy's fist slammed heavily into the ground, letting out a deafening roar. The entire underground space shook violently, and countless fragments of stone rained down from above as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Lin Shi broke into a cold sweat. He had no doubt that if he were hit by that punch, his body would be pulverized, leaving no possibility of survival. He looked up at the thousand-year-old mummy with a gaze full of solemnity. He knew that the opponent he faced this time was unprecedentedly powerful. The slightest lapse in judgment would lead to eternal damnation. Having missed its strike, the mummy was not discouraged. Its eye sockets, burning with ghostly green flames, stared fixedly at Lin Shi like a ferocious beast tracking its prey. Its massive body moved again, with speed even greater and strength even more potent than before, bearing down on Lin Shi like a mobile mountain. Lin Shi dared not be careless and hastily unleashed his strongest techniques to defend himself. The light sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling cold light. Sharp bursts of sword chi surged from the tip of the blade, sweeping toward the thousand-year-old mummy like a torrential storm. Clang! 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 The sword chi collided with the mummy's body, producing a dense clatter of metal on metal. Sparks flew in all directions, yet the attacks failed to injure it in the slightest. The mummy's body was like a wall of bronze or iron, indestructible. Lin Shi's attacks landed on it without leaving even a single mark. Roar! The thousand-year-old mummy let out another deafening roar. Its massive fists rained down on Lin Shi like a barrage. Every punch carried world-shattering strength, as if intending to pound Lin Shi into mincemeat. Lin Shi dodged left and right, narrowly escaping attack after attack.
However, the mummy's strikes grew faster and its strength grew more formidable. Lin Shi was gradually becoming unable to parry the onslaught. Bang! Finally, failing to dodge in time, Lin Shi was struck in the chest by the mummy's fist. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall behind him before collapsing to the ground. 8,000. Lin Shi's health bar plummeted instantly. He struggled to stand, but he felt as though every bone in his body had been shattered. The pain was excruciating, leaving him unable to move an inch. The 1,000-year-old mummy walked toward Lin Shi step by step. Every stride felt like a hammer blow to Lin Shi's heart, bringing a suffocating sense of pressure. Its eye sockets, burning with ghostly green flames, were filled with mockery and cruelty, as if it were savoring Lin Shi's expression of despair. It suddenly turned and threw a punch toward Lin Shi. This strike was even faster and its strength even more overwhelming, as if it intended to blast Lin Shi directly into dust. Spatial cleave. Lin Shi let out a violent shout. In this critical moment, he did not dare hold anything back and decisively channeled the meager remains of the spiritual power within his body. The spiritual power surged through his meridians like a rushing river, finally converging between his hands. Lin Shi's hands formed seals with lightning speed, dazzling electric arcs dancing at his fingertips, each shift accompanied by a subtle ripple in space. Buzz! A low hum vibrated through the air as visible ripples radiated outward with Lin Shi at the epicenter. Swish! A spatial rift materialized without warning before the 1,000-year-old mummy, its razor-sharp edges shimmering with a ghostly blue light that seemed capable of devouring everything. The 1,000-year-old mummy sensed the danger and instinctively tried to dodge, but its speed was a fraction too slow. Squelch! The spatial rift sliced through the mummy's chest without resistance, leaving a wound so deep the bone was visible. However, for a creature of its massive size, such an injury seemed negligible. The 1,000-year-old mummy merely shuddered for a moment before continuing its relentless assault on Lin Shi, completely undeterred. This guy is a real cockroach that just won't die. Lin Shi cursed under his breath, waving his hands again to unleash his spatial cleave skill. Swish! 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 A barrage of spatial rifts surrounded the mummy like a dense spiderweb. These rifts were incredibly sharp enough to slice through steel with ease, yet they only left shallow marks upon hitting the mummy's body. Roar! The 1,000-year-old mummy let out a deafening roar. Its massive frame acted like a bulldozer, charging headlong and shattering every spatial rift in its path. This guy's defense is insane. Lin Shi cursed inwardly. He could do nothing but continuously dodge the mummy's attacks while searching for a weakness. After a period of intense combat, Lin Shi finally identified the mummy's weak point, its head. Despite its staggering overall defense, the head remained its sole vulnerability. Now! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi flickered out of sight and reappeared instantly above the mummy's head. His light blade transformed into a bolt of lightning, plunging violently into the mummy's eye socket. Roar! The 1,000-year-old mummy let out a piercing, agonized shriek before its colossal body crashed to the ground, leaving the entire underground space in a sudden, heavy silence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 1,000-year-old mummy. Reward obtained, Divine Wood Core. The system prompt chimed in Lin Shi's ear. Lin Shi let out a sigh of relief, walked over to the mummy's corpse, and extracted the Divine Wood Core. The scenery outside the dungeon was a world apart from the interior. As soon as Lin Shi stepped out, a wave of fresh air hit him, dispelling the stench of decay and death that permeated the dungeon. He looked around and saw Chen Lei and a group of Dragon Kingdom adventurers waiting anxiously. Their eyes were fixed on the dungeon exit, their faces a mixture of worry and hope. He's out. Lin Shi is out. A sharp-eyed adventurer in the group was the first to spot Lin Shi and cried out in pleasant surprise. This voice instantly ignited everyone's emotions, and the previously silent waiting area suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Lin Shi! Are you okay? Chen Lei was the first to rush up to Lin Shi, looking him up and down, terrified that he might have lost so much as a single hair. The others swarmed around as well, peppering Lin Shi with questions all at once.
Their voices were filled with concern, and their eyes shimmered with the light of relief.
Lin Shi.
Facing everyone's concern, he simply shook his head calmly and said, "I'm fine."
Sorry for making you all worry.
His tone was tranquil, as if he had only completed a trivial, insignificant task.
It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay.
The weight on Chen Lei's heart finally lifted. He let out a long sigh of relief, a gratified smile spreading across his face. The other adventurers chimed in one after another, their faces beaming with the joy of survivors.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a burly Dragon Kingdom adventurer couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Lin Shi, did you really clear the desert oasis dungeon in under 10 minutes?
His tone was filled with disbelief, clearly skeptical of the rumors. Lin Shi did not answer directly, he simply gave a slight nod, which served as a silent admission. Hiss. Upon receiving Lin Shi's affirmative response, everyone present gasped in unison, their faces contorted with shock and disbelief. They had originally thought Lin Shi was just boasting. After all, clearing the desert oasis dungeon in 10 minutes was practically a fairy tale. But now that Lin Shi had admitted it himself, they were forced to believe that he truly possessed such terrifying power. "Lin Shi, we failed to recognize your greatness before. Please don't take it to heart." A Dragon Kingdom adventurer who had previously spoken rudely to Lin Shi stepped forward, his face full of apology. His tone was sincere, he had clearly realized his mistake and felt ashamed of his prior insolence. "Yeah, Lin Shi, we were all wrong before. You are a big person with a big heart, please forgive us this once." Other Dragon Kingdom adventurers who had harbored prejudices against Lin Shi also began to apologize. They all regretted their previous contempt and arrogance, and were now filled with admiration and gratitude toward him. Faced with the collective apology, Lin Shi merely gave them a faint glance and said nothing more, which was taken as a silent acceptance of their apologies. "Lin Shi, it's all thanks to you that we were able to complete the mission so quickly this time." Chen Lei said gratefully, "On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom military, I express my thanks to you." Having said that, Chen Lei gave Lin Shi a standard military salute to show his respect and gratitude.
Lin Shi nodded slightly, accepting his thanks. "All right, let's go."
Chen Lei waved to the crowd and then led Lin Shi and the others away from the dungeon's location. Lin Shi did not return to the capital with Chen Lei and the group. Instead, he doubled back once they reached Xincheng. He remembered clearly that that group of adventurers from India had been insolent toward him and even toward Lin Jintian. If he hadn't been in such a hurry to clear the dungeon, he would have killed them on the spot. Therefore, there was no way Lin Shi was going to let them off.
Space jump.
Lin Shi muttered to himself, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot.
In a desolate desert within India,
a group of Indian adventurers was fleeing in a state of utter panic. They were the very same people who had spoken insolently to Lin Shi outside the desert oasis dungeon earlier.
"Damn it, how is that guy so strong? He actually insta-killed so many of our people with a single move," one of the Indian adventurers said with lingering fear. "Who knows? That guy isn't human at all, he's a monster."
Another Indian adventurer said, his face filled with terror.
"No, we have to get out of here fast. If that guy catches up, we're dead." An Indian
adventurer said in a panic.
"But where can we go now? We've used up all our teleportation scrolls." Another Indian adventurer said despairingly. "Run. All we can do is run for our lives." An Indian adventurer said through gritted teeth.
Just then, a figure abruptly appeared right in front of them.
"Are you looking for me?"
Lin Shi looked at the group of Indian adventurers before him, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth as he asked in a bone-chilling tone.
"Teleportation? How can he possibly know space magic?"
The leader of the Indian adventurers screamed in horror, his voice turning shrill and piercing with fear, sounding like a wild cat that had its tail stepped on. He stared with wide, disbelieving eyes, his eyeballs bloodshot as if they might pop out of their sockets at any second.
"How is this possible? How could this Dragon Kingdom brat possess such overwhelming strength?"
"Spatial magic, that is a forbidden power that only legendary powerhouses are capable of mastering. His heart pounded violently, and cold sweat slid down his forehead, drenching his collar. Fear coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. The corner of Lin Shi's mouth curled into a cold arc, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. Spatial magic? Do pieces of curry-flavored trash like you even deserve to know? His voice was like ice from the depths of the nine hells, carrying a bone-chilling frost that instantly froze the last shred of hope in the hearts of these Indian adventurers. His gaze was frigid, looking down upon them like a swarm of ants, filled with contempt and loathing. I'm not here to catch up with you. Remember, I come from the Dragon Kingdom. Those who offend my Dragon Kingdom shall be eliminated, no matter how far away they are. Lin Shi's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing in their ears and making their eardrums ache from the vibration. He slowly raised his right hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together, pointing them at the shivering group of Indian adventurers. Before his voice had even faded, Lin Shi's figure vanished again. In the next instant, he appeared in the very center of the group with staggering speed. He was like a leopard lurking in the darkness, unleashing a fatal strike at the most critical moment. Dragon Soul Power. Space Cut. A terrifying pressure instantly blanketed the desolate desert. The air seemed to solidify, creating an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. A powerful aura emanated from Lin Shi, as heavy as a mountain, weighing down on the Indian adventurers until they could barely breathe. Space seemed to turn into fragile glass, easily sliced open by Lin Shi. Pitch-black spatial rifts appeared like giant man-eating beasts, emitting a heart-palpitating aura of terror. The screams came to an abrupt halt. Blood stained the yellow sand, and the heavy scent of iron filled the air, making one feel nauseous. Those Indian adventurers who had been clamoring moments ago were now nothing more than piles of shredded meat, not even leaving a complete corpse behind. Pah! A bunch of trash. Lin Shi spat in disgust. There wasn't a hint of pity in his eyes, only endless coldness and killing intent. With a casual wave of his hand, a fierce wind howled and sand filled the sky, burying the blood in severed limbs until the ground was clean, as if nothing had ever happened. Since I'm already here, I might as well give these guys a few gifts while I'm at it. A thought flashed through Lin Shi's mind, and a cold smile played on his lips as a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Back when he was within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, his hands were tied and he had to act with extreme caution. It wasn't that he lacked high-powered weaponry, he simply didn't dare use it. He was terrified that a single slip-up would lead to irreversible consequences. After all, he had no desire to shoulder the infamy of destroying the world. But this was India, a nation full of hostility and provocation. There was no need for such reservations here. Hey, neighbors! Get ready for this. It's time for you to get a taste of nuclear peace. Lin Shi let out a cold sneer in his heart as his consciousness sank into the system space, browsing through the dazzling array of commodities. He had been restraining his desire to buy those incredibly powerful weapons, were things he had previously only looked at to satisfy his eyes. But now, he would no longer suppress himself. He was going to make these Indians pay the price for their stupidity. A miniature nuclear bomb caught his eye. Don't be fooled by its small size, its power was even more terrifying than a conventional nuclear bomb. It was capable of precision strikes on targets without causing large-scale pollution, making it the weapon of choice for an environmentalist like Lin Shi. Target, Indian border dungeon Black Hawk Base, launch. Lin Shi set the coordinates for the nuke and then tossed it into the air. Swoosh, trailing a long tail of flame, the nuclear bomb pierced through the sky, flying toward its destination. Black Hawk Base was an important military base on the Indian border and a popular dungeon for Indians to grind experience and farm gear. Every day, thousands of Indian adventurers flooded into this place, hoping to obtain the treasures of their dreams. However, they had no idea that the Grim Reaper had already quietly arrived. In just a single day, Lin Shi had turned all of India upside down. From the starting novice village dungeon Black Wind Stronghold to the high-level dungeon Abyssal Demon Pit, every well-known dungeon within India's borders had been cleansed by Lin Shi with nuclear bombs. In an instant, the entire nation of India was plunged into panic. Countless Indian adventurers wailed on the forums, cursing the demon who had destroyed their dungeons. Which god-forsaken bastard did this?
My divine artifact. My experience points.
Damn it, I worked so hard grinding this dungeon for 3 months, and it's just gone like that. Those damn Dragon Kingdom people, it must be them.
I want revenge.
On the forums, Indian players were grieving everywhere. Posts filled with wailing and crying emerged one after another, saturated with despair, anger, and disbelief.
My epic tier equipment. Just gone like that? 3 months.
I spent 3 months of blood, sweat, and tears.
All for nothing. Which heaven-cursed person did this? Come out. I want to duel you.
It must be the Dragon Kingdom people.
Besides them, who else could be so despicable and shameless?
Looking at these posts, the corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile.
Trying to fight me? You're still a long way off.
Lin Shi whispered to himself, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. He casually closed the forum interface and began to formulate his next plan in his mind. It's time to meet those so-called top players from India and let them know that the consequences of offending the Dragon Kingdom are more than they can bear. A cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he thought to himself.
In the next second, his figure flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving only an afterimage behind.
Meanwhile, in a magnificent palace in New Delhi, the capital of the Asura Kingdom, the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme.
Crack! With a crisp shatter, an exquisite crystal wineglass was slammed onto the floor.
The crimson liquid splashed everywhere, causing the surrounding handmaidens to tremble in fear as they knelt on the ground, not daring to move. The middle-aged man sitting on the throne was none other than the king of the Asura Kingdom. At this moment, his face was contorted with rage, and his thick beard quivered with fury.
Useless! You are all a bunch of useless trash!
The king of the Asura Kingdom roared, his voice thick with anger and murderous intent.
With so many people, is there really not a single one capable of fighting?
The kneeling handmaidens remained silent as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe loudly for fear of further provoking the enraged king.
Investigate! Find out for me exactly who did this. I want to tear him into 10,000 pieces.
The king of the Asura Kingdom spoke through gritted teeth, cold murderous intent flickering in his eyes.
The handmaidens inwardly groaned in despair but dared not disobey.
They could only take their orders and leave in fear. They knew that His Majesty was truly furious this time.
If they couldn't find the culprit, the entire palace would likely suffer the consequences. At this time, the Asura Kingdom was no longer as prosperous as it once was.
Ruins and broken walls were everywhere, creating a scene of total apocalypse. The once bustling city of Delhi had turned into a living hell. Various monsters ran rampant, and rotting corpses and panicked crowds could be seen everywhere on the streets.
Help! Someone help me!
A young girl in tattered clothes hid in a corner, trembling and crying out in despair. A giant spider monster was closing in on her, its sharp fangs dripping with disgusting slime.
Ha ha ha! You lowly ants, all of you can go to hell!
A tall Asura Kingdom adventurer laughed maniacally, brandishing a greatsword and slaying monsters one after another. However, faced with the endless army of monsters, his strength seemed insignificant, and he was soon swallowed by the tide of monsters.
Damn it! How are there more and more of these monsters? When will our reinforcements finally arrive?
The surviving adventurers of India shouted in despair, their strength nearly spent. At that moment, a blinding light suddenly descended from the sky, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed through the heavens.
Boom!
A terrifying shockwave swept across the area, leveling everything in its path and blowing the rampaging monsters to smithereens.
What was that? Divine punishment! It must be divine punishment!
The survivors watched the scene in horror, their hearts filled with awe and dread. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was leisurely strolling through the streets of New Delhi, the capital of India. He looked like a tourist visiting for sightseeing, full of curiosity about his surroundings. The surrounding ruins and the smell of blood permeating the air didn't dampen his good mood in the slightest. He looked around with great interest, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Occasionally, a few stray low-level monsters wandered over before they could even get close, they were blown into ashes by a few talismans Lin Shi casually tossed out.
TSK, the air quality in India really can't compare to our Dragon Kingdom.
Lin Shi fanned his nose with feigned disgust, then looked at a scrawny water buffalo by the side of the road, a playful curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. This buffalo brother looks like he's seen some rough times. I wonder which unlucky fellow raised him to be so slim. The buffalo seemed to understand Lin Shi's words. It flicked its tail indignantly and let out a moo at him, as if protesting his rudeness. Oh ho, quite a temper you've got there. Lin Shi smiled and shook his head, taking a piece of high-quality beef jerky from his system space and tossing it in front of the buffalo.
Come on, don't be angry. Have some beef jerky, consider it an apology.
The buffalo lowered its head to sniff the jerky, glanced at Lin Shi warily, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the food and swallowed it in one gulp.
That's the spirit. You need a full stomach to have the strength to work, right?
Lin Shi smiled and patted the buffalo's head before turning to continue walking. As he walked, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from not far away.
Help! Help! Catch him! Don't let him get away!
Lin Shi frowned slightly and looked toward the sound. He saw a group of people surrounding a young woman, kicking and punching her while shouting curses.
Damned bitch!
How dare you steal my things?
Beat her to death! Kill this thief!
The woman's clothes were in tatters, her hair was a mess, and her face was covered in bruises. She had clearly been brutally beaten. She curled up helplessly on the ground, trying to evade the attackers, but it was all in vain.
Stop!
At the sight of this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he let out a thunderous shout.
However, the men completely ignored his warning.
Instead, they intensified their assault on the woman.
Damn it, you're asking for death! Fuming with rage, Lin Shi's figure blurred as he instantly vanished, reappearing in the middle of the crowd. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds rang out.
The Indian adventurers who had been ganging up on the woman were kicked away one by Lin Shi. They flew back and crashed heavily onto the ground, let out screams like butchered pigs.
Who gave you the nerve to act so wild on my turf?
Lin Shi swept a cold gaze over the Indian adventurers wailing on the ground, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Only then did the Indian adventurers realize they had kicked a steel plate. Their faces turned ashen with terror as they scrambled and crawled, desperate to flee this place of trouble.
Trying to run? Too late!
Lin Shi sneered. His figure blurred again, blocking their path.
Mercy, Grandmaster! We were blind to your greatness and offended you.
Please, show mercy and spare our lives. The Indian adventurers knelt on the ground, begging piteously. Lin Shi looked down at them with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. He spoke slowly, if you want to live, fine.
However,
the corners of Lin Shi's mouth curled up into a seemingly harmless smile, but the warmth didn't reach his eyes. Instead, it carried a bone-chilling coldness. He spoke in a calm tone, it's not impossible to save your lives. Slap yourselves 10 times, bark like dogs 10 times, and finally shout I am trash, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are number 1 10 times. Once you've done all that, get lost. As soon as these words were uttered, the Indian adventurers looked at each other, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. They had expected Lin Shi to demand compensation or for them to hand over their valuables. They were even mentally prepared to be heavily extorted. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine Lin Shi would make such a humiliating demand.
What? Not willing?
Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a cold flash appearing in his eyes. His voice held a mix of mockery and threat.
From the looks of it, you don't seem to value this chance to stay alive.
Sensing the biting killing intent radiating from Lin Shi, the Indian adventurers were instantly scared out of their wits, breaking into a cold sweat. They had no doubt that if they dared to refuse, they would lose their lives on the spot in the very next second.
No, no, no!
We're willing! We're willing! The instinct for survival triumphed over shame. These Indian adventurers, who were usually arrogant and overbearing, no longer cared about dignity or face in their struggle to stay alive. They scrambled to agree, one after another, terrified that a moment's delay would bring about their swift execution.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
The crisp sound of slaps rang out incessantly. These Indian adventurers, who had once considered themselves peerless, were now like a pack of stray dogs. With heads bowed and backs bent, they slapped their own faces in front of Lin Shi. The sight was so ludicrous it was almost impossible not to laugh. Woof! 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 Accompanying the loud slaps were their clumsy imitations of barking dogs, echoing through the empty street with a particularly jarring sound.
I am trash. People of the Dragon Kingdom are number one in the world. I am trash. People of the Dragon Kingdom are number one in the world. They screamed these words at the top of their lungs while silently praying in their hearts that this humiliation would end as soon as possible. Lin Shi watched everything with a cold eye. Hearing the heartfelt confessions and pleas for mercy from these Indian adventurers, his heart held no trace of pity, only endless satisfaction. These guys, relying on their superior numbers, had frequently bullied adventurers from the Dragon Kingdom. Now, it was time for them to taste the flavor of being trampled and humiliated underfoot. Get lost! Once the Indian adventurers had finished following his demands, Lin Shi waved his hand impatiently, shooing them away like a swarm of disgusting flies. As if granted a divine reprieve, the Indian adventurers scrambled and crawled away from the scene of trouble, not daring to look back even once. At the Dragon Kingdom military headquarters, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt as if the very air had solidified. Grand Marshal Lin Jintian sat rigidly behind his massive desk, his sharp-featured face clouded with a grimness that signaled an approaching storm. He gripped a report tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The paper groaned under the strain of his grasp. Outrageous! These fellows from India are simply pushing things too far. Lin Jintian slammed the report onto the desk with a deafening thud. The impact made the teacup on the table jump, the tea inside swirled violently, and a few drops splashed out, forming dark stains on the wooden surface. The contents of the report were shocking, detailing the flagrant atrocities committed by Indian adventurers at the Dragon Kingdom's border. They had not only openly provoked trouble and disrupted border order but had even physically assaulted innocent Dragon Kingdom civilians. Their arrogant and tyrannical behavior was hair-raising. Report! Grand Marshal, the ambassador from India to the Dragon Kingdom requests an audience. Just then, a signalman rushed in from outside to report to Lin Jintian. He stood at attention and saluted, his voice urgent, clearly delivering pressing news. Humph! He still has the nerve to come see me? Upon hearing this, Lin Jintian's fury burned even hotter. He stood up abruptly and kicked over the chair beside him. The chair skidded across the smooth floor with a harsh grating sound, finally coming to a halt after crashing into the corner. Tell him to crawl his way in here. Lin Jintian roared at the signalman, his voice seething with suppressed fury, like an enraged lion poised to tear its prey apart. Before long, the Indian ambassador to the Dragon Kingdom, escorted by a group of soldiers, stepped into Lin Jintian's office with trembling knees. He kept his head low, his steps unsteady, and his face was plastered with a fawning smile, a far cry from the arrogance and dominance he had displayed back at the border. Marshal Lin, our purpose for coming this time. The ambassador of Azura country stammered, attempting to explain, but was cut short by a thunderous roar from Lin Jintian. Shut up! You know damn well what your country has done. Lin Jintian slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the ambassador's nose and cursing, Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You thought you could use the global job awakening to come and flex your muscles in our Dragon Kingdom, didn't you? Let me tell you, not a chance. The ambassador turned pale at Lin Jintian's sudden outburst of fury, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had originally thought that with the evidence Azura country had gathered and the pressure of international public opinion, they could force the Dragon Kingdom to submit and hand over the murderer. However, he never expected that Lin Jintian wouldn't follow the script at all, opting instead for a flat-out denial. Marshal Lin, you misunderstand, we were just... The ambassador tried to make one last struggle, attempting to salvage the situation. Misunderstand? I think you're looking for trouble on purpose. Lin Jintian snorted coldly, cutting the ambassador off mid-sentence. I'm telling you, if you want the Dragon Kingdom to hand someone over,
you'd better produce concrete evidence.
Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. The ambassador was rendered speechless.
He knew that Lin Jintian was dead set on shielding the murderer. Marshal Lin, are you not afraid that acting this way will spark a war between our two nations? Driven into a corner, the ambassador finally pulled out his last trump card, the threat of war. War? Lin Jintian suddenly burst into laughter, a sound that made the ambassador's skin crawl. I, Lin Jintian, have spent my entire life in the military, and I have never feared anyone. Lin Jintian slammed the table again, his eyes flashing with a sharp, piercing light. If your Azura country wants a war, the Dragon Kingdom will see it through to the end. Looking into Lin Jintian's murderous gaze, the ambassador's heart sank. He knew he had kicked a steel plate this time. Marshal Lin, please don't be so agitated, we... The ambassador wanted to say more, but Lin Jintian was finished wasting words on him. Get out! With a wave of his hand, Lin Jintian ordered his soldiers to kick the ambassador out. Bang! The office door slammed shut with a heavy thud. The ambassador stood outside with a look of utter defeat. He knew the negotiations had failed completely. Damn it! This Lin Jintian is nothing but a lunatic. The ambassador cursed through gritted teeth, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of New Delhi, the capital of India, within a heavily guarded depth of a secret base, several mysterious figures clad in black robes and wearing hideous demon masks sat around a round table carved with intricate runes. In the dim room, only faint candlelight flickered, creating a stifling and eerie atmosphere, as if they were discussing some unspeakable secret. What is the word from the Dragon Kingdom? The leader of the black-robed figures sat in a high-backed chair. His voice was low and hoarse, sounding as if it crawled out from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. One of the figures quickly dropped to one knee, his tone filled with reverence and trepidation. Reporting to Your Excellency, the Dragon Kingdom has refused to hand over the killer, and... As the man reached this point, his voice carried a hint of hesitation, as if he were deathly afraid of the words that would follow. And what? Speak up. Stop stuttering, where are your manners? The leader slammed his hand on the table, his tone brimming with dissatisfaction and rage. Yes. The kneeling figure trembled violently and hurriedly continued, and that old man Lin Jintian also sent a harsh message, saying that if we dare to provoke them again, it will mean war. What? The other black-robed figures around the table instantly flew into a rage. Their eyes widened in fury and they gnashed their teeth, looking as though they wanted to skin Lin Jintian alive. This Lin Jintian is simply too arrogant. Does he really think our India is afraid of them? One figure roared, his voice coarse and savage like an enraged beast. Excellency, what should we do now? The kneeling figure asked cautiously. He kept his head lowered, not daring to meet the leader's eyes for fear of accidentally provoking him. Humph! Since the Dragon Kingdom refuses the carrot, they shall have the stick. A cruel and sinister glint flashed in the leader's eyes as he spoke in a bone-chilling tone. Pass down my orders, initiate Project Heaven's Wrath. Project Heaven's Wrath? Upon hearing these three words, the faces of the figures present turned pale. Expressions of sheer terror washed over them, as if they had just heard a forbidden curse. Excellency, isn't this too risky? One man said with a trembling voice, his tone thick with worry and fear. Indeed, Excellency. Once Project Heaven's Wrath is initiated, the consequences will be unthinkable. Another figure couldn't help but plead, his face full of anxiety and unease. Humph! What is there to fear? We have no way back. The leader spoke coldly, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. As long as we can obtain it, no price is too high to pay. Yes, my lord. The figures in black robes exchanged glances, finally gritting their teeth and agreeing. They knew the leader's decision was absolute. No matter how much fear and unease filled their hearts, they could only steel themselves and carry out the orders. Meanwhile, news of a suspected Dragon Kingdom adventurer slaughtering his way through the Azura nation had already spread across the internet, with countless netizens cheering in approval. Well done. I've been fed up with those guys for a long time.
This is the backbone a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom should have. Brother, you are my idol.
Looking at the overwhelming support online, the corner of Lin Shi's mouth curled into an intriguing arc. It seemed his actions this time had inadvertently struck a chord, helping the Dragon Kingdom vent a long-held grudge. Just then, Lin Shi's communicator suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that the sender was none other than Lin Jintian.
Xiaoxi, have you had enough fun yet? If you're done, get back here immediately. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony for Capital University. Don't forget, you promised me you'd attend.
The message sent by Lin Jintian was filled with a sense of helplessness.
Understood, Commander Lin. I'm heading back now.
Lin Shi smiled upon receiving the message and then brazenly departed from the Azura Nation. Just as he stepped out of the teleportation array, before he even had a chance to stretch, Lin Shi was suddenly yanked away by a powerful force. He stumbled a few steps, nearly losing his footing, as Lin Jintian's familiar and booming voice rang in his ears. You brat, you almost missed the auspicious hour.
Move, follow me to Capital University right now.
Before Lin Shi could react, he was being pulled along at a jog by Lin Jintian. All along the way, Lin Jintian kept muttering, You kid, you're too playful, you almost forgot the important business.
Thank goodness we made it, thank goodness we made it. Lin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He tried to explain himself, but was repeatedly interrupted by Lin Jintian's excited voice.
And so, dragged all the way by Lin Jintian through the bustling campus, Lin Shi was finally pushed onto the podium of the Capital University opening ceremony. Peking University, the highest institution of learning in the Dragon Kingdom, has for years been the dream sanctuary for countless talented young people.
At this moment, a grand opening ceremony is being held in the central square of Peking University. The area is packed with people, and the atmosphere is exceptionally lively.
As an annual grand event, Peking University's opening ceremony has always attracted significant attention. This year, the ceremony has drawn even more eyes because of one name, Lin Shi. In just a few short months, this name has risen from obscurity to fame, becoming an icon of worship for countless young people. I heard the freshman representative this time is Senior Lin Shi.
Really? That's great. I've wanted to see this legendary figure with my own eyes for a long time.
I also want to hear how he went from a support class player to where he is today, step by step. Among the crowd, discussions about Lin Shi were everywhere, and a sense of anticipation spread through the air. As the most dazzling freshman of this year, Lin Shi wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, yet they couldn't hide his tall stature and outstanding temperament. He stood out remarkably among his carefully dressed peers. Finally, the exciting moment arrived. Next, please welcome the freshman representative, Lin Shi, to the stage to speak. The host's sonorous voice echoed across the entire square, instantly igniting everyone's passion. Thunderous applause surged like a tide, lasting for a long time and pushing the atmosphere of the entire square to a climax.
Lin Shi walked onto the stage calmly and took the microphone.
He did not follow the pre-prepared script. Instead, he casually set the papers aside, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below as a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Leaders, teachers, and fellow students, hello everyone.
I am Lin Shi. After a brief opening, Lin Shi suddenly changed his tone, adding a hint of banter. I know everyone might be more interested in hearing how an artificer managed to sneak into Peking University.
As soon as he spoke, the audience erupted in laughter. Clearly, Lin Shi's glorious deeds had already spread among the freshmen.
To be honest, I was quite confused at the beginning too.
Lin Shi spread his hands with an innocent expression, triggering another round of laughter from the crowd. On the day of the class awakening, everyone else was becoming warriors, mages, or priests. Then there was me. I awakened as a scrap metal artificer. And to top it off, it was an SSS grade talent artificer.
Don't you think that's hilarious?
Ha ha ha.
The laughter from below grew louder, and the atmosphere became even more relaxed and lively. But we can't belittle ourselves, right? What's wrong with being a support? Does a support deserve to be looked down upon?
Lin Shi's voice suddenly rose, his tone carrying a hint of defiance.
I refuse to believe in this damn fate.
He paused, his gaze burning as it swept across the crowd, and said word for word, "I want everyone to know that an artificer can also stand at the very peak of this world."
Lin Shi's speech was impassioned, brimming with confidence and fervor.
It instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue, and the thunderous applause rolled in like an endless tide.
Standing below the stage, Lin Jintian looked at the high-spirited Lin Shi, a gratified smile appearing on his face.
This kid certainly didn't let him down. After the speech ended, Lin Shi spotted two familiar figures in the crowd. It was Xiaoyu and Li Yi. Having not seen her for a few days, Xiaoyu seemed even more beautiful. With her fair skin, delicate features, and long, flowing black hair, she looked like a beautiful young girl who had stepped straight out of a manga.
"Brother Lin Shi, you were amazing."
That was such a great speech. As soon as Xiaoyu saw Lin Shi, she ran over excitedly, chirping away like a happy little bird. Li Yi stood quietly to the side, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Shi. A faint smile played on her lips, making people feel as if they were bathed in a gentle spring breeze.
"So, how was it, you two beauties? Was the opening ceremony exciting?"
Lin Shi asked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Xiaoyu and Li Yi. These two girls, one passionate as fire, the other gentle as water, each had their own unique charm.
"It was exciting all right, it's just that a certain someone was a bit too flashy." Li Yi teased with a smile. "Can't help it. Who told me to be the protagonist?
Born with a natural halo, it's hard to keep a low profile even if I wanted to," Lin Shi said half-jokingly, drawing a fit of giggles from Xiaoyu.
"All right, enough joking. Let's head to the Wizard Academy dungeon,"
Lin Shi said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Xiaoyu and Li Yi. These two girls, one passionate as fire, the other gentle as water, each had their own unique charm.
"Yay!"
Xiaoyu jumped up in excitement, grabbed Lin Shi's arm, and pulled him toward the school exit. Her joyful demeanor was like a butterfly fluttering through a field of flowers.
Li Yi didn't say anything, she simply followed behind the two of them with a faint smile.
The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon her, coating her in a golden halo that made her look even more gentle and moving.
"Lin Shi, you lucky brat, having two girls like this as your..."
Lin Jintian appeared beside Lin Shi at some unknown point, looking at him with a mischievous smirk and eyes that seemed to have seen through everything. "General Lin, please stop teasing me." Lin Shi rubbed his nose awkwardly.
Those two young ladies were certainly not easy to pursue. "Ha, alright, I'll stop messing with you."
Lin Jintian laughed heartily, patted Lin Shi on the shoulder, and said earnestly, but seriously, "Xiaoxi, you need to step it up. Don't just focus on leveling up, you need to start thinking about your lifelong happiness too."
"I understand, General Lin."
Lin Shi nodded helplessly.
This old man seemed more anxious about it than he was.
Passing through the bustling marketplace, trekking through the quiet forest, and walking along a small path paved with pebbles, Lin Shi and his companions finally reached their destination, the entrance to the Wizard Academy dungeon. Before them lay a vast, open plaza. The ground was paved with bluish-gray stone slabs that had become weathered and mottled over the years, giving the area an even more ancient and desolate feel. In the center of the plaza stood a towering stone gate, the sole entrance to the Wizard Academy dungeon. The stone gate stood 10 meters high, resembling a slumbering giant and exuding an ancient, mysterious aura. The gate was not made of ordinary rock, but of obsidian that shimmered with a faint blue light, casting a dreamy glow under the sunlight. Intricate runes were carved onto the surface of the stone gate, flickering with a dim magical light as if silently recounting secrets from antiquity. The shapes of the runes were peculiar, resembling tadpole script, but far more complex and filled with a mystical power that made one itch to decipher their meaning. On either side of the stone gate stood two soaring stone pillars, carved with lifelike magical creatures. On the left pillar was a griffin poised to take flight, its sharp claws glinting with a cold light and its keen eyes seemingly capable of seeing through everything. On the right pillar was a dragon coiling upward, its massive wings blotting out the sky and its ferocious head roaring toward the heavens, as if it might leap off the pillar at any moment.
"Wow, this is so cool. It feels like we've arrived at Hogwarts."
Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim as she gazed at the scene, her eyes sparkling with curiosity.
"Be careful, this dungeon is no walk in the park,"
Lin Shi warned, his expression turning serious.
Right, I understand. Xiaoyu nodded, putting away her smile and becoming serious as well. Let's go in. Lin Shi took a deep breath, held the secret key in his hand, and led the way toward the stone gate, with Xiaoyu and Li Yi following closely behind. However, just as the three of them were about to step through the stone gate, a powerful suction suddenly erupted from within, pulling all three of them inside instantly. Ag! Xiaoyu let out a startled cry, subconsciously grabbing Lin Shi's arm, while Li Yi turned pale and squeezed her eyes shut. When the three of them opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. It was a massive plaza surrounded by Gothic buildings. Towering spires pierced the clouds, and the walls were covered in creeping vines, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Xiaoyu couldn't help but shudder, leaning tightly against Lin Shi as if that were the only way to find a shred of security. Just then, the fountain in the center of the plaza suddenly erupted with a pillar of water. Immediately after, an old man wearing a black robe and a pointed hat slowly stepped out from within the water. Welcome to the Wizard Academy. I am your guide, Gandalf. The old man spoke in a raspy, low voice, his gaze sweeping over Lin Shi and the other two. Next, you will undergo a month-long trial here. Only those who pass the trial can become true wizards. A trial? What kind of trial? Xiaoyu asked curiously. The details of the trial will be revealed by your instructors once you enter the academy. Gandalf said flatly. Now, I will take you to meet your mentors. With a wave of Gandalf's hand, 3 beams of light enveloped Lin Shi and his companions, whisking them away from the plaza. When Lin Shi opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim room. The room contained only a table, a chair, and a fireplace. A roaring fire burned within the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. A man dressed in a black robe and wearing a hideous mask sat in the chair, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Shi. So, you are my student? The man's voice was hoarse and deep, sounding like a demon from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Yes, mentor. Lin Shi replied respectfully, suppressing the fear in his heart. Very well. The man nodded with satisfaction. From today onward, you are my student. I will teach you how to become a true wizard. But remember, if you dare to betray me, I will make you wish you were dead. As soon as the man finished speaking, Lin Shi felt a powerful pressure surging toward him, making it almost impossible to breathe. Yes, mentor, I understand. Lin Shi said with difficulty, cold sweat already beaded on his forehead. Very well. The man nodded once more. Now, let me see what your talent is like. With those words, the man suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Shi by the throat. The man's rough fingers tightened like iron pincers. Lin Shi felt his neck being gripped so hard it seemed as if it might be crushed outright. Immense strength pressed against his windpipe, making breathing difficult. Every gasp for air felt as strained as a laboring bellows. A wave of suffocation surged over him. Lin Shi's face turned beet red, his vision began to darken in patches, and his consciousness started to blur. However, at this life-or-death moment, Lin Shi was surprised to find that the matrix radar within his body had not issued any danger alerts. Logically, given his current predicament, the matrix radar should have long ago emitted a piercing alarm to warn him of the imminent peril. Could it be? Just as a hint of doubt rose in Lin Shi's mind, the man's hand suddenly let go. He stumbled back several steps, greedily gulping down the fresh air, his chest heaving violently as if he had just escaped death. Before he could even catch his breath, the man's voice, dripping with disdain, reached his ears. Useless. To not have even a shred of elemental affinity, a piece of trash like you doesn't even have the qualifications to become the lowest level magic apprentice. The man growled, his tone filled with disappointment and loathing, as if Lin Shi were something filthy and repulsive. Lin Shi rubbed his reddened neck, secretly feeling relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. It seemed that the eccentric mentor's actions just now were likely part of the dungeon's plot and not a genuine attempt on his life. Elemental affinity? What is that? Lin Shi asked calmly, attempting to fish for more information about this dungeon from the man. The man let out a disdainful snort through his nose, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Shi as if he were looking at a pile of worthless garbage.
He didn't even deign to answer such an obvious question. In his eyes, someone without elemental affinity was like an ant, unworthy of stepping into the world of magic. Irritation, like the dust permeating the room, made him feel suffocated. He waved his arms violently and paced back and forth, his heavy footsteps thumping against Lin Shi's heart. "Damn it, a useless waste without any elemental affinity. You're simply wasting my time." The man cursed through gritted teeth, his voice thick with rage and frustration. He had originally hoped to find some shred of consolation in this newly recruited disciple, but to find a waste with zero talent, how could he not be furious? Seeing the man's explosive rage, Lin Shi actually felt his heart settle. He knew that the more emotional an NPC was, the easier they were to manipulate. Forcing back the fear in his heart, he deliberately put on a dejected expression and asked in a low voice, "Mentor, does that mean I can't become a wizard?" He lowered his eyelids to hide the sharp glint in his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. He perfectly embodied the image of a youth whose spirit had been completely crushed by reality. Humph. Without elemental affinity, you can't perceive or manipulate the elements, let alone practice magic. A piece of trash like you, even if I taught you personally, you'd still be nothing but a useless lump of mud. The man spoke viciously, his tone brimming with contempt and disgust. He pointed a finger at Lin Shi's nose, spittle flying onto Lin Shi's face, yet the boy didn't dare to offer the slightest resistance. Then what should I do?" Lin Shi's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, as if he were about to be swallowed by despair at any moment. He hunched his shoulders, his hands twisting together restlessly and his gaze flickering like a lost lamb shivering in a thunderstorm. "What should you do?" "You're asking me what to do? How the hell should I know?" The man roared and kicked out. He flipped the table beside him, teacups and books scattered across the floor with a series of loud crashes and clatters. "A waste like you is just a drain on resources. You might as well be dead." With that, a murderous glint flashed in the man's eyes. A ball of searing fire condensed in his right hand as he made a move to strike Lin Shi down. At that critical moment, red light suddenly flashed within the room, and a piercing alarm echoed throughout the space. "Warning! Warning! The Academy's defensive barrier is under attack. All mentors, report for support immediately." The urgent alarm sounded like a death knell, forcing the man to halt his actions. With a grim expression, he walked over to a mechanism in the corner of the room. Upon activating it, an image was projected onto the open space in the center of the room. In the projection, a figure shrouded in black robes was frantically attacking the Academy's defensive barrier. The barrier was fluctuating violently, on the verge of collapsing. The man cursed under his breath and spun around abruptly. In a fit of rage, he grabbed Lin Shi by the collar and hoisted him up like a rag doll. "Listen to me, you little brat!" He growled through gritted teeth, his spittle nearly spraying into Lin Shi's face. "Stay here and don't move an inch. If you dare take one step out of this door." He slammed Lin Shi onto the ground, his tone as cold as the ice of hell. "You will face the consequences." Having finished his warning, the man didn't linger. He turned into a blurred afterimage and vanished from the room. Lin Shi rubbed his sore shoulder and slowly stood up. He brushed the dust off his clothes, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes.